like an iron tower, hit him with a smell of an iron mountain. Good here. Zhou Zheng also rushed up with a move. Facing the strong man like an iron tower, he did not dare to use all his strength. Seeing that the two were about to collide, the big man suddenly felt a little reluctant. This young man still wants to fight head-on? He will lose half his life when he is hit. It's just that it's too late to stop the effort. Bang! A dull sound. Chapter 301 Head-on. This is the first time that Little Chicken has seen someone dare to fight against the big guy. After all, the big guy is 2 meters tall and weighs 300 kilograms, and it is like a black iron tower when he stands there. Even 3 or more ordinary people can't push him, let alone the force that can hit him with all his strength. Even a horse has to be knocked away by a big guy. He couldn't help but widen his eyes and thought to himself that this kid was too stunned. He looked like he weighed about 100 to 40 pounds, but how dare you fight head-on? The observer Lao Lu on the mountain kept looking through the telescope. Seeing that Zhou Zheng did not dodge, he hurriedly shouted, "Big man, show mercy! It doesn't matter if you steal something. It's hard to explain if you really hit someone to death. You won't bear it. After all, Zhou Zheng is not the enemy." But, it's too late. The big man used all his strength and it was too late to take it back. He held his elbow in the middle of the day, hoping that Zhou Zheng would not be hit and killed by him. Bang! The two men collided. Dong dong! Zhou Zheng felt a powerful force spread throughout his body, his shoulders numbed out, and he took 2 steps back before he stood firm. "I'm not losing my strength, I'm so strong." Zhou Zheng obtained the King of Melee battle and practiced the Hidden Dragon art to the 3rd level. The opponent could still take 2 steps back, which shows how powerful he was. He admired the big man's brute force from the bottom of his heart. If someone else had changed, he would be knocked away. On the other hand, the big guy is much worse than Zhou Zheng. Ding dang! He took 6 steps back without using huge force unloaded. Pooh! Sitting on the ground, I felt sweet in half of my throat and my body was numb, and my internal organs were so trembling that I was so nervous that I was shocked by the huge impact. Hold the grass! This was the first time he encountered such an opponent, and he was more surprised in his heart. The other party's weight seems to be only 1/2 of his own. Why is such a great power and such a great explosive power? He struggled so hard that he could barely stand up. Puchi! One couldn't help but spurt out a mouthful of blood. "Big guy, how are you doing, are you okay?" Little Chicken was shocked. The big guy is not the strongest in the Special Forces team, but his strength is definitely the greatest. If you fight head-on, even the captain will not dare to wipe his sharpness. How did the handsome guy in front of him knock the big man away? Is he still a human? At the same time, he was worried about the big man's injuries and hurriedly stepped forward to ask. "I can't die. I feel like my collarbone is broken and my internal organs are also damaged. This time I'm so embarrassed." The big man's face turned red suddenly, but there was oil paint on his face, and no one could see it. "Xiao Chicken, this guy's strength is so perverted, and his power is amazing. I'm not an opponent. Are you still here?" Zhou Zheng waved to the big man. "If you admit defeat, leave the gun and bullets, and I won't make things difficult for you." Shame! Ziyi also felt that her face was feverish. None of the members of the Special Forces team were awesome and had never missed the special missions abroad. Why did you lose to a young man? He wanted to go with him but hesitated. Even the big guy was no match for him, and he was also delivering food when he served himself. "Big guy, Little Chicken, the other party's reinforcements are coming, you can quickly withdraw your ideas and go up the mountain." The quick voice of Lao Lu from the headset came from the observation hand. In fact, the two saw the camouflage off-road vehicle getting closer and closer, and they wanted to run but felt too embarrassed. After hearing Lao Lu's words, the two of them no longer hesitated, looked at each other and ran away. Hey, why did you run away? Zhou Zheng had a head-on fight with the big man just now, and he felt really happy and wanted to fight. Who knew that the other party was surprised by this? Mad is a fool if he doesn't run away, and he is still waiting for you to deal with it. The little chicken ran while complaining in her heart. Squeak! The military off-road vehicle stopped beside Zhou Zheng. Fan Xiangdong and Su Hongbing jumped out of the car respectively. Old Zhou, are you okay? Su Hongbing saw Zhou Zheng colliding with a tower-like man from afar, and naturally cared about his safety. It's okay, but those two boys ran away. Fan Xiangdong said in surprise. Xiao Zhou, you guessed it right. There were two people on the other side and they were wearing gay clothes. Mad. Are they really foreign mercenaries? Zhou Zheng shook his head and said. Instructor Fan and others are not foreigners, they are from Long, and they should be our own people. Maybe they steal our guns just to make a joke. Otherwise, they might shoot me as soon as they find out. He said as he picked up 295 styles on the ground. The gun is here, Instructor Fan. Holding the cold steel gun in his hand, Fan Xiangdong was filled with mixed feelings for a moment. If Xiao Zhou doesn't have you, they will be able to succeed. Even if they are their own people, they don't know when they will be able to find it back. Thank you, Xiao Zhou. Instructor Fan, you don't need to thank me. This is what I should do. Since the goods are returned to the original owner, let's continue training, right? Su Hongbing curled his lips aside and said. The original owner returns to the original owner? They just threw down their guns and ran away. It's a joke, right? Isn't it okay? I have to see where these people come from. Old Zhou and I will also make a joke with them, go up the mountain to grab a tongue. Su Hongbing, don't mess around. Fan Xiangdong glared at him and said. They ran because they couldn't beat Xiao Zhou. Do you think they couldn't beat you? I see that the other party's posture is like a well-trained professional soldier, and each one is not lower than the level of a soldier king. It's not difficult for you to beat you 8 of them in just one of them. Su Hongbing's face turned red and he said with his neck tilted. Old Fan is not as humiliating as you. I don't want to vent my anger. It's not like you are like a turtle with a head-hungry turtle. When the gun and bullet are retrieved, there is no courage to find out what the other party's identity is. You are just cowardly. Su Hongbing, are you enough? Just say it if you don't want to train. I can see that you are active in everything except training. Fan Xiangdong's words reached Su Hongbing's heart. He really didn't want to train and had a strong curiosity. This happened to happen. This was an opportunity to escape training. He Lao Fan, why are you so serious? Su Hongbing smiled awkwardly and said with a shameless face. If you don't want to figure out what the other party is, Zhou Zheng and I will go, and you will be waiting for us here. But if I put the Type 95 on my equipment and Lao Zhou, I would have 2 bullets, otherwise I would be unsure. Speaking of bullets, Fan Xiangdong subconsciously checked and found that there were only 2 guns without bullets at all. Xiao Zhou, where is the bullet? Zhou Zheng patted his head. It's broken, the bullet is on that little man, I haven't returned it. Then why are you hesitating? Hurry up and chase. Su Hongbing took the opportunity to say. Instructor Fan, you and Lao Su are waiting here. I'll chase them and get the bullets back. Losing 200 bullets is not a trivial matter, and Fan Xiangdong's heart that had just been relieved was suspended again. No, Xiao Zhou, the other party is ready, and we want to go together. Chapter 302, Can't run away, can't beat him. Yes, yes. Go together, go together. There are so many people, so the power is so great. Su Hongbing yelled from the side. Xiao Zhou, Su Hongbing is right. Let's go together. Before the military reform, this mountain was once a training ground for the military sub-district. The terrain was complex and there were many vegetation. I have also been up there with a little familiarity with the terrain. Zhou Zheng thought about it and said that the other party should be a member of a certain unit and would definitely not kill him. Their safety should be safe. Nodded in agreement. As for the complex terrain, it doesn't matter. He didn't consider letting Fan Xiangdong lead the way. His nose could tell different smells within a certain range, and he would not escape as long as he wanted to chase the other party. Instructor Fan, Lao Su, I'll take the lead. You two should not act alone. Zhou Zheng said a few meters away and soon disappeared into the lush vegetation at the foot of the mountain. What a fast speed! Fan Xiangdong and Su Hongbing looked at each other. I'm rough, Lao Zhou, wait for me, do you still have organizational discipline? Su Hongbing ran up the mountain while talking. Su Hongbing, wait for me. I'm also talking about others, do you have organizational discipline? Fan Xiangdong chased after him. He found that Su Hongbing ran very fast as long as he didn't train. How are you, big guy? Do you want to take a break? Halfway through the mountain, the chicken couldn't help but feel a little panicked when she saw the big man running while vomiting blood. It's okay, I can still hold it up, run away. If that kid catches up with me, I can't beat my virtue, and I'm captured by someone. I think you are in a bad state, so I'd better take a break. It seems that the kid didn't catch up. The little chicken breathed a sigh of relief when she saw that no one behind her didn't catch up. The big man was almost at the end of his strength. He just stood up and sat on the ground after hearing the chicken's words. Hoo 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 hoo. Mad. This kid almost killed half of my life. Is there such awesome person in the Jiangbei Armed Police Detachment? The big man regarded Zhou Zheng as a member of the Jiangbei Armed Police Detachment. After all, the license plate of the off-road vehicle driven by Fan Xiangdong is the license plate of the armed police. The chick sat next to the big man and said, who knows that you were shot 3 times in the mission back then, but you were not as bad as you are now. This kid is so awesome that he is not inferior to any member of our Special Forces team. Before the big man could speak, Lao Liu's voice sounded in his headset. Hey little chicken, big guy, where are you two going? The captain took his brothers to the top of the mountain and asked you to return to the team. Xiao Chicken said. We are halfway up the mountain, and we're back now, but the big man is injured. Do you want me to support you? No need for Lao Lu, the other party didn't chase him. Before he could finish his words, the little chicken heard a sound of footsteps and looked up. Hold the grass, is this kid chasing after he keeps his soul away? Big man, can you still run? The big man frowned and said. I won't run away, I will fight with him. I'm going to play with it, I suspect this kid is not hurt at all. The one we both disappeared from together is his opponent. Why don't you take out the gun? No, the captain said that we should not point guns at people other than the enemy. This kid is the Jiangbei Armed Police Detachment. Then let's make our identity public. Mad. It's so embarrassing, no. This is not okay, that is not okay, so let's continue running. Although it is embarrassing to be chased by someone, it is better than being captured by others. The chicken helped the big man up and shouted while running. Old Lu, we need support, come quickly. Zhou Zheng had already chased behind the two of them while talking. The big man pushed the chick away. At the fork in front of you, you go here and I go there. This is a good choice to learn. The two of them ran separately and Zhou Zheng could not be separated. At least one of them could run away. The situation was urgent and the chicken was not pretentious, so he nodded and ran away. Zhou Zheng also chased the fork in the road, and hesitated for a while, instead of chasing the big man, but ran towards the direction where the chicken ran away. The chickens ran and felt like they were beyond the usual training level. He has the best endurance in the Special Forces team. He doesn't worry that Zhou Zheng will catch up with him when he runs alone. I still want to catch up with me, but I don't even have a door. The little chicken turned around with a proud look on his face and was shocked. Zhou Zheng followed him, only more than 10 meters away. Holding the grass, this kid is indeed very fast, and he runs silently, and is a powerful opponent. He tried his best to run forward desperately. There was a lot of vegetation on the mountain, so it was not easy to run. He also had to avoid branches blocking the road at all times. This consumes double the energy. Huff! After a while, the chicken couldn't hold it anymore. After all, the pace of running was too fast, and he used all his strength at once. However, Zhou Zheng followed him like a maggot with bones. I can't run away, I can't beat it, and the chicken is about to cry. Suddenly he stopped and turned around and took an offensive posture. Mad, why do you always chase me? I'm fighting with you. Zhou Zheng stopped and kept a distance of 5 meters from him. Because the bullet is in your hands, who will I pursue if I don't pursue you? You said it earlier, I'll give it back to you if you've already said it would be awesome. The chicken happily took out 2 boxes of heavy bullets from her body. For you. As he said that, he threw the bullet on the ground. Zhou Zheng frowned and protested against such unfriendly actions. Of course, he injured his companion, so it is appropriate for him to be in a mood. He bent over to pick up the bullets, and the chick suddenly rushed over as he bent down. He wanted to hold Zhou Zheng from behind and throw him. I was chased by this kid all the way like a duck, and I had to let him know that he was not a vegetarian. This is the best time to regain his face. Sneak attack. The chicken was thin and small, and was very fast. In a blink of an eye, she came to Zhou Zheng's back. She bent over and hugged her, but hugged her. Zhou Zheng had moved his position. Holding 2 boxes of bullets in his hand, he looked at the little chicken with a smile. That look was clearly mocking him for being overestimated. Little chicken could no longer hold back and punched Zhou Zheng. This punch is not as powerful as a big guy but is countless times stronger than an ordinary person. Good here. Zhou Zheng shouted loudly and waved his palm and came, clenched his fist, and put a force into his arms, and tripped another right foot. The little chicken was pulled over by a huge force involuntarily, and he immediately fell to the ground with a pull of his feet. Zhou Zheng held his head. Who are you? Why do you steal our guns and bullets? If you want to kill or cut, you can do whatever you want, I won't say it. You are very hard? You are captured by me. When our instructor comes, he will be handed over to him. Little chicken was shocked when she heard this. This kid is already perverted enough. Who is his instructor? That's not against the will of heaven? Let him go. A low voice sounded out of thin air. 3 fully armed people appeared quietly behind Zhou Zheng. Chapter 303. Are you willing to join the S Special Forces? Zhou Zheng knew that little chicken was not the enemy, so he did not kill him. Hearing someone talking behind him, he got up and turned his head. 3 fully armed soldiers came over, wearing bulletproof vest, tactical pants and a Kevlar helmet on their heads. The equipment and dressing are exactly the same as Chicken and Big Guy. The weapons held by these 3 people are different. AUG, M16, AK-47, and 3 guns are similar to multinational troops. Zhou Zheng was immediately confused. These 3 people should be in the same group as his 2 defeated generals, but why were the guns he took were so messy? Could it be that a special force is carrying out a mission? Come here quickly. The man in the lead was 1.7 meters tall, strong and short, but his eyes revealed a murderous aura, which seemed to be a minority of people who were alive. He greeted the little chicken lying on the ground. The chick got up from the ground and walked over with drooping eyes. Zhou Zheng did not stop him, after all, the other party was holding a gun. You little chicken, are you okay? It's okay, I'm just so embarrassed. Team Gong, we are embarrassed to Grandma's house this time. The man in the leader waved his hand and signaled that there was no need to say much. Turning his head to Zhou Zheng and asked, Brother, are you from the Jiangbei Armed Police Detachment? You are good at it. Zhou Zheng did not deny it and asked, Which unit are you from? Wolf Warrior Special Forces. Ha ha ha. The two people beside Captain Gong laughed out loud, as if they heard a big joke. He waved his hand and said proudly, "Can the Wolf Warrior Special Forces compete with us? As for which unit we are from, I'm sorry, I can't tell you this secret, but we can tell you that we are soldiers from the Dragon Kingdom." Zhou Zheng nodded. The other party might be from the secret army. "Brother, I already know the incident. You deserve it if they steal the gun and get hit by you. I blame them for not being good at learning." The other party was quite sensible, and Zhou Zheng didn't plan to pursue anything. Anyway, he had both guns and bullets. "Since that's the case, I won't pursue them to steal the gun. Captain Gong, let's part with you," etc. Captain Gong suddenly reached out to stop Zhou Zheng. "You can't be beaten by you in vain. It's not appropriate to just leave like this, right?" Zhou Zheng frowned. What does Captain Gong mean? One code is one code, they deserve it when they steal the gun. But they are beaten and I, the captain, must regain the face of my brothers, otherwise how can I lead the team in the future? What Captain Gong means is that he also wants to compete with me. Good. Xiao Ji was happy when he heard Captain's words. He knew that Lao Gong was the most protective of his calf. However, his happy expression soon dimmed again, because Zhou Zheng was too strong and the captain was afraid that he would not be his opponent. "Captain, this kid is amazing. I and the big guy can't beat him. You have to be careful." As the captain of the Special Forces team, Gong Yu has extremely strong practical experience. He can't count the targets who died under him in both hands, and his comprehensive quality is naturally the strongest in the entire team. Although the big guy is the most powerful team in the team, he can't beat Gong Yu. Gong Yu was full of confidence and waved his hand to the little chicken to signal that he didn't have to worry. Zhou Zhensen said that Gong Yu was nothing more than regaining face for his brothers. It seems that it would be impossible to leave like this, so just compare. He also wanted to see how capable Gong Yu is as the captain. Gong Yu took off the AK-47 in his hand and handed it to the little chicken, and took off Kevlar's helmet. "Brother, I won't take off my bulletproof vests if I'm not going to wear them. Of course, I won't take advantage of you. I'll let you have 3 moves. Come on." Zhou Zhensen said that this person was too confident. When the master fought, the first person to get the opportunity was very likely to win. Besides, Zhou Zheng is confident that he will not take advantage of Gong Yu. "Captain Gong doesn't need to let me, otherwise you will be defeated if I win." "Okay. Be careful." Gong Yu was not polite anymore and suddenly launched an attack on Zhou Zheng. Zhou Zheng focused on his response. Bang bang bang! For a moment, the sound of fists and feet filled everyone's ears. After a few rounds, the two of them did not decide the outcome. Zhou Zheng did not use all his strength in a hurry, and Gong Yu was wearing a bulletproof vest and was punched, but he was not knocked down. In general, Gong Yu is at the disadvantage. Sharp! Gong Yu gave Zhou Zheng a thumbs up, and this was the first time he had met an opponent in so many years. Of course, he did not use his killer move, for fear of destroying Zhou Zheng. After all, Zhou Zheng was very strong, which made Gong Yu love talent. The opponent's martial arts value is too high, and the conventional punches and foot skills are not even the opponent, unless you use a special move. This is a good seedling. Why not defeat him with a unique trick to convince him and then persuade him to join the Special Forces? This is Gong Yu's idea. "Brother, I'm going to use my tricks, be careful." Zhou Zheng said tit for tat. "I will use all my strength to you, too, be careful." Zhou Zheng's words almost made Gong Yu's nose crooked. "Love, you boy didn't take it seriously just now?" Next, he used his ultimate move and he no longer showed mercy. Gong Yu bullied his body, and his arms suddenly swelled twice as much, and his punch hit Zhou Zheng with the sound of breaking through the air. This punch was not only powerful, but also fast. Zhou Zheng was too late to dodge, so he pushed Zhenyo all over his body, and then punched him out. Dong! With a muffled sound, both of them were all stamped on each other's chest. Ding thud! Zhou Zheng took 4 steps back, and felt uncomfortable in his chest. He was really nauseous and had a quick breathing. Gong Yu also took 4 steps back, and the blood in his chest rolled. After enduring for a long time, a trace of blood still flowed out of the corner of his mouth. Captain Gong. Team Leader. Seeing Gong Yu being injured, the 2 team members holding guns next to him pointed their guns at Zhou Zheng in surprise. Don't move, boy, just shoot if you move again. Zhou Zheng's face darkened. What happened? Still anxious? His eyes were squinting, and he reached into his pocket with one hand and pinched a bullet. If the other party really wanted to shoot, he would not sit still and wait for death. No matter what army you are from, the bullet in his hand would kill a person if it was thrown out. Let's put down your gun. Gong Yu shouted in a severe pain in his chest. The 2 team members dared not disobey, put down their guns in disappointment, and went forward to ask with concern. Captain, are you okay? Gong Yu waved his hand and looked down, and saw that the bulletproof vest on his right chest was half a centimeter sank by Zhou Zheng. He gasped. This punch is so terrifying. It can be seen that Zhou Zheng showed mercy. It was most suitable for him to hit Gong Yu's front heart with his right fist, but he was trying to get close to him and hit him right chest. If Gong Yu was not wearing a bulletproof vest, Zhou Zheng was hitting his forefather, he would have been beaten to death now. Gong Yu once used his ultimate move to kill the opponent with one punch when performing a mission. And the harm he caused to Zhou Zheng seemed to be minimal. This kid's physique is too perverted. Gong Yu was convinced. Brother, you won, I'm not as good as you. Gong Yu admitted openly. Zhou Zheng waved his hand. I've given up on Captain Gong, can I leave? Wait a minute. Zhou Zheng's face changed color, it's not over yet. Is this? The bullet in my hand was tighter. What else does Captain Gong have to do? What's your name, brother? Gong Yu tried to resist the pain in his chest and asked. My name is Zhou Zheng. Zhou Zheng, are you willing to join our team? Chapter 304 Everyone has their own aspirations. Join to your team. Zhou Zheng didn't expect Gong Yu to make such a request, and couldn't help but be stunned. It's not Captain Gong, I don't know what unit you are, let alone joining. If I tell you what team we are, I think you will definitely be willing to join. Is that so? What team? Zhou Zheng asked in the eyes of Gong Yu. He didn't want to join them but wanted to know what the other party did. Zaiji, tell brother Zhou what we do. Gong Yu's chest was getting more and more painful, and he felt a little difficult to breathe and spoke even more uncomfortable, so he signaled Zaiji to explain to Zhou Zheng. Little Chicken looked surprised. Not the captain, do you really want this kid to join? His kung fu is so good that you can do it. Not an opponent. However, joining the team requires extremely strict political review and has to go through layers of assessment. If you don't say anything else, what if you fail the political review? What if this kid has committed a crime? What if you don't have a good intention? Gong Yu frowned and shouted. Where do you come from so much nonsense? I'll tell you if you say it. I think brother Zhou Zheng is a kind-hearted person, otherwise I would have been beaten to death by him now. All right. Little Chicken nodded helplessly. My buddy heard it clearly. We are the Special Forces team, and we are affiliated with the General Staff to be responsible to the General Secretary. We are a sharp knife, and we usually go abroad to perform dangerous tasks. We live a life of licking blood on the tip of the knife. Injury is common and we may even sacrifice. Mad. Why are you talking about this? Gong Yu glared at Little Chicken with dissatisfaction, and then explained to Zhou Zheng. Brother Zhou, what he said is very different. Of course, it is impossible to perform tasks every day for 365 days a year. The tasks are only 3 or 5 times a year, and the rest of the time is trained. There are no less than 3 months of vacation each year. Good salary and high salary, 5 insurances and 1 fund, and casualty insurance is available. The most important thing is that the unit will also divide houses in Beijing, and solving the problem of household registration in Beijing is also a trivial matter. How about it? Are you interested? The conditions for solving the problem of housing registration in Beijing and the allocation of housing have to be said to be very generous, and the special forces are directly under the jurisdiction of the General Chief, which can be said to be the sharp sword of the country. It is false to say that you are not moved. Who doesn't want to make achievements? But Zhou Zheng still had his own things to do, so he shook his head. Thank you Team Gong for your kindness, I'm not interested for the moment. Well. Gong Yu looked dark. He was embarrassed by his hot face and cold butt. Zhou Zheng explained. Captain Gong, I am a policeman from Qiubei Station, Jiangbei City. I have my own job, so I can only reject your kindness. Hold the grass, are you not an armed policeman or a policeman? Everyone was so surprised that they couldn't stop talking. Is an ordinary policeman so powerful? How powerful is the police in Jiangbei City? Of course, Gong Yu does not think that everyone at the grassroots police are as powerful as Zhou Zheng. Zhou Zheng may be just an example. Okay, brother Zhou Zheng, I won't force you even if you have your own ambitions. This is my phone number, please remember it. If you understand our special forces, you will be welcomed at any time. For reasons of respect, Zhou Zheng wrote down Gong Yu's phone number. Gong Yu sighed in his heart. Zhou Zheng was so incompetent to be a grassroots policeman. I hope he would change his mind one day as soon as possible to join the Special Forces team. He patted Zhou Zheng's shoulder kindly and said politely. Brother Zhou, we don't know each other, we will offend each other this time. We will have a big drink together when we have time. It's easy to say, Captain Gong will always be waiting for the trip if he has time. Ha ha ha. Gong Yu laughed a few times, and suddenly a blood arrow frowned and spurted out of his mouth, and then he sat on the ground. Team leader. Captain Gong. Everyone was suddenly panicked. Gong Yu waved his hand and signaled that everyone should not panic, that he was fine. But the painful expression on his face betrayed him. Where is the veterinarian? Ask the veterinarian to treat Team Gong. The guy veterinarian was watching the chariot in the camp, he didn't come here. Damn, isn't this delaying? Let's carry Team Gong down the mountain for treatment. Everyone shouted in a verbal way, but there was no good idea. Zhou Zheng suddenly said. Why, let me see. What's wrong, will you cure your injuries? Ziaji asked in a puzzled tone. It will be a little bit. Even if it cannot be cured, it will relieve Captain Gong's pain. He was injured by me and now he will not discharge blood stasis. Even if it is cured in the future, it will leave the root of the disease. What I said is like a real thing, why do I so disbelieve? Xiaoji thought that Team Gong was the one who played, would you kindly help him treat him? Besides, you, a policeman, aren't a doctor, so what kind of medical skills will you need? Brother Zhou, please trouble you. Gong Yu felt that Zhou Zheng would not lie, so he chose to believe him, mainly because the severe pain in his chest made him worse than death. Gong Yu said nothing after he spoke, and everyone stopped talking, and they all looked at Zhou Zheng in unison. I don't know if he can cure his injuries or is bragging. Zhou Zheng knew what kind of injury Gong Yu was without taking a pulse, so he took out a needle pouch and opened it to remove a 7-inch golden needle. Such a needle! Everyone was surprised again. Gong Yu was naturally surprised. He had come into contact with those masters of national medicine, but all of them were older people, and they had never seen them having a 6-inch needle at most and a 7-inch gold needle. Gong Yushan was not afraid of being most afraid of being shot, so he couldn't help but tremble. "Brother Zhou, can you do it gently and not be afraid of you making fun of me? I feel a little confused." Zhou Zheng nodded and greeted him. "Dear brothers, don't be stunned. Help remove Team Gong's bulletproof vest and untie the top." "Hey hey hey!" The other team members stepped forward to help with all their skills, and now they can only choose to trust Zhou Zheng. Soon, Gong Yu's top was untied, revealing the camouflage vest inside. Zhou Zheng pulled his fingers open and exposed his chest. Everyone was shocked. The young man's fingers were amazing, and it was not unfair to Team Gong's loss. There was a dark purple mark on Gong Yu's right chest, which was caused by Zhou Zheng's punch. What shocked Zhou Zheng were several scars on Gong Yu's chest, and there was a gun hole next to his heart. This should have been left when he went abroad for a mission. It is conceivable that Gong Yu was born and died for the country. The scar is a man's medal, and Zhou Zheng couldn't help but feel respectful. Next, the injection of acupuncture was relatively simple. It was easy for Zhou Zheng to be proficient, and he excreted blood stasis for Gong Yu in 2 minutes. Gong Yu felt so angry that his chest was no longer hurt. He was shocked and couldn't help but love Zhou Zheng even more. If Zhou Zheng exists in the team, the future execution of tasks can save the lives of many injured comrades. At this time, there was a sound of footsteps, and the big man and the little chicken came over with the 2 of them. "Captain, we captured 2 captives." Before the big guy could finish his words, he saw Gong Yu exposed his upper body, with blood on the corners of his mouth, and Zhou Zheng squatted beside him. "Mad! You guy hurt our captain, I killed you." Chapter 305, No one knows each other without fighting, no one knows each other. The big guy thought Gong Yu was injured by Zhou Zheng. Of course, he thought that it was right, Gong Yu was indeed injured by Zhou Zheng. But the 2 of them didn't know each other without fighting, and now they have become friends, and Zhou Zheng was just healing his wounds. The big guy had a simple mind and didn't think about why other brothers raised their guns and pointed them at Zhou Zheng's head regardless of Gong Yu's life or death. Click! Pull the bolt and load the bullet. "Big guy, don't shoot!" Gong Yu quickly sat up and shouted. "Brother Zhou is his own person, so I'll put the gun down." "Captain, this kid injured me just now and said he is his own. Don't stop me and I will help you with revenge." Gong Yu's face suddenly became gloomy. "Zhu's Haiqiang, do you still recognize me as the captain?" "I can't speak well, right?" "No, Captain, he..." The big man still wanted to argue, but Zhou Zheng beat him and he was naturally hostile to Zhou Zheng. "Big guy, hurry up and put down your gun." The captain said that the gun cannot be pointed at anyone except the enemy. This guy helped the captain heal his injuries just now. He was my own person. You misunderstood. Everyone was angry when they saw Gong Yu rushing forward and removed the gun from the big man's hand. Isn't he the guy who chased us? How come a tycoon who almost hit me to death? How come he became his own person? Big man asked with some confusion and scratched the back of his head. Little Chicken stepped forward and said, "This is called no acquaintance without fighting. If you can't turn your mind, I'll explain it to you. You just need to know that he is our comrade. Lao Zhou, save me by stepping on my horse." Su Hongbing shouted not far away. Zhou Zheng looked closely and found that the 2 prisoners escorted by the big guy were Su Hongbing and Fan Xiangdong. "Captain Gong, those 2 are my friends. Is it that I let them go if I have resolved the misunderstanding now?" Gong Yu nodded. "Lao Lu, let people go quickly." Yes. Lao Liu's mind was relatively fast. Depending on the situation, he met the handsome guy who was injured by the big man and quickly took out a dagger and cut off the plastic belt on Su Hongbing and Fan Xiangdong's wrists. Zhou Zheng stepped forward and said, "Instructor Fan, Lao Su, what's going on?" Why did you two get captured? Su Hongbing said while shaking his wrist. Don't mention it, you run away quickly, Lao Fan, and I will not be able to find you later. As I walked, I jumped off the tree, and it was this guy. Su Hongbing pointed at Lao Lu and continued. I used a dagger to press my neck, so I naturally didn't dare to move and become someone else's prisoner. Old Fan just realized that he was about to save me. The stupid big man rushed out from somewhere and threw Lao Fan to the ground and pressed him on his body. Old Fan also stopped. Fan Xiangdong was so embarrassed that he couldn't raise his head. He was captured before he could use his ability. This was too embarrassing. Zhou Zheng laughed silently, thinking that the other party was the elite of the S Special Forces team, the king of soldiers among the kings of soldiers. If Fan Xiangdong had a strong battle in front of him, he would have the power to fight, and he would not be able to resist the situation. If they were identified as enemies, these two people would have been killed long ago. Of course, this is also because Zhou Zheng is too powerful, which makes the big guy and Lao Lu afraid, so he plays this unexpectedly. Fan Xiangdong said embarrassedly. Xiaozhou, it's so embarrassing that I'm so embarrassed to hold my back. Zhou Zheng waved his hand. Instructor Fan, these are all elites of the S Special Forces team, with their combat effectiveness. What's the shame of losing if you lose? What? S Special Forces. Fan Xiangdong had heard of this team, all the members were selected from the King of Soldiers, and they could be said to be the King of Soldiers among the King of Soldiers. It is normal to lose to them, there is really nothing to be ashamed of. Come on, I'll introduce it to you. This is Captain Gong Yu and Captain Gong. We won't know each other even if we don't fight. Captain Gong. Hello, I am Fan Xiangdong, Deputy Captain of the Jiangbei Armed Police Detachment. Fan Xiangdong was still very excited to see Gong Yu. If you are active, you will come forward and report your own home. Gong Yu held Fan Xiangdong's hand affectionately. Fan Xiangdong, were you in the XX army back then? I remember you won the 3rd place in the military competition. Captain Gong has a good memory, it's true. It's just why you're transferred to the armed police now, aren't the field troops good? I was injured in Team Gong back then, so I had to transfer to the armed police force. However, I have been cured by Xiaozhou, but it will be difficult to go back. It doesn't matter. If you are interested, you can come to our S Special Forces, but it will be subject to political review and assessment. If it passes, we will say hello to your leader and ask for someone. Really? That's great. Fan Xiangdong was immediately excited. He had not come to the shooting range to train Su Hongbing in vain these days, and he had caught up with such a good thing. Although it is still unknown whether you can pass the assessment of the S Special Forces team, it is also a huge opportunity. Captain Gong, this is Su Hongbing, a good friend of mine. Zhou Zheng then introduced to Gong Yu. Su Hongbing. Gong Yu sounded familiar. Su Hongbing stepped forward and looked at Gong Yu, and suddenly said excitedly. You are Brother Yu. Red Soldier, is it really you? Gong Yu carefully identified it again, and a surprise expression appeared on his face, who had always been calm. Su Hongbing hugged Gong Yu, and the two hugged each other and separated for a while. Brother Yu, isn't this a dream? If you haven't seen each other for more than 10 years, you will become stronger even if you get dark. Hongbing, when I was a child, we were in the same courtyard. I took you to play all day. After more than 10 years of separation, you were still so innocent, but you grew a lot taller. Where are you working now? I am now a policeman. I was originally in the ministry, so I was transferred to the Baihe Provincial Department. You've become a policeman. Gong Yu looked surprised. Did your grandfather agree if he didn't join the army? Your father's regret that he became an old man. He put all his hopes on you. You kid became a policeman again, so the old man should not be angry. I applied to the police school without telling my grandfather. The old man thought I was applying to the military school. Later, when the school started, I realized that I had been cheated. The good guy chased me with a gun and ran around the world, saying that he wanted to shoot me. Su Hongbing smiled embarrassedly and continued. But over time, the old man accepted the reality. He also comforted himself, saying that whether he was a soldier or a policeman, he would serve the people. Gong Yu nodded. This is right. The old man is not only a little bit of a temper but is still very sensible. By the way, is this brother Zhou and you a friend? Su Hongbing nodded vigorously. We are good friends and live a lifelong friendship, we are not outsiders. Yet. Gong Yu's eyes lit up and he had an immature idea in his mind. It would be better to let Su Hongbing persuade Zhou Zheng to join the Special Forces. He is so delicious that Gong Yu doesn't want to give up a good seedling casually. Chapter 306 Arrange exciting for him. Red Soldier, come here and talk with me. Gong Yu mysteriously pulled Su Hongbing and thought of whispering to the side. Su Hongbing was afraid that Zhou Zheng would explain. Old Zhou, brother Yu and I have been missing for more than 10 years. Let's talk about it alone. Zhou Zheng waved his hand and signaled it. The two walked more than 10 meters away and stood still. Su Hongbing said. It's not brother Yu, what do you mean by me? Gong Yu said seriously. Red Soldier, Zhou Zheng is a talent. Now our Special Forces also needs fresh blood. In other words, I like him. How much do you know about Zhou Zheng? Su Hongbing looked at the sky and thought. To be honest, brother Yu, I have known Zhou Zheng for a short time, but we have also experienced a lot of things together during this period. Old Zhou is a good person. He is not only capable of being strong, but also hates evil and has a sense of justice. He is bothering to his friends and is loyal and committed. He would rather offend high officials than seek justice for others. Su Hongbing said a lot and praised Zhou Zheng as a saint. Gong Yu laughed in silence. Good guy. It seems that Zhou Zheng is about to become Su Hongbing's idol. However, Su Hongbing has been arrogant since childhood, and the person who can admire him must be the best. It seems that my vision is still good. Gong Yu felt that Zhou was a hot commodity at this time. Hongbing, can you tell Zhou Zheng to join our Special Forces even if he is my brother, I beg you. Hold the grass, I've been having trouble for a long time, brother Yu, you're so hot. I thought you wanted to review Lao Zhou. Gong Yu looked dark. Awkwardly said. To be honest, I did throw out an olive branch, but Zhou Zheng didn't accept it. It was the first time I saw someone who didn't want to join the Special Forces team. Hongbing, you two are good friends, please help your brother. Su Hongbing stroked his chin and said. Brother Yu, everyone has their own ambitions and cannot force it. I understand Lao Zhou's temper, and I may not speak well. When I was a child, my wish was to be a policeman, just like me. Grass, is there nothing I can do about it? Gong Yu was also a little discouraged. Brother Yu, this matter is like a boy chasing a girl, not anxious. Things, you have to go step by step. Want to think about how to get married? Just treat Zhou Zheng as the girl you want to pursue. How can you attract him? Su Hongbing's words made Gong Yu suddenly realize. As a man, he likes money, power, and women, likes excitement and also likes to achieve success. I can't give him money, I can't give him the right, but I can stimulate him. Gong Yu murmured to himself. Su Hongbing was shocked by Gong Yu's words. Damn, brother Yu, why do you stimulate Lao Zhou? Do you want to arrange an honest op service for him or instigate him to take drugs? Get out! Gong Yu gave Su Hongbing a blank look. Although I can arrange all the things you said, they are illegal. I guess Zhou Zheng doesn't like it either. However, I know what to do. Su Hongbing asked curiously. How do you do it, brother Yu? Let me talk to you, I'll analyze the feasibility and success rate. Gong Yu waved his hand. Red Soldier, you will know in a while. Okay, let's go there. The two of them came over again. Gong Yu took the lead and said to Zhou Zheng, "Brother Zhou, Hongbing and I are childhood friends. My team members are as close as brothers. We are not outsiders. So please forgive me if you offend me just now." Zhou Zheng waved his hand. "Captain Gong is polite. We don't know each other even if we don't fight. I didn't take the matter to heart. And I took a little heavy move, so I have to say sorry to you and that brother." The little chicken explained the big guy clearly when Su Hongbing talked to Gong Yu. Seeing that Zhou Zheng apologized to him, he was embarrassed and said, "Brother Zhou is so polite. I am not good at learning my skills when I am injured. We will discuss it again when I have time, but I really admire your skills." "Okay, don't be polite to each other, that would be too disgusting." Su Hongbing was also trying to smooth things over. Gong Yu said, "I won't mention the past. Brother Zhou, our camp is not far away. Why don't I take you to visit? We can also discuss shooting skills or something." After hearing Gong Yu's words, Zhou Zheng looked at Fan Xiangdong in embarrassment. "Captain Gong, we still have..." Before Zhou Zheng finished speaking, Fan Xiangdong said, "Oh, okay, I'm not sure. Xiao Zhou, Team Gong and others are all good at shooting, much better than me. Training with them will be twice the result with half the effort." What else Zhou Zheng could say was agreed. Gong Yu blinked, and things were going according to his plan, and waved his hand. "I agreed, then let's go." As soon as Gong Yu finished speaking, his brothers took action and walked away in a blink of an eye. Su Hongbing said in confusion, "Brother Yu, where did your brothers go? Didn't you say you would take us to the camp to visit? They broke the hole and went back first. Aren't you driving the car? I'll take your car and lead the way." "Oh, okay." After going down the mountain, several people got on the bus. Of course, Gong Yu got on Su Hongbing's car with Zhou Zheng, and Fan Xiangdong drove behind him. Under Gong Yu's command, the two cars headed south, and the scenery on the roadside became more and more desolate, and finally arrived at a hidden camp. When I arrived, it was the place to build a tent. "Veteran, I am Gong Yu, I'm back." Gong Yu used satellite phone number to notify the camp garrison personnel. Zhou Zheng drove the car directly into the barracks and got out. A short young man watched the car come in. "Captain Gong, what about brothers? Who are these?" "All of them are friends, and brothers are coming soon. The big guy was injured a little and came back to treat him." "Okay, Team Gong. Go ahead and go, I'll take a few friends to visit the barracks." The veterinarian looked surprised. Special Forces is a team that keeps secrets to the outside world, and it is the first time that Team Gong has seen outsiders visit the barracks. Although the training will end tomorrow and we will go back to the capital, it can also be seen that these people have an extraordinary position in Team Gong's heart. "Let's go, follow me, don't walk around, I'll take you to see our arsenal first." Walking to a small tent, Gong Yu opened the door and asked everyone to enter the room. Zhou Zheng was the first to enter and saw a lot of guns and weapons placed inside, just like the Weapons Expo, with all guns at home and abroad. "This is M4A1, this is AKA-47, this is Type 95, this is L85A2, this is ARX-160, this is Desert Eagle. In our Special Forces, we must be familiar with the performance of all guns in the world, and each person shoots no less than 500 bullets per day." "Damn it!" Su Hongbing's eyes shone. "With so many guns, I really want to shoot a few shuttles for each one." Fan Xiangdong's eyes were also attracted by these guns. He thought to himself that no wonder they were all sharpshooters, they were all fed by bullets. Gong Yu secretly observed Zhou Zheng, wanting to know if Zhou Zheng was moved. But Zhou Zheng's face was calm. But Gong Yu was not panicked at all. "There are also big guys behind, so I don't believe that Zhou Zheng is not moved." Chapter 307 Can I fire? "Brother Yu, can these weapons make us happy in a while?" Su Hongbing asked, unable to contain the excitement in his heart. As Su Hongbing's childhood playmate and elder brother, Gong Yu was still very spoiled to him. Of course, the bullet tube is enough, you can hit as much as you hit, and you are afraid that your arms and shoulders will not be able to stand it. Haha. After saying that, he pointed to a large iron pipe in the corner and said, "We also have a PP 89 60mm mortar here. How about letting you hit 2 shots later? Then the relationship is good." Su Hongbing laughed so hard that he couldn't stop. Brother Yu is righteous. He is not like someone who has snatched 8 words, and he only carries a little bit of pistol and bullets, and he is gone before he can get enough. Of course his words pointed to Fan Xiangdong. Fan Xiangdong also heard Su Hongbing's insult and insulting himself, and couldn't help but look dark. I thought to myself, what kind of troops he is? The General Staff's biological son? That's not what you want? Can local armed police forces compare? In front of Gong Yu, he was embarrassed to say about Su Hongbing, so he had to pretend that he didn't hear it. "Captain Gong, don't you send anyone to guard these many guns and ammunition? What if someone stole it?" Zhou Zheng suddenly asked. "Haha, did Brother Zhou think of my brothers stealing your 95th style? If you say something big, we can only steal others' share, and no one dares to make up our minds. 1 of the here, there are barren mountains and wildernesses, and 2, there are surveillance everywhere. The most important thing is that there are anti-infantry mines buried around the arsenal. If an outsider comes in accidentally, he will touch the mine. If the gun is not stolen, he will lose it first." Damn it! Su Hongbing was shocked. "Brother Yu is here and you can't wander around. You'll accidentally touch a thunder. Haha. You can't act alone. I will definitely be fine with you. After all, I know where the mines are buried." "All right," Su Hongbing said seriously. "Brother Yu, from now on, I won't leave you in a short while, and I have to call you when I go to the bathroom. Old Zhou, Lao Fan, don't run around, be careful of being bombed." Fan Xiangdong muttered. "One of us 3 except you is worry-free." Su Hongbing rolled his eyes when he heard this, but after thinking carefully about what Fan Xiangdong said, it seemed that what he said was, "The guns are finished visiting, I will take you to the training ground to take a look. Please come here." Gong Yu led everyone to the training ground again. When you arrive at the training ground, you will see a bare open space, which can be said to be invisible at first sight. There were several huge tanks neatly arranged next to them, covered with camouflage nets. Fan Xiangdong spent many years in the field troops and was not unfamiliar with these big guys, and he opened his mouth wide in surprise. Zhou Zheng was also a little moved, but he didn't expect that the Special Forces was also equipped with tanks. Gong Yu felt happy when he saw Zhou Zheng's appearance. Look, Zhou Zheng was moved. After he is allowed to enter the chariot and fire 2 guns, he will consider joining the Special Forces. This is what he called stimulation to Su Hongbing. Gong Yu said loudly. Captain Fan should have been familiar with these big guys in the field troops before. Hongbing and Brother Zhou should not be very familiar with each other, so I'll introduce it to you. He walked to a green-painted chariot and said, "This is the ZBD-08 Light Infantry Combat Vehicle, equipped with a 30mm cannon and KD-2 anti-tank missile system, and is also equipped with a 7.62mm machine gun. The body is made of composite armored materials. It is one of the most advanced combat vehicles in our country. This is the famous 99A main battle tank. The whole vehicle weighs 56 tons and is equipped with a 125mm caliber main gun. It can fire armor-piercing high-explosive bombs and other artillery shells. It can penetrate 1000 mm of armor within 2000 meters. It is also equipped with a 7.62mm flat-axle machine gun and a 12.7mm airproof machine gun. This is an 80mm rapid-fire howitzer car." After Gong Yu finished explaining it easily, Su Hongbing couldn't help but ask. Brother Yu, where did you get these big guys? If you don't say you are from the Special Forces team, I would have thought you were an arms dealer. Ha ha ha. Gong Yu smiled. These are all from the Central Theater Command, so we borrow them to play. Su Hongbing was stunned for a moment and said in surprise. Good guy. Can this thing be borrowed? Fan Xiangdong looked like he was not surprised. Su Hongbing, you are ignorant. The S Special Forces team is the son of the General Staff. What can I borrow? Even if I borrow a fighter jet, it's a matter of one word. Gong Yu nodded in approval. Captain Fan is worthy of staying in the field troops. You are right. As a member of the S Special Forces, fighter jets must be able to drive. We have also used J-20 for training. This time I'm a little short, I only practiced the 10th game of Wazi. Gong Yu deliberately showed off, but in fact he was just for Zhou Zheng to show him. He didn't believe that there were men who didn't like to deal with these big guys, and Zhou Zheng was also a passionate young man. However, Fan Xiangdong seemed to be moved and his blood was boiling, but Zhou Zheng's eyes lit up but were still calm. Gong Yu shook his head helplessly, and at this time the sound of a little chicken came from the headset. Captain Gong, we're at the camp, what's next? Gong Yu replied. Disband on the spot first and go for lunch. I will go back immediately at the training ground. In addition, let the big guy find a veterinarian to treat the injury first. Yes. Cope with after finishing chicken, Gong Yu said. Everyone, come back to the cafeteria with me, and have lunch soon. Su Hongbing and Fan Xiangdong looked at the big guys on the training ground reluctantly, as if they were unwilling to leave. Gong Yu continued. Hongbing, Captain Fan, we are going back to the capital tomorrow. These big guys are also ready to return them to the war zone. It will definitely make you enjoy the afternoon. Okay, okay. Su Hongbing's eyes lit up and he hurriedly greeted everyone. Then let's have a meal first, eat first. The food in the army is good, usually 4 dishes and 1 soup. Brother Yu's Special Forces food is definitely the best. I have to try it. Gong Yu laughed but said nothing when he heard this. Several people came to the cafeteria and walked in. It is said that the cafeteria is actually a tent setup, which is very simple and has only a few folding tables and chairs. Apart from those on duty, there are more than 20 people who are having dinner. There was not the 4 dishes and 1 soup that Su Hongbing imagined. Everyone ate all individual soldiers' rations. Captain Gong is here. Everyone saw Gong Yu standing up. Gong Yu waved his hand. Sit down and eat. Soon someone brought a few individual military rations and sent one to each of them. Su Hongbing said with a bitter face. No, Brother Yu, let's just eat this thing. Hongbing, please be content. When we perform our mission, we often can't even eat this thing. If we are hungry, we have to eat cockroaches, mice, earthworms, and earthworms that can't eat. Zhou Zheng silently opened the individual soldiers' rations, a portion of beef stewed with potatoes and self-heated rice, a packet of chocolate, a small packet of tuna, a small packet of kelp shreds, and a small packet of protein bars. There are many servings per pack. Zhou Zheng tried it and tasted pretty good. He had just taken a few bites when Su Hongbing next to him said, Brother Yu, I'm full, can I go to the training ground to shoot and fire? Chapter 308 Being Targeted. Chu Yunyao was called to the Chu family by her mother Lu Maihui in the morning. Although Chu Yunyao cut off relations with the Chu family, she never returned home. I haven't even seen Lu Maihui since then. At that time, Lu Maihui's attitude towards Zhou Zheng was still vivid in my mind. But how can there be no mother in the world who doesn't love her children and doesn't want her mother? After a long time, Lu Maihui couldn't see Chu Yunyao and she felt empty and regretted opposing her daughter's marriage to Zhou Zheng. She had contacted her daughter many times with Chu Jianghe on her back, and even took out her private money to help Chu Yunyao, for fear that her daughter would suffer with Zhou Zheng. The mother and daughter have been in contact and their relationship has long been restored. Lu Maihui even hopes that her daughter will take Zhou Zheng back to the Chu family as long as her daughter likes her, and she will no longer interfere. But her husband Chu Jianghe has the final say in the Chu family. Chu Jianghe wants to save face, although he feels relaxed, especially after he comes out of Zhou Beizai last time. His impression of Zhou Zheng has also changed. But he didn't want to slap himself in the face, so he didn't listen to Lu Maihui's advice. This time when Chu Jianghe was on a business trip, the business of a large restaurant in the Chu family was suddenly targeted. Lu Maihui contacted Chu Jianghe but failed. She basically didn't manage the family's business and immediately caught her blindly. There was not even a person to discuss, so she had to call Chu Yunyao home. Although Chu Yunyao didn't want to go home, her mother cried on the phone and told her difficulties. Chu Yunyao agreed when she softened her heart. Back at the Chu family villa, Chu Yunyao felt a little moved when she looked at the familiar scene. I thought I would never go back to the Chu family in this life, but I didn't expect that I would come back soon. In the luxuriously decorated living room, Lu Maihui sat on the sofa and sighed. When my husband comes back from a business trip, he has to persuade him to invite his daughter home no matter what he says. Mom, I'm back. Chu Yunyao walked into the living room and saw her mother shouting. Yunyao. Although the two often talked and videoed, Lu Maihui couldn't help but burst into tears when she saw Chu Yunyao appearing in front of her. Chu Yunyao felt ache in her heart, and she hurriedly stepped forward and sat beside her and held her arm. Mom, why are you crying? What's good? Lu Maihui wiped her tears like an upset. The old one is stubborn, and the young one is stubborn. Is our family still a family? Chu Yunyao knew what her mother was saying, but neither of them was willing to retreat because of Zhou Zheng. However, Chu Yunyao did not want to talk about this issue. She knew that her mother had rich feelings to avoid causing her to be overly sad. Oh my mom, don't cry. Am I back now? Send me a video. If you're fine, we can go to have dinner together. Chu Yunyao comforted her and asked. Mom, don't you have something to say when you call me back? Why are people targeting the hotel? Lu Maihui controlled her emotions for a moment and said. Manager Wang of the hotel said that since your father was on a business trip, he has come to a group of social people who paint on his arms every day. They don't make trouble when they come to the hotel. Each of them takes a table, and 4 of them takes a private room, so they need a plate of peanuts, and they sit for a day. The hotel business has been seriously affected, and no other customers dare to come. Chu Yunyao frowned when she heard Lu Maihui's words. Mom, has Manager Lu called the police? Call the police. The police came and took a walk around but did not take any measures. He told Manager Lu as long as these people in society don't cause trouble or fight, they can't help but leave. Yunyao, think of a solution. These people have been here for several days. If this continues, our hotel business will be ruined. Chu Yunyao said. Where is the security guard? Since the police don't care, let the security guards blow them out. Lu Maihui waved her hand. This group of people are gangsters. The security guards bombed them and even had physical contact with them. 2 guys fell directly to the ground and shouted that what hurts here. Manager Lu had no choice but to call the emergency number to take them to the hospital. The medical expenses are still covered by our family. These people are so hateful. Chu Yunyao's chest was up and down with anger. These guys seem to be instructed to target the Chu family. I still don't know what bad water is being held in the future. She was also a little overwhelmed with these scoundrels for a moment. Yunyao, isn't Zhou Zheng a policeman? Why don't you tell him and let him arrest all these people? Chu Yunyao glanced at Lu Maihui and smiled bitterly. Mom, what you think is too simple. Zhou Zheng is a policeman from Qiao Bay Station, and our hotel is not in the jurisdiction of Qiao Bay Station. These guys did nothing, and they had to be released even if they were caught in the police station that day. If they were bitten backward again, I don't want Zhou Zheng to punish him for this. What should I do, Yunye? I can't contact your dad, you can't ignore it. Lu Maihui said in tears. Chu Yunye thought about it. Mom, don't worry, these people must be instructed by someone. I think it's nothing more than extorting some money from us. I asked for the person behind the scenes and talked to him. If the other party's request is not excessive, then we will lose money and avoid disaster. If it is too excessive, then our family will not be easy to mess with. Yunyeo. Lu Maihui grabbed Chu Yunyeo's hand and said with a deep heart. If you can't deal with it, don't force it. At worst, our hotel will close down soon. I will find a way to solve it when your father comes back. Chu Yunyeo nodded. Mom, I understand. By the way, can't my dad get through the phone? Why can't I get in touch? I don't know either. He answered the first time he called. He said there was something important to be busy with. If there was something at home, he asked me to solve it. You said your dad is a heartless person. Is there any need to call him if I can solve it? Did you call again later? I called, but your dad stopped answering the phone. This dead old man is so angry. Chu Yunyeo laughed silently and then asked. My dad is nothing unusual, right? Chu Jianghe was suffering from a terminal illness, and only Zhou Zheng and Chu Yunyeo knew about this. Chu Yunyeo has always treasured a rejuvenation pill in her hand, which was left for Chu Jianghe. She was really afraid that Chu Jianghe would suddenly get sick in another place, and it would be too late to treat him. That's not. The old man was full of energy and scolded me a few words. Oh! Chu Yunyeo finally breathed a sigh of relief. Mom, when I contacted my dad, I asked him to go back to Jiangbei as soon as possible. Lu Maihui nodded. That's sure. I won't let him go on a business trip to discuss business no matter what he said in the future. At this age, our family is not poor, so how much money is it? Chu Yunyeo stood up. Mom, then I'll leave first and go find out who is targeting our family. Chapter 309 The Mastermind Behind the Scenes. Yunlin Hotel. Early in the morning, the hotel's free parking space was filled, and even the main entrance of the hotel was blocked from the vehicle. A group of social people with dragons and tigers on their arms got off the car and called their friends to walk into the hotel in groups. Manager Lu saw that these people came again, and one head turned into two big ones. These people in society do not fight or cause trouble when they come, and they can't help calling the police and the police. After all, they do not cause trouble. If the security guards say strongly, they will cheat you. Yesterday, the two were still lying in the hospital and complaining without any illness, saying that they would not leave the hospital if they did not compensate 100,000 yuan. These people sat down at the table, took out their own thermos cups and placed them on the dining table, chatting leisurely while drinking tea. Some even took out melon seeds from their pockets and ate them with relish. At noon, I ordered a plate of peanuts at each table. Someone sent beer and cheap white wine outside, and the more I drank the peanuts, the more I drank the peanuts. When I was excited, I took off my top, revealing my tattoo on my back, and began to punch happily. The hotel is in chaos, and real consumers turn around and leave as soon as they enter the door. Manager Lu complained secretly in his heart. Good guy. These people are doing this every day, so why can't the hotel be fucked by them? But you can't do anything about them. I feel sad. Manager Lu lit a cigarette and put it out after taking a few puffs. At this time, a beautiful figure came to him. Manager Lu. Manager Lu looked up and saw that this wasn't the eldest lady of the Chu family. She won't come one day. He quickly laughed. Miss, you are here. Chu Yunyeo nodded, pointed to a group of socialites in the hall and asked. I've learned a little about the situation. Who are these? Do you know? Manager Lu said contemptuously. It's just a social person. Anyway, I'm not a good person. Who would do this for a good person? Miss, it's so messy here, let's go to the office to talk. No. Is there any way you can do it? Miss, I've tried all the soft and hard things, I really can't do anything about it. Manager Lu, I felt a sweat, and I thought to myself that the hotel was like this, I couldn't solve it either. It seemed that I was not far from being fired. Chu Yunyao waved her hand and did not mean to blame Manager Lu. Do you know who is the leader of these people? Manager Lu nodded. I know. Pointing to a fat man with big ears, he said. The middle-aged man wearing a marten and a big gold chain is their leader. I have seen this guy before, and he is Hu Lai, and he is a big brother in society. I understand. You go and do your business, I'll talk to him. Miss, I'll go. This guy is a rough man and the dog can't spit out ivory. No need, I'll go in person. Chu Yunyao stepped forward, and Manager Lu quickly followed her. Hu Lai held a cigarette in one hand and was bragging to a little brother next to him. That year, I put my hands in my pockets, and I don't know what the opponent was. As soon as he looked up, a beautiful woman appeared in front of him, and a shimmer suddenly appeared in front of him and saliva almost flowed out. Oh, hey, this girl is just right. Come to have a meal? Let me tell you that this hotel only does our business today. If you still want to eat, just drink some with our brothers. If I have something to eat, you will have something to eat. Ha 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 ha. Manager Liu's face changed drastically when he heard Hu Lai's words. No, please be more respectful when you speak. This is the eldest lady of the Chu family and the owner of the hotel. Oh, the eldest lady of the Chu family. Let me tell you earlier. Hu Lai crossed his legs, looking indifferent. Chu Yunyao asked with a serious face. Wu Lai, who instructed you to come here to make trouble? Hu Lai stood up and said. You can't say that. Miss Chu, we are having a meal, not making trouble. After several days, I finally came a sensible person. Can you make the decision on Miss Chu's hotel? Sure. Good. Hu said and took out a note and handed it to Chu Yunyao. We are also entrusted by others to be loyal to others. We will do whatever we want. There is a phone call on it, and you will understand it when you call it. Chu Yunyao nodded, thinking that there was indeed someone instructing her behind her back, so she took the note and took it and put it in her pocket. She knew that these people would not listen to her. Only by talking to the commander behind the scenes to solve the problem will these people disperse. Chu Yunyao didn't say much and turned around to the manager's office. He locked Manager Lu outside and called the note in the office. After a while, it was connected. Hey, hello, I am Chu Yunyao, the person in charge of Yunlin Hotel. Ha ha ha, Yunyao, I didn't expect it was you. It was the first time you took the initiative to contact me after so many years. A familiar voice came from the phone's earpiece. Chu Yunyao's face changed color. Wang Feng. Ha ha ha, it's me, I'm Wang Feng, I didn't expect it. You are the people in my hotel who are in charge? What do you want to do? Yunyao, don't talk nonsense. I don't know what kind of people in society. Wang Feng deliberately denied. Stop talking nonsense, Wang Feng, what do you want? Make a way out and I'll continue. Yunyao didn't expect you to be a hero among girls? Do you have the final say in the Chu family? I think there is no one in the Chu family anymore. Where is your father? Why didn't he come forward? Wang Feng came to cause trouble when he was on a business trip to Chu Jianghe. Chu Yunyao didn't believe that Wang Feng didn't know about this. Wang Feng, I can now fully represent the Chu family. Don't let me look down on you. Wouldn't you be embarrassed if you come to be humble? Haha Yunyao, don't be motivated. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, we will talk about the depression next to the Daking River, and you will know that by then, that's it." Wang Feng hung up the phone after saying that. Chu Yunyao frowned slightly and felt that this matter was a bit tricky. Wang Feng had a feud with him and Zhou Zheng. "I don't know what bad water this kid is holding. However, if you want to solve the problem of the hotel, you have to talk to him, even if you have to go there with your teeth." Opening the door, Chu Yunyao walked out of the office with thoughts. Manager Lu was waiting outside for a long time, and when he saw Chu Yunyao coming out, he quickly asked, "Miss, have you contacted the other party? Who is causing trouble?" "I got in touch, I know this guy, he is a scoundrel. He asked me to have a chat in the depression by the Daking River at 2:00 p.m. I'll go that desolate area, how can I go there when I talk about things? Miss, you must be careful. Why don't we call more people to go together?" Chu Yunyao shook her head. "No need, now it's a society ruled by law. What's the point of doing to me? Manager Lu, the hotel will close in the afternoon. Just let the 2 security guards go with me." Chu Yunyao had no clue in her heart, and took out her cell phone and wanted to say something to Zhou Zheng. But then he thought that Zhou Zheng had something to do, so he asked him for help for the Chu family's business. Chu Yunyao felt it was inappropriate, so he gave up. Wang Feng hung up the phone arrogantly. For the first time, he felt that Chu Yunyao was played with by him. It felt really good. He turned his head and said respectfully to a man in his 30s behind the boss's chair, "Mr. Huang, I'm done, I'll meet at 2 o'clock in the afternoon." Young Master Huang was wearing a British-style suit, looking gentle but speaking very well rude. "I'm paralyzed, I'm doing a good job. Xiao Wang, I heard that Chu Yunyao is a great beauty. Have you ever played with it?" "No. That girl is already married. If you say something embarrassing, they don't like me. It's more interesting when you get married, I like your wife." Mr. Huang had a lewd smile on his face and showed a mouthful of yellow teeth. Wang Feng felt a little uncomfortable, after all, Chu Yunyao was his goddess. "Mr. Huang, our goal is to get the Yunlin Hotel, so don't lose sight of one thing." Young Master Huang stood up and cleaned up the hem of his suit. "If I want the hotel, I want it too." Chapter 310 Negotiation in the Wilderness. Huang Xiao's real name is Huang Shaokan. He is in his 30s. He is an unknown person in Jiangbei, but his father is very famous. Huang Shaokan's father was named Huang Xiang. When he was young, he made a living by selling vegetables. This guy has been brave and unreasonable since he was a child. He also bullied the market when he sold vegetables. But this person was a bit loyal, and soon a group of younger brothers gathered around him and started a grey business. After more than 10 years of development, Huang Xiang became bigger and bigger, and he became the eldest brother of society and the ruler of the underground order in Jiangbei. With the improvement of the rule of law and the crackdown carried out by the state, Huang Xiang saw that the situation was not good and quickly went to the shore, turning himself into a famous entrepreneur in Jiangbei city. From then on, say goodbye to the world, fight and kill. His son Huang Shaokan has been exposed to all kinds of violence since he was a child. In addition, with Huang Xiang's protection, he is lawless because of his father's name. 10 years ago, this guy was bold and raped and killed a girl. The situation was so big that Huang Xiang was afraid of losing his only son, so he arranged for Huang Shaokan to run away to the Eagle Kingdom. Later, Huang Xiang tried hard to get the matter done with manpower and material resources, but Huang Shaokan didn't want to return to China. Huang Xiang died of illness a while ago, and Huang Shaokan had to return to Jiangbei. After the funeral was held, Huang Shaokan stopped going abroad when he saw that Jiangbei flower world was not much worse than Eagle Kingdom. The family's business is managed by a professional manager, and he is idle all day long. Suddenly, one day I met Wang Feng who had just been discharged from the hospital. Wang Feng's father followed Huang Xiang in his early years, and the relationship between the two families was also good. After finally meeting the little brother 10 years ago, Huang Shaoqin took Wang Feng to the bar for fun. After drinking and hearing the heat, Huang Shaoqin said it was boring and didn't know what to do. Wang Feng brags that as a man, he naturally needs to start a business and make money and make a name for himself, and live up to his good years. Huang Shaoqin said that my family has a company that is not short of money and has no interest. Wang Feng said that your family's money was earned by your old man during his lifetime. Young Master Huang, you can't rely on your old capital. You have to work hard to make your own appearance. Huang Shaoqin was really moved by Wang Feng and decided to do a big fight. He was also an old man who could not be compared with his own talent. It's just that Huang Shaoqin is in trouble. He has no skills and no experience in investing. Now he is very involved in all walks of life and industry. If he accidentally fails to make money, he will lose his capital. Wang Feng's eyes rolled and the bad water came up. Speaking of Mr. Huang, you can refer to your father's life, and you can also imitate how the old man started. Huang Shaoqin said that his father first used improper means to ruin a bath center and then bought it at a low price, and then asked someone to bring a praising lady. This was the first pot of gold I made. Wang Feng clapped his hands and said, Young Master Huang is capable, you can do it, but I believe you are better than the old man. Huang Shaoqin was very helpful by Wang Feng's flattery, but he still had doubts. He said that now is a society ruled by law, and it was not the time when you could cause trouble with a machete before. Wang Feng said that we would not cause trouble, so he let a group of people disgusted the other party every day and made the other party unable to do business. After a long time, he would not be afraid that the other party would not submit. Besides being shot, many of the old man's brothers became big brothers in society. They had so many resources without wasting. Huang Shaoqin was immediately moved. He made a fortune and could win without losing money. This business is capable. He regarded Wang Feng as his military advisor and said that Jiangbei is more familiar with him, so let's do a ticket business and practice it first. Wang Feng recommended the Chu family in Jiangbei to Huang Shaoqin. He now hated Chu Yunyao and Zhou Zheng to the core, so he wanted to use his power to destroy the Chu family. He said that a hotel in the Chu family has a good business and will definitely make money after getting it. Your dad has to praise you for being able to do it in the spirit of heaven. Huang Shaoqin, no matter what the Chu family in Jiangbei or the Wang family, made a decision immediately and started with the Yunlin Hotel of the Chu family. Huang Shaoqin had no friends around him, and Wang Feng became his pawn. He found out that Chu Jianghe was not in Jiangbei city, and Chu Yunyao also cut off relations with the Chu family. Now the Chu family is only left with Lu Maihui, who is indifferent. God helps me. Chu Yunyao, don't blame me for being ruthless and ruthless. Wang Feng told Huang Shaoqin the good news. Huang Shaoqin was naturally very happy, and then contacted the brothers who had been alive for help. These people are righteous and support Huang Shaoqin quite well. But who is in front of the ugly words? He just shook the flag and shouted for Huang Shaoqin to make a strong voice and would not fight. Now it is no longer a fight or killing. Huang Shaoqin agreed happily, but he didn't want to fight or kill anyway. For a few days, those people in society kept targeting Yunlin Hotel. The Chu family finally couldn't sit still. They thought Lu Maihui would come forward, but they never thought that it was Chu Yunyao, the eldest daughter of the Chu family. Huang Shaoqin naturally also heard that Chu Yunyao was a great beauty. This toad wanted to eat swan meat. Not only did he try to seize the Chu family's property, but he also coveted Chu Yunyao. Huang Shaoqin looked at the Rolex on his wrist. He was about to set off at 12:30 noon. He wanted to go to the sluice area in advance. How big a world can Chu Yunyao have a woman seen? Huang Shaoqin is very confident in this action. Wang Feng suggested that if we want to make things bigger, we will call your father and brothers before his death, and even scare Chu Yunyao to death. And we can't go in advance, we have to go later, which is called a threat to slash the other party's morale. Huang Xiaoqan deeply agreed. He called his father's brothers one by one and asked them to help him this time, and each of them could go as much as they could with their own troops. At 1:45 p.m., a silver-grey Tengshi business car arrived at the depression by the Daking River. The door opened, and Chu Yunyao, Manager Lu, and 2 security guards got out of the car. This place turned out to be a chassis, but later it was to be developed into a park. The unknown corpses in the chassis were dug out and burned, and the graves were flattened. Then the project was put on hold. In the early years, this place was a place where the 2 gangs fought to grab territory, but now it has long become a place that is rarely visited, a dilapidated scene. The sky was gloomy and the air was a little stuffy, as if there were signs of rain. Ah! Ah! There were a few crows crying in the distance, and I felt a little panicked when I heard it. Manager Lu shrank his neck and said to Chu Yunyao, "Miss, it must be a big deal for the other party to ask you to meet here. I think we'd better go back." No. Although Chu Yunyao was a little scared, she still gritted her teeth and persevered. If the other party leaves in shame, they think the Chu family is afraid, so how can the Chu family raise their heads in the future? The other party will definitely be more aggressive. Manager Lu sighed and felt that he couldn't be good today. He took out his mobile phone and clicked 3 numbers 110, and prepared first, and called the police as soon as possible when a conflict occurred. Several people waited in the desolate depression for a long time, and it was 2:20. "It's a horse. Why haven't the other party come yet?" Manager Lu talked to himself anxiously. As soon as he finished speaking, he heard the sound of a car's engine from afar. "Here you come." Chu Yunyao looked up at the distance, and there was no joy, anger, sorrow, and happiness on her face. Chapter 311 The Big Battle Set by the Other Party. Woo 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 woo. The sound of cars roaring from afar, and countless cars of various colors drove overwhelmed like sheep. 1, 2, 3. When he counted more than 30 vehicles, Manager Lu couldn't count them anymore, and he was already shocked by the spectacular scene. So many cars? Good guy. The other party is demonstrating. Where did you find so many people? Most cars are priced at around 100,000 yuan. Among them are BMW X5, Cayenne and other luxury cars, which are the cars of the big brothers in society. These vehicles stopped and turned off when they drove a few dozen meters away from Chu Yunyao. 3 to 5 people got out of each car. Among them, the big brothers in society are all wearing fat heads and big ears, and gold chains as thick as small fingers on their necks. It is very dazzling if they are true or not. He was wearing tight pants and bean shoes on his lower body, and without exception, he had a black handbag in his arms. The little ones dressed in a variety of ways. Those who are doing better are also wearing minks and driving 8-handed Land Rover with soul rings. Those who are just having sex come directly by taxi, some are simply shirtless and exposed their dog-like ribs, with skin-like shrimp tattoos on their bodies, and big pants, snow-white socks, and lazy shoes on their lower bodies. The eldest brother of society stood in the front row and looked at Chu Yunyao and others from a distance, without saying a word, and sent a round of cigarettes to the people around him. He pinched the cigarette butt with his thumb, index finger, middle finger, and frowned and took a deep breath, and then talked and laughed as if no one was around. Although these people looked like a group of mobs, there were a large number of people, and cars arrived one after another, which put a lot of pressure on Chu Yunyao and others. "Miss, if you don't have it, let's withdraw first." This group of people who are not good at coming seem to be here to fight. Manager Li wiped the sweat from his forehead and said nervously. Chu Yunyao's face was solemn and she didn't say anything. The eyes looked for Wang Feng's shadow in the crowd. The legs of the 2 security guards next to them were a little weak. They were not from society, so how could they have seen such a scene? If the fight starts a little while, it will not only not be able to protect Chu Yunyao, but also become a problem. When someone rushed forward, he was beaten to death, where can he make sense? Chu, boss Chu, why don't you call the police? A security guard couldn't stand the pressure and said. Call the police? What's the use of calling the police? The police can't do anything to them when they come. These people take turns to our hotel every day, and we haven't called the police. Another security guard muttered. What do you think you should do? I have no tricks either. Now I can't escape even if I want to run. The road is blocked by them. If I had known it, I wouldn't have followed. Who said it's not? It's not worth losing your life here for a few thousand yuan a month. Before the opponent's main owner came, the two security guards were already in trouble. Chu Yunyao also heard them muttering in a low voice, but she could understand it. Even if she had seen the strong wind and waves, she was a little nervous. For safety reasons, he ordered Manager Lu to say, Manager Lu, if the situation is wrong, call the police first. Okay, okay. At this time, the crowd opposite the crowd separated from each other, and the two men separated and walked in front. It was Huang Shaoqan and Wang Feng. Wang Feng took out a piece of 955 to send cigarettes to all the big brothers in society, and each person had a box of them to express his intentions first. Huang Shaoqan bowed his fists to these uncles and thanked them for their support these days. Big nephew, although your dad is gone, he will always be our elder brother. Your business is ours. Yes, yes. Shaoqan, all uncles support you whatever you want. We will hold you in a big nephew. Just do it, we will take care of it if something happens. In order to show his kindness and righteousness in front of his younger brothers, several big brothers in society squirted and bragged about their awesomeness. Huang Shaoqan smiled and clasped his fists and said, Then I will thank you all uncles and brothers first. I will give you a big banquet after the matter is done, and we will stop getting drunk. After saying that, he said to Wang Feng again. Fengzi, go, let's meet Chu Yunyao. Okay, Mr. Huang. Wang Feng stared at Chu Yunyao far away as he walked. He was in a complicated mood and was intertwined with love and hatred for Chu Yunyao. I thought to myself that Chu Yunyao made you choose Zhou Zhang? Now you are helpless. Even if Zhou Zhang comes, what can he do? Can he still capture us all? Come here, they are here. One of the security guards said in a vibrato. Chu Yunyao turned around and asked Manager Lu. Manager Lu, have you called the police? Manager Li put down his cell phone and said sweating profusely. Miss, the police said that the Wazadai area belongs to the junction of Jiangbei City and Lin City, and the boundary is not very clear. It is necessary to notify the police station of Lin City to discuss who should be in charge or to send the police together. Chu Yunyao suddenly felt cold in her heart, and the daylily was cold after they finished discussing. It seems that I can't count on the police for the time being. She felt a little regretful now. She was too arrogant, and of course she didn't expect the other party to make such a big battle. What to do? Zhou Zheng's handsome face suddenly appeared in Chu Yunyao's mind, and now he can only ask for help from Zhou Zheng. Huang Shaoqan and Wang Feng got closer and it was too late to call. Chu Yunyao took out his cell phone and took a photo to Zhou Zheng, and sent another location. As soon as they put down their phone, Huang Shaoqan and Wang Feng came to Chu Yunyao. Wang Feng took the lead and said, Yunyao meets again. Let me introduce to you, this person is Huang Shaoqan, you can call him Huang Shaoqan. Miss Chu, I have only heard that you are a beauty, and it turns out that you are not as good as meeting you are. Ha ha ha. Huang Shaoqan stretched out his right hand. Chu Yunyao turned a blind eye and said to Wang Feng with a calm face. Wang Feng, you are the ones who were targeted by my hotel? Now I'm cheating me here again. What do you want to do? Miss Chu's words are so bad, how can she say it's a fraud? You are the distinguished guest I invited. Huang Shaoqan didn't care about Chu Yunyao at all. This girl was still a little pepper and he liked her. Wang Feng looked at Huang Shaoqan silently. Chu Yunyao saw that Huang Shaoqan was the mastermind behind the scenes. Huang Shaoqan, I don't know you, right? Why target my hotel? Haha, don't you know each other now? Huang Shaoqan said. Ms. Chu asked you to come today, mainly to discuss a business with you. What business? Chu Yunyao was full of vigilance. Your hotel is in a good location, I like it. To be honest, I want to invest in it. How to invest in a shareholding method? I want 60% of the stocks. Manager Lu was speechless when he heard this. Isn't this just a robbery? Did this guy eat dirty things? How can such a good thing happen in the world? Of course, if you don't want to, you will transfer the hotel to me. As for the money, I will pay it back to you after I make it. Shameless. This is impossible. Chu Yunyao flatly refused. Huang Shaoqan said slowly without panic. Miss Chu, don't say so absolutely. My brothers behind me are not vegetarians. Chapter 312. Let's drive the tank and go and have a shot. What? Are you scaring me? Chu Yunyao pretended to be calm and stared at Huang Shaoqan fiercely. You still want to take advantage of the law society now? Don't think that I'm afraid of you too many people. If you touch me, my Chu family will not let you go, and the police will not let you go. Wang Feng whispered to the side. Mr. Huang, Chu Yunyao was a policeman in the public examination. Although he was a policeman, we can't move too much. Huang Shaoqan looks harmless, but in fact he has a bad temper and is ruthless and lawless. Otherwise, he would not have raped and killed a girl 10 years ago. Wang Feng was really afraid that Chu Yunyao would anger Huang Shaoqan. This kid was so angry that he would not be able to escape. Ha ha ha. Huang Shaoqan smiled and said. Miss Chu's husband turns out to be a policeman, then you are the police sister-in-law. Okay. Don't worry, I won't do it. I am a law-abiding citizen and I don't do anything. Actually, Fengzi and I came this afternoon, but the brothers behind me were worried and insisted on following me. We can't be so depressed, right? Huang Shaoqan was like a smiling tiger, telling him with a smile. He wore a British plaid suit with a bow tie around his neck. I didn't know that he thought he was a gentleman. Suddenly, he changed his mind. But I really like your hotel so much, of course I'm not unkind. As it said, if you work with me, I will invest 60% of the shares, and the money you invest in will be paid back with the money you earned in the future. If you don't agree, then I'll let my brothers target your business as they did the other day. I heard that your Chu family started a chain hotel. There are 4 in Jiangbei city alone. I don't mind making the business of these 4 hotels ruined. Threaten. This is a naked threat. Huang Shaoqan just wanted to make a fortune by making a fortune by using the strength of the big brother in society to threaten Chu Yunyao with the help of his robbery. But he didn't pay a penny and obtained 60% of the shares of Yunlin Hotel. I have seen shameless people but never seen shameless people. Chu Yunyao's chest was so angry that it kept rising and falling, pointing at Huang Shaoqan's nose and said. Don't dream, Huang Shaoqan, I won't agree. Miss Chu, think about it carefully first. When will we sign the contract? If you can't figure it out, then continue thinking. It doesn't matter if you think about it all night, I'll be with you. Everyone, turn off your phone first and hand it over, don't let me worry. Huang Shaoqan meant that he put Chu Yunyao under house arrest, and took their cell phones to cut off contact with the outside world, forcing her to sign a contract. Chu Yunyao would not agree to leave but couldn't. The only passage blocked 300 or 400 people in society and more than 100 cars. She was so anxious that she was about to sweat. She was hoping that Zhou Zheng would see the text message coming, and perhaps only Zhou Zheng could save her. On the training ground of the S Special Forces camp, Zhou Zheng held a light machine gun and fired continuously at a target in the distance, and 50 bullets were quickly fired. The results are out, the 495 rings. Everyone was shocked. Good shooting skills. Gong Yu loved Zhou Zheng even more in his heart. It's fine if you have high force, but the shooting skills are so perverted. He is also good at medical skills. This Zhou Zheng is awesome and is a full-scale talent. To get him, you must get him. Gong Yu said in his heart. Su Hongbing fired hundreds of bullets with various guns, and his shoulder blades were so shocked that it hurt. He was so addicted to guns that he had a full shot. He looked at 99A not far away. Brother Yu, I want to go to the tank to have fun. Arrange. Gong Yu was in a good mood and waved his hand and said to the little chicken, "Chicken, go and start the tank." Immediately afterwards, he said to Su Hongbing, "Red soldier, do you want to drive a tank or shoot 2 guns? I can't even drive a tank. I'd better shoot a cannon. This is my strength. Old Zhou, please be my hope, let's go up together." Boom! A huge roar came, and 99A drove in front of everyone, pointing at a handsome group in the distance. Zhou Zheng naturally also yearned for it. Who can refuse the temptation of the King of Land War? Okay, Lao Su, go up first. I'll see what time it's time to stop Team Gong and the others training. I took out my cell phone and happened to see the photo and location sent by Chu Yunyao. In the photo, there are a lot of people standing in the distance, some wearing sables and big gold chains, and some wearing shirtless arms exposed. There are 2 men in the middle of the photo, one of which he knows. Wang Feng. Zhou Zheng suddenly realized the seriousness of the problem. Did Wang Feng lead the people to block Yun Yao and want to retaliate? He is too brave. Zhou Zheng quickly called Chu Yunyao to ask about the situation. Sorry, the phone number you called has been turned off. Sorry, Yunyao's phone is off. Zhou Zheng frowned and suddenly felt an ominous premonition. I have to go and see if Yunyao is in trouble. Fortunately, Chu Yunyao sent a seat to Zhou Zheng, so he didn't have to look for him everywhere like a headless fly. Old Zhou, why are you standing there? Come up quickly. I'm so cool. Su Hongbing had already crawled into the tank and waved to Zhou Zheng with his head exposed. Old Su, I have to leave quickly if I have something urgent to do. Lend me the car to drive it. Where is the car key? What's the urgent matter? Su Hongbing asked for a moment of frightenedness. Don't be too late, give me the car keys. Seeing Zhou was anxious, Su Hongbing felt something big had happened, so he quickly jumped off the tank. It's not Lao Zhou, why don't you talk to me about anything? What happened to Yunyao, and someone might be retaliated against? Zhou Zheng said as he took out his cell phone and called out the photo for Su Hongbing to show it. I'm rough, which bastard is this who is so brave? So many people? Why don't you tell brother Yu that if we can drive the tank, just fuck him? Zhou Zheng has a black line. No, I'll go and see the situation first. Mad. Where did my car keys go? Su Hongbing flipped through his pocket but couldn't find the car key. The chain was lost at the critical moment and Zhou Zheng was speechless. Zhou Zheng, if you are anxious, drive our car. Gong Yu handed Zhou Zheng a car key, pointed to a military green Dongfeng warrior and said, "This is a military vehicle, isn't it? What's the right one? Let's go together." Su Hongbing snatched the car keys to Zhou Zhendao. "Old Su, don't go, I'll go by myself, that's it." Zhou Zheng took the key from Su Hongbing's hand, got on the Dongfeng warriors and started the car and drove out of the camp. Hey, if Lao Zhou needs help, remember to call me." Su Hongbing shouted from behind. Zhou Zheng could not hear it, it was gone. Chapter 313. The situation is out of control. Zhou Zheng drove the Dongfeng warrior deep into the accelerator and drove towards the depression. Along the way, he was so anxious that he couldn't do it. The warriors' off-road performance is naturally not covered, and they are still easy to drive on the bumpy dirt road. Soon after getting on the road, Zhou Zheng turned on the super driving mode and flew up quickly. Because it was a military vehicle, most of the vehicles on the road avoided him. Zhou Zheng didn't step on the brakes and soon arrived at the depression by the Daking River. The Daking River turned a bend from west to east and then flowed northward. Looking down from the sky, it looked like an inverted 7. The depression was at this bend, and there was only one way out when facing water on both sides. At this time, it was surrounded by more than 100,200 cars and hundreds of people from society. Zhou Zheng saw countless cars parked in a mess from afar. He couldn't drive through, so he parked the Dongfeng warriors far away and got out of the car and ran forward. Passing through countless cars, another crowd of people blocked the way. Chu Yunyao should be in the innermost place. Zhou Zheng felt relieved when he saw these people in society smoking cigarettes and laughing at each other. Fortunately, the fight didn't start, which shows that Chu Yunyao is still safe. Come on, let me give in. Zhou Zheng pushed a few people with his shoulders and rushed inside. Hold the grass, who are you stepping on the horse? Stop it for me. A little brother was hit and felt so painful that he couldn't help but curse. Papa! Zhou Zheng turned around and slapped the little brother twice, deliberately cursing rudely. Your dog eyes are blind, I don't even know who you are having sex with. Even your boss can't protect you if you delay me. Most of these little brothers are harsh guys. They were shocked by Zhou Zheng's aura and thought Zhou Zheng was also a big brother in society. They immediately said in a sarcastic manner, I'm sorry, brother, I'm sorry. Oh, the one who comes before lets you make a statement for this big brother. The younger brother in front of him didn't understand why, and subconsciously made way. Zhou Zheng successfully escaped from the crowd and came to Chu Yunyao. Yunyao. Chu Yunyao was anxious and worried. Hearing a familiar voice, he immediately raised his head in surprise. Zhou Zheng, you are here. Here, Yunyao, are you okay? Fine. Chu Yunyao's smile was like a flower and her heart finally relaxed. The problem can be solved when Zhou Zheng comes, and he is no longer a passive situation. She didn't know why she was so confident, but she felt relieved that Zhou was by her side. Yunyao, what's going on? Someone wants to take advantage of my hotel. Chu Yunyao briefly narrated the matter. Zhou Zheng narrowed his eyes when he heard this. He doesn't know who Huang Shaokan is. Why is this guy Wang Feng still indispersed? This must have been a boost from this kid. Wang Feng saw Zhou Zheng from afar, and his eyes were eager to spit out fire. Mr. Huang, that kid is Zhou Zheng, Chu Yunyao's husband. He is a policeman. You must be aware of it. Huang Shaokan glanced at him and felt a strong sense of jealousy in his heart. This kid is so handsome. What's wrong with JB, Zhou Zheng? Zhou is wrong. It's not easy for anyone to come today. A small policeman is considered a yarn. I'm going to make a reservation for the Chu family's hotel. Let's go, Fengzi, let's meet this kid. The two of them came to Zhou Zheng. Although they were angry with Zhou Zheng, Wang Feng did not dare to look at him directly. After all, there was a ghost in their hearts. The initiator or mastermind behind all this is not Huang Shaokan, but him. The people around Wang Feng are Huang Shaokan, and he invited those people from the society to cheer. Chu Yunyao said to Zhou Zheng in a low voice. Zhou Zheng nodded. A sharp gaze stabbed Huang Shaokan like a sharp knife. Are you Huang Shaokan? What do you want to do? Let your people retreat quickly, otherwise I will capture them all in the orange. Ha ha ha. Huang Shaokan smiled arrogantly. I heard you are a policeman? So what about the police? We didn't make trouble but just enjoyed the scenery of Daking River. What? Is this illegal? Don't pretend to be confused when you understand. Do you want to retreat? If you don't retreat, I'll capture you first. Zhou Zheng took out his handcuffs and scared him. Huang Shaoqan and Wang Feng led hundreds of people, and if they were not careful, they would cause riots. He had to dismiss these people, otherwise it would be too dangerous. As for the two of them who wanted to seize the Chu family's business, Chu Jianghe had to find a way to solve the debt after returning from a business trip. Zhou Zheng didn't want to worry about his Chu family's business. Hold the grass! Who are you scaring by the surname Zhou? Do you think our young master Huang is so scared? Don't be afraid of Mr. Huang, you haven't broken the law, he dare not arrest you. Wang Feng said with encouragement. Just him? A little policeman? He doesn't dare to arrest me even if he has 10 courage. Huang Shaoqan became angry and pointed at Zhou Zheng and cursed. Little pussy, I tell you that I not only want the Chu family's wine lu, I even want your wife, ha ha ha. Ba. Zhou Zheng slapped Huang Shaoqan and turned around 3 times. He looked at Wang Feng and cursed. If you dare to hit me, I can kill you. Wang Feng looked dark and moved Huang Shaoqan's arm a little distance away. Mr. Huang, I'm wrong. The surname Zhou is here. After a while, Huang Shaoqan reacted and suddenly became furious and his temper was ignorant. Turning around and shouting to a large group of people behind. Go on! Beat this guy to death! No, no, Mr. Huang, we can't afford to offend him as a policeman. Wang Feng continued to light the fire aside. Mad! I'm the policeman, I'll carry it if something happens. The few social elder brothers behind him hesitated. These people have been struggling in society for many years, and they are all talented. Huang Shaoqan asked them to cheer. If you really want to fight, then he. Now, it is different from the past. If you beat the other party to death and get rid of it, you will not get any good results. Only fools will do harmful and useless things for their loyalty. So these big brothers in society pretended not to hear it and continued chatting tacitly. The younger brother behind the crowd who was slapped by Zhou Zheng now realized that it was not his own who beat him up, and he was so angry that he wanted to take revenge on Zhou Zheng. Seeing that young Master Huang was beaten and called for someone, my brother encouraged him from behind. Brothers, come on, Mr. Huang said, whoever dares to win the courageous gift will give him a big red envelope of 10,000 yuan. While shouting, he pushed the person in front of him hard. Someone was moved and rushed forward. Many little brothers didn't know what was going on, and were surrounded by a large group of people and ran forward involuntarily. The few social elder brothers in front of him were unable to stand firmly, and the younger brothers behind him ran forward. Hold the grass, stop quickly, stop quickly! They shouted in vain, and the crowd was getting more and more violent and could no longer stop. What Zhou Zheng was most worried about happened. Hundreds of people rushed over and no one could control the situation. He kicked Wang Feng 3 meters away, pulled Chu Yunyao and ran back, but behind him was the Daking River, which was turbulent and had no choice but to retreat. Zhou Zheng handed the phone to Chu Yunyao. Yunyao, quickly call Director Ma with my cell phone and ask him to send someone to support him quickly. He said to Manager Li and 2 security guards who were scared. You protect Yunyao. After saying that, he rushed towards hundreds of people alone. He wanted to use his flesh and blood to block these out-of-control people. Zhou Zheng. Chu Yunyao grabbed Zhou Zheng's arm. Don't go, you can't stop it, let's swim together. No. Zhou Zheng shook his head. Listen to me, protect yourself. The river was turbulent, and Zhou Zheng could protect Chu Yunyao but could not protect Manager Lu and the 2 security guards. Moreover, those people in society have lost control, and the ones in front will be pushed into the river by the ones in the back. They must be stopped. After Zhou Zheng said this, he rushed towards the crowd without hesitation. At this critical moment, bang 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 bang, a camouflaged armed helicopter suddenly appeared in the sky. Under the belly of the aircraft, a cold light flashed out from white air-to-ground missiles and silver-grey cannons. Chapter 314, If you fight, don't you go out for a heavy-fit synthetic brigade? At this time, Zhou Zheng was already overwhelmed by the crowd. These people in society do not take weapons. After all, the elder brothers in society come to cheer with their younger brothers, not to fight. A large number of people does not necessarily mean a great power. Zhou Zhengru entered the realm of no one and seemed to be a hungry wolf rushing into the flock of sheep, punching one and kicking two more. The younger brothers were immediately anxious when they were beaten, and rushed towards Zhou Zheng like a tide. The helicopter hovering over his head attracted the attention of some of the younger brothers behind them. They stopped rushing forward and looked up at the sky curiously. Gong Yu sat in the helicopter with full arms and looked down, and saw Zhou Zhenji crying for his parents and nodding. After Zhou Zheng drove the Dongfeng warriors away from the camp just now, Su Hongbing had no intention of playing with the tank and had been urging Gong Yu to help. Gong Yu learned that Zhou Zheng's wife Chu Yunyao was blocked by a group of people, so Zhou Zheng went to save the person, so he naturally couldn't sit idly by. Zhou Zheng is a good seedling, so there can be no mistakes. Gong Yu decided to play big, so he ordered all the team members to gather, saying that he was going to a certain place for live fire exercises, leaving several people to guard the camp. Dongfeng warrior was equipped with positioning and soon found Zhou Zheng heading towards the depression beside the Daking River. So he took the armed helicopter first, and the rest of the team members rushed to the scene in other tools. Xiao Zhou is still too soft-hearted and shows mercy. These people are knocked down but still have combat power. He stood up and continued to attack him. If I say that, kill a few of them to establish their authority first, and the rest will not dare to go on. Gong Yu looked down and said to himself. He saw that the people who besieged Zhou Zheng below were all scum in society. Such people were harmful to society but had no psychological burden to them. The little chick next to him said, Captain, Zhou Zheng's identity is a policeman after all, so he really wants it. Killing someone will affect your career. However, I admire his skills. He can still keep his energy at ease when he sieges so many people. Gong Yu nodded. These people just don't know how to live or die. If they are lucky, they are Zhou Zheng's compatriots, otherwise they will be beaten to death with 2 lives. Zhang turned on the loudspeaker to warn these people and told them to get out of here. Yes. Xiao Chicken turned on the amplifier device and shouted with a mic. People below should pay attention that this place is now requisitioned by the military and listed as a military restricted area. Please evacuate immediately, otherwise you will be responsible for the consequences. People below should pay attention. The armed helicopter hovered over the crowd at a low altitude, and gusts of wind and waves passed by from top to bottom, blowing everyone's hair floated up. The little brothers finally stopped, on the one hand because they were warned by the armed helicopter, and on the other hand, they were frightened by Zhou Zheng. Zhou Zheng put down a piece of it in front of me. Some barely stood up and grinned in pain, while others rolled on the ground and shouted at her mother. Several big brothers in society are the worst because they passively rushed to the forefront. These people's eyes were all swollen, and one of them had a broken rib so much that it couldn't stop sucking in the air. Of course, the worst thing was Wang Feng and Huang Shaokan. Zhou Zheng focused on taking care of them, and they were all beaten to death. Seeing that something was wrong, Wang Feng quickly said to Huang Shaokan, Mr. Huang, the military has classified this place as a military restricted area. Let's retreat quickly. I'm so beaten up by Zhou Zheng. I can't swallow my breath until I get back. What's wrong with the military? The military dares to open fire on us ordinary people. Besides, it's not the military's turn to intervene in the local area. Huang Shaokan had already blood-filled his pupils and ignored him. Today he had to kill Zhou Zheng. Wang Feng knew that Huang Shaokan had a temper and was not afraid of the Heavenly King, so he stopped persuading him. Moving to the side, keeping a certain distance from him. If the situation is wrong, Hurry up and you can't suffer a loss with this kid. Huang Shaogan wiped the blood from his face and shouted to the little brother in society behind him. Brothers, don't be afraid. Then fuck Zhou Zheng. I'll take the same words and take it to death. I will send a big red envelope of 10,000 yuan to whoever comes. Huang Shaogan's words caused a commotion. There are really people who want money but don't have life. A little brother couldn't resist the temptation and asked. Mr. Huang, do you really send a red envelope of 10,000? Nonsense. The spit Mr. Huang, spit out, is a nail. Are you going? Go, as long as you give me money, I will dare to go. I took out my mobile phone and called out the collection code and handed it to Mr. Huang. He is also a master who doesn't show off his eagle. Huang Shaogan immediately swept him 10,000 yuan. Money is touching, and many younger brothers are full of energy and say that they want to go there too. Huang Shaogan swept a few 10,000 more times, then said the limit, and he would never go back on his word afterwards. He was like organizing a suicide squad, and in a short while dozens of younger brothers decided to take risks for 10,000 yuan. Zhou Zheng, please die for me. You guys come on. Huang Shaogan gave the order, and the suicide squad rushed towards Zhou Zheng again. On the armed helicopter, the little chicken looked dark. Captain, we are not afraid of the people below, and dozens of people rushed towards Zhou Zheng. Gong Yu glanced at it, his face was as gloomy as water. Notify Lao Lu to warn you that you can open the fire appropriately and not cause casualties. Yes. Ziaji brought Gong Yu's latest order to the driver Lao Lu. Lao Lu had already itchy when driving the helicopter, and he decisively opened the fire after receiving the order. The third-time cannon spewed out the fire snake. Dong 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 dong. A series of bullets were shot next to dozens of little brothers who were rushing towards Zhou Zheng. The ground was covered with gravel and fog rose. Several younger brothers were shot by the splashed pieces of soil and shattered, and they fell to the ground and wailed, but their skin trauma was not alive. Captain Gong, I didn't know well, I was injured a few. Lao Lu reported. Gong Yu waved his hand calmly. If you are injured, you will be injured. These people are the scum of society. If you are beaten to death, you will also eliminate the harm for the people. Hold the grass, do you really dare to fire? Those little brothers who want money but don't live are finally scared. They are so scared that they are either going forward or retreating or trembling. Zhou Zheng naturally knew that Gong Yu was helping him, so he waved his hand to the armed helicopter to show his gratitude. The armed helicopter's tail trembled a few times in response. Huang Shaogan was stunned. He didn't expect the military to open fire. No matter how afraid he was afraid of death. He immediately stopped and did not dare to clamor. Several social bosses saw that the situation was not good, so they helped each other and ran out. I was about to hate Huang Shaogan to death. How could you mess with the military if you are not good at placing off your horse? Isn't this an old birthday boy who hangs himself and thinks he has a long life? When my brothers saw that the boss was about to leave, they naturally didn't dare to stay for a long time. Everyone rushed back in a hurry. There were too many people and they suddenly became blocked again. Run quickly, the plane launches missiles. I'm a student and let me go first. Mad. How many fur are you trying to squeeze? Boom boom boom. At this time, a huge sound came, and everyone felt the earth trembling and looked forward inexplicably. I saw a few camouflage-painted cars. The behemoth is coming here. There are also military and martial arts fans among me. I recognized these chariots at a glance and said in shock. 99A main battle tank. ZBD-08 armored combat vehicle. Howitzer car. Oh my god! We just fight, don't we use the heavy synthesis brigade to fight us, right? Chapter 315 Too cruel. Several chariots roared side by side like giant steel beasts, and from a distance it looked a bit like a torrent of steel. There were a lot of vehicles in front of me, and these people in society parked the cars in a mess everywhere. When the chariot came close, its huge body was like a toy compared to the car. Click click! Squeak squeak! The chariots crushed the vehicles of the people of society without hesitation. Many cars were crushed into scrap iron by dozens of tons of steel beasts, and some cars were even pushed into the Daking River. Wherever the steel torrent went, there was no grass growing, and there was a mess behind it, with auto parts and motor oil and gasoline spread all over the floor. My car! Don't mess with my car! When people in society saw that their car was crushed into scrap iron by a giant steel beast, they immediately stamped their feet and beat their chests, but there was nothing they could do. Several big brothers in society also changed their faces. Their cars are much higher, and some are bought with loans to use them to make faces and make use of them. As a result, I returned to before liberation. Brother, our car was crushed by a tank. It was obvious that it was intentional. We can't just let it go. Yes, let them compensate. What's so great about the soldiers? Brother, let me say something. You negotiate with the military on behalf of us and you must ask them to compensate us for our losses. The younger brothers said to their social elder brothers one after another. The big brother in society was silent. The scholar was inexplicably informed when he met a soldier, and they were just a bunch of gangsters. If they can still ask acquaintances to negotiate with the local departments in Jiangbei, they can also face the army. The elder brothers in society didn't say anything, and the younger brothers became even more impatient, and they all clamored that the military must give everyone an explanation. Boom boom boom! Several chariots soon came to the people of society. Squeak! The gun barrel of the 99A main battle tank slowly rose, and the younger brothers were shocked. This was the first time I watched the main battle tank at such a distance, and everyone's eyes were full of curiosity. However, I soon realized that the other party was coming for me, and a look of terror immediately appeared on my face. The scene was quiet, no one dared to move or speak again. Da-da-da-da-da. Tu-tu-tu-tu-tu-tu. Suddenly, several car-mounted machine guns on the chariots fired at the same time, and bullets flew over the heads of these social people. Swoosh swish swish! The sound of bullets breaking through the air is endless. The god of death seemed to be holding a sickle and looking at them with bloodthirsty eyes. If the muzzle of the machine gun is lowered a few inches, these people will be beaten into sieves. Flowers of gunpowder filled with smoke. The eldest brother of society trembled, and the younger brothers trembled too. As for it, there is also the crime of mass shooting. There were a few timid people who were scared to pee on the spot, and the fishy smell suddenly came out. The biggest scene they have ever seen is a group fight, and they have never seen such scenes in war. Today, Xiaodao pulled his butt and opened his eyes. As long as you can leave alive, some will be blown away in the second half of your life. My buddy, when facing the firepower of the 99A main battle tank, I didn't frown. I just asked if you are awesome. The machine gun sound lasted for a minute before stopping the shooting. The other party did not shoot, and the people in society dared not move, for fear of being shot as if they were shot. Suddenly, the machine gunner on the 99A main battle tank spoke. No, you guys are not leaving, waiting for me to keep you for lunch. Hold the grass! Go away, go away! Although the other party was rude, it was these swear words that sounded like a natural sound when hearing these people in society. They trembled and walked outwards with each other. Several tanks were almost blocked, leaving only a few gaps for one person to pass through. These people in society can only squeeze into the gap one by one and run out. No one has asked for compensation for the vehicle now. The other party is too cruel. If you can save your life, you will burn high incense. Zhou Zheng brought Chu Yunyao over, followed by Manager Lu and 2 security guards. Chu Yunyao no longer knew what to say. Hundreds of people besieged Zhou Zheng, and then military helicopters came out, Tanks and infantry fighting vehicles came out. This scene was the first time he had seen it in more than 20 years, and he was shocked. Manager Lu was like a dream. He was almost forced to jump into the Qinghe River by a group of social people. In a blink of an eye, the army drove the people away. The army suddenly appeared under the banner of exercises. How could such a coincidence be so? Does the Chu family's eldest lady have a military background? It shouldn't be that I have worked for the Chu family for more than 10 years and I have never heard of the Chu family having a relationship with the military. Oh my god, I was scared to death just now. Did you call these planes and tanks from Miss Chu Yunyao said. How can I have such a great master? Actually, I'm quite puzzled. Turning his head and asking Zhou Zheng. Zhou Zheng, do you know them? I just saw you wave to the helicopter in the sky. Zhou Zheng nodded and did not hide it. Yes. These people are my friends. I didn't expect them to come and help me solve it. Surrounded. Su Hongbing crawled out of the tank and stood next to the gun barrel, waving towards Zhou Zheng from a high place. Hey Lao Zhou, are you okay? Fine. Zhou Zheng also waved his hand. Old Su, this time the situation is too big, right? How can you use a slaughter to kill a chicken? Zhou Zheng concluded that the Special Forces team had dispatched planes and tanks, which must have been Su Hongbing's idea. Haha, I'm not interested. Who made these guys irritate people you shouldn't be messing with? If this was on the battlefield, I would have taken all these people in seconds. The eldest brother and younger brothers next to him were still passing through the narrow gap in the workshop. When they heard the two of them, they couldn't help but shrink their necks. Mad. Sure enough, I got into trouble with someone I shouldn't have gotten into trouble. This kid Huang Shaokan has cheated me badly. All the big brothers in society regretted it and their intestines were blue. They secretly swear in their hearts that if they help Huang Shaokan, they will be dogs. At this time, the members of the Special Forces team came out of the tank one after another. They were fully armed, all with camouflage uniforms, bulletproof vests, Kevlar helmets, and various weapons were slapped on them. Especially a tall and strong man, holding a handful of Gatling in his hand, and bullets were wrapped around him, like a god of killing. When people in the society saw this group of armed squads, they became even more scared and lowered their heads and ran out faster. Wang Feng and Huang Shaokan also hid in the crowd. Zhou Zheng had the situation of helping the army, and Wang Feng had completely stopped. What is Zhou Zheng's origin? Wang Feng's understanding of Zhou Zheng was refreshed again, and Wang Feng was puzzled. I can't afford to offend, so I'll just go away. Although Huang Shaokan was also afraid, he was furious. He has personality flaws and is prone to extremeness. If he can't do what he wants, he will be angry to death. Zhou Zheng destroyed his plan from it, and Huang Shaokan hated him to the core. Seeing Zhou Zheng looking up and talking to someone on the tank, he was unprepared. Anger broke his mind. He quietly took out a switchblade from his pocket, pressed the collapse spring, and bounced out a blade that was more than 10 centimeters long. Go to die. He rushed towards Zhou Zheng, with a cruel smile on his lips. Be careful, Zhou Zheng. Chu Yunyao was facing Huang Shaokan, and she didn't even think about it before Zhou Zheng. Chapter 316, One Move to Solve Huang Shaokan. Huang Shaokan was very fast, but he was a few meters away from Zhou Zheng. When he rushed to Zhou Zheng, he saw Chu Yunyao standing in front of Zhou Zheng. He frowned, and there was a fierce light in his eyes, without any mercy on the slightest. Those who block me will die. The switchblade in his hand stabbed Chu Yunyao's chest without hesitation. Yunyao. Although Zhou Zheng was carrying his body on his back, he had noticed danger since Huang Shaokan rushed to him. With all his strength, he waited for the other party to rush over to fight back. Unexpectedly, Chu Yunyao would stand in front of him regardless of everything. Seeing Huang Shaokan's knife stabbing, Zhou Zheng hugged Chu Yunyao's slender waist from behind and fell to the ground with a short body. Huang Shaoqin's knife did not stab. Chu Yunyao felt a huge force falling to the ground with her. After reacting again, I found that I was in Zhou Zheng's arms, and two blushings suddenly appeared on my fair and pretty face. In fact, it is normal for her to hug Zhou Zheng, but after all, it is at home and in the world of two people. There were more than 20 fully armed soldiers at the scene, and hundreds of social people who had not had time to run away. The most outrageous thing is that there is an armed helicopter hovering in the air. Good guy. This is too unforgettable. Chu Yunyao closed her eyes and didn't dare to open her eyes at all. The panic of Huang Shaoqin's sneak attack with a knife had already been thrown out of the sky. Mad. Showing love when you die. Don't you know how quickly you show your love? Huang Shaoqin had a ferocious face and stabbed Zhou Zheng's neck without hesitation with a knife. Old Zhou. Su Hongbing was immediately anxious when he saw this scene. He was not worried about Zhou Zheng's skills, even the 8 Huang Shaokuns were not Zhou Zheng's opponent. But Zhou Zheng was both attacked and Chu Yunyao fell to the ground, and he also wanted to protect Chu Yunyao, looking in danger. Huang Shaoqin's blade is less than 1 meter away from Zhou Zheng. Su Hongbing turned the machine gun on the tank and pointed it at Huang Shaoqin. Click. Open insurance. Mad. I dare to hurt old Zhou Zheng, and I hit you today. But Huang Shaoqin was too close to Zhou Zheng, and he was not sure that he would not accidentally hurt Zhou Zheng while killing Huang Shaoqin. Suddenly, the fingers that pulled the trigger stopped, and an anxious look appeared on his face. Zhou Zheng was not panicked at all when facing Huang Shaoqin's switchblade, and his reaction was much faster than that of ordinary people. Huang Shaoqin just raised his knife and Zhou Zheng moved. His feet kicked the ground, hugged Chu Yunyao and quickly slid backwards. There were a lot of handsome postures, and those who didn't know thought they were making movies. Huang Shaoqin stabbed the sky with 2 swords, but he didn't give up, and rushed towards Zhou Zheng with red eyes. He had no time to consider the consequences, so he had to kill Zhou Zheng today. Buzz! The big man activated the Gatling in his hand. The 6 barrels assembled together turned and sprayed a storm-like bullet at any time, but he did not dare to fire or was afraid of accidentally hurting Zhou Zheng. Young Master Huang Kun launched an attack on Zhou Zheng again, and at this time Zhou Zheng had changed from passive to active. Release Chu Yunyao and get up from the ground, facing Huang Shaoqin's switchblade, a cold light flashed in his eyes. He avoided the attack of the switchblade in front of him, and a tying mountain back knocked Huang Shaoqin away for more than 10 meters. Click! Huang Shaoqin's sternum was completely broken, his internal organs were also shattered, and he vomited blood on his mouth and fell to the ground and saw that he couldn't live. A one move solved Huang Shaoqin, and Zhou Zheng leaned over to help Chu Yunyao up. Yunyao, are you injured? No. Where are you, Zhou Zheng? Chu Yunyao asked with concern. I'm fine, this kid can't hurt me. Even the captain of the Special Forces team Gong Yu is not Zhou Zheng's opponent, and a young man like Huang Shaoqin is even less opponent. If it weren't for protecting Chu Yunyao, Zhou Zheng could have done it even with his eyes closed. When Su Hongbing saw Zhou Zheng knocking Huang Shaoqin away, he immediately breathed a sigh of relief and jumped out of the tank and trotted all the way. Old Zhou, it's you. This idiot is going to attack and even want to kill a woman. It's such a mess. This is my brother and sister. King Wo Qingcheng is indeed very suitable for you, Lao Zhou. Ha ha ha. Zhou Zheng smiled and introduced to Chu Yunyao. Yunyao, this is Su Hongbing, a good friend I often mention to you. Hello, brother Su, my name is Chu Yunyao. Chu Yunyao greeted Su Hongbing with a smile as bright as a flower. Su Hongbing felt a little embarrassed. Yeah. Okay. Then what, let's make an appointment to go to the provincial capital to have a meal together. I will take Xiao Tong out at that time and just treat it as thanking you couple. Chu Yunyao was confused. Why aren't brother Su so polite? What are you grateful for? Su Hongbing said. Old Zhou saved Xiao Tong's life some time ago. I always wanted to invite you two to dinner. Lao Zhou always said he was busy. I know now. It turns out that my wife is too beautiful and I am afraid that she will bring her out to attract jealousy. Red Soldier, you know how to talk about the mountains. When Su Hongbing was talking nonsense, Gong Yu didn't know when he came closer. He saw Zhou Zheng being attacked on the helicopter and almost let Lao Lu launch the missile. Of course, this unwise behavior just flashed through my mind. Seeing that Zhou Zheng had solved the problem, Huang Shaoqin breathed a sigh of relief and asked Lao Lu to pick a landing point to land the armed helicopter. Gong Yu jogged to find Zhou Zheng. First, let's see if he was injured. Second, let's see if Huang Shaoqin was beaten to death by Zhou Zheng. Captain Gong. Thank you. Zhou Zheng hugged Gong Yu and clasped his fists. This time, Gong Yu is the most important person who has put forward such a big battle. After all, he is the one who speaks well in the special forces. Although Zhou Zheng can deal with these social people alone. But today is solved and they are coming again tomorrow. I can't stand them as disgusting you like toads. Moreover, Huang Shaoqin dared to attack the Chu family, and he couldn't bear it and wanted to get the Chu family. This big battle set up by Gong Yu scared these people in society. When they go out, they will definitely spread the relationship between the Chu family, and the Chu family has a military background, and no one will dare to make the Chu family's ideas in the future. It can be said that this is a one-time solution. Chu Yunyao could naturally think of this, and she was grateful and loving to Zhou Zheng. She hugged Zhou Zheng's arm with her hands like a little bird dependent on others. Yunyao, this is Captain Gong Yu and the General Staff. Captain Gong, this is my wife Chu Yunyao. Hello Team Gong. Thank you so much this time. Chu Yunyao thanked Gong Yu in person. Gong Yu waved his hand. Brother Zhou and we don't know each other, we both admire each other. Some trivial matters are not worth mentioning. Miss Chu doesn't have to thank me. After Gong Yu said that, a dark cloud suddenly appeared on his face. Brother Zhou just now checked the kid's injuries. He is dead. Zhou Zheng's heart moved when he heard this. He hated Huang Shaoqin for his courage to attack Chu Yunyao, so he did not show mercy when he started. He wanted to beat him half to death, but he didn't expect that he would die so carelessly. If you die, just die. Lao Zhou is self-defense. Su Hongbing said indifferently. If this kid dies, he will lose one less disaster in society, which can be regarded as eliminating the harm for the people. Red Soldier, you can't say that. Zhou Zheng has a public office, even if he is self-defense, if the family of the deceased causes trouble, it may have an impact on his future progress and may be punished. What a big deal! At worst, don't you stop working as a policeman? Don't your special forces want him? Chapter 317 People in society are beaten up in one go. Gong Yu had long taken a fancy to Zhou Zheng and wanted Zhou Zheng to join the S Special Forces team. It's a pity that the fallen flowers are intentionally flowing and the flowing water is ruthless. Zhou Zheng doesn't seem to care about the olive branch he throws out. He used all his skills to attract Zhou Zheng to his heart by using various gun chariots. This time he dispatched tanks and armed helicopters to help Zhou Zheng, which can be said to be due to this factor. Zhou Zheng killed someone, and he instinctively considered whether his future would be affected for Zhou Zheng. What Su Hongbing said inadvertently made Gong Yu's eyes lit up. Yes. If Zhou Zheng was punished for this matter or his future was affected, would he behave a chance? At that time, when Zhou Zheng's future is not disheartened, he will personally invite him to join the S Special Forces team. I think he will not refuse. But it seems a bit unethical to look forward to Zhou Zheng being punished, so Gong Yu no longer thinks about letting things go. Zhou Zheng was a little nervous, his identity was quite sensitive. It is indeed as Gong Yu said, even if a person is killed in self-defense, it will be difficult to deal with if the other party's family members do not do it. There were also examples back then. An old policeman was beaten by criminals while protecting the people. The old policeman accidentally beat the other party to death when he returned the attack. Although he was determined to be self-defense, the family of the deceased put up banners and blocked the government's door and went to the capital to petition, threatening that the old policeman would not be exposed and the police uniform was not over. The municipal bureau and government are in a mess. In the end, he lost some money and the police involved was punished and almost took off his police uniform and ended his career. Su Hongbing's words also pointed out a way for Zhou Zheng. If you have a bright future as a policeman, then join the Special Forces team. Anyway, Gong Yu is eager to seek talent. It was just that he had deviated from his ideals by joining the Special Forces team, and he would get along with Chu Yunyao in that way, which was something he could not accept. Of course, it is not the time to be pessimistic, so it is better to make a conclusion too early to wait and see what's going on. Chu Yunyao seemed to have thought of the difficult problems that Zhou Zheng might face. She held Zhou Zheng's hand and said, "Zhou Zheng, if you are really punished for this matter, don't work as a policeman. I have long wanted you to help me manage my business. It's great that we husband and wife work together." Gong Yu looked at him with a dark look and thought to himself, why did he still have a rush to buy a deal? A real man should carry a 3-foot sword, so he will achieve his unparalleled achievements. What kind of man is lying in a woman's arms? That would be wasted Zhou Zheng's ability in vain. However, he couldn't even get in the mouth when the couple talked, so they could only blow their beard and stare at each other and feel depressed. Zhou Zheng felt the warmth of Chu Yunyao's tenderness and comforted him easily. "Yunyao, don't worry about me. I beat Huang Shaokan to death for self-defense, maybe the superiors will commend and reward me." "I hope so." Chu Yunyao nodded but was worried. She knew that being a policeman was Zhou Zheng's ideal, and that what she said just now was just a comfort to him. If he really ended his career for this matter, he would feel very uncomfortable. He felt sad and blamed Chu Yunyao. Wow 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 wow! Suddenly sirens came from the distance. After a while, the sirens sounded one after another, and it was probably a lot of police cars coming. Zhou Zheng's heart moved. Before the melee, he asked Chu Yunyao to call Ma Ziajun. Did the city bureau's brigade go out? He expected it well. When Ma Ziajun received a call, he realized something big was going to happen. Hundreds of people gathered together and if they were not careful, they would have serious consequences. These people are all from society, so they must have come to help with boxing. Even if you go to the night market to drink, it is difficult to ensure that you will not have conflicts with others. He immediately called Zhang Yang from the Patrol Special Police Detachment and ordered him to lead the Patrol Special Police Detachment to immediately rush to the depression by the Daking River, where a fight might occur. The most important thing is that Zhou Zheng was blocked, so that Zhang Yang would definitely ensure Zhou Zheng's safety. I still don't feel at ease after the arrangements are carried out. There are too many people gathered in society, and the number of people in the Patrol Special Police Detachment is at a huge disadvantage. He also asked Deputy Director Lao Xie to call the police stations in several nearby districts and ordered the directors of each station to bring people to reinforcements. Zhou is from Qiubei Institute, so Lao Hao must also notify him. Ma Ziajun called Hao Aguo while walking out of the office with his police uniform. He couldn't sit still and had to go there in person. The Patrol Special Police Detachment and more than a dozen police stations gathered together, and dozens of police cars turned on the alarm and the red and blue lights on the roof to kill the sync. For a moment, the scene was spectacular and shocked passers-by. When I arrived at the depot, I saw the wreckage of cars all over the ground, and the police car couldn't drive in. Zhang Yang got off the car and observed and ordered his brothers to get off with the walkie-talkie. The police got out of the car and walked with weapons such as micro-rushing, shields, sticks, etc. Ma Ziajun's heart skipped a beat. Broken. Something must have happened. How did so many car wrecks cause? Could it be that someone was driving an excavator back and forth to crush it? How many people would die? Hurry! Run and move forward! Ma Ziajun waved his hand and trembled inadvertently. At this time, hundreds of people in society who were lying on dragons and tigers were running towards this side with lingering fear, and there were people behind them constantly joining the crowd. As soon as they came out, they happened to meet the brigade of policemen. These people saw dozens of police cars flashing red and blue, and a large number of policemen in black, which made them frightened than seeing the army. After all, they were like mice meeting cats in front of the police. These people in society subconsciously want to run back, but there are planes and cannons behind them that are not fun, they really dare to fire. There are wolves in front and tigers in the back for a moment. Zhang Yang, the captain of the patrol detachment, took the lead, and he was rushing slightly on his body and could see at a glance that these guys who were running over were not good people. Stop, hold your head and squat down! Zhang Yang shouted loudly. Police officer, we are good people, let's go. That's right, we didn't break the law, why are we doing this? People in society want to get away with it. The special police didn't care about it, and held it in their hands. The baton and the baton were hitting each of the insincere guys. Suddenly, there was a burst of ghosts and howlings, and all the people in society hugged their heads and squatted down honestly. Not to mention that the posture is still very standard. I see that I have many oranges. These people in society were all caught in one go. Hao Aguo got out of the police car and trotted to Ma Ziajun. Master Ma, what's going on? What about Zhou Zhang? I don't know much about the specifics. A girl called me with Zhou Zhang's cell phone and said she was besieged by hundreds of people, and Zhou Zhang should still be in front. Oh Zhou Zhang, don't have anything wrong. Hao Aguo shook his hand anxiously. I didn't answer the phone call to Xiaozhou, it's really annoying. Ma Ziajun is more calm than Hao Aguo. Old Hao, let's go in and take a look. As he said that, he said to the captain of the patrol special police detachment. Old Zhang, take these guys into the police car and interrogate them for surprise. Okay, Ma. Hao Aguo walked forward with Bureau Ma and Deputy Director Xiet. Everyone was not easy to leave and had to carefully avoid the cars. After a while, they saw those big monsters. Ma Ziajun took a breath of air conditioning. Why are the tanks and armored vehicles coming? There is no doubt that the wreckage of those cars was crushed by these big guys. Stop! Two fully armed soldiers emerged from somewhere, and a cold light shone on the cold steel guns in their hands. There is a military restricted area ahead, so people will stop. Chapter 318 Don't shoot, it's your own people. Ma Ziajun was a little confused. This area is called Wazadai, which used to be a turret. He has worked in Jiangbei for more than 10 years and is still quite familiar with the geographical location. When did the long-deserted depression become a military forbidden area? Why doesn't he know nothing? Facing two fully armed soldiers, Ma Ziajun did not dare to be arrogant and said with a smile. Hello, I am Ma Ziajun, Director of Jiangbei Municipal Bureau. I heard that a fight happened before. Can we get in? The two soldiers seemed to be unfamiliar with Ma Ziajun, the director of the Municipal Bureau. Hello. Director Ma, we have just said that there is a military restricted area ahead. Even the mayor cannot enter without the order to go up the peak. Ma Ziajun took a breath. These two soldiers have a very awesome tone, and they don't even take the mayor seriously. Seeing that these two soldiers were not old, they were a lieutenant, and they were a big-headed soldier. If he is at his level, he is also a colonel. Why are they so arrogant? Ma Ziajun felt a little dissatisfied when he thought of this and was no longer polite in his words. When was this place listed as a military restricted area? Why didn't I, the director of the Municipal Bureau, know? Do you know what it has to do with us? Besides, don't you already know now? Please back. Another soldier said with a proud look on his face. Ma Ziajun was really angry and raised his voice. Which unit is from you? I want to meet your direct leader. We are not allowed to meet our direct leaders just by wanting to see them. As for which unit? It doesn't matter if we tell you that we are from the General Staff. General Staff. Ma Ziajun was shocked when he heard this. No wonder the other party was so arrogant that it turned out to be the General Staff. Good guy. How did the General Staff members run to Jiangbei? Could it be that special tasks are being performed? Ma Ziajun made up for his imagination, and at this time he was in a dilemma. It's too embarrassing to get in or not. I'm not relieved to leave. Zhou Zheng is still inside and doesn't know what's going on. Hao Aguo stomped his feet anxiously. Master Ma, why don't they let us in? Otherwise, you can call Commander Luo from the military sub-district and ask Commander Luo to tell their leaders, you should give face, right? Ma Ziajungzhen said, Lao Hao, what do you think? Didn't you hear people say it's from the General Staff? Although Commander Luo of the military sub-district holds the title of commander, how can he compare with the General Secretary? How could someone buy his face? I said angrily. Commander Luo of the military sub-district is not in harmony with the General Staff. Lao Hao, why don't you negotiate with these two soldiers? You are better than me in eloquence. Hao Aguo was a little bit praised by Ma Ziajun, and he nodded and went there. Then what, 2 soldiers, ha 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 ha. Thank you for your hard work. Hao Aguo laughed at first, which made the 2 little soldiers confused. What's wrong with this person? Hao Aguo laughed twice before he said politely. 2. I am Hao Aguo, the director of Qiubei Police Station. Can you let us go in and find someone? As the saying goes, people who don't hit the smile on their faces may be because Hao Aguo has a kind face, unlike Ma Ziajun who is holding a smile on his face all day long. The 2 little soldiers are not as inhumane as before. Who are you looking for, Director Hao? We are all our own people in the front, and we are all in the army. No, right? Our school's Zhou Zheng should still be inside, and he is the one I'm looking for. Zhou Zheng. One of the little soldiers' eyes lit up. Are you talking about Xiao Zhou? That guy who is perverted in all aspects? Not only is he good at Kung Fu, but he is also good at Kung Fu. Knowledge of medical skills. Hao Aguo quickly agreed when he heard that there was a door. Yes, yes. It's Xiao Zhou, I'm his director. Oh, why didn't you say it earlier? The 2 soldiers suddenly became polite. After all, Zhou Zheng was the person that Captain Gong Yu liked, and his ability really made the brothers of the Special Forces admire him. How is Zhou Zheng? Is it okay? It should be fine. We both did not go in on duty on the outside, so the specific situation is not clear. You go in and see it yourself. I'll report to our captain, please wait. Okay. One of the soldiers connected Gong Yu with his throat and said a few words. Immediately afterwards, I asked Hao Aguo Dao. Director Hao, you can go in. I offended you just now. If you mentioned Zhou Zheng as soon as you came up, how could we stop you? Oh, don't say that, you are also doing your duty, understand and understand. Hao Aguo's face was filled with joy. Director Ma's words were not easy to speak, so he gave in as soon as he mentioned Zhou Zheng. It seems that Zhou Zheng's face is greater than Director Ma's face. Zhou Zheng has face, but he, the director, also has face, right? Turning around and shouting happily to Ma Ziajun. Master Ma, I asked us to go in. It would be better to mention Zhou Zheng's name. The loud voice was so loud that all the police could hear it. How could Ma Ziajun not see that Hao Aguo was deliberately showing off? I'm not deaf when you say a little bit. He master, please first. Hao Aguo smiled simple and reached out to ask Ma Ziajun to go first. One of the little warriors said. I'll take you there, come with me. Ma Ziajun hurriedly said. Thank you then. You're welcome. Be careful of the auto parts under your feet, and the oil, etc., don't step on it. There are countless car parts and wreckage under your feet, and the roofs of several cars can be vaguely seen in the river. Several majestic chariots were looking down on the heroes in front of them like giant beasts. The few people became more and more frightened as they walked away. How many cars did this ruin? Those who don't know think they are making movies. Brother, let me ask you, are these wreckages of cars crushed by the chariots in front of you? Right. The little soldier nodded. These cars are from the group of social people who just ran out of here. They told them that this place was listed as a military restricted area and they didn't listen, so. Good guy. Too cruel. Ma Xiaojun and Hao Aguo looked at each other. Hao Aguo asked. Then aren't you afraid that the other party will sue you? Are you not afraid of being punished? What are you afraid of? People who don't obey orders in the military restricted area can be shot and killed on the spot. There is no good person in that group of guys, so it would be light to crush the car to them. If you want to sue us, just do whatever you want. We have to decide whether to punish us or not. Everyone showed a look of shock. It seems that these soldiers are not ordinary soldiers. They can even go to the heavenly listening and be directly led by the chief. No wonder I was so arrogant just now. Everyone walked through the gaps between several tanks, and Hao Aguo saw Zhou Zheng at a glance. Xiao Zhou. He hurried forward and ran to say hello. Buzz. The heating machine gun in the big man's hand was powered on again, and he picked it up and looked at it. Zhou Zheng said hurriedly. Big guy, don't shoot yourself. The big man looked confused. I didn't say shoot. Let's see if the battery is enough. Chapter 319 Self-defense will not be filed. Hao Aguo ran 2 steps and suddenly stopped, as if he had remembered something. The horse bureau is still behind, and it is not appropriate for him to run in front, which is a violation. If you are in the system, you must abide by the rules within the system. Hao Aguo turned around and said. Master Horse, please ask first. Ma Xiaojun nodded and walked forward 2 steps and saw more than 20 fully armed soldiers. An armed helicopter was even parked in the distance. He was a little nervous. Old Xie, Lao Hao, don't stop coming from behind and going over together. Several people met Zhou Zheng, Gong Yu, and Su Hongbing. Xiao Zhou, are you okay? Oh my god, I heard from the director that you were blocked by hundreds of people in society. I was so anxious that I wanted to fly over. Zhou Zheng said embarrassedly. The director has troubled you. Master Ma, thank you for your hard work. Come on, I'll introduce you to you. He pointed at Gong Yu and said. This is a buddy I just met, the captain of the special forces, and his name is Gong Yu. Those brothers are all his team members. Captain Gong, this is Director Ma, this is Director Xie, this is Comrade Hao Aguo, the director of our Kyobei Institute. Zhou Zheng did not express the number of the team where Gong Yu was. Ma Xiaojun and others knew that this team was not an ordinary soldier. The captain Gong Yu was quite not simple, so they quickly shook hands and greeted him enthusiastically. Gong Yu had no airs and shook hands with everyone one by one. Ma Xiaojun said. Xiao Zhou, what's going on? Why are you blocked by hundreds of people in the social area? And how can Team Gong lead the team to be with you? Mr. Ma, this is a long story. Not speaking aside for a long time, Su Hongbing said. Oh, Xiao Su is here too. The horse bureau has me. Fan Xiangdong took a step forward to greet Ma Xiaojun. Ma Xiaojun is even more confused. Good guys, you are all here. Captain Fan, didn't you take them both to the shooting range to train? Fan Xiangdongdao. Master Ma, this matter is indeed a long story, as Hongbing said. Xiao Zhou has experienced more than us, so let him tell me. Looking at the puzzled gazes of Ma Xiaojun, Hao Aguo, and others, Zhou Zheng explained the story. Of course, I would like to say something directly. Fan Xiangdong didn't say anything about throwing the gun, but only said that he met Gong Yu and the others at the shooting range. Su Hongbing and Gong Yu were childhood friends, so everyone was invited to their camp and saw the big scene. Later, Zhou Zheng ran to rescue Chu Yunyao, and Su Hongbing and Gong Yu were worried and rushed there with their brothers and planes and tanks. Ma Ziajun and others were so surprised that they couldn't stop talking. Good guy. The first time I heard that the military came forward for the police, and Gong Yu dispatched a special forces team, both planes and tanks, and it was also a personal relationship with Zhou Zheng. Of course, Su Hongbing also contributed to this. After all, Su Hongbing and Zhou Zheng are hardcore friends. Today, Xiaodao opened his eyes when he pulled his butt. No wonder those people in society ran out in panic, and were frightened by the plane and tank. Of course, no matter who faces these heavy weapons, they will be timid. Captain Gong, I want to thank you. Ma Ziajun said. Those people in society just now looked like they were not good birds. These people could not bear to memorize the crime. Some people had already found a criminal record. Now our city bureau's patrol special police detachment has arrested them all. Without your help, it is even more difficult to completely capture these people. This time, there was no major accident in the gathering of hundreds of people. The municipal bureau also caught all the scum of society. I believe that the public security in Jiangbei will definitely improve a lot during this period. Gong Yu waved his hand. Chief Ma, you are polite. There is another thing. Among the people in the society just now, some people suddenly started to attack Xiao Zhou with a knife and were killed by Xiao Zhou's punch. What? One died. Ma Ziajun thought the matter had been resolved and the municipal bureau had purified public security for the society, and he was quite satisfied. Why did something go wrong? Zhou Zheng beat someone to death, this. Ma Ziajun frowned and said. Xiao Zhou, it's hard to deal with death. Your identity is special, alas. Tell me about it. Ma Ziajun also hopes that Zhou is self-defense. Zhou Zheng nodded and told Ma Ziajun in detail about the killing of Huang Shaokan. Chu Yunyao also said. Ma Journey Ma, the one who died was Huang Shaokan. He and a hotel named Wang Feng were trying to take advantage of my family and trap me here. In order to help me ruin their good things, Huang Shaokan suddenly became angry and wanted to kill Zhou Zheng, and then. Sister-in-law, don't worry, Xiao Zhou is doing his own good defense, it's okay. Hao Aguo saw that Chu Yunyao showed anxiety on his face and comforted him. That's it. Director Hao is right. There are so many witnesses at the scene and everyone can testify that Zhou Zheng is in self-defense. Su Hongbing also echoed from the side. Yes, yes. I can testify. It was indeed the dead guy who sneaked into Zhou Zheng's first attack. Buzz buzz. The big man fiddled with the Gatling machine gun while forwarding. Seeing the Gatling barrel turning, Ma Ziajun's face changed color and was startled. Good guy. If you testify, just testify. Why are you swaying in front of me with such a big guy in my arms? Su Hongbing smiled wickedly. Big guy, stay away from Ma and be careful of getting out of the fire. Big man didn't hear Su Hongbing's jokes, and said in a muffled voice. I unloaded the bullet, I can't leave the fire. Gong Yu took off the recorder he carried with him, and called out the scene of Huang Shaokan attacking Zhou Zheng and handed it to Ma Ziajun. Master Ma, please watch the video again. Ma Ziajun watched it once, and the video was indeed not very different from what Zhou Zheng said. He pondered for a moment. Whether it is from the video evidence or what the witness said, it is certain that Zhou Jingxi is self-defense. I think, there is no need to file a case for this matter. Old Xie, please notify the forensic doctor for autopsy, and also notify the family of the deceased. Okay, Maz. Deputy Director Xie responded and went to the side to call. Everyone was very happy and relieved. Master Ma, thank you. Zhou Zheng was able to avoid filing a case when he beat Huang Shaokan to death, It can be said that Ma Ziajun also took responsibility, so he naturally had to express his gratitude. Ma Ziajun waved his hand, but his face was not relaxed. Xiaozhou, although you are in self-defense, the municipal bureau may not file a case. However, if the family of the deceased is dissatisfied and sued the government for causing trouble, this is also a troublesome thing. You must be mentally prepared. Zhang is indeed still old, and Ma Ziajun, like Gong Yu, saw an unexpected side of others. Zhou Zheng nodded. I understand, Director Ma. Ma Ziajun patted Zhou Zheng on the shoulder and said, Xiaozhou, don't have any psychological burden. If the other party is really unreasonable, our municipal bureau will take measures. We will definitely not let your heart be disappointed. After Ma Ziajun said hello to Gong Yu and then stopped the team. Hundreds of social people have been arrested, and one by one must be interrogated. It's also a considerable workload. Zhou Zheng felt a little uneasy, and always felt that Huang Shaoqin's family would not give up. At this time, Zhou Zheng's cell phone rang. I took it out and looked at the screen, which was an unfamiliar number. Hey who? Yes, it's Zhou Zheng. I am Li Jinfeng. Chapter 320. He is really a koi. Outside the depression. The special police steered the social mermaid to the Great Ivko. There were too many people, and the special police could not take care of them. Fortunately, police officers from nearby police stations were also dispatched. Each police station was divided into more than 10 social people and took them back for interrogation one by one. These people in society are still very honest and not very panic. Although they are not clean, they have never done anything like murder and arson. At most, they are fighting and thieves. At worst, they are detained, and they have never been in. When you get into an orange, it's like you get home. There was no one who had a bad idea in line. He knew in his consciousness that running was not enough to run, so he was better to be honest. Wang Feng stood in the crowd and lined up slowly, walking towards Ivko. Compared with these people in society, he was so scared that he was dying. After all, I have never been in orange and I feel uncontrollably nervous. Moreover, he was the ultimate mastermind behind the Chu family this time. If it is found out, you will be in prison. Zhou Zheng and Chu Yunyao probably hate him to death now. Zhou Zheng is a policeman and is arrested, which is equivalent to falling into Zhou Zheng's hands, and there is no good fruit. I don't know what method Zhou Zheng will use to deal with him. I heard that it is not a fight now, but if the public officials don't take action, it doesn't mean that they can't deal with you. The masters in the detention center are enough for him to have a drink. Huang Shaoqin has been beaten to death by Zhou Zheng, and I think Zhou Zheng will never show mercy to him. The more Wang Feng thought about it, the more he became afraid that he would suddenly be unable to hold back. Seeing that the special police did not pay attention, he moved to the side little by little. Not far away was a small wood. If he ran into the woods, he might be able to escape. Hey, what are you going to do? Wang Feng gradually left the team and was soon discovered by the special police. Stop! Stop moving! A special police shouted. Wang Feng ignored it and ran away. His hands were tied with plastic belts, and he couldn't shake his arms when he ran, so he could only grit his teeth and escape. The wind in his ears was whistling with his breasts, reminding him of the scene of participating in cross-country races when he was in school. Seeing that he could run into the woods, Wang Feng smiled at the corner of his mouth. Suddenly, my feet were tripped by the car parts and my body couldn't control the balance, and a dog fell to the ground after eating shit. His hands were bound and could not stand up at all. He lay on the ground in vain and struggled like a maggot in the toilet. Soon several special police officers chased after him. As temporary workers, they were very angry and the consequences were serious. Good guy. If this kid runs under his nose, how can he explain to his leader? Baba baba. The silver shining stick slammed on Wang Feng's body. Ah, you dare to hit someone. I'm going to sue you. Go and sue, We are temporary workers. You intend to escape and resist the law violently, and you will not have a memory if you don't beat you up. Then, the kicking was even more fierce. Wang Feng grinned in pain and began to beg for mercy. Ah! Stop hitting! It hurts! Ah! I will never run away again. He was sobbing and struggling even harder. A middle-aged police officer with 2 bars and 2 stars came up to watch. Wang Feng seemed to have caught a life-saving straw. This is always a formal policeman. He should not let these temporary workers do whatever they want. Police officer, I was wrong. Tell them to stop hitting. The middle-aged police officer squirted a few times and said, "Okay, you guys will stop after a few more minutes. This kid probably has a good memory." Wang Fengzhen said that he would not be beaten to death if he beat him for a few more minutes. Does this police officer want to save him or harm him? In desperation, he shouted, "Police officer, I know a secret. Please tell them not to hit me first." The middle-aged police officer was stunned for a moment and waved his hand to persuade several temporary workers to withdraw. "What's your secret? Tell me." This time, the organization of such a group of social people forced Chu Yunyao, the eldest daughter of the Chu family, to hand over the shares of Yunlin Hotel, all of which were done by Huang Shaokan. The middle-aged police officer frowned. He was just ordered to support him, and he had no idea about the twists and turns of the matter. What Wang Feng said made him wonder. Huang Shaokan? Who is Huang Shaokan? Huang Shaokan is the eldest son of the Huang group. He was beaten to death by Zhou Zheng. The middle-aged police officer was even more confused. "You're confused about me? Why are you talking about this to me? Police officer, don't you want to make meritorious service?" Wang Feng saw that the police officer in front of him was unmoved and asked quickly. He was afraid that he would continue to be beaten, so he used it to attract the police officer's attention. "Perhaps the other party would not hit you if he was happy. No, you can say whatever you want and say nothing, and you can let go of it. Whether I can make contributions is not your final decision. Police officer, Huang Shaokan is a kid who bullies men and women in every way. Of course, he won't talk about him if he is beaten to death. As far as I know, there are a few social elder brothers you arrested. One of them is called Hu Lai. I heard that this kid forces Liang. He also sells drugs when a woman is prostituting. If you can let him speak, wouldn't this be a meritorious service? Really or not?" The middle-aged police officer immediately felt upset when he heard this. "Really? I heard Huang Shaokan say that. This Hu Lai used to be with Huang Shaokan's father, so he shouldn't be wrong. Okay. If you lie to me, you will feel better." Don't dare, don't dare!" Wang Feng said quickly. In fact, he didn't dare to betray Hu Lai. After all, if there were many Hu Lai's brothers, he wouldn't be able to survive in Jiangbei if he was exposed. But in order not to be beaten, even if your own father comes, he has to sell it. The middle-aged police officer waved his hand and asked the temporary workers next to him to stop fighting. He took the kid alone to a police car to look at it. He hurriedly found Zhang Yang, the captain of the special police team, and told him the situation. Zhang Yangwen's eyes suddenly lit up. "Good guy. I thought this group of people were gangsters in society and were detained for a few days before being detained. Unexpectedly, there was a criminal hidden in it. Old Lu, I'm doing a good job. I'll report to the Ma Bureau now. If the guy named Hu Lai really confirms that he is selling drugs and forcing good men to become prostitutes, everyone will have their contributions." Zhang Yang took out his cell phone and wanted to call Ma Ziajun, but happened to see Ma Ziajun walking from afar. He quickly trotted forward and reported the situation to Ma Ziajun. "Old Zhang, if this matter is true, then the collective third-class merit will not be eliminated." Ma Ziajun patted Zhang Yang on the shoulder and muttered to himself. "This kid Zhou Zheng is really a lucky general. As long as he is there, he will be rewarded." Good guy, he's such a koi. From then on, Zhou Zheng's nickname Koi spread. Besides, Zhou Zheng was a bit unbelievable when he received a call from Li Jinfeng. He detained Li Jinfeng at night, but was retaliated by Li Jinfeng the next day and was almost suspended. It can be said that the two of them are as powerful as water and fire, facing the wheat. She took the initiative to call him. Zhou Zheng never expected it. Although he has a great feud with Li Jinfeng, he cannot lose his demeanor. On the phone. I am Zhou Zheng, please tell me if I have anything to do. That's right. I want to make an appointment for you to talk to you. When do you have time? Li Jinfeng's tone was not as aggressive as before, and Zhou Zheng was a little confused. I don't know what she sells? Chapter 321 Li Jinfeng is scared. Since Li Jinfeng found out that there was indeed a boss named Su in the Central Commission for Discipline Inspection, he was immediately unable to rest. According to the information provided by Luo Lin, this boss surnamed Su is Su Hongbing's father. Good guy. Your father is such a big official in the capital. You don't become a free and happy second-generation ancestor in the capital, nor do you rely on a big tree to do business, but you run to Jiangbei to be a policeman? Where to visit privately or pretend to be a pig and eat a tiger? Li Jinfeng was so scared and hated that she couldn't do it. She thought her background was awesome, but she didn't expect to meet someone even more awesome. How can I play this? She hated Su Hongbing for meddling in other people's business, and even more hated that he and Zhou Zheng were in a stalemate against him. After anger, there is endless fear. She suddenly realized that she had made trouble. The boss behind her is also in the progress stage and once scolded her for being low-key and not doing anything at critical moments. Although Li Jinfeng did not do it, she did not take the initiative to provoke Zhou Zheng and Su Hongbing. This time, these two people detained her first. She just took the upper-level route under the banner of the backstage and fought back. However, if the boss behind him knows, he will definitely be dissatisfied with him. If he explains these things, he probably won't listen to them. She will only put the blame on her. If Su Hongbing bit himself and refused to let go, or even asked his father to make decisions, then he would stop. Is it a joke for the Central Commission for Discipline Inspection to take action? The big guy behind him may even be dismissed. After all, he is not clean and cannot stand the investigation. Secretary Xia from Handong province next door was all dismissed by Su Hongbing's father. The one behind her is not as good as Secretary Xia in terms of political status and connections. Li Jinfeng imagined that if the background collapsed, her fate would be very miserable. Even the boss behind him would abandon his lords and protect his car and kill her first. After thinking about it, the more I think about it, the more I feel scared, and I even feel a creepy feeling. No. You cannot sit still and wait for death, you must make up for it. She analyzed that she had no conflict with Su Hongbing, and she was also indirectly conflict with Zhou Zheng. The main contradiction is related to Lu Jianjun's family. If his son Li Meng had been disciplined, he would not have had a conflict with Lu Yan. If he had not spoken ill with Lu Yan and his daughter at that time, he would not have jumped off the building. If Lu Yan apologized and actively compensated after jumping off the building, she would not have faced Zhou Zhengjian, nor would she offend Su Hongbing. God gave her countless opportunities, but he was not sure. This is a good thing, the more trouble it is, the more trouble it becomes. Li Jinfeng was a little guilty. Why did she insist on her own actions at that time? Now that I can't tell you that I'm afraid of it when I hit the iron plate. But regret is useless. After thinking about it, she felt that the core contradictions must be resolved. In fact, it is very simple. I appease Lu Jianjun and his family. I should pay the money and apologize. I think Zhou Zheng and Su Hongbing will not kill them all. Speaking of apologizing for Lu Jianjun and his family, Li Jinfeng still couldn't hide his face and compensated him. It's too embarrassing to apologize for money, it's like slapping yourself in the face. It's already like this and I can only bite the bullet and go to bed. Wait, this matter is strictly not my own responsibility. Is the school not responsible? Li Jinfeng thought of Director Qian who favored her, and she was not at all missing her old love. Director Qian must also bear part of the responsibility on behalf of the school. So, Li Jinfeng called Director Qian with a phone call. Director Qian answered the phone and still flattered Li Jinfeng as before. Li Jinfeng mentioned that Lu Yan jumped off the building. She turned her back and said that the school and your Director Qian also had great responsibility for this matter. Now I want to apologize for Lu Jianjun and his family to compensate him. Don't you express your feelings? Director Qian was stunned at that time. I thought to myself that I was kind enough to fire Lu Yan for you, and I was also responsible. Why do you turn your face ruthlessly when you are so happy? Director Qian didn't know why Li Jinfeng suddenly wanted to pay Lu Yan apologize, but he naturally refused to agree to pull him into the water. Li Jinfeng was angry and vented all the anger in her heart on Director Qian. He also said that your school shouldn't favor my children at that time. I was confused at that time and you didn't remind me that I would help the evildoer. You have to be responsible, and your school has to pay some of the money to compensate. Director Qian had 10,000 grass and mud horses running by in his heart. Is it my fault that I helped you? He wished he could follow the radio wave and slap Li Jinfeng. But I knew that I couldn't afford to offend Li Jinfeng, so I didn't dare to defend myself, saying that I had to discuss with the principal if I could lose money. Li Jinfeng gave him 10 minutes to get the time, and finally everyone reached an agreement unanimously, and Director Qian accompanied Li Jinfeng and Zhou Zheng to meet. The compensation is tentatively set at 500,000 yuan, and the school and Li Jinfeng are half of each. If the other party thinks it is too little, it will be increased as appropriate. Only then did Li Jinfeng hung up the phone with satisfaction, and then hesitated for a long time to dial Zhou Zheng's phone number. It is not the point to go directly to the hospital to compensate Lu Jianjun and his family. The key is to let Zhou Zheng and Su Hongbing know their attitude, and they must live in peace even if they cannot turn enemies into friends. Zhou Zheng was surprised by Li Jinfeng's sudden attitude of admitting guilt. However, it seems that the other party is loose, so it doesn't matter if you meet and talk. Li Jinfeng proposed to meet at a tea house around 6 p.m. Zhou Zheng was not afraid of fraud and agreed happily. After hanging up the phone, Su Hongbing asked in confusion. Old Zhou? Is it Li Jinfeng's phone call just now? What does this girl want to do? Are she demonstrating to us? Zhou Zheng shook his head and said. That's not. Li Jinfeng's attitude on the phone seemed to have improved a lot. He asked me to meet at Shangdao Tea House at 6 p.m. to talk about Lu Yan's affairs, and she also said she would let you go with her. No problem, let's go together then. I'm going to see what the trouble Li Jinfeng is doing. Gong Yu suddenly stepped forward and said. Brother Zhou, is there anything else to help? If not, we will go back to the camp. We will prepare to drive back to the capital at 12 o'clock tonight. Zhou Zheng waved his hand quickly. Captain Gong, nothing is wrong. This time, I have helped me with such a big disturbance. I owe you a favor. Gong Yu waved his hand. Brother Zhou said this and saw the truth. You and Hongbing are good friends, he and me are childhood friends, and they have said there are no outsiders. Of course it would be great if you could join the special forces. He still never forgets Zhou Zheng but doesn't force him. Captain Gong, I will contact you one day if I change my mind. Okay. Gong Yu patted his shoulder. If you have time to come to Beijing, I'll treat you to a meal. Captain Gong, I really have something to go to the capital after a while. Is that true? Don't be polite to me when you arrive in the capital. If I'm not here, I will arrange someone to receive you. Su Hongbing said. Brother Yu, don't worry so much, no matter whether you are here or not, I will be there. That's right. Let's just withdraw first. Everyone greeted and said goodbye. Bang 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 bang. Boom 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 boom. The helicopters and tanks left one after another, leaving only Zhou Zheng and a few others. Instructor Fan, will we go back to training? Fan Xiangdong looked at his watch and it was 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Xiaozhou, you have no problem with all the assessments. Now you go to participate in the provincial selection competition and have closed your eyes. The Red Soldiers have also made progress, so let's take a break today. For the first time, Su Hongbing felt that Fan Xiangdong was not so annoying. Where are we going to be free and easy, so it's easy to have some time? Zhou Zheng said. I want to go to the city's first central hospital to see Xiao Yan and Xia Ji. Chapter 322 Model Among Men. Speaking of seeing Lu Yan, ripples appeared in Chu Yunyao's heart. She had been busy starting a business for a long time and hadn't seen Lu Yan. Today I will put aside the business matters first and go to the hospital with Zhou Zheng to visit Xiao Yan. But when Chu Yunyao heard Zhou Zheng say he would go to see Xia Ji, he felt sad. After all, her husband was thinking about other girls in his heart, which made her feel a little uncomfortable. In fact, Chu Yunyao knew that Zhou Zheng and Xia Ji had only a friendship with colleagues and had no other feelings. Of course, this jealousy just flashed by, and Chu Yunyao also laughed a little. Perhaps Zhou Zheng's share in her heart is getting bigger and bigger, and she feels inexplicably nervous when she is turbulent. Women are all selfish and sensitive. Zhou Zheng, I'll go with you too. Yunyao, if you have something to do, go ahead and do it first. What can I do? It's already so far, it's too late to do anything, let's go. Okay, then let's go together. Zhou Zheng nodded and looked at Su Hongbing again. Old Su, what are you doing? Should we go back and rest for a while and we will gather together to meet Li Jinfeng, or will we go to the hospital for a visit with me? Old Zhou, aren't this nonsense? Of course I went to the hospital with you, so hurry up. Su Hongbing suddenly slapped his head after saying that. Bad, broken. Zhou Zheng was not clear and harsh. Old Su, what's wrong with you? I was shocked. Staying with Su Hongbing every day, Zhou Zheng naturally learned a few words of his tone. Haha, this sentence is quite like that. Su Hongbing was heartless and praised Zhou Zheng first, and then said annoyedly. My car is still in Brother Yu's camp, and I forgot about it. I had known that I had been taking an armed helicopter and went back to the camp to drive. Old Zhou, do you think it's appropriate to call the helicopter back now? Why would you just let Brother Yu drive a helicopter and take us to the hospital? Let's go straight from the soft souvenir on the helicopter to the roof of the hospital. It must be cool. Zhou Zheng has a black line. Good guy. Su Hongbing really regarded the Special Forces team as his team. Do you think the general staff was opened by your family? Okay, Lao Su, stop making a fool of himself. Team Gong has something to do with Team Gong, and this time it's enough to bother him. We go out from here and go to the main road to take a taxi to the hospital, and your car will drive later. Okay, okay. At this time, Chu Yunyao said. Zhou Zheng, I came here by car. The business car can hold a few of us. It's better to drive my car to the hospital. Before Zhou Zheng could speak, Su Hongbing said. That's good, brother and sister, where are your car parked? Outside. Su Hongbing's face suddenly became strange. My brother and sister, your car won't be parked with those people in society, right? If that's the case, oh, I think we'd better take a taxi. Just now, Su Hongbing proposed to use a chariot to crush the vehicles of the people in society. Perhaps Chu Yunyao's car was also crushed into scrap iron by indiscriminately. Sorry, my brother and sister, we may accidentally hurt your car. Chu Yunyao seemed to realize it too, but she looked indifferent. Brother Su, I remember that my car was parked quite aside. Besides, it would be fine even if it was crushed. It was the Chu family's car, not mine. Su Hongbing was confused and speechless. He didn't know that Chu Yunyao had a long time to have a quarrel with his family for Zhou Zheng. Manager Lu looked bitter in the back. Good guy. That Tengshi business car is a hotel car. If it is really crushed into scrap iron, when Chu Jianghe comes back from a business trip, the car will disappear. How can I explain it? Mr. Chu, that car was crushed into scrap iron by the military's 99A tank. Don't worry about it. Is this aptitude like stepping on a horse? Who would believe it? Manager Lu quickly said. Miss, if the car is really crushed, please help me explain it to Mr. Chu. I can't explain it alone. Zhou Zhendao. Let's go and have a look first, it's too early to draw conclusions. Several people walked out of the depression together, with car wreckage and parts everywhere on the ground. In the river, the roofs of several cars were vaguely seen looming in the river. Manager Lu was nervous. Good guy, this is a not efferent crush. The car in the hotel must be done. Everyone walked for a while and found the intact Tengshi business car next to them. I'll go, this car hasn't been crushed, it's so nice. Manager Li finally breathed a sigh of relief. There was also a military green Dongfeng warrior parked next to the Tengshi business car. It can be seen that the car survived because the Dongfeng warrior blocked the business car. Hey, isn't this the warrior you drove? Zhou Zheng patted his head. The red soldier is broken, I forgot to return this Dongfeng warrior to Team Gong. Su Hongbing waved his hand. This is not the right way. We can drive the Dongfeng warrior to the hospital and then negotiate with Li Jinfeng. Isn't this good? Why don't we send it back to Team Gong? It's okay, the clothes are. The hair of a man drove this car and saw Li Jinfeng, she would never dare to play awesome with us. Su Hongbing then raised his voice. Lao Zhou, fortunately you parked this military vehicle next to your younger sibling's car. Good guy, you not only protect your younger brother and sister, but also protect your younger brother and sister's cars. I am convinced that you are a good husband and man. He shouted exaggeratedly, and Zhou Zheng felt a little embarrassed. How could he know that this business car was a Chu family's car? It is a coincidence that Dongfeng warriors protected the business car not being crushed. But Chu Yunyao didn't think so. She looked at Zhou Zheng affectionately. This sunny and handsome man was always protecting her, and she had been protecting her meticulously. If it weren't for someone around her, she really wanted to hug Zhou Zheng's neck. Zhou Zheng looked back at Chu Yunyao and felt the love in her eyes. That beautiful face is even more touching. The two of them exchanged their eyes, and a hormonal smell drifted in the air. Manager Li glanced at him and turned his back, and then saw two security guards still staring at him, each kicking him. Mad. What to see? Have you never seen someone show your love? Be careful, miss, fry your squid. Su Hongbing seemed to feel something. This kid has always been an atmosphere destroyer. When he saw Zhou Zheng and Chu Yunyao's affectionate feelings, he couldn't help but think of Xiao Tong far away in the provincial capital. I was still a little depressed. Hey, what are you two doing? Are you still going to leave? Chu Yunyao was interrupted to cast spell and curled her lips and said that Su Hongbing was so annoying. But then I thought about it, this place is indeed not a place for me and me. If you have any love, please go home before expressing it. Chu Yunyao turned red and turned to Manager Lu and said. Manager Liu's matter has been basically resolved, and the hotel is still running as usual. You can drive back and give these two security brothers a red envelope of 5,000 yuan each. Manager Lu said. Miss, Mr. Chu is not here on a business trip, why don't you go to the company to watch it for a while? I can't play with anything if something happens. Chu Yunyao waved her hand. I don't have time, I still have to accompany my husband. Chapter 323 Child, Godmother and Godmother are here to see you. A military green Dongfeng warrior parked in the hospital parking lot. Su Hongbing honked the horn, which attracted the attention of many people. Everyone stopped when they saw that it was military vehicles, and some people even took out their mobile phones to take pictures. Zhou Zheng was sitting in the passenger seat and some people were dissatisfied. It's not Lao Su. It's already high profile enough to drive a military car to the hospital. Can you keep a low profile? Hee, I'm used to it. Su Hongbing waved his hand and felt a little distracted. These are all small meanings. He drove his grandfather's old Audi with Beijing AG6 license plate for a ride, and he also reversed the car on the street, causing traffic jams. Of course, the consequence is that the old man can't get out of bed for 3 days after being pumped with a belt. But Su Hongbing remembers to eat but not beat him, and he likes to make fools when he is fine. Here, get off the bus. Lao Zhou doesn't care about these details. Zhou Zheng opened the car door and jumped out of the car, then went to the back row and opened the back door, reaching out to help Chu Yunyao get out of the car. Dongfeng Warrior's car was too tall, and it was a bit difficult for Chu Yunyao to get off. Facing Zhou Zheng's concern, Chu Yunyao happily accepted it and felt extremely happy. After getting off the car, everyone took out large bags of supplements and snacks from the trunk. When you come to the hospital to see someone, you naturally have to bring gifts. All these things were purchased by Chu Yunyao himself. Some daily necessities and cooked food were brought for Lu Jianjun and his wife. Knowing that they were reluctant to eat and drink, Chu Yunyao bought more plastic-sealed cooked foods, such as braised chicken, elbow flowers, bacon, etc. It's okay to stay up late to take care of Lu Yan and eat instant noodles again. I have to give them some meat to replenish them. Of course, I bought the snacks for Lu Yan. There are also some high-end fruits for Xiaji. For girls, eating more fresh fruits is also good for the skin. Chu Yunyao was worried that Zhou Zheng was also seeing it and was quite satisfied with this careful wife. Zhou Zheng and Su Hongbing quickly arrived at Lu Yan's ward with gifts. Zhou Zheng put a lot of money in Lu Yan's account, and the medical care was guaranteed. She recovered very quickly during this period, and the girl's mood improved a lot, gradually getting out of the haze. As soon as I arrived at the door of the ward, I heard a burst of children's voices and songs coming from it. Chu Yunyao knocked on the door and then opened it directly. Both families are very familiar with each other, so you don't have to be too polite. In the ward, the head of the bed was shaking, and Lu Yan sat up and leaned against the backrest behind and was singing an unknown song. Lu Jianjun sat aside, looking at his daughter with a loving look on his face. Hearing that someone came in, Lu Jianjun turned around and stood up. Little Zhou Yunyao, are you here? Master, let's take a look at Xiao Yan. Oh, I've said that Xiao Yan is recovering in an orderly manner and doesn't need to always see it. When Lu Yan saw Zhou Zheng and his wife, she showed a bright smile on her face. She thought of getting up but still wearing plaster on her legs, she could only sit on the bed and shouted. Uncle Zhou, Sister Chu, are you here? Zhou Zheng deliberately showed anger. Xiao Yan, what did you call us just now? Uncle, sister, isn't it right? Xiao Yan was a little confused and didn't know why Uncle Zhou was very angry when he arrived. Suddenly, she realized her inspiration and recognized Zhou Zheng and Chu Yunyao as her godmothers. I forgot my happiness. Lu Yan was a little helpless. Godfather, I'm sorry, don't be angry, Xiao Yan just forgot. Ha ha ha. Zhou Zheng suddenly laughed and touched Xiao Yan's head and said. Xiao Yan, my godfather was not angry just now, and he deliberately teased you. Chu Yunyao pushed Zhou Zheng. What are you doing? Looks like scaring the child. Chu Yunyao felt unreal about this goddaughter who appeared in the sky. I became a mother in a daze. Although I was my goddaughter, is it still a daughter? She was even more indulgent to Xiao Yan and was not allowed to be a little unhappy, so she was dissatisfied with Zhou Zheng for the first time. Chu Yunyao raised the one in her handbag. Xiao Yan, your godfather was just joking about you. This bad guy deliberately ignored him. Look at what delicious food I brought for you. Lu Yan was soon attracted by the snacks in Chu Yunyao's hands. She took it and took a look. Wow, chocolate, jelly and wafer biscuits, these are all my favorites, thank you godmother. Chu Yunyao caressed Lu Yan's hair indulgently. Eat Xiao Yan, after eating, my godmother will buy it for you. Lu Jianjun looked at the big bags they were carrying and said unhappily. You guys come here, why do you keep getting things? If you do this, I'm embarrassed to see you. Chu Yunyao curled her lips and said. Brother Jianjun, I'm here to see my goddaughter, not to you. I want to bring things. I'm not normal. I advise you to stop meddling in other people's business. Well. Lu Jianjun was stunned by Chu Yunyao's words, but he could not refute it. I had to shake my head helplessly. He knew that Zhou Zheng and Chu Yunyao were afraid that they would not want to accept help, so he recognized Xiao Yan as their goddaughter. I am even more grateful in my heart. Turning back and seeing a strange face. Xiao Zhou, who is this? Oh master, I forgot to introduce you. This is Su Hongbing, my buddy, who works in the municipal bureau. Yet. Hello, hello. Lu Jianjun reached out to shake hands with Su Hongbing, and then asked in confusion. Xiao Zhou, why don't I know when you have friends from the municipal bureau? I just made this recently. Su Hongbing said. Brother Jianjun, don't think that I have known Lao Zhou for a short time. My friends are living a lifelong relationship. Is it Lao Zhou? Zhou Zheng nodded with a smile. Old Su is a righteous man, and we both hit it off at first sight. Chu Yunyao said aside. Xiao Yan, I'm looking at you, are you asking you? Hello, Uncle Su. Lu Yan said obediently. Su Hongbing stepped forward and pulled Lu Yan's little face with his fingers. He likes children very much. Xiao Yan, does the injury still hurt? Uncle Su doesn't hurt anymore. I will get out of bed and go to school in a while. Xiao Yan is so good. When you recover, let your parents take you to the capital to play. I will entertain you at that time. Beijing. Lu Yan's big eyes flashed. The capital was a bit far away for her, and he had never been there once before when he grew up. I heard that there is a large square there, which is the largest square in Asia. A flag-raising ceremony is held every morning, and there is also the Great Wall of the Forbidden City. Lu Yan showed a look of yearning on her face. But Uncle Su, the capital is far away from Jiangbei, and it will cost a lot of money to go there. Haha, what's the money for a silly child? If you have an uncle, you don't spend money. You can play whatever you want. Really, that's great. Then you can recover well and strive for a quick recovery. Uncle Su, I know. After chatting for a few words, Zhou Zheng called Lu Jianjun outside the ward in the name of smoking, and Su Hongbing followed him out. When he came to the corridor, Lu Jianjun realized that Zhou Zheng had something to say to him and looked at Zhou Zheng with a gaze. Master, Li Jinfeng called me and said she wanted to ask me to talk. Chapter 324, If you can't even protect your own people, how can you talk about protecting the people? Did Li Jinfeng call you? Lu Jianjun's face suddenly became nervous. When it comes to Li Jinfeng, he always feels inexplicably nervous. This name is like a nightmare. Without her, her child would not have had an accident. Even if he lies down in the hospital, even if he improves, Lu Jianjun, the father, is not feeling well. However, if you want to seek justice, you can't do anything to Li Jinfeng. Zhou Zheng has been working hard for this matter. But Li Jinfeng was too powerful, and Li Jianjun didn't want to implicate Zhou Zheng, so he said against his will that he didn't want to pursue the matter. Can you not want to pursue it? Especially when Lu Yan was so hurt that she cried, Lu Jianjun was as if he was pricked with needles. Thinking about Li Jinfeng didn't pay at all, he hated him. He hated himself for being incompetent and hated Li Jinfeng for killing others. His heart had been suffering during this period, and several white hairs grew on his head. Li Jinfeng can't afford to offend him, he can only use internal friction in his anxiety. Xiao Zhou, why did Li Jinfeng ask you? You won't be doing something again. I heard from my master's advice and don't worry about this matter. We can't afford to mess with Li Jinfeng, just like that. Lu Jianjun was worried that Zhou Zheng would be implicated. He knew that this apprentice was enthusiastic and did not rub the sand in his eyes. If he did something stupid, he would not be the one who was unlucky. So I still advised Zhou Zheng not to get involved in this matter as before. Su Hongbing curled his lips and said, "Not brother Jianjun, isn't Li Jinfeng just a girl? What's so scary? Can't you afford to offend her? Old Zhou told me about your daughter Xiao Yan. Maid. Just fight to the death with Li Jinfengja." Lu Jianjun thought Su Hongbing was just an ordinary policeman like him. He pulled Su Hongbing's sleeve and lowered his voice. "Brother Red soldiers, be careful of the sound of the walls. You don't know yet. Li Jinfeng has a deep background and cannot be fought against by people like you and me. I thank you for your kindness, really it is necessary to affect your future for this matter." "Ha." Su Hongbing sneered. "To be honest, brother Jianjun, Lao Zhou and I detained Li Jinfeng. Although we released her later, it was a pity for you." "What did you say?" Lu Jianjun was shocked. "Good guy. Li Jinfeng was detained? Then you won't be retaliated by her?" Hey. He stomped his feet and complained that Zhou Zheng was too impulsive. "Xiao Zhou, compared with your future, Xiao Yan's affairs are a trivial matter. I know you want to help me get justice, but I really don't want to implicate you. The more you do this, the more I feel uncomfortable." Lu Jianjun said sincerely, and Zhou Zheng stepped forward and said, "Master, don't say that. If I can't get justice for you, why are you a police officer? You can't even protect your own people. How can you protect the people? I'm even sorry for this police uniform. But don't worry, Li Jinfeng did counterattack and I was almost suspended. Fortunately, with Lao Su's help, there was no danger." This. Zhou Zheng's information was too large, and Lu Jianjun couldn't digest it for a while. He sorted it out a little and got a few information. Zhou Zheng was retaliated against by Li Jinfeng and was suspended. At the critical moment, Su Hongbing helped him. "Is this Su Hongbing very powerful? I have never heard of this person in the municipal bureau." Zhou Zheng seemed to see what Lu Jianjun was thinking. "Master, Lao Su is very energetic from the provincial department. So you still put your heart in your stomach?" Li Jinfeng asked us to meet and have a high chance of compromising when she heard her tone. Su Hongbing also said, "It doesn't matter if she doesn't compromise, so let's continue to mess with her until she compromises and admits defeat." Lu Jianjun finally breathed a sigh of relief when he learned that Su Hongbing belonged to the provincial department. Li Jinfeng really needs to take revenge. But he still hopes that Zhou Zheng and Su Hongbing will not care about this matter anymore, and that working hard is better than anything else. "Master, don't worry, since Li Jinfeng wants to talk to us, then let's talk to you and her. We can't avoid it and make her think we are afraid of her." Seeing that Zhou Zheng still had this attitude, Lu Jianjun didn't say anything, he was only grateful. He took out a box of wrinkled white towers from his pocket and wanted to send cigarettes to Zhou Zheng and Su Hongbing. But I knew that there was only one left inside, and it was squeezed so badly that I felt a little embarrassed. "Brother Jianjun draws this." Su Hongbing took out a box of white-skinned cigarettes from his pocket, with no trademark pictures or text on it. "The army offerings from Brother Yu are very good." Lu Jianjun was moved and said that what the military supplies could ordinary people get? Could it be that Su Hongbing, who came from the provincial department, is also a person with background? If this is the case, a glimmer of hope arose in his heart. The three of them smoked a cigarette and talked about something else. Su Hongbing told Lu Jianjun about their affairs on the training ground. It is said that Zhou Zheng can pass the provincial selection competition with his eyes closed. Next, he will participate in the national competition and conservatively estimate that he can enter the top 10. The top 10 elite police officers in the country will definitely be on the list. Lu Jianjun was very pleased and proud. Although he did not teach Zhou Zheng much as Zhou Zheng's master, he was also his apprentice after all, right? If my apprentice becomes the top 10 elite policeman in the country, then his face will be shining as a master. After patting Zhou Zheng on the shoulder, Lu Jianjun said, Xiao Zhou, if you win the title of the top 10 elite policeman in the country, I think you will definitely get a first-class merit. Not to mention this, after winning the provincial selection competition, you will have to be a third-class merit. Good guy. You only have been working in Kyobei Institute for about 4 months. How much contribution have you made? I see that you have to add another star to your shoulder before the end of the year. You are the first in the province for a first-level police superintendent in your early 20s. Su Hongbing next to him also secretly smacked his tongue. He is now a second-level police superintendent, the same as Zhou Zheng's rank. But he started working 3 years earlier than Zhou Zheng. It took 4 years for the standard of being promoted from a trainee police officer to a second-level superintendent. Su Hongbing spent 3 years feeling that he had made rapid progress, although he knew that he was promoted early because of his father's face. But Zhou Zheng was promoted to a second-level police superintendent in just 4 months, and his failure to rely on any relationship was the result of his hard work and continuous contributions. Su Hongbing naturally admired her and stretched out his thumb. Old Zhou, awesome plath. I want to make progress, too, take me to show off and take me to fly. Zhou Zheng pushed him. Don't just get up and make trouble. Su Hongbing nodded while rubbing his chin. Oh hey, this sentence is right, it's so real. Chapter 325 Goodbye Xiaji. Ha 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 ha. Su Hongbing was happy before he finished speaking. He thought of the joke on the internet, Paris Beer Sweet. Lu Jianjun looked at Su Hongbing with a confused look on his face, thinking to himself, what's wrong with this person? Did he really come from the provincial department? Is he reliable? Squeak. At this time, the door of the ward opened, and Chu Yunyao tiptoed out of the ward and gently closed the door. Yunyao, why are you out? Where is Xiao Yan? Chu Yunyao said softly. Xiao Yan fell asleep. Immediately following frowning, his jade hands waved twice in the air. What are you talking about? Why are you smoking so much cigarette? In fact, Zhou Zheng and Su Hongbing took one, and Lu Jianjun was depressed and became addicted to smoking. Su Hongbing simply stuffed the bag of Huazi into his hand, and he started one by one. Lu Jianjun said embarrassedly. Talking nonsense, chatting nonsense. Since Xiao Yan is asleep, I won't keep you any more. Do whatever you should do. Brother Jianjun wants me to help you see for a while. If you go to rest, you will see that your eyes are covered in blood. No, no. Lu Jianjun waved his hand. Your sister-in-law will be replaced by me later. Don't worry, I'll get through so many days. It will be easier when Xiao Yan gets out of the yard. All right. Chu Yunyao had no choice but to give up. Zhou Zhendao. Master, we have to go see Xiaji, let's go first. Lu Jianjun nodded. Go, go. That girl Xiaji is also very pitiful. Her father died in the early years in her duty. Her mother was depressed. Since Xiaji joined the workplace all day, she was afraid that her daughter would go through her father's old path, so she didn't give her any freedom. As a result, Xiaji was still injured in her duty and was ruined. Forget it, don't say it, you go. But her mother is back and should be taken care of Xiaji now. If her mother is not good, you are mentally prepared. After saying goodbye to Lu Jianjun, the three of them came to Xiaji's ward with gifts. Zhou Zheng hesitated and knocked on the door. Who? The sound of footsteps sounded in the ward, and the door opened for a while, and a middle-aged woman appeared in front of Zhou Zheng. Who are you? The woman looked at Zhou Zheng and others, and asked strangely without knowing anyone. Zhou Zheng saw that the woman looked 66th similar to Xiaji, and concluded that she was Xiaji's mother. Hello, is it Xiaji's mother? Let's take a look at her by Xiaji, a colleague. Oh, please. Xiaji's mother smiled on her face, and she opened the door and enthusiastically invited the three of them into the ward. Zhou Zheng was still wondering, didn't the master say that Xiaji's mother is not easy to get along with? It looks kind. The three of them entered the room and put the gift on the table first. Xiaji, your colleague is here. After her mother's reminder, Xiaji took off the earphones from her ears and sat up. When he saw Zhou Zheng and others, a smile appeared on his face. Wow, so many people come to see me. And there is Sister Chu. Chu Yunyao waved her hand with a smile. Wow, Sister Chu is so beautiful. She said in her heart. Xiaji has now walked out of the haze in her heart and can also face Zhou Zheng and Chu Yunyao calmly. Hey, who is this? Xiaji asked as she looked at Su Hongbing's eyes. My name is Su Hongbing. I am a good friend of Zhou Zheng, who works in the municipal bureau. Just call me Lao Su. Su Hongbing glanced at the bandage on Xiaji's face and suddenly felt sorry. Such a beautiful little girl was disfigured by a gangster when she heard that she was disfigured by a knife on her face when she was released from the police. Mad, a damn criminal. Xiaji's mother was busy pouring water and took over the disposable paper cup full of water. Come on, you can find a place to sit and drink water first. Auntie, don't be busy anymore, let's stand and leave. Oh, I'll stay longer when I come. You are up here and have something to say to Xiaji. My daughter is very worried and I don't know how to persuade others. You have to enlighten her. Oh, she has a disfigured face. What can she do in the future? Xiaji's mother's expression changed suddenly as she spoke and tears flowed out. Mom. Xiaji let out a coquettish voice. If there are so many people, don't cry. Besides, Zhou Zheng has already given me medicine. He said that it can cure the scars on my face and will not leave any traces. Zhou Zheng. You always say that Zhou Zheng is good. If you didn't go on the mission with Zhou Zheng, how could you be injured and disfigured? I have to scold that boy when I see him. Mom. Xiaji was a little embarrassed for a moment, and her mother scolded Zhou Zheng in front of him, and there was no one else. Mom, stop talking, okay, I beg you. What's the use of asking me? Can you be cured by asking me? I also said that I had given you a magic pill to restore your appearance. You are innocent and confident. How can I completely remove scars in this world? I'll tell you whether it. This kid Zhou Zheng is just a heartless liar. I have been back for several days. Why hasn't he seen you in a single time? Xiaji's mother became more and more angry as she spoke, and her mouth kept thrusting like a machine gun. Su Hongbing looked at Zhou Zheng with a smirk, thinking to himself that old Zhou, you are miserable, and you are hated to death by Xiaji's mother. Chu Yunyao was dissatisfied with Xiaji's mother. She opened her mouth several times to talk but couldn't get into it. After finally having a breath of Xiaji's mother, Zhou Zheng quickly said embarrassedly. What aunt, I am Zhou Zheng. Ah? Are you Zhou Zheng? Then why didn't you say it earlier? Xiaji's mother was stunned for a moment, and then she showed a hint of embarrassment on her face. After all, it was a bit like that when she spoke bad things in person. Zhou Zhendao. Auntie, you have to let me speak. It was my fault that I did not protect her when I took Xiaji on a mission last time. I can also take responsibility. I've been busy this time, so I haven't had time to come to the hospital to see Xiaji these days. The medicine applied to Xiaji's face should be removed. Look at the effect. If you can't remove the scars, I will find a way. Zhou Zheng said it very well, not only to escape responsibility, but also to be responsible for the injuries on Xiaji's face. This made Xiaji's mother feel a little comforted. Zhou Zheng, if you can really remove the scars on Xiaji's face, I can want to apologize to you. Zhou Zheng said with confidence. There is no need to apologize for Auntie. Turning around, he asked Su Hongbing to call the nurse to remove the bandage. Xiaoji's mother squirted about Zhou Zheng, which made Xiaoji feel very guilty about Zhou Zheng. Zhou Zheng, my mother. Zhou Zheng waved his hand. I understand, how does the wound on your face feel? I feel pretty good, it doesn't hurt or itch. After a while, Su Hongbing called the nurse. The nurse carefully opened the bandage and looked surprised. The wound on Xiaoji's face disappeared, and there was no scar at all, as if she had never been injured. Wow, the wound healed and the scar is gone. Xiaoji touched her face in disbelief and said in surprise. Mom, my face is ready. Xiaoji's mother heard this and rushed forward to check it out and cried with joy. Xiaoji, your face is really scarred when it is healed. After a while, Xiaoji's mother said to Zhou Zheng. Zhou Zheng, I apologize to you. Xiaoji's face was finally cured, and everyone was very happy. Xiaoji's mother's attitude towards Zhou Zheng was not the same as before. He said he wanted to invite everyone to dinner to be considered as accusing Zhou Zheng. Zhou Zheng looked at his watch and it was almost time to meet Li Jinfeng. Auntie, it's easy to eat and say there are opportunities. Hongbing and I have something to do and go out. Chapter 326. Those who are close to red are red and close to ink are black. Hearing that Zhou was about to leave, Xiaoji showed a hint of regret on her face. Although she has healed her heart, her feelings are still somewhat preserved. Besides, Zhou Zheng cured her face, and she was very grateful to Zhou Zheng. He likes to be with Zhou Zheng, even if he doesn't speak, he will be satisfied. Xiaoji's mother didn't want Zhou Zheng to leave either. She was offended just now. Zhou Zheng was not anxious or annoyed, which made her feel a little uncomfortable and insisted on treating Zhou Zheng to dinner. Xiaozhou, what's so important? It's time to eat, so it's not too late to do it after eating. Xiaoji also said. Yes, Zhou Zheng, let's have a meal together. Just think I'm grateful to you. Faced with Xiaoji and her daughter's attempt to keep Zhou Zheng, she still waved her hand. Auntie, Xiaoji is embarrassed. There are really important things. Let's do this. How about I treat you to a meal if I'm not busy in a few days? Xiaoji and her mother stopped trying to keep Zhou Zheng when they saw that Zhou Zheng insisted on leaving. Okay, you guys go and do your business first. I'll treat you when I have time. Auntie is older than you, so how can you ask Auntie Fa? Okay. Auntie, I'll listen to you. Xiaoji, we're leaving, goodbye. Xiaoji was able to get out of bed, and she and her mother personally sent Zhou Zheng and others outside the ward. Xiaoji's mother suddenly asked. By the way, Xiaozhou, I'll ask you, are you still in a panacea for treating Xiaoji's face? One of my best friends has a scar on his face, I want. Mom. Xiaoji looked at her mother coquettishly, feeling a little dissatisfied with her mother. It's almost done. It is not easy for me to only help treat scars. I just scolded Zhou Zheng, but why are you still asking for it now? Zhou Zhendao. I don't have it in my hands at the moment. I remember that when I applied medicine to Xiaoji, there was still a lot left, and I left it for Xiaoji in the box. What kind of box? It's just a plastic box that is 10 centimeters square, white. Zhou Zhenbai told. I've suffered it. Xiaoji's mother suddenly changed color on her face. He has been complaining about Zhou Zheng these days, and always felt that his daughter would not have been disfigured if she had not followed Zhou Zheng to the police. Then she threw all the things Zhou Zheng brought to the trash can, and she threw them away even if she had an impression of the box. She didn't know that the box contained a panacea to remove scars. Fortunately, the trash can has not been dumped yet. Sorry, Zhou Zheng, I won't send you off if you go slowly. Xiaoji's mother smiled and then went back to the ward with an anxious look and went through the trash can. Everyone waved goodbye to Xiaoji. Walking in the corridor, Su Hongbing suddenly asked. Old Zhou, do you have any medicine to help Xiaoji remove scars? Didn't you say it just now? No. Okay. I'm still thinking about you giving me some. Old Su, don't you have it there? Su Hongbing looked confused. When did I have that thing? When I stepped on the horse? Why don't I know? Zhou Zheng smiled and said. Last time I made the rejuvenation pill for Xiaotong, didn't I give you a sticky piece of stuff? That thing is a good medicine to remove scars. I'll go. Didn't you say it's a beauty? It can not only beautify but also remove scars, which is not conflicting. Okay, Lao Zhou, thank you. Brother and sister-in-law, do you often use that kind of beauty cream when you are so beautiful? Zhou Zheng shook his head. This kind of beauty-compatible scar removal ointment is derived from the refining of Huishun recycling pills. I have made 2 rejuvenation pills in total, and there are only 2 ointments, one for Xiaoji and one for you. Real. Su Hongbing was suddenly moved. Zhou Jingxi is a good friend worth making. In order for them to give such important things without hesitation. If he sells it in the market, he can sell it for a lot of money. Not to mention the rejuvenation pill that can save your life. Rich people cherish their lives. If they knew that Zhou Zheng could save their lives, they would not hesitate even if they were allocated half of his property. Old Zhou, I have a kind of merciless request here, don't you know if you want to say it or not? Zhou Zheng gave him a blank look. I said to Lao Su, when did you become so pretentious? This is not your style, and just say anything if you have anything to do. What, my grandfather is old. He suffered a lot of injuries during the war, and his body is getting worse every year. I'm afraid. So, I want to ask for another rejuvenation pill with you with shame. Money and other things are easy to say. As soon as Su Hongbing finished speaking, Zhou Zheng's face turned cloudy, and Liang Bingbing said. No. Zhou Zheng's attitude was unexpected. You are not Lao Zhou, you are a dog. Why do you turn your back on your face if you say it's wrong? If you don't, I won't force you. What do you mean by being angry? Zhou Zhendao. Old Su, we haven't known each other for a long time, but we hit it off at first sight. I, Zhou Zheng, regard you as a buddy, and you treat me as an outsider. I can continue to refine the rejuvenation pill, but I am very dissatisfied with the way you speak. Su Hongbing said. When will I treat you as an outsider? When I step on the horse? If you ask me for money, you will treat me as an outsider. Okay. I was wrong with Lao Zhou, I'll talk again. You'll make another pill for me, and you'll make a pill for rejuvenation. Zhou Zheng nodded with a smile. No problem. Su Hongbing looked dark. It's not Lao Zhou, I find out why you are getting cheaper. Zhou Zheng also touched the back of his head. I'm talking about it. Maybe the reason I'm always with you is that this is called those who are close to the vermilion are red and those who are close to the ink are black. Hold the grass, I'm a shame. My uncle. Su Hongbing laughed and scolded, but his eyes turned red. He has made up his buddy Zhou Zheng, the kind of guy he will be in forever. Chu Yunyao kept listening to the conversation between the two people silently. She didn't interrupt either. She knew about the beauty cream that Zhou Zheng gave to Xiaoji to remove scars and Su Hongbing to recover the spring pills. This also indirectly reflects Zhou Zheng's human nature. He is cruel to the enemy, but devotes himself to his friends. Zhou Zheng gave a lot for others, but Chu Yunyao was not jealous. Because she knew that she was ranked first in Zhou Zheng's mind. What he gave to his friends was medicine, and what he gave to himself was a recipe, which was the necessary magical skill of hidden dragon technique for refining the rejuvenation pills. She held Zhou Zheng's arm and leaned her head on his shoulder as she walked. This made Su Hongbing a little dissatisfied. Good guy. We started showing our love again, right? When we arrived at the parking lot, Zhou Zheng asked Chu Yunyao where to go. Chu Yunyao said that she was a little tired and wanted to go home. Zhou Zheng planned to send her back, but was rejected. The home Chu Yunyeo returned was not Hanlin Yuan community but Chu's villa. Mom should still be worried about the hotel, she wants to go back and see her again to relieve her. Zhou Zheng, I'll just take a taxi. You guys go and do it first. Remember to go home early. I know Yunyeo. Zhou Zheng and Su Hongbing got on the Dongfeng warrior and galloped all the way. The two arrived at the meeting place 10 minutes in advance and met the tea house. As soon as he entered the door, a waiter asked, "Is it Mr. Zhou and Mr. Su?" "Yes. The person you asked you to meet has come early, please." Chapter 327. Do they still have a military background? Li Jinfeng is here early enough. Could it be that she came to make an appointment in advance, right? After hearing the waiter's words, Su Hongbing said to Zhou Zheng. Zhou Zheng did not comment. "Old Su, since we are here, we are not afraid of her making any conspiracies." Su Hongbing nodded. "Old Zhou, you are right. Let's go and meet with Yat. Should she want to fight or fight, let's continue." The waiter took the two to a private room on the second floor. "Two gentlemen, please come in here for your appointment." After saying that, the waiter went downstairs alone. Zhou Zheng and Su Hongbing looked at each other, and Su Hongbing pushed open the door. "I saw two people sitting in the luxuriously decorated private room, one man and one woman. The woman is Li Jinfeng, and the man is Director Qian from the school. Originally, Director Qian didn't want to come at all. I was also dissatisfied with Li Jinfeng's attitude. Our school has helped you Li Jinfeng very much. Now I don't know why I suddenly want to admit defeat and still hold me to accompany you. What is the reason for this?" But Li Jinfeng had a big background, so Director Qian didn't dare to turn against her and call the principal to discuss. The principal naturally did not dare to offend Li Jinfeng, so he had to lose money and avoid disaster. "You Li Jin just do what Feng can do." Director Qian reluctantly took action and met with Li Jinfeng. Li Jinfeng told Director Qian that there is a person surnamed Su who also has to take care of Lu Yan's affairs, and this person surnamed Su is Zhou Zheng's friend. Moreover, the most terrifying thing is that Su Hongbing's background is very awesome. Director Qian disagreed and flattered, saying that no matter how awesome Su Hongbing's background is, he can be more awesome than the people behind you. Li Jinfeng said a name and said, "Old Qian, you should have met this person on TV. He just checked the top leader in Handong province next door. This is Su Hongbing's son." Director Qian was shocked when he heard this and regretted it. Good guy. If I had known that, I would rather offend Li Jinfeng than do Lu Yan's affairs. It's too late to regret it now, so I had to follow Li Jinfeng to the tea house honestly. I also advised along the way that enemies should be resolved rather than to make acquaintances. If you can reconcile, reconcile. We can't afford to offend others. At worst, we can agree to the other party's conditions as much as possible. Li Jinfeng didn't say anything, thinking to herself, "Lao Qian, you are just talking nonsense. I was not willing to admit defeat and still ask them to meet." Seeing Zhou Zheng and Su Hongbing come in, Director Qian stood up like a conditioned reflex. Li Jinfeng was stunned for a moment, then stood up. She is very embarrassed now. She is as arrogant as she was before, and now she is as embarrassed as she is now. But the situation is stronger than others, and if you don't admit defeat, you may fall to the point where you will never be able to recover. Zhou. She was so stuttering that she couldn't open her mouth. Director Qian is much thicker than her. What is her face? Compared to your own interests, it is nothing. He said with a flattering look. Hello, you two. You two are Xiao Zhou and Xiao Su, right? Oh, you are indeed a handsome talent, ha ha ha. Who are you? Do I know you? Su Hongbing asked with a strong aura. I'm Qian Gui, the director of the Academic Affairs Office of Luyan School, just call me Lao Qian, ha ha ha. Please sit down. When Director Qian kept smiling, Su Hongbing couldn't find a reason to have an attack. Look at Zhou Zhang. Old Zhou, let's sit down. After the two sat down, Li Jinfeng and Director Qian sat down. Zhou Zhang didn't say anything, his sharp eyes staring at Li Jinfeng like a knife. Li Jinfeng seemed to feel uncomfortable when she felt something. After a while, she finally spoke. Zhou Zhang, I'll call you here this time, yes. Let me just say it. I'm wrong about Lu Yan jumping off the building. I can compensate me. Is it okay to have 500,000? Li Jinfeng reluctantly said these words, and her face felt as red as if she had a fever. It's the first time she has given up to others for years. Zhou Zhang was a little surprised to see Li Jinfeng admit defeat directly, and of course he was also expected. But did she just pass by the matter of paying some money? The answer is no. Before Zhou Zhang could speak, Su Hongbing spoke. Oh, hey you, Li Jinfeng, have you, say soft words? That day, the police jumped more than anyone else, why don't you jump now? You. Li Jinfeng was angry for a moment. If someone else said that, she would slap her mouth if she couldn't make a fuss. But the person in front of him was Su Hongbing, and Li Jinfeng didn't even have the courage to refute, let alone act. Her face turned redder, and she lowered her head with shame and resentment for a moment, and didn't know what to say. Why, Ms. Li actually realized her mistake. You two have to give her a chance to correct her, right? Today we are sincerely speaking. In a word, we will try our best to compensate Lu Yan. Director Qian is worthy of being an old man, so he quickly continued. Su Hongbing didn't even care about Director Qian's trick, pointed at his nose and shouted. Don't think I don't know that you are also an accomplice, do you think we haven't dealt with you yet, right? No, don't worry, let's discuss it. Zhou Zhang felt that coming here was not a quarrel but a solution to the problem. Li Jinfeng admitted her cowardly and happened to be able to win greater benefits for Lu Jianjun and his family. It seems a bit unrealistic to really fight with her and send her to prison. Zhou Zhang pulled Su Hongbing's arm and signaled him to be calm. Li Jinfeng, you must be responsible for what you mess with. Director Qian also has the responsibility for your school. When Li Jinfeng saw Zhou Zhang talking, she hurriedly said. We can be responsible to the end. Director Qian said just now that we will compensate the Lu Yan family for 500,000 yuan. Zhou waved his hand. 500,000 yuan is just a psychological loss. In addition, Lu Yan's medical expenses and nursing expenses and whether there will be sequelae, you and Director Qian are responsible for these. Li Jinfeng had no objection. No problem, you can convert these into money and we will compensate you together. Also, you, Director Qian and your child apologize in person in front of Lu Yan and her parents. This. Li Jinfeng hesitated. Losing money is already her bottom line, so she still has to apologize? She really can't afford to lose that person. What? Don't you? I think you have no sincerity at all. Su Hongbing stood up and said to Zhou Zhang. Old Zhou, let's go. No, no. Director Qian waved his hand quickly and persuaded Li Jinfeng. Li Jinfeng finally compromised. I can apologize in person, but my son Li Meng is in a closed school on the Baihe River, and he can't go out. Zhou Zhang thought for a while and said. So you apologize in the provincial evening news in the name of your son? Li Jinfeng hesitated for a moment or nodded. Okay. Director Qian thought about the long night and dreams, so he wanted to implement this matter quickly. 2. Where is Lu Yan's hospital? We plan to apologize and compensate now. Yes, at the first hospital, we will take you there. Su Hongbing said. Prepare the money, and how much do you two pay together? We won't do it if we don't. Everyone stood up and left the tea house, and Director Qian got on Li Jinfeng's BMW X5. At this time, a military plate Dongfeng warrior drove over. Du. After a loud horn, Su Hongbing poked his head out of the car. "Follow us." Li Jinfeng and Director Qian were secretly shocked. These two people are driving military vehicles? Director Qian knew how to distinguish the military license plates, and was shocked when he looked at the license plates. This is the car of the Central Theater Command. Good guy. Do they still have a military background? Chapter 328 Apologize in Person. Director Qian wiped the cold sweat from his bald head and said, "Ms. Li, seems we have to have a heavy bleeding this time. Can the car from the theater command be driven by ordinary people? These two people definitely have military backgrounds, so they are still underestimating them. No, I have to report to the principal. You can avoid disaster if you lose money." Li Jinfeng was also in a turbulent heart when she drove the car. It seemed that she had really kicked the iron plate. He even underestimated Zhou Zheng's energy. At this time, she regretted it to death. If I had known this, why would I have to be the first? She now has the same idea as Director Qian, and spend more money to calm the matter down. She was not well off at all because she spent hundreds of thousands of dollars on hiring Navy troops on the internet to discredit Lu Jianjun. It doesn't matter. Let the school make a big difference. If you don't agree, don't get the funds for next year so happily. In the Dongfeng warrior's carriage, Su Hongbing sat in the passenger seat and looked at the scenery outside the window. Suddenly he turned around and asked, "Old Zhou, after Li Jinfeng apologized, do we really plan to let her go like this? What about that? Do you want to get her to jail?" Zhou Zheng said while driving. He felt that the results of today were not easy. If Li Jinfeng refuses to admit defeat and continues to fight with them to the death, it will be a protracted war. As long as her backstage does not collapse, she can still get away with it. Zhou Zheng has no ability to defeat Li Jinfeng's backstage at all now. Although Su Hongbing's father has great power, he is also a discipline inspection boss. But it is not his father who has the final say to overturn a big boss in the province. Besides, the relationship between senior management is complicated, and Li Jinfeng's backstage should not be underestimated. Why did Su Hongbing's father establish a very powerful political enemy for the sake of justice of a little girl? Even if Su Hongbing Dao's father really wants to deal with Li Jinfeng's backstage, it will not be as simple as the police catching a thief. It requires support from a bigger boss, and it will not be possible in just a few months. Lu Jianjun is in pain every day. Although he repeatedly emphasized that he did not want to pursue this matter again, anyone with a discerning eye could see that this matter had long become his nightmare. If it could not be solved well, it would become his heart disease. The mental aspect will definitely be affected. Now his mental state is very bad. So Zhou Zheng didn't want to wait any more. He was quite satisfied with the current result, at least meeting his expectations. Su Hongbing Nanan said, "I always feel that Li Jinfeng is punished too lightly. People like her should be locked in prison." Zhou Zheng smiled. "Old Su, don't look at Li Jinfeng's timidity now, because she has a sense of awe for us. She will not change herself, and she will still be domineering in the future. Sooner or later, she will suffer a great loss for this. Don't worry, someone will deal with her." The two drove the Dongfeng warriors to the city's first central hospital soon. After getting off the car, Li Jinfeng and Director Qian also got off the BMW. Su Hongbing said to the point, "How is it? Have you two thought it through clearly? How much does it cost? Tell us. If you don't have sincerity, I'll see you leave as soon as possible." Li Jinfeng and Director Qian looked at each other. The two of them discussed compensation issues on the way just now. Zhou Zheng and Su Hongbing both drove the car from the Central Theater Command, and this is a demonstration to them. Compensation of 500,000 is definitely not possible. Li Jinfeng gritted her teeth and said she would double it and compensate 1 million yuan, but the other party wanted to agree to the matter and it was over. She felt that since she admitted her defeat, she would do it once and for all, and she was eager to calm the matter down. Director Qian also gritted his teeth and said, "Yes, you will pay 1 million yuan. If you pay 500,000 yuan, our school will pay 500,000 yuan. Then he took out his phone and wanted to inform the principal. Li Jinfeng shook her head and said, "I'll pay 250,000, and the remaining 750,000 will be paid for your school." Director Qian feels like he is losing his parents. Maid and Li Jinfeng are too much. How can you tell the principal? Seeing Director Qian hesitating, Li Jinfeng was very dissatisfied and used next year's education funds to threaten the other party. I thought to myself that I can't afford to offend Zhou Zheng and Su Hongbing. I can't afford to offend you? Money. The director had to bite the bullet and call the principal. After being scolded by the principal, Director Qian handed the phone to Li Jinfeng. Then the principal changed from being scolded to being scolded, and finally agreed under Li Jinfeng's coercion. "We paid 1 million compensation. We did something wrong, and we realized our mistakes. Especially Ms. Li has been repenting and blaming herself on the road, and asked two of you to give up her hands. How about this matter ending?" Director Qian bent down and looked flattering. Su Hongbing said in his heart that this guy is really good at speaking. Although this guy's virtue is very annoying, he is very good at doing things. Zhou Zheng didn't believe what Director Qian said, that Li Jinfeng was repenting and blaming himself all the way, but compensation of 1 million would be fine. With the apology, Master Lu Jianjun should be satisfied. "Whether it's okay, my master agrees to count. Come with me." After Zhou Zheng finished speaking, he left with Su Hongbing. Director Qian greeted Li Jinfeng, who was swallowing his anger, and followed behind him. In Lu Yan's independent ward, Wang Yeheng came to change shifts with her husband Lu Jianjun and brought supper. Lu Yan was still sleeping at this time. Dong 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 dong. A knock on the door suddenly sounded outside. Lu Jianjun tiptoed to look at the door. When I opened the door, I immediately said in surprise, "Xiaozhou, aren't you leaving? Why are you back? Come in quickly, your sister-in-law brings me supper, let's have something together." "Master, don't be busy having dinner for now, where is Xiao Yan?" "I'm still sleeping." "Oh, then call out your sister-in-law." "No, Xiaozhou, what are you doing? It's mysterious. Come in first and say it slowly. I'll know in a while." "Go and call my sister-in-law." Lu Jianjun went into the ward in confusion and called Wang Yeheng out. "Master, sister-in-law, come with me." Zhou Zheng turned around and walked to the side. Lu Jianjun and Wang Yeheng looked at each other and didn't know what Zhou Zheng was selling, and followed Zhou Zheng with a questioning look on his face. After walking a few steps and taking a turn, 3 people stood there. Of course it was Su Hongbing, Li Jinfeng, and Director Qian. Lu Jianjun had never met Li Jinfeng and Director Qian, but he knew Su Hongbing. "I thought these 2 people were Su Hongbing's friends." Wang Yeheng knew Director Qian and Li Jinfeng, especially Li Jinfeng, who cheated her child Xiao Yan. "However, my family was powerless, and this matter could only be done in such a cowardly way." Li Jinfeng became her nightmare, and she wanted to beat her up and vent her anger in her dreams. Seeing Director Qian and Li Jinfeng were together, Wang Yeheng couldn't help but take a few steps back. You. Su Hongbing glanced at Director Qian and Li Jinfeng. Hey, the real master is here, why are you still standing there?" Director Qian took a step forward and said with guilt. "Parent Lu Yan, the school and I have great responsibility for the last time. We have realized our mistake now. On behalf of the principal, I apologize to you and Lu Yan." "Sorry." As he said that, he bowed 90 degrees to Lu Jianjun and Wang Yeheng. Chapter 329. Li Jinfeng bows her head and admits her mistake. Lu Jianjun and Wang Yeheng were at a loss when they faced Director Qian's sudden apology and were more surprised. Especially when Wang Yiheng and Lu Yan had an accident, Director Qian had always favored Li Jinfeng. She still clearly remembered Director Qian's face. I thought this matter would pass without a turnaround, but suddenly Director Qian changed his face and apologized sincerely, so he couldn't mess with Wang Yiheng. She and her husband Lu Jianjun both opened their mouths and remained motionless, as if they couldn't believe it. Director Qian bent his waist to 90 degrees and worked very hard. Of course, it doesn't mean that he is very sincere. Most of the performances are for Zhou Zheng and Su Hongbing to show them. He believes that the compensation is only part of it, and the most important thing is attitude. As the saying goes, if you don't hit someone with a smile, you can win the other party's understanding better by having a good attitude, and Zhou Zheng and Su Hongbing will be satisfied. But what the hell is it that you don't say anything? Is it okay to be a director at least? Everyone bowed and apologized. Shouldn't you two help me up quickly? Director Qian thought about it and thought that the other party was not speaking because Li Jinfeng had not apologized yet. He tilted his head and looked at Li Jinfeng, saying that he should hurry up. You can't stand the delay of my old waist anymore. Li Jinfeng bit her lips with her teeth and wanted to bite her to get bleeding. In her consciousness, Lu Jianjun and Wang Yiheng were just ordinary people, and she was better than each other. It's even more uncomfortable to make her apologize than killing her. Although she kept encouraging herself on the way she came, wasn't it just an apology? It was just a matter of just saying a word and I went over with shame. But when it comes to the truth, she can't hide her face. He once sarcastically cursed Wang Yiheng and Lu Yan, but now he wants to apologize again, and his face is really slapping. For a moment, he stood there and felt like he had a fever, red and hot. Director Qian said it was not good, and Li Jinfeng must not lose her link at the critical moment. He pulled Li Jinfeng and whispered, "Ms. Li is a little unbearable and he will make a big plan, and you don't want to." Li Jinfeng hesitated for a moment and finally lowered her head. "Sorry," she said softly, then bent down and bowed and bleeding was almost dripping from her face. After the initial surprise, Lu Jianjun and Wang Yiheng also realized that Director Qian and Li Jinfeng were here to apologize to them. Most people should not scold the other party hard when they have this opportunity. But the couple is kind and does not scold them. "Hi." Lu Jianjun breathed a long sigh. The suppression over the past few days almost made him collapse. This belated apology finally made him remove the burden in his heart and drive away the haze in his heart. Wang Yiheng covered her face and sobbed quietly. Her worries about Xiao Yan and the grievances in her heart for many days were also released today. The sob turned into a loud cry. Lu Jianjun quickly patted her back with his hands to show comfort. Zhou Zhensin said that these two people had too much influence on Wang Yiheng's mood, so it would be better to fight quickly. "Director Qian, let me tell my master about the compensation." Director Qian heard Zhou Zheng's voice like the sound of nature. His waist could no longer bear it, so he quickly stood up. "What? Given that our wrong behavior has caused harm to Lu Yan and you, Ms. Li and I are also feeling uncomfortable. We plan to compensate 1 million to show our regret. What is your card number? Let's transfer the money now." "Is there any compensation?" Lu Jianjun was stunned for a moment. He thought that the two people apologized in person was considered God's eyes open, and he would never have imagined it before. Unexpectedly, there is still compensation. All the expenses for Lu Yan's hospitalization were paid by Zhou Zheng, and Lu Jianjun and his family are short of money now. This million can solve many problems. But the kind Lu Jianjun still felt that there were too many, and he didn't dare to accept it. That's too much." Su Hongbing was filled with anger. "Good guy. Some people still think that the compensation is too much? Lu Jianjun is too honest, right? Is it more? I don't think it's too much at all. Brother Jianjun is the money you deserve, and you have to collect it." Yes, 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 you must accept it. This is our apology, apologies. Director Qian said as if he was pleased. Lu Jianjun nodded and reported a card number. Director Qian's operation was soon received by 1 million. All of this money was paid by the school, and the school also paid Li Jinfeng's payment in advance. As for when she would repay it, or not, she would not know. The apology has arrived and the compensation has been given. Director Qian temporarily thought of another problem. Then what? It's wrong for the school to expel Lu Yan. I will cancel this measure immediately when I go back. When Lu Yan's injury heals, he can come to school. Which class do I want to go to that class? I have to say that Director Qian will do it. Lu Yan's schooling is a big issue that Lu Jianjun and his wife are concerned about. The students are divided into regions. If Lu Yan is expelled, there is no place to go. The problem of his daughter going to school was also solved. He was in a better mood and couldn't help but thank Director Qian. Director Qian, thank you. You're welcome, don't be polite. This is what I should do. If you know your mistakes, you will correct them. I hope you don't take this to heart. Zhou Zheng saw his master Lu Jianjun turn to thank Director Qian, and he couldn't help but feel a little emotional. Originally, the school did something wrong, and Lu Yan just got the fairness he deserved, but Lu Jianjun expressed his gratitude to the initiator Director Qian. Alas! Who lets you hold your lifeline? Shaking his head and not thinking about these things. After saying that, Director Qian looked at Zhou Zheng. Is that meaning okay? Zhou Zheng nodded. Okay, let's go. Director Qian was a little worried. Officer Zhou, even if this matter is turned on the page, it cannot be turned out again in the future. Why don't we write a certificate? Su Hongbing said with an unhappy look. Hold the grass, do you think everyone is like you? The spit we spit out is also a nail, get out of here. Director Qian also did not stick to his own opinions. He breathed a sigh of relief, and he finally passed this level. He used a wink at Li Jinfeng and the two left in shame. I'm so angry, I'm so angry. Walking out of the hospital, Li Jinfeng was furious. After losing his wife and soldiers, Li Jinfeng suffered unprecedented shame. Director Qian didn't accept her words, he was thinking about his own affairs. 1 million compensation was paid. Did you encourage the principal to ask for more money from the superiors? The two of them have their own thoughts, but they also have different paths to the same end. Later, Director Qian was arrested and sent to jail for corruption and bribery issues. Li Jinfeng and her son Li Meng encountered a surprise again, which was even worse than Director Qian. Of course, this is a later story. In the corridor of the hospital, Lu Jianjun and Wang Yeheng seemed to be dreaming. Of course, they felt like a mirror in their hearts. Li Jinfeng and Director Qian were willing to bow their heads because of Zhou Zheng and Su Hongbing. Xiao Zhou, Xiao Su, thank you. Lu Jianjun was so moved that he wanted to cry. Zhou Zheng said, Master, you're just flirting with me. Don't say that you are my master. Even if you are an ordinary colleague, I won't stand by if I encounter such a thing. Su Hongbing said. Zhou is my brother and his business is mine, so don't be polite. Lu Jianjun was stupid and didn't know what to say. He discussed with Wang Yeheng and planned to give Zhou Zheng 500,000 yuan, part of which was the hospitalization fee he paid for was given as a thank you. Zhou Zheng naturally refused to accept it and said that Master, you can use this money to buy a house. Wang Yeheng said this was Xiao Yan, the money we almost died was uncomfortable for us to spend. Zhou Zheng had a sudden inspiration. It is better to teach people how to fish than to teach people how to fish. Master, my sister-in-law Yunyao's career is getting bigger and bigger, and she lacks funds. Why not use this money to invest, right? I'll call Yunyao now and ask her for her opinion. Chapter 330 My mother doesn't object to our marriage. Chu Yunyao took a taxi back to her villa. Lu Maihui is still anxious and doesn't know if the matter targeted at her hotel has been resolved. Chu Yunyao has been there for a long time but no news, and even if she calls her, she can't get through. Lu Maihui suddenly had an ominous premonition. Don't have any trouble with your daughter, even if you don't want a hotel, you can't let your daughter be hurt. She knew that Chu Yunyao's personality was soft on the outside and strong on the inside. If she was angry, she would really dare to fight with others. Lu Maihui clasped her hands together and prayed that her daughter was safe and sound. At the same time, she cursed Chu Jianghe in her heart. This old man was on a business trip to discuss business at this time, and she couldn't even contact her family, so she ignored her family. She was feeling uneasy at that time, but Chu Yunyao appeared floating there. "Mom, what are you doing? It's too late to turn on the lights." "Ba." Chu Yunyao said as she turned on the living room lights, and the gorgeous crystal chandeliers emitted a bright and soft light. Lu Maihui couldn't adapt to the light at once. She saw her daughter with her eyes narrowed and stood up with a happy expression on her face. "Yunyao, are you okay?" "I'm fine, Mom." "Oh, I can't call you, but it's scary to death." Lu Maihui couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief when she saw her daughter being full of beards and full of her tail. Chu Yunyao thought for a while, and when her mother called, she should have been forced to hand over her cell phone. Huang Shaoqan is aggressive, and it is the most dangerous moment when she doesn't want to retreat. Fortunately, Zhou Zheng and his friends arrived in time and solved the problem that Huang Shaoqan and Wang Feng kept their own hotel. "Yunyao, sit down quickly. Don't worry about the hotel. At worst, you can close the door and stop doing it." Lu Maihui pulled Chu Yunyao and sat on the sofa. "My daughter's return safely is better than anything else. Mom, the hotel matter has been resolved." Lu Maihui was surprised when she heard this. "What? Solved? Really fake? Of course it's true. My Yunyao is so amazing." Lu Maihui showed a gratified smile on her face and praised Chu Yunyao. "My daughter has indeed grown up and can stand alone." She also had a strong sense of curiosity in her heart. "Yunyao, what's going on? Please tell your mother." "Okay, Mom." Chu Yunyao told the cause of the incident again. Of course, she was afraid that her mother would be worried and did not say that she was forced into a desperate situation by Huang Shaoqan and Wang Feng. She just said that the two were aggressive and she refused to give in. Later, Zhou Zheng appeared, and later Gong Yu and Su Hongbing and others drove the plane and tank to help Zhou Zheng. Lu Maihui was so surprised that she couldn't stop talking. "It's not Yunyao. According to your father's investigation into Zhou Zheng, he is just a grassroots. With his ability, he was admitted to the police school and then became a policeman. His grandfather had been a soldier before and went to the battlefield, but he was just a soldier. His parents had no information at all. I believe he was an ordinary person and might have passed away long ago. How can Zhou Zheng have such great strength?" Lu Maihui was very clear. Anyway, she broke her head and never thought that Zhou Zheng, a grassroots, could actually mobilize aircraft, tanks, and even the army. Good guy, this is something that only happens without brainstorms. "Mom," Chu Yunyao said coquettishly. "Although Zhou Zheng is a grassroots, he also has friends. Su Hongbing and Gong Yu, who is leading the team, are both his good friends. I heard that Su Hongbing was guilded by the provincial department, and Gong Yu was the captain of those soldiers. Although Zhou Zheng has no background, he has a group of friends with backgrounds. Of course, I don't care about these things, otherwise I wouldn't break up with the Chu family to fulfill the engagement with him." After Chu Yunyao finished speaking, Lu Maihui sighed. "Yunyao, to be honest, I have been thinking about it for a long time. Is it right or wrong to disagree with your engagement with Zhou Zheng? Mom is also thinking about it now. As long as you are willing, my opinion and your dad are not important. Your father's stubbornness has always insisted on his opinion. Yunyao, I have different opinions from him. As long as you are happy, I will recognize what kind of son-in-law you find. But that's the case, Mom has to ask you, how have you and Zhou Zheng been doing during this period? Chu Yunyao's fair and pretty face rose 2 blushings. She nodded and said, "It's great. Zhou Zheng treats me very well. You also know that I am starting a business now. My startup capital and the recipe for me are given to me by Zhou Zheng. I would not have achieved something without his help. Now I have rented an office building, a factory building, and a company. Zhou Zheng has made the most efforts in all of this. Also, I met many powerful people with him, such as the vice president of the Provincial Writers Association and some veteran cotters in the province. They appreciate Zhou Zheng very much without exception. Mom, these veteran cotters should not have any problems with their vision, right? Take this time, if it weren't for Zhou Zheng's hotel, it might have changed hands. Even if my father comes forward in person, it will not be costly at all." Lu Maihui nodded when she heard this. "Yunyao, let you say that Zhou Zheng is very outstanding, and he is not a little better than those young men with some background. Of course, I feel relieved that he is kind to you, and I feel more at ease to hand you over to him. What do you think your dad is so stubborn? Anyway, Mom supports your choice." "Mom, you are so nice." Chu Yunyao hugged Lu Maihui's arm and buried her head in her arms. She thought to herself that if her mother knew that Zhou Zheng had saved her life, she even passed on her unique hidden dragon art and even refined a life-saving rejuvenation pill for her father, but she didn't know what she thought. Of course, all of this cannot be revealed to my mother, because she is afraid that she will worry. "Oh Yunyao, you are so old, you are still acting coquettish and don't feel ashamed." Lu Maihui shouted exaggeratedly. "Mom, no matter how old I am, your daughter, isn't it? Okay, it's getting late, we'll have dinner first, we're a little hungry." The hotel matter was resolved, and Lu Maihui felt relaxed and felt hungry. She stood up and pulled Chu Yunyao to the restaurant. The nanny had already prepared the meal. After dinner, Chu Yunyao decided to leave. Lu Maihui held her hand, hoping that she could stay with her. "Your dad is not at home, how about you stay at home to accompany your mom tonight?" "Mom, I still have to go home. Zhou Zheng will be worried if he doesn't see me when he comes home. When my dad accepts Zhou Zheng, our family will be able to live together by then." After Chu Yunyao said that, Lu Maihui was a little disappointed. The girl was outgoing. When the old man came home, he had to find a way to convince him to accept Zhou Zheng. As soon as Chu Yunyao walked out of her villa, she received a call from Zhou Zheng. Chapter 331 The Kind That Will Never See You. "Hey, have Yunyao been home? I just had a meal with my mother and was about to go home. Zhou Zheng, when will you come back?" Chu Yunyao was in a good mood and the hotel problem was solved, and her mother Lu Maihui no longer interfered in her marriage with Zhou Zheng. "As for me, I have to wait a while. Zhou Zheng, have you eaten?" "Not yet. I haven't eaten yet. By the way, have you met Li Jinfeng with Su Hongbing? How are you talking about it?" "I met, it went smoothly. Li Jinfeng and Director Qian from the school apologized to my master's family in person, and also compensated 1 million yuan for mental damage and medical expenses." "That's great." Victory was hard won, and Chu Yunyao was also happy for Lu Jianjun's family. "Zhou Zheng is fine and hurry up and go home. If you don't have any meals, I'll cook for you at home. What do you want to eat?" "I can do anything. I can have fun eating whatever my wife cooks." "Haha, bad guy, you are really good at speaking and learn to be sloppy. Who did you learn it from?" Zhou Zheng and Chu Yunyao talked more and more on the phone, and seemed to have forgotten about Lu Jianjun's investment. Su Hongbing next to him looked dark. "I thought to myself, Zhou Zheng, you have forgotten the serious matter when chatting with your wife? I really despise you." Hey, Lao Zhou said, "Don't get tired of it, Hurry up and talk about the serious business. As an atmosphere destroyer, Su Hongbing said dissatisfiedly. Oh. Zhou Zheng nodded embarrassedly and said to the phone microphone. Yunyao, I'll discuss with you about something. My master received 1 million yuan in compensation from Li Jinfeng, and he and sister-in-law Yeheng are unwilling to spend the money. I thought it would be better to invest this million yuan in your company. How about the investment? Anyway, our family's funds are not sufficient. No problem. My husband will do whatever he says. Chu Yunyao agreed without even thinking about it. To put it bluntly, her company is actually Zhou Zheng's. Whether it is the formula or the funds, it is provided by Zhou Zheng. Strictly speaking, Chu Yunyao is Zhou Zheng's manager. Besides, she knew the situation of Lu Jianjun's family, and she had been thinking about helping. Otherwise, the raw materials would not have been purchasing pure grain wine brewed by Wang Yeheng's father. As for the shortage of funds, it is not a problem. The medicinal wine has been booked out in advance. Some people have paid the deposit, but some are anxious and pay the full amount directly, so they want to drink the magical medicinal wine as soon as possible. Okay Yunyao, let's do it first. If you have time, you can calculate it and explain it clearly to Sister Yeheng. I'll go home if I'll delay it for a while. After hanging up the phone, Zhou Zheng said to Lu Jianjun. Master, Yunyao has agreed to your investment. I will ask Sister Yeheng to explain in detail in the next 2 days. Lu Jianjun felt a little embarrassed. It's not Xiaozhou, you said you helped us too much, I really feel. Zhou Zheng waved his hand. Master, you are my master who says this will make me unhappy. Su Hongbing said. I said, Brother Jianjun, don't be pretentious. You know Lao Zhou's temper. What he hopes is that your family can get better and better. All right. Lu Jianjun nodded and said no more. Master, Sister Yeheng is just like that. Let's leave first. You go back and take care of Xiao Yan. Xiaozhou, you guys go out to have something together, let's have a meal. Wang Yeheng was also grateful, but she didn't know how to express it, and wanted to invite Zhou Zheng and Su Hongbing to have a meal to show her feelings. Sister-in-law, you're not busy with food. When Xiao Yan is discharged from the hospital, how about we go to your small yard for barbecue? Don't be bothered then. How could it be? I'm too happy. You must come and bring Yunyao together. Also, Xiao Su is here too. Su Hongbing nodded. That's a must. Sister-in-law, just prepare the meat. I'll bring a few bottles of good wine. I'll tell you I'm a foodie. Ha ha ha. Everyone was amused by Su Hongbing, and then chatted for a few more words and waved goodbye. The two walked out of the hospital inpatient building and came to the Dongfeng warrior's carriage. Hey Lao Zhou, let's go for a meal together, and I'll return the car to brother Yu. Zhou Zhendao. It's not necessary to eat, Yunyao is cooking for me at home. Su Hongbing exaggeratedly. Hold the grass, are you showing your love again? What are you doing? Can you have a little public morality? Hee. Zhou Zheng smiled. Then what Lao Su, why not go to my house for dinner and try Yunyao's craftsmanship? Su Hongbing shook his head and said. Forget it, I won't be annoying for you when it's so late. In this way, I'll send you home first before returning the car. Old Su, let's go and return the car together. It's dark and I'm not at ease if you walk alone at night. What's wrong with me? I'm not a child. I mean, I'm not worried about the vehicles on the road. If you drive the car on a whim and you're overwhelming, you'll be hit by other cars on the road. Damn it! Su Hongbing looked dark. Are I that bad for mad? Okay, I'll send you home first, so as not to let us arrive at the camp together. Brother Yu persuades you again, begging Bela to join the Special Forces team. He is so greedy that he can't do it, and it's hard for you to do it. Zhou Zheng thought about it, and now he could still think of Gong Yu's eyes that were eager to seek talent. Okay, you can send me home first. Okay. Su Hongbing fired, and the Dongfeng warrior roared and drove out of the hospital. Su Hongbing was silent for a while on the road and suddenly asked, Old Zhou, when will you and Chu Yunyao get married? Zhou Zhendao. We are already married and we have obtained all the certificates. When will I hold the ceremony? Didn't you say that the ceremony has not been held yet? Zhou Zheng looked into the distance and said, I guess I have to wait a long time to meet my goal. What are your goals? Zhou Zheng shook his head and said without saying anything, and asked back. Where are you, Lao Su? When will you and Xiao Tong get married? Do you plan to stay in Baihe after getting married? Su Hongbing's face, which had always been optimistic, suddenly became a little unnatural. I don't know, maybe I'm about to be transferred back to the department. That's great. The development in the department is much faster than that below. Lao Su is waiting for you to become a leader and must take care of me. Zhou Zheng teased with a smile. Then, Su Hongbing, who had always been slandering, did not respond, but sighed. Zhou Zheng then realized that Su Hongbing was in a bad mood and had a melancholy expression on his face. Zhou Zheng said in surprise. It's not Lao Su, what's wrong with you? Suddenly depressed? This is not your style. Oh. Su Hongbing sighed again and said. Xiao Tong and I may be separated. What do you mean? Are you going on a business trip? Old Zhou, what I mean by separation is not separation for the time being, but separation forever. After hearing Su Hongbing's words, Zhou Zheng was even more confused. Old Su, what's going on? Chapter 332 The Problems Facing Su Hongbing. Old Zhou, please stop asking. I can't solve it anyway. Telling it will only add to your worries. Speaking of this, Su Hongbing was in a very bad mood and even a little irritable. He couldn't help but step on the accelerator deeply, and the Dongfeng warriors suddenly accelerated and rushed to lightning. Zhou Zheng's body involuntarily leaned back and said slowly. Old Su, please click slowly. We are old guys, let's talk. If there are really difficulties, I can also think of a solution for you, right? Oh Lao Zhou, I know you have great supernatural powers, but no one can handle this, really. The more Su Hongbing didn't want to say it, the more Zhou Zheng wanted to know it. After all, his attitude towards Xiao Tong is obvious to all. For her willingness to give up her job in the ministry and come to Jianghebi, and almost knelt down to beg Zhou Zheng to save her life. After finally saving Xiao Tong's life, the two of them can be with each other for the rest of their lives. How could he be willing to leave her? Old Su, you always say that I am pretentious. Are you really not going to talk to your buddy? What if I can help you? If you don't want to forget it, I don't want to listen. Zhou Zheng used the provocation method to attack Su Hongbing and was indeed deceived. Old Zhou, I'd better say it would be uncomfortable if I keep it in my heart. That's the case. You know the situation of my family. Although I have no family opinion, I am the only one in my family. I will not have much freedom in choosing a partner. I got to know Xiao Tong and I were out of control, but when my family found out, they all expressed their opposition. Right. I argued and even went on a hunger strike, but my family still didn't let go. Then I deliberately made up my depressedness and forced my family to return the right to choose a spouse to me for the time being. Later I learned that Xiao Tong had a terminal illness and could not be treated at all, and she would not live long. So I went to ask them to find resources to save Xiao Tong. My family also felt relieved and said that they could use resources to treat Xiao Tong, but they made 3 rules with me. No matter whether she could cure her or not, I would leave her in the end. I must listen to them in the future in terms of marriage. Zhou Zheng said in surprise. Old Su, did you agree? Su Hongbing nodded and said sadly. Agree. In order to save Xiao Tong, it would be fine to pay my life. I just wanted her to live at that time. So, I took Xiao Tong on a journey of treatment. I went to major hospitals in Beijing for 3 months. My family also used resources to invite countless domestic and foreign experts, but it was useless. Xiao Tong is gone, and she doesn't want to suffer from treatment. She just wants me to accompany her to walk her last journey peacefully in her hometown. So I transferred from the ministry to the Baihe provincial department and rented a house in the provincial capital, taking care of her while working and accompanying her for the last journey. That period was probably my happiest time. Later I met you and you saved Xiao Tong's life. I was ecstatic but worried. Because I know that once my family learns that Xiao Tong's illness is cured, they will transfer me back to the capital and Xiao Tong and I will be separated forever. After Su Hongbing said this, he sighed, feeling that he was powerless for the first time. It was the first time Zhou Zheng saw him sentimental and comforted him. Old Su, don't be pessimistic. Xiao Tong's illness is cured, which is a good thing. You can discuss it with your family. Is it a great idea to take her back to the capital at that time? Su Hongbing said. Old Zhou's affairs are not as simple as you think. My grandfather is an old stubborn man. He said it all the same. Even my only grandson has to listen to him. And, I promised 3 rules, and my arms couldn't resist my thighs. I can only spend 1 day with Xiao Tong now. You know why I don't want to come to Jiangbei Municipal Bureau and don't want to participate in the Lishaiza selection competition, right? I don't know which bastard wants to flatter the old man. I made arrangements for me, but I can't refuse, just because I'm afraid I'll attract the old man's attention. Zhou Zheng was also very sad when he heard Su Hongbing's words. Happy people are the same, while unfortunate people are different. Did he and Chu Yunyao also get broken up? The difference is that Chu Yunyao resolutely broke up with the Chu family in order to be with him. In this regard, Zhou Zheng is much happier. Of course, Su Hongbing can also break up with the Su family, but his situation is different from that of Chu Yunyao. The Chu family is just a local rich man, while the Su family is a family of officials. Naturally, the people in his family are much more tough in dealing with such things than the Chu family. Zhou Jingshi couldn't help either, so he could only support him spiritually. Old Su, you were right at the beginning. I really couldn't help much. If you want me to treat someone, I'm a little sure if I want to save someone. I'm a little sure of this kind of thing. The speaker was unintentional, and the listener was intentional. Zhou Zheng's words attracted Su Hongbing's attention. He suddenly had a bright light and he stepped on the brake hard. Squeak! Dongfeng warrior's huge body slid forward for 2 meters before stopping, and a burst of smoke came out from the friction between the tires and the ground. Fortunately, there are no vehicles in front and behind, otherwise it is still very dangerous to brake suddenly. Zhou Zheng was almost lifted down under the seat, and he couldn't help but look dark. It's not Lao Su, why are you going crazy? Su Hongbing said happily. Old Zhou, I suddenly thought of a solution. I don't know whether Cheng Cheng is or not, but there is a glimmer of hope for Xiao Tong and me. What's the solution? Are you two going to elope? Grass, don't squeeze me, you have to help with this method. I'll beg you again, okay? Zhou Zheng said dissatisfied. Old Su, you have something to say and fart, you're so rude. I want to go home and eat the food my wife cooks. Su Hongbing gave him a jealous look and then talked about the serious matter. Didn't I beg you to make a pill of rejuvenation pill a while ago? I think my grandfather is old and hurting his body when he was young, so I think about preparing a pill for any trouble. If you use the rejuvenation pill to save his life, you will be his savior. My grandfather will repay his kindness. Then you can speak for me and let the old man fulfill Xiao Tong and me. How about this idea? Of course, Lao Zhou, you have to support me. Zhou Zhendao. Old Su, I definitely support you. It's okay to make a remake pill and give it to the old man. But, have you ever thought that if the old man is fine for 3 or 5 years? Can you keep the news that Xiao Tong is cured for so long? Su Hongbing thought for a while and said disappointedly. That's right. Even if Zhou Zheng really used the Huishun remaking pill to save the old man's life, Su Hongbing's marriage might have been arranged at that time. What should I do? A method that I finally thought of had loopholes, and Su Hongbing was so anxious that he sucked his teeth. Zhou Zheng followed his thoughts and thought. Old Su, how is your grandfather's health? Average. There are no minor problems with serious illnesses, especially the torture of gout, which is hard to cure but not fatal. Zhou Zheng looked up at him. If I understand, the old man gout has been cured. Will the old man thank me? If you really cure gout, it's like saving the old man's life. Su Hongbing's eyes lit up. Damn, okay, Lao Zhou. This is about the same amount as saving the old man's life. But can you treat it well? Zhou Zheng looked ahead and pretended. 80 or 90% sure. Now that his acupuncture technique is about to reach the master level, it should not be too difficult. Chapter 333 I Must Kill You. Really? Su Hongbing was overjoyed when he heard Zhou Zheng's words and his eyebrows were relaxed. He bowed his fists and said, Old Zhou, I'll ask you for this matter. My buddy owe you too much and I don't know how to repay you. If I were a woman, I had to promise myself, but unfortunately, I could only wait for the next life to be a cow or a horse. Zhou Zheng looked dark. Old Su, don't practice talking. I'm only 80% sure of being ugly in front of me, and I dare to make a promise with you. His acupuncture technique has not reached the level of a master, so he dare not say that he can be treated 100% well for the old man. He is absolutely sure to relieve the symptoms, so he cannot say all of his words. Su Hongbing was already quite satisfied. Okay, that's okay. Even if there is a glimmer of hope, I will do my best to do 100 times. I know your love regardless of success or failure, whether Lao Zhou succeeds or not. You are my reborn parents. Su Hongbing had another round of balabara, and he wanted to worship Zhou Zheng as his charitable father in person. Old Zhou, when will you go to the capital with me to see the old man? I'm going to see that Ding is Ding, Mao is Mao, or Mao is good now. Why don't we set out now? Zhou Zheng looked surprised. It's not Lao Su, you're too fast, right? Besides, this Dongfeng warrior has to be returned to Captain Gong. Su Hongbing said with great sincerity. Brother Yu and the others are also back to the capital. I will drive the car back first to save them the effort. After saying that, I really had to turn the steering wheel and turn the front of the car. Etc. Zhou Zheng stopped Su Hongbing's actions. Old Su, you are too impatient. Have you ever thought that you would doubt the old man who would rashly lead me to help your grandfather treat his illness? This is not a matter of urgency. You have to lay the groundwork. The old man also has a medical team around him. Do you think others will agree to me for treatment? Su Hongbing felt that what Zhou Zheng said made sense and stopped the action in his hand. Zhou Zheng is too young, and the old man may not believe how high his medical skills are. Those national medical masters cannot cure the old man's gout. How could he believe that a young boy can cure his illness? Old Zhou, you are right, I'm too anxious. But what should I do? He thought for a while and had an idea. Old Zhou, it's better to do this. My dad also has gout, so why not treat my dad first? If he is cured, he will definitely recite the letter in front of the old man. I don't need to say that he will ask you to treat the old man, so that it will happen naturally. Su Hongbing was a little proud. He felt that his brain was so good for the first time in so many years. Zhou Zheng nodded. Old Su, this is the same way. Where I will go to the capital with Yunhao in a while, and then I will follow this plan. Su Hongbing said worriedly. How long will it take? It won't take too long, right? Xiao Tong's recovery will probably not be hidden for long. It won't be too long. We will go to the capital together when the provincial trials are over. The provincial selection competition will start in a few days, so we should hurry up. Su Hongbing nodded. Okay. Just go to the capital after the selection competition. Lao Zhou, don't make any trouble for me halfway, otherwise I will jog. Don't worry if I do my business. It's enough to have you said. Now I'll take you home. Su Hongbing kicked the floor oil, and the warrior of Dongfeng roared and rushed forward like a giant steel beast. Zhou Zheng untied a tactile button in his heart, and his mood was naturally very relaxed, so he wanted to go crazy. Hold the grass Lao Su, please click slowly, click slowly. After driving for a while, Hanlin Yuan community arrived. Su Hongbing just slowed down. An Audi car suddenly drove over from the diagonal thorn. Su Hongbing braked but failed, and the Audi car collided with the Dongfeng warriors. Of course, civilian cars are not the opponent of military cars. The front bumper of Audi was cracked, while the Dongfeng warriors were unscathed. How did you drive? The glass in the Audi car's cab opened, revealing a face full of unshaven and angry face. I'm a damn master. Su Hongbing was immediately angry. You obviously want to add to the squat and still blame me? He opened the car window. Brother, are you very brave and dare to compete with military vehicles for roads? Military vehicles. The owner of the Audi car was obviously stunned for a moment, and then he saw clearly that there was a military vehicle in front of him, but he was not afraid. What's wrong with military vehicles? Can military vehicles run around unscrupulously? Look, I'm hitting my car. Su Hongbing suppressed his anger and said. Hey, I said you are not reasonable. Who wants to add it? You obviously hit me, can you blame me? Old Su, I'll take a look in the afternoon. Zhou Zheng was about to open the door and get out of the car. Su Hongbing stopped him. Need not. Audi owners seem to want to argue if they are not convinced. When I passed the car window of the main driver, I saw Zhou Zheng's familiar face, which changed color and kicked off with a throttle. Hey, why are you running? Are you so scared? The Audi owner ran away and laughed at him. Zhou Zheng also saw the face of the Audi owner clearly, which was his neighbor Lin Hao. After not seeing each other for many days, Lin Hao became much haggard. But it's not surprising that his mother and his physical father murdered his adoptive father. Now that they have been arrested, they don't know if they have been sentenced. There is such a big change at home, so it must be upset. But who made Wang Fu and Huang Shifen commit crimes? Zhou Zheng shook his head and there was no pity in his heart. Even if he did it again, he would send Lin Hao's parents to prison without any mercy. Lin Hao drove a few kilometers in one breath before he parked the car on the side of the road. He just met his enemy Zhou Zheng, which made him angry and his eyes turned red, but he didn't have the courage to look at Zhou Zheng for a second. The case between Wang Fu and Huang Shifen is about to begin, and the lawyer also said that the police should have obtained all the evidence. Wang Fu's death sentence did not run away. Huang Shifen said that it started for 10 years. It doesn't matter whether Wang Fu dies or not. After all, he has no feelings for him, but he cannot accept that his mother was sent to jail. His biological father and his mother killed the nominal father who raised him, which made him even more sad and angry. He blamed all of this on Zhou Zheng and Chu Yunyao. If Zhou Zheng and Chu Yunyao did not move to Hanlin Yuan community and did not be neighbors with his family, this might not have happened. He can still be a happy and carefree mama boy. The angry Lin Hao once fantasized about killing Zhou Zheng and Chu Yunyao, but it was just fantasy, and he was a coward in reality. During these difficult days and nights, Lin Hao was worse than death. If he couldn't see Huang Shifen, he was like losing his soul. He made a secret decision in his heart that as long as his mother was sentenced, he would die with Zhou Zheng and Chu Yunyao with the determination to die, and would never be cowardly again. I am not afraid of death, what else can I be afraid of? Lin Hao looked at himself in the haggard rearview mirror in the car and said word by word. Zhou Zheng, Chu Yunyao, I will definitely kill you. Chapter 334, Planning to go to Beijing in half a month. Mad. This kid runs fast, otherwise he will have to compensate for the losses. I hit a military vehicle and made a comeback. Is there any law of the king? Is there any law? Su Hongbing cursed as he watched the Audi disappear in the distance. Zhou Zheng smiled. He didn't think Lin Hao ran away because he hit a military vehicle, but felt that this kid was guilty when he saw him. As for why he was guilty, Zhou Zheng couldn't figure it out for a while. Shaking his head and not thinking about it anymore. Old Su, when I got home, I went up to have some food with me before leaving. I think Yunyao has already prepared the meal. Zhou Zheng sincerely invited Su Hongbing to visit his home. Although Su Hongbing is cynical, he is not a person without vision. The world of Zhou Zheng and Chu Yunyao is inconvenient to disturb him, so naturally he refused. Old Zhou, I won't go. I'll have to return the car to Brother Yu and delay the day. Then you go down quickly. Okay. Then you can get some on the way. Zhou Zheng didn't insist, so he opened the car door and jumped out of the car. Old Zhou is taking a leisurely night. Don't kick the quilt down and catch a cold again, it will affect tomorrow's training. Ha ha ha. Su Hongbing threw down a meaningful sentence, smiled and turned to the front of the car to leave. You boy. Zhou Zheng pointed at the butt of Dongfeng Warrior's car, shook his head and walked into the community. He took the elevator to his door, and he reached out to enter the password on the security door. Do click. Before the password was entered, the door was opened from inside, revealing Chu Yunyao's beautiful face with a smile. Chu Yunyao was wearing a translucent gauze pajama. Although her pajamas were a little fat, it could not cover up her graceful figure with a protruding front and a raised back. The pajamas were open with a large round neckline, revealing her graceful and fair swan neck and the depth on her chest. Zhou Zheng smelled a scent, which was the smell of a girl's body fragrance mixed with lemon-scented shower gel, and couldn't help but feel a little intoxicated. Zhou Zheng is coming in quickly, why are you standing there? Oh. Zhou Zheng nodded and hurriedly walked in and closed the security door with his backhand. In the living room, the huge crystal lamp emits a soft light that sprinkles the entire living room. Under the lamp, the more you look at the beauty, the more you become. Zhou Zheng couldn't help but be stunned when he looked at Chu Yunyao. Chu Yunyao felt a little uncomfortable when facing Zhou Zheng and touched her face and hair. Zhou Zheng, do you have flowers on my face? What are you doing when I keep watching me? Yunyao, you are so beautiful. Zhou Zheng couldn't help but say. Two blush appeared on Chu Yunyao's fair and pretty face. This is the first time Zhou Zheng praised her like this in person. She was a little uncomfortable with it for a moment. She lowered her head and waited for Zhou Zheng to take the next move. Even looking forward to Zhou Zheng hugging her and kissing her. Who knew that Zhou Zheng patted his head? Oh, I forgot to change my shoes. As he said that, he ran to the shoe cabinet at the door and bent down to change his shoes. Chu Yunyao looked dark. This straight man is so ignorant. Actually, Zoe, it's not that I don't understand the charm, but that I can't control myself after a while. Chu Yunyao's disease was not cured. If the ditches could not withstand the impact of floods, Zhou Zheng was worried. So in order not to cause serious consequences, he could only suppress the desire in his heart and talk about other things to change the subject. Yunyao, how do you know I'm back? Zhou Zheng changed his shoes and sat on the sofa. I've been waiting for you in the living room, and I heard your footsteps and the sound of you pressing the security door password. Zhou Zheng did not take any further action for her, and Chu Yunyao was slightly disappointed. But I didn't take it to my heart. After all, the two had a 3-year agreement. Although Chu Yunyao recognized Zhou Zheng more and more, Zhou Zheng always abides by it. The two of them lived under the same roof for so long that she even hinted that Zhou Zheng could be bolder, but Zhou Zheng never crossed the line. This is also what she admires Zhou Zheng. Oh Yunyeo, when did you go home? I've been back for a long time, and I took the time to go to Chu's house to see my mother. I'm afraid she's anxious about the hotel. I'm hungry, Zhou Zheng, I've finished my meal. Let's go to the restaurant first. She got up and pulled Zhou Zheng to the restaurant for dinner. There were a few dishes on the dining table. Although they looked average, this young lady only knows how to make a few dishes. It is already very valuable to be able to make. Wow Yunyeo, the food you cook is so hearty, it's so great. Zhou Zheng looked at the food on the table and praised it without hesitation. Chu Yunyeo was embarrassed. Where do I have what you do? I just followed the steps in the Douyin video and didn't know if it tastes good or not. I'll go serve you a meal. Chu Yunyeo said and went to the kitchen, and soon brought 2 bowls of rice. Yunyeo, you haven't eaten yet. Yes, I won't wait for you to come back and eat together. Chu Yunyeo smiled, with no expression of dissatisfaction on her face. It was already past 10 o'clock in the evening, and Chu Yunyeo must have been hungry. Zhou Zheng also heard her stomach gushing twice. I was suddenly moved. Yunyeo, don't wait for me to eat first when you are hungry. Zhou Zheng, you are the head of the family. Of course I have to wait for you to have dinner together. If you don't come back, it's another matter. I know that there is absolutely no reason why you don't wait for you when you go home. When I was in the Chu family, if my father came home late, my mother and I would wait for him to come back to have dinner together. Zhou Zhendao. Yunyeo, it's not that the Chu family doesn't have so many rules. You are not allowed to do this in the future, otherwise I will be very unhappy. Zhou Zheng's words made another warm current surge in Chu Yunyeo's heart. Okay, I know my husband, have dinner quickly, I'm hungry too. What are you calling me? Zhou Zheng said in surprise. Honey. Chu Yunyeo helped Zhou Zheng pick up chopsticks and said. I may not be able to call it out for the moment when I am outside, but it's okay at home. Besides, you are my husband. Haha, thank you, my wife, for helping me pick up the food. Zhou Zheng started calling Chu Yunyeo's wife when he was learning and selling. Their husbands and wives were shouting happily, and their hearts were filled with a warm sense of happiness. After dinner, Zhou Zheng took the initiative to clean up the dishes and go to wash the dishes. The two of them had an agreement before that if anyone cooked, the other person would go to wash the dishes after dinner. Chu Yunyeo was not pretentious either, and brewed 2 cups of tea and waited for Zhou Zheng in the living room. After a while, Zhou Zheng finished washing the dishes and came to the living room. Husband, you and Su Hongbing have helped me a lot today. I won't be polite to you if you are my husband. But I think I have to express my gratitude to her. Zhou Zheng waved his hand. Wife, don't think so much. Lao Su is not a picky person. Besides, he also begged me to do something. What's the matter? It's related to whether Lao Su and his girlfriend Xiao Tong can get together. Yet. Chu Yunyeo showed a gossip on her face and patted the sofa next to her. Husband, sit next to me and talk to me. Zhou Zheng sat next to Chu Yunyeo and took a sip of tea, but did not talk about Su Hongbing, but said, Yunyeo, I plan to go to the capital in half a month. Chapter 335 Try the clothes given by my mother-in-law. Go to the capital. Chu Yunyeo was stunned for a moment when he heard Zhou Zheng's words. Once, the two agreed to go to Hexi Hospital in Beijing to visit their grandmother after they couldn't wait. But Zhou Zheng has been very busy in the progress period, and Chu Yunyeo is also very busy because of her business. Just drag it again and again. Chu Yunyeo feels guilty whenever she thinks about it. Now Zhou Zheng took the initiative to mention it again and said the date. Chu Yunyeo was moved and felt that Zhou Zheng was really too considerate. Husband, I also want to go to the capital. I haven't been to see my grandma for a long time. I feel like I'm not a filial child. Chu Yunyeo said with some regret. But I quickly came to my senses. Honey, do you have time? Didn't you say you want to participate in provincial trials? Of course there's time. Zhou Zheng leaned on the back of the sofa and said. I'll calculate the time. The provincial selection competition will end in half a month. I'll ask the director for a few days off at that time and he will definitely agree. Yunyao, do you have any problems? Can you take off your body? Chu Yunyao said. Well, I made arrangements in the company in advance. Although the company has just been established and has not yet been on track. But it is also easy to manage. That's it. By the way, you haven't told me what Su Hongbing wants you to do. That's the case. Zhou Zheng told Chu Yunyao about the difficulties faced by Su Hongbing. It's not easy for Lao Su and Xiao Tong. Since he asked me for help, I don't have any reason to refuse. Chu Yunyao is a girl after all. She is sentimental and even more sympathetic to Su Hongbing and Xiao Tong. Husband, we are quite happy compared to them, at least we got together. Zhou Zheng looked at her beautiful face affectionately and said. Wife, I have to thank you for your courage. You would rather break up with your family than tear up the engagement. Chu Yunyao said confidently. Husband, I now feel that the choice was too right at that time. Being able to come with you was the best choice I have ever made in my life. Me too. The two of them stared at each other affectionately, and finally their lips were still pressed together. Zhou Zheng tried it briefly, fearing that he could not control his desires and soon separated. Chu Yunyao was weak and limp on the sofa. She opened her mouth slightly, and her chest kept undulating. Zhou Zheng seemed to be able to feel her heartbeat. Husband, what else do I want to do? Chu Yunyao seemed to be unsatisfied and said shameful words with a blushing face. Zhou Zheng stroked her soft hair and said. Wife, when I get your illness cured, we will, by the way, when I reach my goal, I will hold a grand wedding with you. Looking at the ceiling, my eyes were filled with longing for the future. Husband, I will also work hard to make money. We will buy a big house and I will buy you a car. I will ride your little electric donkey all day long, and it will be in the wind, sun, and rain. I will feel distressed. Okay, wife. Zhou Zheng seemed to think of me and suddenly said seriously. Wife, I want to go to the capital because of Lao Su. His affairs are just a catalyst. The main thing is to visit grandma and try to cure her illness. Chu Yunyao leaned against Zhou Zheng's shoulder and said. Honey, don't explain it, I understand. I will not question your feelings for me, nor will I be jealous of you to others. That's good. How are you practicing your hidden dragon art? Have you made any progress? You have been much better before, but you still can't refine and absorb the spiritual energy between heaven and earth. It doesn't matter, take your time. Meditation and practice for a while before going to bed every night. You will definitely get started in time. Well, I know that I will work hard for my husband. Chu Yunyao suddenly stood up. Husband, I'll give you a few gifts and wait for me. Wife, what gift do you give me? Zhou Zheng asked with interest. You'll know soon. Chu Yunyao quickly walked into the cloakroom and soon came out with a few handbags in her hand. Husband, look. She opened the tote bags one by one and took out the things from it. This is Gucci men's belt, this is Givenchy's leather shoes, this is an Armani suit. Come and try whether it fits. Zhou Zheng was shocked. He knew that these things were expensive when he heard from the brand. Wife, you have to spend money on the cutting edge of your business. Why buy me such expensive clothes and shoes? Chu Yunyao smiled slightly. I didn't spend any money, I didn't spend a penny. Where did it come from? Chu Yunyao said proudly. It's my dad's. You and my dad are of similar height and size, and you should be able to wear them. These are all new. Zhou Zheng has a black line. Yunyao, you said you went to Chu's house to see your mother, but you didn't say you were stealing your father's clothes? Can your mother agree to see that? Why don't you send it back? What to give? Chu Yunyao pouted and said. These clothes are in my hands, and there is absolutely no reason to take them back. Even if my dad comes to ask me for them, he will not give them any more. Of course, he can't afford to lose that person. Husband, these clothes were bought by my mother for my dad. My mom was very grateful for your help in the hotel, and she didn't express any gratitude. She asked me to bring the clothes back. If it weren't for the time being, she would have planned to go out to buy you some good clothes. After hearing Chu Yunyao's words, Zhou Zheng felt a little unreal. Wife, aren't your mom and your dad the same opinion? They both oppose our marriage? Why would she give me clothes? Honey, you are so helpful to my family. My mother is grateful to you, and she also feels sorry for me, a daughter, and she no longer object to our marriage. Come on, husband, try the clothes your mother-in-law gave you. Chu Yunyao teased with a smile. Zhou Zheng was more respectful than obedient, and picked up his clothes and prepared to go back to the room to put them on. Honey, let's try it here. Here? Isn't it convenient? What's inconvenience? What are you and I are afraid of? You won't be wearing underwear, right? Ha ha ha. Wife, if you say that, I will take off my underwear together. Zhou Zheng also let go as he said that, and took off his clothes in a few seconds. He thought he had really taken off his underwear. Chu Yunyao quickly covered his eyes with his hands. A pair of eyes secretly glanced at Zhou Zheng between his fingers. Just saw Zhou Zheng was in great health. She is stylish, and her muscles are not as exaggerated as those of a bodybuilder, but they are also full of explosiveness and beauty. Chu Yunyao saw that she couldn't pull out her eyes, and her heart was like pretending to be a little rabbit and thumping. Zhou Zheng quickly changed his clothes and Chu Yunyao felt a little lost. People rely on clothes and horses rely on saddles, and Zhou Zheng changed his outfit and immediately added a bit of appearance. Wow, husband, you are so handsome. Zhou Zheng was quite satisfied when he looked at himself in the mirror, thinking that if Chu Jianghe saw him wearing his clothes, he wouldn't know what he would feel. The golden shield is made with passion. Zhou Zheng's cell phone suddenly rang, picked it up and took a look at Hao Aguo's phone. Zhou Zheng felt a little moved. Did something happen if the director called so late? Chapter 336 Provincial Selection Competition is held in advance. Zhou Zheng put on a new outfit and was in a bad mood. Hao Aguo called. Zhou Zheng felt a move in his heart and thought something had happened, so he quickly answered the phone. Hey director, is there something wrong with calling so late? Oh Xiaozhou, don't be so sensitive, how can there be so many things to do? Ha ha ha. Hao Aguo's hearty laughter came from the receiver of the mobile phone. Zhou Zheng felt relieved when he heard that he was in a good mood. It seemed that he was indeed sensitive. However, Hao Aguo will never be aimless. Then what director, you call me and you won't want to ask me if I have something to eat at night, right? There must be something wrong. Ha ha ha. Xiaozhou, your boy's mouth is so sick now? Sure enough, the one who is close to the vermilion is red, and the one who is close to the ink is black. It seems that Su Hongbing has infected you. Sir, just say anything if you have something to do. I'll hear you are in a good mood, I guess it's a good thing. Xiaozhou, you guessed part of it right. There are two things you want to hear: good things or mixed things. A mixed thing. Zhou Zheng was confused. Director, I want to listen to mixed things first, please tell me. Okay, then I'll tell you good things first. Zhou Zheng. The director has learned to be humor now, and he can beat the world? Xiaozhou, we captured the leader of the navy, Wang Yuqian, some time ago. The Ma Bureau has already promised the third-class merit, and it is time for him to fulfill it. Our institute has won another third-class merit in collective. Zhou Zheng nodded. He had long forgotten this third-class merit. He has been too busy recently. It is equivalent to an unexpected joy. I am also happy, the more merits you make, the easier it is to make progress. Xiaozhou, we deserve it, it's actually your credit. Zhou Zheng waved his hand and said. Don't talk about director that way, this is the result of everyone's efforts. Okay, I won't be pretentious to you. I haven't finished speaking yet. There is also good news. Bureau Ma just called me and said that among the hundreds of people in society who arrested, there was one named Hu Lai. He not only sold drugs but also forced good people to organize women to prostitution. Zhou Zheng's heart moved when he heard this. He knew that those people in society were not clean and were idle and fighting, but he didn't expect that there were still people who were so bad. Needless to say, they even forced good people to become prostitutes. What era is this? Hao Aguo continued to say on the phone. After an afternoon of interrogation, all the kids left. Although the person was arrested by the special police, if they were not for you, they would not have caught him. There is another contribution to you. I think the Ma Bureau will have to give you another third-class merit. Another third-class personal merit was a great surprise for others, but Zhou Zheng did not feel much about making achievements. Just said lightly. I understand, Director. What is a mixed matter? Hao Aguo sighed in his heart that a good boy had such a strong mentality and was not afraid of honor and disgrace. Zhou Zheng's future will definitely be bright. He cleared his throat and said. I won't have to go to the shooting range to train tomorrow. I'll give you a day off and do whatever I want. Real. Zhou Zheng was a little puzzled. The shooting range training was a week, but why did it end in just a few days? Director, can't instructor Fan have something to do? No. Not only do you need to train tomorrow, but you won't need to train this period, because the provincial selection competition is ahead of schedule. Good guy. Zhou Zheng frowned when he heard it. The selection competition is advanced? Director, when will the selection competition be advanced? The day after tomorrow. You will take a day off tomorrow, and go to the provincial capital the day after tomorrow. First, go to the provincial department to report to the provincial department and follow the arrangements of the provincial department. Xiaozhou, although there is no need to train, I can't relax. It's not a good thing to go ahead with the selection. I always feel unsure of it. I don't know how to sharpen my guns in the face of battle, but now I'm about to start without even polishing my guns. I don't know what the provincial and ministers think, so I have to hold them in advance. Hao Aguo complained a little on the phone. He was very fond of this selection competition. If he wins, he can represent the province in the National Police Elite Competition. If he really wants to get a ranking, good guy, Kyobei Institute will not shock the whole province. Even Ma Ziajun must look at Kyobei Institute with admiration. Zhou Zheng smiled. Sir, don't worry. I dare not say what rankings I get in the National Police Elite Championship, but I will definitely win the provincial selection competition. Instructor Fan also said that I will advance smoothly with my eyes closed. Real. Hao Aguo turned his worries into joy after hearing Zhou Zheng's words. It's not that he doesn't believe in Zhou Zheng's strength. On the contrary, he also feels that Zhou Zheng can also advance smoothly, but he is too fond of this opportunity and has been worried about gains and losses, so he can't rest assured. Zhou Zheng was originally very low-key, and in order to give Hao Aguo a reassurance, Zhang Yang only had a handful. Hao Aguo really felt much more relaxed. I'll feel relieved if Xiaozhou says you. Don't be under pressure, try to fight as much as possible. I know the director. Okay, I won't bother you so late. Have a good rest tomorrow and go to the provincial capital with Su Hongbing the day after tomorrow. By the way, you still have to go to the city bureau to get your participation certificate or something. Yeah, director, that's it, good night. Zhou Zheng hung up the phone, and Chu Yunyao seemed to have heard some of their conversation. Husband, is the provincial capital's selection competition ahead of schedule? Yes. Zhou Zheng nodded. It's better to go ahead, so we can go to the capital as soon as possible if it ends sooner. Chu Yunyeo's face showed a happy smile, but was quickly replaced by worry. Husband, how are you preparing? I have only had a few days of training in total, so how can this be enough? Zhou Zheng reached out and scraped Chu Yunyeo's perky nose and said, Don't you believe your husband's strength? That must be no problem. I've been closed in the provincial selection competition. That's good. Chu Yunyeo breathed a sigh of relief, and she felt relieved when she saw that Zhou Zheng was confident. But husband, you have to do what you can. I understand. Zhou Zheng nodded. Wife, I guess Lao Su also received the news at the same time. This kid must be ecstatic when he can return to the provincial capital. Zhou Zheng looked at the wall clock and said mysteriously. I guess in half a minute, Lao Su will call me. Chu Yunyeo smiled and said. I don't believe it, how could you guess so accurately? Zhou Zheng said with great interest. Okay, my wife, let's make a bet. What if I lose? If you lose, you will wash your opponent's feet for a week. How about it? Do you dare to accept this punishment? Zhou Zheng looked at Chu Yunyeo's white and tender jade feet, thinking that this is a punishment or a reward. Okay, one word is certain. 10 seconds left, I'm counting down. 10, 9, 8, 7. The golden shield is made with passion. When the week was counting to 1, the phone really rang. Ha ha ha. Zhou Zheng smiled proudly. Wife, you lost. Chapter 337 Help Yunyeo's wife wash her feet. The phone rang on time, and Zhou Zheng laughed proudly. Chu Yunyeo pouted her mouth. Honey, you really guessed it right. It's really time for Su Hongbing to call him. Okay, you won. Zhou Zheng picked up his cell phone and answered the phone without even looking. Hey Lao Su. Hello sir, do you need a loan? It will be received in seconds without a mortgage. The voice of a strange woman came from the phone. It turned out to be a harassing call, and Zhou Zheng hung up the phone with a black thread. Hey husband, why did you hang up Su Hongbing's phone number? Chu Yunyeo asked in confusion. Zhou Zheng said with a slight look on his face. It's not that Lao Su called a harassing call, asking me if I can apply for a loan. Ha 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 ha. Chu Yunyeo heard it and laughed on the sofa and shrank into a ball, and 2 balls were about to burst out in violent trembling. Husband, it turns out that you lost. I said, you are not a god, how can you predict things like a god? Chu Yunyeo smiled and said with enough smile. This Lao Su lost his link at a critical moment. Okay, my wife, I lost and I will wash your feet. Zhou Zheng waved his hand indifferently. He treated it as her reward for him anyway. Chu Yunyeo was happy that Zhou Zheng was defeated, and she lifted up the hem of her pajamas and stretched out 2 slender fair legs. He acted coquettishly. Honey, hurry up, I can't wait. This was the first time Zhou Zheng saw Chu Yunyeo acting coquettishly, and he couldn't help but nod. Wait a minute, I'll go get water now. Zhou Zheng came to the bathroom, used a basin to collect half a basin of water from the water heater, and carefully tested the water temperature with his hands. He returned to the living room with his hands in the basin. Wife, try the water temperature? I just tried it but I don't know if it's suitable for the temperature you feel comfortable. Wow, Zhou Zheng really brought me foot wash water and carefully tried the temperature. He is really a warm man. Chu Yunyeo was a little moved. Slowly penetrate the jade feet into the basin. How is the temperature like, my wife? Chu Yunyeo said. The temperature is just right, it's so comfortable. Zhou Zheng rolled up his arms and rolled up his sleeves and squatted in front of Chu Yunyeo. If the water temperature is just right, I'll wash it for you. He stretched out his arm and was about to get started. Don't. Chu Yunyeo dodged and stopped Zhou Zheng. Husband, I've received your feelings. We were just joking just now. If we really want to wash it, I will wash it for you. How can men wash women's feet? Zhou Zheng looked up with a puzzled look on his face. It's not Yunhao, who instilled your thoughts off. Why can't men wash their feet? No one instilled in me, I always thought so. Chu Yunhao twisted her butt and changed into a comfortable position and then said. At my house, my mother often washes my father's feet, but my father has never washed my mother. My mother also said that men are the pillars of the family to wash their feet, how can we bother men? Good guy. Zhou Zheng said in his heart that he was a good guy. The Chu family's family style turned out to be like this, machismo. Of course, Zhou Zheng could understand that after all, the wealth of thousands of yuan was earned by Chu Jianghe, and he said it all at home. No matter how late Chu Jianghe returns home, Chu Yunhao and his daughter have to wait for him to come back and have dinner together. Perhaps Chu Yunhao thought that this kind of thing should have been like this when she heard it. Zhou Zheng felt it was necessary to help Chu Yunhao do some ideological work. He brought a small stool and sat in front of Chu Yunhao. Wife, I don't care what your family looks like, whether it's male or female, it's your family. You should treat it equally in our family. At least I don't think there is anything wrong with my husband washing his wife's feet. But husband, I always feel a little bit in my heart when I asked you to wash my feet. Okay, stop talking, you will get used to it slowly. Zhou Zheng said as he reached out and held one of her crystal-clear jade feet. While Chu Yunhao was moved, she felt her scalp numb and suddenly had goosebumps. Zhou Zheng's hands seemed to be charged, which made her feel numb and itchy. The white toes like lotus roots were also curling up hard. Zhou Zheng found it very interesting, and looked up at Chu Yunhao from time to time while kneading. Chu Yunhao's face turned red and her heart was pounding. She didn't know why Zhou Zheng helped her wash her feet and made her heart ripple. While Zhou Zheng looked up, he accidentally caught a black lace object. All right. She easily exposed herself in her pajamas, and Zhou Zheng opposite her was not wary of her. Zhou Zheng's eyes stopped for a moment and felt a little dirty and guiltily lowered his head. Then I thought Chu Yunhao was her wife, so what was dirty about it when I looked at her for a few times? So, I no longer hide my gaze. Zhou Zheng felt that Chu Yunhao's jade feet were a little unnatural, and his toes seemed to bend. Wife, relax, do you still want to use your toes to cut out 3 bedrooms and 1 living room? Haha. Chu Yunhao was amused by Zhou Zheng's words and smiled. Old husband, my feet seem to be very dirty. I ran all day in high heels today and I was sweating. It's not dirty, my wife, I think it's a little bit fragrant. Zhou Zheng said this and deliberately approached and sniffed it. Oh, don't do this. Chu Yunhao was really a little embarrassed. Zhou Zheng smiled and stopped teasing her. The golden shield is made with passion. At this time, Zhou Zheng's cell phone on the coffee table rang again. He tilted his head and looked at the screen. Su Hongbing called him. Lao Su finally made a phone call, but it was too untimely. Zhou Zheng decided to let him go and didn't answer the phone. When Su Hongbing fought for the second time, Zhou Zheng answered the phone next time after Chu Yunhao's urging. Hey Lao Zhou, what are you doing? It took me so long to answer my phone. I'm washing my feet. Wash your feet? You can't wash your feet for your younger brother and sister, right? Ha ha ha. Su Hongbing said a joke, but it ended up being right. Zhou Zheng did not hide it from him. Yes, you're right. I'm just washing Yunhao's feet. Why? Do you still want to make fun of me? No. It's not normal to wash my wife's feet. My Xiao Tong is the one who washes her feet. Old Su, you are a good man. Old Zhou, you are not bad. You have taken good care of your Yunhao, and you can even take care of your car. I feel sorry for you. Zhou Zheng smiled and thought to himself that Lao Su remembered the business vehicle that was not crushed by the tank because the Dongfeng warrior was blocked. Okay, let's stop bragging each other in business. What's the matter with me? Lao Zhou, have you received the news? The provincial selection competition is ahead of schedule. I already know. I don't have to go to the training and rest for a day tomorrow. I will report to the provincial capital the day after tomorrow, and the competition will start the day after tomorrow. Old Su, you can finally return to the provincial capital, are you happy? Su Hongbing said happily on his phone. That must be happy. Old Zhou, I will go to the municipal bureau early tomorrow morning to collect our participation certificates, so you can come early. Well, it's good that I've received it early, and I'll also prepare to buy things and leave for the provincial capital the day after tomorrow. What are you going to do the day after tomorrow? You and I will go back to the provincial capital with me tomorrow. By the way, take your brother and sister to go. Chapter 338 I want to sleep with you tonight. Su Hongbing asked Zhou Zheng to take Chu Yunyao back to the provincial capital with him tomorrow. Zhou Zhendao. It's not Lao Su, I can understand if you are anxious to go back. After all, you miss Xiao Tong alone in the provincial capital. Yun Yao and I won't join in the fun. He thought that he could not disturb the world of Su Hongbing and Xiao Tong. No. Su Hongbing became anxious when he heard the phone. Lao Zhou, I have always wanted you to bring Yunyao to the provincial capital. The four of us gathered together for a meal. Now it's easy to have time and it's convenient. What's the point of not coming? Old Su, I'm not afraid of disturbing me. What is the world of two people with you and Xiao Tong? Mad, come less. I have already agreed to Xiao Tong. She also welcomes you very much and said that you should thank you very much. That's it. I'll meet up with the municipal bureau tomorrow morning and I'll die. Hey Lao Su. Zhou Zheng wanted to say something, but Su Hongbing decisively hung up the phone. Du. Zhou Zheng was speechless as he listened to the busy voice on his phone. Su Hongbing was too enthusiastic and asked him to take Chu Yunyao to the provincial capital with him. Then, it's better to obey your orders than respect. Put your phone on the table and continue to wash Chu Yunyao's feet. He asked while washing. Wife, do you have time tomorrow? If I want to have time, I have time. What's wrong with my husband? Zhou Zheng kept kneading his jade feet in his hands and said. That's right. Didn't Lao Su just call back to the provincial capital tomorrow? He invited us to visit the provincial capital together. Chu Yunyao said. Then I must have time, and I also want to meet Su Hongbing's girlfriend Xiao Tong. Chu Yunyao has been busy starting a business for a while and has no time left. When she was in the Chu family, she often went shopping and traveled. Now she does everything herself, but she hasn't relaxed for a long time. Of course, you cannot miss this opportunity. Besides, Su Hongbing has a good relationship with Zhou Zheng and is a police officer from the provincial department, so it is even more wrong to have a good relationship with him. Zhou Zheng nodded. I promised him to. It's just a good opportunity to take this opportunity to relax. It's great to go shopping and try the food in the provincial capital. Okay, my wife, I'll finish washing. Lift up and I'll wipe it for you. He carefully wiped the water droplets on her jade feet with a towel, and then bent down to take the water to wash her feet. Husband, I'll do it. Chu Yunyao hurriedly took the lead. I'll go and sprinkle foot wash. Okay. Zhou Zheng didn't argue with him, and he got up and sat on the sofa tired that day. After a while, Chu Yunyao came back, still holding a basin of foot washing water in her hand, but the water was clean hot water that had been replaced. It's not Yunyao, why did you bring back the foot wash again? Husband, this is clean water and it's time for me to wash your feet. Chu Yunyao said with a smile. Okay, then I'll enjoy it too. Zhou Zheng didn't refuse either. She knew that this was Chu Yunyao's intention. She would be unhappy if she refused. Put your feet into hot water. His. Zhou Zheng took a breath of air conditioning and the water was a little hot. Chu Yunyao saw Zhou Zheng frowning and asked, "Husband, what's wrong? Is the water too hot? Why don't I change another basin of water for you?" "No, the water temperature is quite appropriate." Zhou Zheng stretched out his eyebrows and pretended to be relaxed. Chu Yunyao put her hand into the water half-believingly, frowned, and the water temperature was indeed a bit hot. "My husband said it's not hot, I feel it's hot. I forgot to test the water temperature just now, I'm sorry." Zhou Zhendao. "Wife, don't say sorry to me. I like this temperature very much. Soaking your feet in hot water is beneficial to blood circulation in your feet." Zhou Zheng's words made sense, but Chu Yunyao still took a little cold water and poured it into the basin, and then washed Zhou Zheng's feet seriously. Seeing Chu Yunyao's head undulating in front of him, Zhou Zheng felt very comfortable when he was caressed by his hands. It's different to have a wife. Of course, the premise is that this wife is a good wife. Chu Yunyao helped Zhou Zheng wash his feet and wiped them dry with a clean towel. It was past 11 o'clock in the evening. Chu Yunyao dozed off and said, "Honey, I'll go to the provincial capital tomorrow, so go to bed early." Zhou Zheng nodded. "Don't forget to practice the hidden dragon art before going to bed. By the way, where did you put the ingredients for refining the rejuvenation pills I bought last time? When you are in the cabinet, why do you have to make pills?" "Right." Zhou Zheng nodded. "I'm going to make more rejuvenation pills for emergencies. Moreover, when I make pills, I will get some cosmetic and scar removal ointments, which can be used as skincare products for you." Chu Yunyao was moved when she heard Zhou Zheng's words. Zhou Zheng refined 2 Huishun recycling pills in total and obtained 2 ointments. One was given to Xiaoji and the other was given to Xiao Tong along with Huishun recycling pills. But Chu Yunyao does not have beauty ointment. Zhou Zheng has been thinking that it doesn't matter if he gives beauty ointment to others, but his wife must have it. Chu Yunyao made up for it. He said affectionately, "Honey, I have cosmetics, and that kind of ointment has the effect of removing scars, so I can't use it for a while. My wife's ointment has much better effect than your beauty products. Our family is not without conditions. If you have better ones, you should use them better. If you have time, you can also bring some for your aunt, she will definitely be very happy." Chu Yunyao nodded and no longer insisted on her opinion. "Wife, go to bed first. I don't remember much materials anymore. I will go to bed after practicing these materials." "Okay. Husband, come to my bedroom for a while, I want to sleep with you tonight." After Chu Yunyao said that, two blush appeared on her face. The two have been together for a long time, and they have basically never even shared a bed with each other. Chu Yunyao has decided gave myself completely to Zhou Zheng, and naturally I hope that when I wake up in the morning, I will see his face. Well, Zhou Zheng never expected Chu Yunyao to make such an excessive request. He was happy in his heart and knew that Chu Yunyao's feelings for her had further. But he still shook his head. "Wife, forget it today. It takes some time to refine pills. I'm afraid you will wake you up when I go into the house. I'm fine, my husband, sleeping so hard. Even if I wake up, it doesn't matter." I decided so happily. After Chu Yunyao said that, she turned around and walked back to the bedroom quickly. When she closed the door, she leaned against it, her heart was like a lively deer holding her, jumping hard with a bang. This wooden husband is really confused. I have to say such shameful words. It's so embarrassing. I don't know if he can control himself after getting into my bed at night. He can't control himself or not. Chu Yunyao thought about it all over her mind, went to bed with a red face, and practiced the hidden dragon technique for 15 minutes before going to bed. After a while, she got out of bed and opened the door halfway. How can I do if my husband wants to climb onto his bed without leaving a door? Chapter 339 Wife, I seem to hug you. In Zhou Zheng's eyes, Chu Yunyao ran back to the bedroom shyly and couldn't help but smile. By the way, what Chu Yunyao said just now is quite attractive to him. Although he cannot perform the rituals of Zhou Gong with Chu Yunyao now, it is still possible to sleep with the same bed and pillow. Of course, the premise is that he has to control it. It is impossible for the two of them to have no physical contact in the same bed. Chu Yunyao's figure is so perfect that it will inevitably lead to a blow if she touches and touches. This was a great test for Zhou Zheng. Will you go or not? Zhou Zheng was also a little hesitant. Mad. I don't think about this problem anymore, so I'd better refine the rejuvenation and then make the pill. Zhou Zheng found the materials from the cabinet, put one into the cauldron, and then put some pure water to mobilize the spiritual energy in the danshan. Soon, white smoke came out of the cauldron. Fail. 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 All the remaining materials at home were used up and failed without exception, and time was over 1 a.m. Zhou Zheng shook his head helplessly. Today's luck seems to be not very good. Of course, this is also related to the low success rate of refining Huishun recycling pills, and the few remaining materials at home. Let's go here today. When you have time, buy a batch of materials and practice slowly. Anyway, it's not a hurry. Zhou Zheng murmured to himself, went to the bathroom to wash his hands and prepare to go to bed. He did not walk to his bedroom but subconsciously came to Chu Yunyao's room. The door of Chu Yunyao's bedroom was half open and half closed. Yunyao is leaving the door for me. Zhou Zheng stood at the door and went down for a long time and decided to gently push the door open. In the bedroom, the desk lamp on the bedside table emits a soft orange light, and the entire bedroom is covered with a layer of tranquility. Chu Yunyao was lying on the bed covered with a thin quilt, with her black and soft hair spreading on the head of the bed. She was already asleep, with a white jade arm exposed outside the quilt, breathing slowly and long, and the height on her chest rose and fell rhythmically with her breathing. Bang bang bang! After smelling a scent, Zhou Zheng's heart began to jump up involuntarily. Seeing Chu Yunyao sleeping soundly, Zhou Zheng wanted to turn around and leave because she was afraid of waking her, but her legs were out of control. What are you nervous about? The woman in front of you is your wife. Zhou Zheng secretly cheered him up. He went to bed and gently took off his slippers and lay on one side of Chu Yunyao. He reached out and sent Chu Yunyao's exposed arms back into the quilt. Suddenly, Chu Yunyao turned over and came to Zhou Zheng, with an arm resting on his neck. A stronger fragrance was smelled from my nose, which was Chu Yunyao's body fragrance. There were even deep ravines in my eyes. Zhou Zheng felt his throat dry and couldn't help swallowing. Good guy. Who can survive this by testing the cotters? Zhou Zheng really wants to. But I warned myself that I couldn't do that, otherwise it would hurt Chu Yunyao. Close your eyes and want to force your sleep. When you fall asleep, you don't think about anything. In front of him, Zhou Zheng was in a mess of random thoughts with his eyes closed, but he was unwilling to fall asleep, and his brain was uncontrollable. I thought of Chu Yunyao's beautiful face, her black lace, and her jade feet. Zhou Zheng didn't dare to move, afraid of waking Chu Yunyao. It is very hard to bear it. It is really not easy to do it than beasts. I don't know how long it took, but Zhou Zheng fell asleep drowsily, and a snoring sound came from his nose. Chu Yunyao opened her eyes, looked at Zhou Zheng's handsome face, and a complicated expression appeared on her pretty face. The next morning, Zhou Zheng was not woken up by the biological clock for the first time. He opened his eyes and looked at the wall clock on the wall. Good guy, it's already 7 o'clock. Bad, broken. He sat up from the bed. I also have to go to the municipal bureau to meet Su Hongbing. At this moment, Lao Su probably has gone long ago. He also had to pack up his clothes, so he must be late, and Su Hongbing would be anxious. Looking at the side, Chu Yunyeo was gone, and there was only a fragrance in the bedroom. Where did Yunyeo go? Could it be that she went to the bathroom? Or maybe she woke up in the middle of the night and went to another bedroom shyly. Zhou Zheng got up in confusion and went out of bed wash in the bathroom. But when I heard something happening in the kitchen, I rubbed my sleepy eyes and came to the kitchen, and saw Chu Yunyeo busy in the kitchen wearing an apron. Zhou Zheng understood. It turned out that Chu Yunyeo got up early to make breakfast for herself. What made him most happy was that 4 stars appeared on Chu Yunyeo's head. 4-star reward. Zhou Zheng resisted the impulse and did not receive the reward. After all, it was still 1 step away from reaching the 5-star reward. Let's wait. Wife, when did you get up? Chu Yunyeo turned around when she heard Zhou Zheng's voice, and a warm smile appeared on her face. Husband, you wake up. I woke up at 5 a.m. I didn't bother you when I saw you sleeping soundly. I have prepared your clothes and personal belongings for you. Today, you can wear the suit I got back yesterday and it's ironed. Go and wash, breakfast will be ready soon. Zhou Zheng was a little moved for a moment. Chu Yunyeo, a lady from a high school, usually has no time to touch the spring water. Now she gets up early in the morning to organize her clothes and make breakfast for her. It is really not easy, and she has fulfilled her responsibilities as a wife. Wife, you are so nice to me. Ha! Chu Yunyeo smiled brighter when she heard Zhou Zheng's words. He said coquettishly. Husband, you are my husband, who will I be good to you if I don't treat you? Wife, I want to hug you very much. Zhou Zheng said as he stepped forward and hugged Chu Yunyeo in his arms. Chu Yunyeo also buried her head in Zhou Zheng's chest with a happy face. The two of them were so intimate that they had forgotten the time. After a while, both of them smelled a burnt smell. What does my husband smell? Could it be that our house is on fire, right? It does have a burnt smell. Zhou Zheng raised his head and saw the flames in the pot on the stove dancing like an elf. I'll go, it's on fire in the pot. Chu Yunyeo turned around and suddenly changed her face. Oh my husband, I'm frying eggs in the pot. Use water to put out the fire. She said as she rushed to take a bowl of water and poured it onto the fire. Don't water your wife. Zhou Zhensen said that this thing cannot be watered. Go forward and cover the pot with the lid on the pot, then close the gas stove. Chu Yunyeo then realized that the oil pan was on fire and just needed to cover the lid. The knowledge learned in elementary school was useless. She was embarrassed to say, Husband, I was scared just now, and I was confused when I was anxious. Zhou Zhendao. It doesn't matter, but our breakfast doesn't seem to be enough. Why not go to the municipal bureau to get breakfast with Lao Su first and then go to the provincial capital? Chu Yunyeo naturally has no other opinion, as husband and wife follow suit. After washing up, Zhou Zheng put on an Armani suit and set off with Chu Yunyeo with his bag. The two drove par malah to the gate of the city bureau. Su Hongbing leaned against a black off-road vehicle and looked around bored. It seemed that he had been waiting for a long time. Zhou Zheng came out of Paramay, and Su Hongbing jokingly said with a smirk. Old Zhou, are you here now? Tell me, did you indulge in the excessive indulgence last night and you can't get up this morning? Chapter 340 Make merit again. Mad Lao Su, are you still running me? Zhou Zheng smiled and stepped forward and punched him. Su Hongbing deliberately looked serious and looked at Zhou Zheng up and down, left and right. Oh, you guys have red faces and no dark circles, and you don't look like you're overly lustful. Brother, how can you control the beauty when facing the big beauty? Or do you know what kind of internal skills you have? Zhou Zheng's heart moved, which really made Su Hongbing guess a little. The spiritual energy in his body can bless his energy. Not to mention not indulging in lust, even if he only takes 7 times a night, he will be full of energy and tireless the next day. Zhou Zheng naturally would not tell the truth and said casually, "You are really right. My buddy practices a kind of health-preserving skill every day, called the 8 Vajra Kung Fu. Practicing this exercise not only makes you energetic and strong, but you may even improve some physical diseases to a certain extent, and that aspect will be significantly improved." Zhou Zheng was not fooling Su Hongbing. The 8 Vajra techniques he mentioned were indeed not fake, but a technique left by Taoist Zhang, who is known as the land god. Master Zhang lived to be over 100 years old. A few years ago, he became an immortal, but passed down this set of Vajra skills and publicly allowed the world to learn and train. This is truly a great merit. Zhou Zheng has been practicing Vajra for 2 years, and it is indeed effective, but later he obtained the Vajra practice in the system, but he did not abandon it. "I'll go, it's true. Lao Zhou, do you have time to teach me? Is it easy to learn?" The 8 Vajra Kung Fu is not difficult, but the difficulty is persistence. If you want to learn, I can teach you. There are also videos on the internet, you can learn about it first. However, if you want to watch other people's videos, you can easily be taken wrongly. You must watch the videos of Zhang Dao Kang during his lifetime. Oh, I understand. Su Hongbing nodded. Immediately afterwards, I looked at my casual clothes, then at Zhou Zheng's suit and leather shoes, and couldn't help but exaggerate. "Old Zhou, let's go to the provincial capital to have fun and then compete. You're dressed like a groom, and Mad thinks you're not eye-catching enough." Zhou Zheng is handsome, 1.85 meters tall, and has a perfect clothes rack. Hero's model brand suit and shining black color leather shoes. The handsome guys were all jealous of Su Hongbing. Zhou Zheng smiled and said deliberately, "There is no way. This is what Yunyao prepared for me. I can't let her heart be cold, right? I have to listen to my wife's words, right? Damn. You have to show off, you have a wife, right? My wife is still waiting for me in the provincial capital, and I can't wait to see her." Su Hongbing laughed and cursed, then asked, "Then what, where is Yunyao? You won't take her, are you? It's like changing shoes in the car. It's not convenient for her to drive in high heels. She'll change her flat shoes as soon as she arrives at the municipal bureau." "Oh, you really don't know how to drive to the provincial capital for more than 2 hours. How tired are you to let your brother and sister drive?" "Zhou Zhendao. No need to remind me, I changed Yunyao when she drove on the highway in the city." As he was talking, Chu Yunyao came to the two of them. "My brother and sister are here." Su Hongbing took the initiative to say hello to Chu Yunyao. The two had met each other for a long time, and they were naturally familiar with each other. Chu Yunyao smiled and waved at Su Hongbing, blurting out, "Old Su." When Zhou Zheng mentioned Su Hongbing to her, he always said Lao Su, and in a subtle way, Chu Yunyao also said it was smooth. Suddenly, I felt a little embarrassed. Awkward smile. "Hello, Hongbing." Su Hongbing said. "My brother and sister, you can call me anything, but I feel more intimate when calling Lao Su." "It's okay, I want you to call me and listen to me." "I'd better call you Hongbian." Chu Yunyao always felt that it was a bit rude to call him Lao Su. Zhou Zheng asked, "Come and please have all our competition documents." "That's a must. Why are we here in the city bureau?" Su Hongbing took out 2 documents from his pocket and handed them to Zhou Zheng. "This is your participation certificate, you have already obtained it." Zhou Zheng took it and looked at it for 2 seconds and was taken by Chu Yunyao to keep it. "Lao Su, you haven't had breakfast yet, right? Find a place to have breakfast first and then set off." Just as everyone was about to leave, a black Audi was parked next to it. The car door opened and Ma Ziajun got off the car through the back door. "What are you young people discussing at the gate of the city bureau?" Ma Ziajun came to work and happened to see Zhou Zheng and his group at the entrance of the city bureau. He asked the driver to stop the car and say a few words to them. Master Horse! Master Horse! Zhou Zheng and Su Hongbing quickly greeted him. Master Horse Bureau, this is not the provincial capital selection competition is ahead of schedule. I can come to the municipal bureau to get the participation certificate. Oh! Ma Ziajun nodded. This time you represent the municipal bureau in the provincial capital to participate in the selection competition. The municipal bureau attaches great importance to it. Originally, I wanted to hold a mobilization meeting for you, and even hold a farewell ceremony. But everyone is too busy. The hundreds of people arrested yesterday have not yet been interrogated, but they have already gained a lot, especially the one named Hu Lai, who is extremely guilty. Xiao Zhou, Xiao Su, you have made contributions again, especially Xiao Zhou. The third-class merit has not been eliminated, and I will definitely fulfill it. After the interrogation of these social people, I plan to apply for Xiao Zhou's second-class merit to the provincial department. I will reveal a little to you first, but I will not guarantee it if it succeeds. Zhou Zheng and Su Hongbing looked at each other, and then thanked Ma Ziajun at the same time. Thank you, Director Ma. Ma Ziajun waved his hand. Don't thank me, this is what you deserve. Keep up the effort in the future. Also, you must pay attention to this provincial selection competition and strive for both of you to be shortlisted. Don't worry, Director Ma, Lao Zhou and I will definitely do our best. Su Hongbing said with an intimate voice, and he opened his mouth. We attach great importance to the selection competition. We not only represent ourselves but also the entire city bureau, and we will definitely live up to the expectations of the leaders. Old Zhou and I have already agreed to go to the provincial capital now. I plan to find an acquaintance to adapt to the competition venue in advance and know myself and the enemy. I won't come back to see you if I can't get the results. Zhou Zheng looked at Su Hongbing and said seriously, and couldn't help but look dark. Isn't it to go to the provincial capital early to enjoy the mountains and rivers? Good guy, Lao Su can really live in vain. Ma Ziajun didn't know, and he really believed Su Hongbing's words. Okay, okay. I did not read it wrong. It seems that you are more comprehensive than me and the director. You also know that you will not fight a battle that you are not sure of. I wish you success here. Thank you, Director Ma. Okay, I won't waste your time. Just call me if you have any difficulties. After saying that, Ma Ziajun waved his hand and walked into the Audi car. Watching the Audi drive into the municipal compound, Su Hongbing's serious face returned to his cynical expression. Old Ma is gone, Lao Zhou, let's retreat quickly. Zhou Zhendao. Old Su, is your first arrival true? Are you sure to advance? I'm sure I didn't hug you just now. Anyway, I'll say it for you if you can advance. It's not Lao Su, you've blew up all your shame. If you can't advance, how can you be ashamed to come back to see the Ma Bureau? Su Hongbing said nothing. Then I won't come back. At worst, I will go back to the provincial department. Chapter 341 The Power of Love. The three of them left the city bureau and found a roadside stall for breakfast. Old Zhou, brothers and sisters, are they all full? Let's set off now and follow my car and leave behind. Su Hongbing had already returned home as if he was ready to go home. He touched the black off-road vehicle and drove forward in a flash. Yunyao, I'll drive you to take the co-pilot. I was about to set out to the provincial capital, and Zhou Zheng took over Parmela. Chu Yunyao didn't argue with him, so Zhou Zheng's love for her naturally wouldn't refuse. It's very tiring to drive a long distance. Although it's only 2 or 3 hours away, it's much more comfortable to sit in the passenger seat and eat snacks than driving. Well, be careful on the road. I understand. I'll go. Why is Lao Su driving so fast? He hasn't gotten on the highway yet. Zhou Zhenzhuo saw the black off-road vehicle rolling forward in the traffic, and he could hardly see the tail lights. We'll keep up. The two got into Parmela, and Zhou Zheng stepped on the accelerator and chased Su Hongbing. The black off-road vehicle has disappeared from the traffic. Fortunately, Zhou Zhenge recognized the way to the provincial capital, so he drove his car straight to the toll station of the expressway and got on the expressway. Zhou Zheng started his super driving and rushed to chase Su Hongbing all the way. Old Su ran quite fast. He hasn't caught up with him for so long. This shouldn't be true, Zhou Zheng said while driving. After driving for 20 minutes, he was at least on it herd faster than usual. Chu Yunyao said, "Honey, don't worry, let's drive slowly. Su Hongbing will drive sooner or later, even if he arrives at the provincial capital, he will have to wait for us, right?" Before Zhou Zheng could speak, the cell phone in the storage compartment rang. Su Hongbing called. Chu Yunyao helped answer the call and opened the speakerphone. "Hey Lao Zhou, where are you? Why can't you see you from behind? Old Su, I have been chasing you. I just crossed the Qinghe service area. Hold the grass, why are you driving so fast? I'm still 20 kilometers away from the Qinghe service area. You're waiting for me." Zhou Zheng looked dark and had already surpassed Su Hongbing. No wonder he turned on the super driving mode. Even if Alonso comes, he is not his opponent. "Let's do it like this, Lao Su, don't worry about safety first, we will meet in the provincial capital." After hanging up the phone, Zhou Zheng turned off the super driving and drove normally. Chu Yunyao looked at the scenery outside the window and chatted with Zhou Zheng from time to time. Time passed quickly, and 2 hours later, Zhou Zheng drove to the provincial capital. After waiting on the roadside for more than 10 minutes, Su Hongbing also arrived. He drove a black off-road vehicle in front of the road and came to the community where Xiao Tong lives. Su Hongbing told Xiao Tong the news that he was going home today last night, and also told her that Zhou Zheng and Chu Yunyao were here too. Zhou Zheng had seen her and saved her life, so she was naturally familiar with her. Zhou Zheng's wife Chu Yunyao Xiao Tong has never seen her. After hearing Su Hongbing said that she looks very beautiful, she is also looking forward to it. Early in the morning, I asked the nanny to help him downstairs and wait. Now, her illness has been cured but her body is still a little weak. After all, a serious injury to her vitality requires a long time to recover. It is possible to walk with crutches, but it cannot last long. If you go out, you also need to use a wheelchair. The nanny, Aunt Wu, held a crutch and pushed a wheelchair while sitting in the wheelchair, Chen Xintheng who was looking away. "Aunt Wu, it's time for the Red Soldier to arrive, why can't I see him?" "It's not that why I should have arrived. So Xiao Tong, you didn't sleep well last night. If you are tired, close your eyes and rest for a while. When the Hongbing arrives, I will call you." "No, I'm not tired, I'm still waiting for the Red Soldier," Chen Xintheng said stubbornly. At this time, Aunt Wu saw the familiar black off-road vehicle. "Xiao Tong, look at it's the Red Soldier's car. He's back." Su Hongbing saw Xiao Tong smiling at him through the windshield, and his heart was as sweet as eating honey. He stopped the car immediately and was about to get out of the car and run towards Xiao Tong. At this time, a black Mercedes-Benz Maybach honked its horn from behind. Su Hongbing had already gotten out of the car, and he ignored it after taking a look. As soon as he turned his head, he heard angry curses behind him. "Hey Mad, will you stop? You blocked my way, hurry up and drive away your broken car." The gentleness in Su Hongbing's eyes instantly melted, and he turned around with a calm face. "I saw a bald middle-aged man getting out of the Mercedes-Benz, wearing a big gold chain as thick as a small finger and alls and beans, which was hard to mess with at first glance. What about you? Didn't you hear me? Look at what you see." The bald man continued to squeak. At this time, Zhou Zheng and Chu Yunyao also got out of the car and saw this situation and quickly walked forward. Chu Yunyao muttered to Zhou Zheng in a low voice, "This bald man is going to be in trouble." She also knew that Su Hongbing was a man who was afraid of the world's chaos, and with a great background, how could he remain indifferent to the bald man's provocation? But she guessed wrongly. The angry look on Su Hongbing's face disappeared in a flash, and he smiled apologized. Brother, I'm sorry to block your way, I'll move the car away now. After saying that, he got in and started the car and drove to the side. The bald man originally thought the other party would fight him, but when he saw that the other party was cowardly and bored, he rolled his eyes, cursed and turned around and drove away. Chu Yunyao was shocked, it was different from what she imagined. Husband, does Su Hongbing have a good temper? Didn't you say that he dares to contradict the director? Zhou Zheng was a little confused at first, but when he saw Su Hongbing and Xiao Tong hugging each other in the distance, he immediately guessed arrived some. Yunyao, I guess Lao Su only has Xiao Tong in his eyes now. He doesn't want to waste time on other things. The bald man is also lucky. If it weren't for Xiao Tong, based on my understanding of Lao Su, the bald man's face is now blooming, and he won't even think about being in the provincial capital in the future. And Xiao Tongchun is as pure as a piece of white paper. Lao Su doesn't want her to see something bad. Even if she is wronged, it doesn't matter. Maybe this is the power of love. Chu Yunyao nodded and believed in Zhou Zheng's analysis. The power of love can turn a rebellious person like Su Hongbing into a gentle little sheep, which is indeed great. Here, Su Hongbing and Xiao Tong were in love with each other and suddenly remembered Zhou Zheng. Oh Lao Zhou, brother and sister, come here quickly. The two of them stepped forward, and Su Hongbing introduced Chu Yunyao to Chen Xintheng. Xiao Tong, this is Lao Zhou's wife Chu Yunyao. My brother and sister, this is my girlfriend Chen Xintheng. The two of them shook hands with a smile. Chen Xintheng was really grateful to Zhou Zheng for saving her life, so she was naturally very polite to Chu Yunyao, and she was even more amazed by her appearance. Sister Chu, you are so beautiful. You and Zhou Zheng are indeed a pair made of heaven and earth. Sister Xiao Tong, you are also very good looking. Su Hongbing waved his hand and said. I said, let's talk again when we go home. I'll go to Yanchunla for lunch later, go shopping and play in the afternoon. I've planned all of them. Provincial capital, maternal and child health care hospital. Mr. Wang sat on the chair in the dean's office. His great-grandson, whom he was thinking about, was about to be born, but there was no trace of joy on his face, and there was endless solemnity. Dean Chen stood respectfully in front of him like a primary school student who made a mistake, and said carefully, Old Wang, your granddaughter-in-law has an incorrect birth position, and it is very dangerous for her childbirth. Chapter 342 The boss is going to have a baby. Xiao Chen, tell me clearly what dangers are there? Why did it turn out like this? Mr. Wang's tone of anxiety and speech became stern. Dean Chen suddenly felt a sense of pressure permeating the office, and sweat oozed out of his forehead. He said carefully, Old Wang, your granddaughter-in-law is already weak and sickly because she can't eat anything during pregnancy, which leads to her physical weakness. If she gives birth naturally, she is quite dangerous. She is very likely to lose her strength during the delivery. In a word, his physical strength cannot support the safe birth of the fetus. Mr. Wang said without thinking. Then use caesarean section. Dean Chen said. We have also thought about it, but your daughter-in-law has suffered from liver disease before. After examination, her coagulation function is somewhat abnormal. If she has a caesarean section, it is easy to cause major bleeding. Look. As President Chen said, he looked at Mr. Wang nervously, for fear that Mr. Wang would be furious. After all, Mr. Wang was once a big boss in the province before he retired. Of course, the most important thing is that he had an excellent son, and now he is in charge of Baihe province. Mr. Wang's face gradually became cloudy. Director Chen, this doesn't work, that doesn't work. Your hospital must get a charter, right? Could it be that I'll teach you how to do it? No, no. When President Chen heard Mr. Wang's words, he waved his hand quickly. Old Wang, I don't mean that. Our hospital's obstetrics and gynecology technology is fine. We are not afraid that the child will not be born, but that there will be accidental dangers, so you want my grandson-in-law to transfer to the hospital? No, Mr. Wang, you misunderstood again. Even if you are transferred to the hospital, it is too late. Our hospital means whether the provincial first hospital can transfer several doctors with excellent medical skills to our hospital to take charge, in case your grandson's wife has a danger after giving birth. Mr. Wang nodded and finally understood what President Chen meant, saying a little dissatisfied. Xiao Chen, you talked around the bush for a long time before I understood, why didn't you say it directly? Isn't this a waste of time? Old Wang, I'm wrong, sorry, I'll review you. Dean Chen quickly lowered his head and admitted his mistake. If it were an ordinary pregnant woman's family, he would of course say it directly. The old leader in front of me, how can the meaning of talking to the leader be too direct? It's impossible to say that your granddaughter-in-law may have died after giving birth, and our medical hospital is not sure, but I can't say that our hospital's skills are not good. In order not to be implicated, I hope you will find a powerful doctor to deal with emergencies. Nothing is the best. If something happens, it has nothing to do with us. The doctor you are looking for is not good, but our maternal and child health care hospital is not bad. If you say this directly, it would be unfair for Mr. Wang to slap him. Dean Chen is also a personal skill to become the dean, so he naturally won't speak foolishly. Xiao Chen. Mr. Wang pondered for a moment and asked. Who are the best doctors in provincial hospitals? How many candidates do you recommend to me? Well. Dean Chen was stunned and dared not speak for a long time. Good guy. You must be responsible if you say something. If the person you recommend is not good, you will be jointly and severally responsible if something happens, right? It's just that it's not appropriate not to say it. Dean Chen rolled his eyes a few times and said. Old Wang, I don't know much about this. After all, I don't have much business dealings with the provincial hospital. Why don't you ask Dean Li of the provincial hospital to recommend him? Dean China move of Tai Chi kicked the ball over. Mr. Wang could naturally see that President Chen was protecting himself and did not want to take any responsibility. He snorted and ignored him and took out his cell phone. A phone call was made to his son Wang Zhenqiu. Comrade Wang Zhenqiu, a man from Baihe province, happened to go to the capital for a meeting during his daughter-in-law's childbirth. Mr. Wang was worried, so he came to the maternal and child health hospital with his elderly body to take charge. Mr. Wang didn't want to disturb his son's work, but things had reached a precarious dilemma, and medical resources also needed to be vigorously allocated. He had to be willful once, and for the safety of his grandson's wife and the fetus in his belly, he had to use his privileges through the back door. The phone was answered by the secret secretary around Wang Zhenqiu. Hello, Mr. Wang. Li Dami said politely. Xiao Li, where is Zhenqiu? Let him answer my phone. Secretary Wang has something to do during the meeting, and you tell me that I will convey it as soon as possible. That's it. Mr. Wang hurriedly briefly explained the incident. Li Da's secret also knew the importance and urgency of this matter, and hurriedly said. Old Wang is worried. I will definitely convey it to him in time after Secretary Wang's meeting. As for the matter of dispatching doctors in the provincial hospital, I will leave it to me. Wang Zhenqiu didn't know when the meeting was over, and his family affairs were in urgent need. Li Dami knew that he could not waste time, so he hung up Mr. Wang's phone number and sent a call to President Li of the provincial hospital. Dean Li was very happy to receive the call from Li Dami. The big guy in the province took the initiative to call him. What a man, this is an honor. After Li Dashan told the matter to Dean Li. Dean Li also sucked his teeth. This matter was an opportunity and a challenge for him. Secretary Wang's daughter-in-law gave birth smoothly, and they made small contributions in the hospital. If the doctor he recommended successfully treats, he will make great contributions and he, as the dean, will go further in the future. Of course, if the treatment fails, although he will not be able to get rid of his position as dean, he will never make any progress in his life. Dean Li responded in a second with a conflicted mood. Naturally, he dared not refuse to agree. Although I had no clue in my heart, my tone had to be sure, and I patted my chest and said that I would ensure that I completed the task. Li Dami was quite satisfied with Dean Li's attitude. Old Li, please give me what happened to Secretary Wang's daughter-in-law. If I can't wait, I'll treat you to a meal. Secretary General Li is so polite. I will arrange to send the most powerful attending physician in our hospital. At the same time, our hospital also prepares the operating room for emergency needs, and... Okay, hurry up and act. Dean Li was interrupted by Li Dami before he could finish his words. He didn't want to listen to these things, just the final result. Director Li hung up the phone and called Dean Chen of the maternal and child care, and then sent 2 of the most experienced chief physicians from the provincial hospital to quickly go to the maternal and child care hospital in a negative high-pressure ambulance. In a single ward in the maternal and child health hospital, Shui Sivan was so painful that she had no strength to speak, and her face was sweating profusely. The baby in her belly seemed to think of it, but she was not pushed into the delivery room for a long time. His husband Wang Ziming was also full of anxiety. The doctors and nurses could only pretend to be busy. The women on the hospital bed were very special, and they would not dare to act rashly without the director's order. Soon, President Chen came and Mr. Wang came too. President Chen took the disclaimer and asked Wang Ziming to sign it. There was no way that this was the hospital's rules and regulations, and even the boss's family was no exception. Mr. Wang nodded. Ziming quickly sign, don't worry, I have already arranged it, Sivan will be fine. After Wang Ziming signed the letter, Shui Sivan was sent to the delivery room, and 2 chief physicians from the provincial hospital also arrived. Everything is ready. Mr. Wang breathed a sigh of relief and waited for the birth of his great-grandson. Chapter 343, Twist and Trouble, the Maternal Maternity. There were screams from the delivery room one after another, and the family members waiting outside expressed their expressions, and none of them were not nervous. Shui Sivan did not have a public delivery room, so Dean Chen specially arranged an independent delivery room for her. You know the reason. Wang Ziming and his grandfather Wang Lao were both waiting outside. His eyes were staring straight at the door of the delivery room, as if he wanted to see his wife in the delivery room. Of course, he was just futile. He also knew that his wife Shui Sivan would be dangerous for giving birth, but he had to give birth, right? Wang Ziming's psychological quality is far inferior to his father and grandfather. His body trembled when he was worried about the safety of his wife and children. Mr. Wang was not in a relaxed mood either. He had been walking on thin ice in the officialdom for so many years and had seen strong winds and waves, but he had never been as nervous as he is now. Of course, his face was calm. People who were too senior leaders would naturally not easily reveal their nervous moods. It is said that there is a thunder in his chest and a face like a flat lake. Of course, the most nervous ones were the 2 chief physicians who were seconded from the provincial hospital. When they knew they wanted to protect their daughter-in-law who saved a lot, they were both happy and heavy, and the pressure was quite high no matter what. President Chen is under a lot of pressure, and he no longer goes to work and stays outside the delivery room to deal with emergencies at any time. The maternal and child health hospital finally adopted the cesarean section for Sui Sivan, so there was no scream in the delivery room. However, everyone's expressions were not relaxed, and a string was tense. At this time, the door of the delivery room suddenly opened, and a delivery nurse ran out in panic. Wang Ziming jumped up from his seat and went up to ask, "Nurse, how about it? Has the child been born?" The nurse did not speak and walked towards Dean Chen with her eyes dodged. "Director Chen, go in and take a look." Dean Chen's mood suddenly fell to the bottom. Something must have happened. I thought to myself, what can I do when I go in? I am an administration person and I don't know much about medicine. His face turned gloomy. What's going on? Tell me quickly. The mother has severe bleeding. Dean Chen's eyes turned dark, and the things he was worried about finally came. What? Is it bleeding? Wang Ziming was panicked when he heard this. You guys go and save her, hurry up, I don't want children anymore, protect the adults, protect the adults. Mr. Wang was a little dissatisfied with Wang Ziming's panicked look. The more he was panicked, the more he became confused. The grandson has no inherited his or her father's scheming at all. Ziming, stop shouting. Mr. Wang stood up and said, but Wang Ziming was still afraid of his grandfather and immediately did not dare to speak. Director Chen, don't be stunned and treat me quickly. If the child cannot be saved, forget it, adults must be saved. Yes, yes, yes. Dean Chen nodded quickly. Two guys, come in with me. He greeted two chief physicians from the provincial hospital and hurried into the delivery room. Wang Ziming sat in the chair with his head in his arms and was at a loss. And Mr. Wang's hand trembled inadvertently. At this time, there were footsteps, and two old men walked in from outside one after another. Old Wang's eyes lit up and adjusted his emotions and said, Old Li, Old Lu, why are you two old guys here? Lao Li, Lao Lu and Wang were in the same courtyard. They were also colleagues before. They were also from Jiangbei to attend Grandpa Yang Tingting's birthday party. Then what, Lao Wang, we heard that your granddaughter-in-law is going to give birth. If you don't have time, come and have nothing to do, just take a look. Old Wang, I'm afraid of disturbing you, I don't want to come, but Old Lu insists on pulling me. Mr. Wang waved his hand and said, What are you going to bother or not? I'm very happy that you have this intention. Sit down quickly. After the two old men took their seats, they saw Wang Ziming in pain while holding his head, and seemed to understand something. Old Wang, this atmosphere is wrong, is it? Si Wan won't. Mr. Wang didn't hide it and nodded. My granddaughter-in-law is too weak and it is difficult to give birth. The doctor just said that he had severe bleeding and was already under emergency treatment. Old Lu and Old Li were also nervous when they heard this. Old Wang, what's the situation? If you don't have it, just transfer to the hospital. Mr. Wang. I don't know yet that two experienced chief physicians have been transferred from the municipal hospital. I believe that they should be safe. Oh, I hope Sivan is safe and sound. Old Wang, don't worry, auspicious people will have their own appearance. The two old men didn't know what to say, so they could only hope that things would develop in a good direction. After a while, President Chen hurried out, but there was a hint of joy on his face. Mr. Wang quickly understood that his granddaughter-in-law should not be seriously injured, otherwise President Chen would not have such an expression. Wang Ziming had already become whiter and had no intention of observing Dean Chen's expression. He hurried forward and grabbed Dean Chen's arm. Director Chen, what's wrong with Sivan? Xiao Wang, don't worry, good news. The heavy bleeding of the mother has stopped and the child has been born smoothly. After hearing what President Chen said, everyone's anxious mood suddenly relaxed. Wang Ziming grinned and wanted to cry but felt it was inappropriate, so he could only endure the corners of his eyes but tears oozed out. Mr. Wang stood up and said, Xiao Chen, can we go in and take a look? He wanted to go and see his grandson he had not met yet. Oh, Mr. Wang, it's not possible now. The child is very weak and the mother is also weak. It's not the time to go in now. Let's wait for it to stabilize. Mr. Wang nodded and he was not in a hurry. The atmosphere between the air also became relaxed. Dean Chen breathed a sigh of relief and everyone was very happy. It was really good. Just as everyone showed unconcealed joy, a chief physician from a provincial hospital ran out. Not good. The mother started bleeding again, and she couldn't stop it. Hold the grass. Dean Chen suddenly became nervous again. What's going on? What's going on? Wasn't it done just now? Mr. Wang's heart skipped a beat. His mood was like a roller coaster. If it weren't for the acupuncture and the medicinal wine that he had been drinking, he wouldn't be able to withstand it. Doctor, is there any way? The mother should not be able to lose money. No matter how much the price she pays, she must save her life. The doctor also knew the importance of this matter, so he swallowed. We tried all Western medicine treatment plans. At first, we could temporarily stop the heavy bleeding, but later it didn't work. Now the mother is in danger. Perhaps only traditional Chinese medicine can save her, but she must have a glimmer of hope when she comes a miracle doctor with the level of a master of national medicine. Wang. Lao Wen heard this and was a little overwhelmed. There were only a few miracle doctors at the national level in the country, and they were all in the capital to protect the leaders. Even if your son is in charge, it is difficult to meet others. Not to mention that things are urgent now. Just as Mr. Wang was completely disappointed, old Lu next to him spoke. Oh Lao Wang, why not notify Xiao Zhou of Jiangbei to let him give it a try? That day, I went to Jiangbei to celebrate Lao Yang's birthday. This kid uprooted the lung disease that I had not cured for many years. I think his medical skills are not inferior to those of the master of the national medical practitioner. Chapter 344 When did Zhou Zheng get involved with the provincial government? Is it tight, husband? It's okay, it's a little tight. Can you go a little further? It should be possible, I'll try it. Oh, it's the end. Does it hurt? It doesn't hurt, it's quite comfortable. Then you need these shoes, waiter will issue the invoice. Chu Yunyao stood up and said to the waiter next to her. Okay lady, you really have a vision. Your husband looks more handsome when wearing these shoes. Hee. Chu Yunyao nodded and was in a very good mood. Not far away, Su Hongbing was also buying shoes for Xiao Tong. He picked up the shoes that Xiao Tong liked and squatted on the ground and gently helped her put them on. After the four of them met in the provincial capital, they had a short rest at Su Hongbing's house and went to the restaurant for dinner. After the meal, Chu Yunyao proposed to go shopping in the mall, and everyone agreed. When he arrived at the mall, Chu Yunyao bought a pair of shoes for Zhou Zheng in a famous brand shoe store. When Su Hongbing saw that Xiao Tong also had shoes she liked, he naturally bought them for her. Zhou Zheng glanced and asked, "How much does the waiter cost?" "Sir, this pair is made of Italian calfskin and costs 38.88. Is it so expensive?" Zhou Zheng was shocked. The leather shoes he usually wore were only 200 or 300, and the shoes worth a few thousand yuan were really expensive. "Honey, it's not expensive. These shoes look pretty good and are the first pair of shoes I've given you." Chu Yunyao said, "Husband, you must be more surprised to know the price of the shoes my mother gave you." Zhou Zheng thought about it, and the shoes were memorable, so he agreed. "Yunyao, then I'll buy you a pair of shoes, which one do you like?" Chu Yunyao handed the bank card to the waiter and waved her hand. "Husband, I don't lack shoes. The shoe cabinets at home are full of my shoes, and there are still a lot of houses in the Chu family. On the contrary, your husband only has 2 pairs. In fact, I have wanted to buy you clothes and shoes. Yunyao, your mother gave me a suit and shoes yesterday. I can wear leather shoes for 2 years and don't need too many shoes." Chu Yunyao said with a pouted mouth and said tough. "No, you must accept this shoe I gave you. I don't mean to refuse Yunyao. But I really want to buy you a pair of shoes." Chu Yunyao smiled like a flower and said, "Okay, husband, I accept your kindness. Then you choose a pair. Although the shoes here are very expensive, you can still buy a pair of them for your monthly salary." Chu Yunyao glanced around and finally picked out a pair of sandals from the corner. "Waiter, how much does this pair of shoes cost?" "Ms., this pair of shoes is the old model from last year and the size is out of order. We only have 30% off for 600 yuan. Husband, This one is just the pair. Zhou Zheng frowned when he saw a discounted label on his shoes. It was obvious that Chu Yunyao deliberately picked a pair of cheap discounted shoes. She doesn't want to spend too much money on herself. Yunyao, this pair is not very good looking, and the style is outdated, so let's choose a pair again. I can get about 10,000 yuan with a bonus this month. I have money from your husband. Puchi. Seeing Zhou Zheng's serious look, Chu Yunyao couldn't help but smile. Husband, you are so interesting. All the money in my hands is yours, and even I am yours, so why should I share with each other? You just like this pair, I'll pay. Your salary is your pocket money. No, now you have covered all the expenses at home, and I don't have much money to spend. I can't even spend my salary as pocket money. If you can't finish spending, save it for the baby. Little baby. Zhou Zheng was stunned for a moment and immediately understood that Chu Yunyao wanted to have a baby for him. Suddenly, he was overjoyed and hugged Chu Yunyao in his arms and kissed her. Wow, this handsome couple is so enviable. Oh, I'm so sad when I see them showing off my dog food, I'm so sad, I want to chase my love. The waiters around him showed envious expressions on their faces. Su Hongbing and Xiao Tong were also attracted by their attention and looked at them. Xiao Tong envied. Hongbing, look at Sister Chu and Zhou Zheng are so romantic. Su Hongbing was surprised to see this scene. When did Lao Zhou become so brave? Good guy. These two people couldn't help it in the mall? He curled his lips and said. Romantic? I'll watch them slut slowly. Damn it, I'm not bad that Xiao Tong is by my side and I'm immune to harm. As an atmosphere destroyer, Su Hongbing could not see them being so unrestrained. Go forward to interrupt two individual casting. The golden shield is made with passion. Zhou Zheng's cell phone ringtone suddenly helped Su Hongbing. Chu Yunyao reacted first and reluctantly left Zhou Zheng's lips. Honey, your phone rings. Oh. Zhou Zheng smacked his mouth and took out his cell phone. The name displayed on the mobile phone screen is Mr. Wang. Old Wang? Which one? Zhou Zheng couldn't remember it for a moment, so he answered the phone. Hey, hello, is it Xiao Zhou? A rapid sound came from the receiver of the phone, and the sound Zhou Zheng felt a little familiar. Hello, I am Zhou Zheng, who are you? Mr. Wang at the other end of the phone looked dark. Young people have too poor memory, at least we have come into contact with them. Besides, I am an old leader, no matter who adds my contact information, I will remember it clearly. Mr. Wang was very anxious and didn't care about these details, and patiently explained. Xiao Zhou, you forgot what we have seen at Lao Yang's birthday party. Oh! Zhou Zheng finally remembered that there have been too many things happening during this period, and he has left the memory of Mr. Wang, who has met once. Sorry, Mr. Ha, I just remembered it. Mr. Wang didn't care about these things and asked. Xiao Zhou, are you in Jiangbei? Can you come to the provincial capital immediately? My granddaughter-in-law has a baby. Wang Lao simply told Zhou Zheng about the story. It takes more than 2 hours to get to Jiangbei. Mr. Wang didn't know if his grandson-in-law could support Zhou Zheng's arrival, and he didn't know if Zhou Zheng could save him. There is no way to do this. Zhou Zhengwen's expression also became serious. He had to go through the major matters that mattered to life. Old Wang, I'm in the provincial capital. Tell me the address and I'll arrive soon. What? You are in the provincial capital? Then please come here quickly. Wang Laowen's brows stretched a little, and Zhou Zheng's chances of success in the provincial capital were higher. We are in a maternal and child health care hospital. Okay, I'll be here soon. Zhou Zheng hung up the phone and said to Chu Yunyao. Yunyao, I have to go to the maternal and child health care hospital to save people. Seeing that Zhou Zheng was in a hurry and asked more questions, Chu Yunyao nodded and handed him the car key. Su Hongbing asked without knowing the truth. Hey Lao Zhou, what are you doing? Who called you? Old Wang. That old man. Father from the province, Lao Su, you guys go and go back first. After saying that, he turned around and disappeared. Su Hongbing looked at his back and showed shock on his face. When did Lao Zhou get involved with the provincial one? Chapter 345 Traffic Accident. Zhou Zheng ran to the underground parking lot at a very fast speed and pulled Per Mei out. He turned to the main road. The provincial capital is larger than Jiangbei, so there are naturally more people. It was the weekend, and there were people coming and going on the streets, and every car was moving forward at a speed. Even if Zhou Zheng turns on super driving, he cannot increase his speed unless he flies over other cars. Fortunately, the maternal and child health hospital is not too far from where he is, and it should be able to arrive even within half an hour of speed. Why is the car speed so slow? Is there an accident before? Zhou Zheng was still a little anxious. It's not because Mr. Wang's son is the top leader in saving money, but because Mr. Wang said that his grandson's wife's situation is really not optimistic. Zhou Zheng did not have Huishun Huanhua pills in his hand, so he could only use acupuncture to treat it. The other party would be more dangerous if it was delayed by 1 minute. He did not think that saving Mr. Wang's granddaughter-in-law would save others from owing favors, but he only wanted to save others. After driving slowly for 10 minutes, I found that there were several traffic policemen wearing reflective vests in front of me checking drunk driving. Several red conical barrels with plastic texture divide the wide road into passages where only one car can pass. Zhou Jensen said that no wonder it was so confusing. However, after looking at the front, I suddenly realized that I was no longer blocked after checking the drunk driving point. It was soon Cha Zhoujin's turn. Zhou Zheng cooperated and opened the car window. A young traffic policeman handed over the alcohol tester. Zhou Zheng blew hard, and the traffic police looked at the numbers on the screen and waved his hand, indicating that Zhou Zheng passed. Zhou Zheng started slowly. As soon as he checked the drunk driving point, he suddenly rushed forward and heard a bang sound in his ear. Have you been rear-ended? He saw through the rearview mirror in confusion that a black off-road vehicle was right behind him. The roof leaked and it was raining all night. The more I want to seize the time to go to the maternal and child health care hospital, the more accidents will occur halfway. It's useless to be anxious. Zhou Zheng had to get off the car to check the situation. The other party's rear-end collision is full of responsibility. If the collision is not serious, he does not intend to hold the other party responsible. Let's admit his bad luck. Zhou Zheng came to the rear of the car and saw the front of a BMW X5 pressing against the buttocks of Per Mei. The bumper of the BMW X5 was also broken. A large piece of the buttocks of Per Mei were also concave, and fragments were sprinkled underneath. Hey, why did you drive? Can you drive? Mad, look, I hit my car. A little fat man next to him opened his mouth and turned his head to Zhou Zheng for a while and lisped out. This little fat man is fat and tall, but when he looks carefully, the boy's face is not old and he is not old, but his figure has developed ahead of schedule. Zhou Jensen said that this kid had no tutor at all. He obviously hit my car and turned it around. Moreover, he definitely does not have a driver's license at his age. Good guy. Driving without a license is this. He saw that the little fat man had a familiar face but couldn't remember where he had seen him for a while. Zhou Zheng wanted to calm down and left quickly. He said to the fat man, "You hit my car, your full responsibility. Moreover, if you can't get a driver's license exam at your age, you are driving without a license. Let's do it. I won't pursue you today. We will each repair our own cars. Also, children, call your adults and don't drive out by themselves in the future." Zhou Zheng didn't have to take responsibility for the little fat man, and he kindly reminded him that driving without a license is dangerous, but he didn't know that it was another fat man's output. "Who are you riding on the horse? You are so stingy. What's wrong with me driving without a license? The traffic police don't care about you. You broke my car, you can't leave if you don't have 100,000 yuan. Zhou Zhensin said that this kid is really lawless. He knows how to cheat people at a young age? I thought that time was tight, so he didn't have time to teach this kid to be a human being. He glared at him and turned around and was about to get in the car. Don't leave. I want to run. No way. The little fat man grabbed Zhou Zheng's car door and refused to let him get in. Zhou Zheng wanted to give him a slap, but he knew that this would be more difficult to solve, so he could only break his hand. The little fat man was holding it tightly, but he was Zhou Zheng's opponent. Let go. After exerting a little force, the fat man cried in pain and shouted that his mother let go of his hand. The little fat man was also a hob, blocking in front of Paramela, stretching out his arms and shouting arrogantly. You're so awesome to kill me? Do you know who I am? I'll ask my mom to deal with you. I'll ask my dad to take you into prison. The noise was too loud, and many passers-by soon came to watch, and the cars behind were unable to pass, causing a new round of congestion. The traffic police who checked the drunk driving also came to see this situation. A leading official traffic policeman saw a traffic accident and quickly asked the auxiliary police to evacuate the abortion. Dong 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 dong. He knocked on Zhou Zheng's car glass. Then what? Why are you still in the car after a traffic accident? Get out of here quickly. Zhou Zheng opened the car window. Brother, please make sure I have an urgent matter. I will go to the traffic police team to solve the problem after I finish the matter. The traffic police said seriously. What do you think? Do you think the traffic police team was run by your family? Anyway, you can't leave first. Yes, you can't let him go, you'll arrest him. The little fat man also shouted loudly from the side. Zhou Zheng had no choice but to get out of the car. Police officer, you see, he is responsible for rear-end collision, and he does not have a driver's license yet. Can I leave first if I don't let him take responsibility? The traffic police were stunned for a moment. The first time I saw someone willing to suffer a loss. Moreover, there is another one who drives without a license? The traffic police glanced at the fat man and saw at first that he was not as old as the driver's license test. It is no trivial to drive without a license. How old are you? Do you have a driver's license? The little fat man cursed with anger. You are strolling around and do not care whether I have a driver's license. I will call my mother and kill you. The fat man threatened the traffic police and took out his cell phone and made a phone call. Mom, I was beaten up, on Chaoyang Road. After hanging up the phone, the fat man said viciously. You guys are in trouble. After a while, the traffic police's cell phone rang. It was the phone call from the deputy captain of the traffic police team. The traffic policeman answered the phone and was scolded by the deputy captain. When he hung up the phone, his attitude towards Zhou Zheng changed. You can't leave today, and the police from the police station will come later, and you are detained. Zhou Zheng was confused. Good guy. What did I do and I was detained? This little fat man seems to have a background. He can send someone to the police station with just one phone call? Suddenly, Zhou Zheng's heart moved. Isn't this little fat man Li Jinfeng's son? Right. It's him. No wonder he is so arrogant. Zhou Zheng felt that he could not sit still and wait for death, mainly because he wasted too much time. Mr. Wang's grandson's wife still had a thread of life waiting for him to treat him. He took out his cell phone and called Mr. Wang. Is it hard to see if you, Li Jinfeng, or Wang's backstage? But I knew that the phone was just stuck on my ear, and a little fat man was snatched into my hand if he was not careful. Do you still want to call to shake people? I'll let you call. BA. The little fat man threw Zhou Zheng's cell phone to the ground. Suddenly, the phone split into pieces and the parts flew everywhere. Hold the grass! Zhou Zheng couldn't help but reach out and was about to slap the little fat man, so he was too arrogant. Stop! At this time, the two policemen walked forward. The police in the provincial capital were equipped with guns. Two policemen touched the gun holster and shouted at Zhou Zhang. "Be honest, go to the office with us." Chapter 346, It's really a narrow road for enemies. Speaking of which, Li Jinfeng's son Li Meng transferred to a private school in the provincial capital, but he still did not get rid of the bullying problem. Some children are born bad and cannot change at all. Li Meng is such a person. He was not punished for Lu Yan's affairs. Although Li Jinfeng lost money and apologized, he had never mentioned it to Li Meng. Li Meng also knew that he had a background, so he was still unscrupulous and did not learn from Lu Yan's jumping off the building. When he arrived at the private school, he started a new round of bullying. He developed early, and his qualities in all aspects of height and weight were much higher than his peers. And he was rich, and a few friends soon gathered around him. These people are domineering in the school, causing chaos in the school, and the student teachers are in a miserable way. After all, no one can care about them. Li Meng even dared to attack the teacher. Later he made a big fuss and broke a classmate's leg. The other party's family also had some strength, so Li Meng simply dropped out of school. Of course, this matter was settled by Li Jinfeng, and Li Meng still did not receive any punishment. Li Meng was bored at home and secretly drove out to play in Li Jinfeng's BMW. Although he is young and does not have a driver's license, he has learned to drive and has driven out by himself many times. Li Jinfeng turned a blind eye to this and just reminded Li Meng to pay attention to safety. It doesn't matter if he hits others and puts his own safety first. This time, Li Meng was not afraid of the traffic police checking his driver's license when he drove back to death. He was still very arrogant. There is nothing else, there is someone behind him. He called Li Jinfeng and said that he had been hit by someone and the other party beat him. Li Jinfeng was furious and had just suffered a loss at Zhou Zhang and was holding her breath. When she heard about this, she immediately called the deputy captain of the traffic police team and asked him to give him a satisfactory reply. The deputy captain was promoted by Li Jinfeng from the backstage, so he would naturally cater to him in every way. He even called the director of the police station in the jurisdiction and asked Zhou Zhang to be detained. The two are also old acquaintances and speak very well. The two policemen came prepared and scolded Zhou Zhang. "You, stretch out your hand." Zhou Zhang knew that he was going to handcuff him, so he couldn't help but be furious. These two policemen were going to detain themselves without discrimination, and even handcuffed them when they came up. Is there any other way to the king? Moreover, the most important thing is that Mr. Wang's grandson's wife's life is hanging on a thread, and he is particularly anxious. Now is not the time to explain the argument, he has to hurry to the hospital. I'll say to police officers, I'm also a policeman. I'm not wrong with your affairs here. If you have to explain, would you wait for me to come back? There's someone here that is a big deal that matters. Zhou Zhenben didn't want to reveal his identity, but now it seems that he can't be exposed. He said and took out the police officer's certificate. The two policemen took the police officer's certificate and looked at it, confirming that it was the real certificate. Their attitude eased, but they did not let go. "Oh, have you met your colleague?" "Not a buddy, I just hit the car, why do I do it?" Now it becomes unreasonable. We won't handcuff you anymore. Let's go back to the office with us. It's best to pay the other party privately. Zhou Zhang looked dark. No, when did I hit someone? You still said you didn't hit me. The little fat man raised his chubby hands and said. You just broke my hand and your bones were almost broken. You two policemen arrested him for me, hurry up. The two policemen were quite unhappy with the fat Li Meng's domineering expression. The little barren child is still directing the police? But the two of them knew that the fat man's background was not simple, so they could only pretend that they didn't hear it. But people must be brought to the institute, this is the director's death order. No matter what happened, they took Zhou Zhang to the police station to complete the task. Brother, please go to the office and talk slowly first, don't make things difficult for us. Sorry, I really don't have time now, I have to leave quickly. I'll talk about it when I'm finished saving someone. Zhou Zheng no longer wants to argue with them, and he doesn't want to waste his time anymore. After saying that, I will get in the car. Don't move. Two policemen suddenly took out their pistols and pointed them at Zhou Zheng. I'll give you a face, right? If we don't listen to the orders, we'll shoot. Hold my head and squat down. Zhou Zheng's face turned gloomy. For such a thing, these two policemen actually took out their guns? Facing the two policemen holding guns, Zhou Zheng was not afraid at all. He was confident that he would fire the two guns within 2 seconds. But in this way, the meaning is different, it belongs to attacking the police. If I really go back to the police station with them, I don't know when I will come out. Let's run away. It is urgent to save the granddaughter-in-law of the Wang Lao. Thinking of this, Zhou Zheng suddenly turned around and ran away. Stop, run again and shoot. The two policemen didn't expect Zhou Zheng to run away and shouted from behind. You guys shoot quickly, don't let this guy run away. If he runs away, I will let you go without food. When the fat Li Meng saw Zhou Zheng running away, he immediately stopped doing it and pointed at the two policemen and scolded him. The two policemen almost had a crooked nose. We police want you to teach me how to do things? But they didn't know how to deal with Zhou Zheng after he ran away, so they didn't dare to shoot, so they had to report to their superiors on the walkie-talkie while chasing Zhou Zheng. There are too many people on the street, and it is not easy for Zhou Zheng to get out quickly. He was quickly interspersed in the crowd, and suddenly a black explosion-proof car appeared in front of him. Several fully armed patrol special police jumped out of the car, and the slight rush on his chest pointed at Zhou Zheng. Zhou Zheng shook his head. Province: the city's public security is so good. Will the explosion-proof vehicles and patrol special police arrive so quickly? He could only raise his hand. After a while, two policemen ran over panting. Oh, this kid runs so fast. I'm so exhausted. Thank you, brothers of the patrol special police. It turned out that the two policemen reported to the director that Zhou Zheng had run away, and the director immediately contacted the patrol special police brigade. There happened to be a patrol special police squad patrol nearby, blocking Zhou Zheng on the spot. Zhou Zheng was handcuffed. 2. I really have an urgent matter, life is a big deal. Can you let me use my phone? Don't even think about it, I think you'd better be honest. Two policemen refused Zhou Zheng's request. For safety reasons, Zhou Zheng was taken into an explosion-proof vehicle by the patrol special police. Li Meng, a little fat man, applauded. Fight with me, do you know who I am? Will it be fine if I had already paid me 100,000 yuan? I deserve it. At this time, Li Jinfeng arrived and saw Zhou Zheng being taken into an explosion-proof vehicle by the patrol special police from afar. A moment of emotion in my heart, how could Zhou Zheng appear in the provincial capital? Mom, it's that kid who beat me. Now he's caught by the police. It's great. Li Jinfeng understood. It was Zhou Zheng who had a dispute with his son. It's really a narrow road for enemies. Chapter 347, At the critical moment, I lost contact halfway. Provincial Maternal and Child Health Hospital. Wang Ziming was sitting and lying outside the operating room, so he stood up and paced back and forth. Her wife Shui Sivan has been pushed into the emergency room. Two chief physicians from the provincial hospital seized the time to rescue them. Dean Chen is even more anxious than Wang Ziming. If Mr. Wang's granddaughter-in-law had an accident on his own acre of 3-point land. Good guy. He, the dean, has finished his work. I took out a cigarette from my pocket with my trembling hands and wanted to take a breath to relieve my nervousness. When I put the cigarette in my mouth, I saw the smoking ban sign posted on the wall and had to take it down again, and I felt even more nervous and irritable. Originally, the two chief physicians put forward opinions and wanted to transfer Shui Sivan to the provincial hospital. After all, the medical conditions of provincial hospitals are not a little better than those of maternal and child health care hospitals. However, this opinion was rejected by Mr. Wang. Mr. Wang has his own considerations. The main reason is that he is afraid of wasting time on the road and Zhou Zhengzheng is coming here. He now put all his hopes on Zhou Zheng. I expected that Zhou Zheng would probably be able to pull his granddaughter-in-law back from the gate of hell with his master-level acupuncture level. The plasma in the maternal and child health hospital was not enough, so the provincial hospital sent an ambulance to allocate a batch of plasma to support it. There is a drug deficiency in the maternal and child health hospital, and the provincial hospital will immediately support it. Even the director of the provincial hospital brought several attending physicians from various departments to the maternal and child health hospital in person to protect Mr. Wang's granddaughter. There was a large group of people around the door of the emergency room, and people were in and out from time to time, creating a more tense atmosphere. "Grandpa, can the miracle doctor named Zhou Zheng you hired to save Sivan? When will he arrive? I'm afraid of Sivan's." Wang Ziming couldn't continue to speak at all, and his heart was filled with mixed feelings. It is a great good thing for a wife to have a child, but everything goes wrong when she gets here, and her wife is even at risk of death. "Ziming, calm down," Mr. Wang said calmly. Looking at the sad look of his grandson Wang Ziming, his heart softened, and he encouraged his morale. "Don't worry, Xiao Zhou is a trustworthy comrade, and he has superb medical skills. His first-hand acupuncture has reached the level of master's level, no less than that of the master of the national medical saint. As long as he comes, Sivan will be saved." "Grandpa, he still has no sign." Wang Ziming did not feel relieved because of Mr. Wang's words. No matter how skillful Zhou Zheng is in medical skills, he can only be cured if he gets it. It is dangerous for him to be 1 minute late. "Ziming, how long has it been since I called Xiao Zhou?" "Grandpa, it's been half an hour." Mr. Wang was also a little surprised and confused. Half an hour passed and time passed so quickly. But why didn't Zhou Zheng appear yet? Could it be that he is too far away from the maternal and child health care center, or is there a traffic jam on the road? Mr. Wang looked at Dean Chen. "Xiao Chen, how long does it take to drive Nangguo Mall to maternal and child health hospital?" Dean Chen thought about it and said quickly. "It's not far away. If you drive, you will arrive in more than 10 minutes. If you get traffic jams on the road, it's a different matter. Maybe it's 20 minutes, maybe it's longer." Mr. Wang nodded, thinking that Zhou Zheng was in a traffic jam on the road. Thinking of this, I took out my cell phone and called Zhou Zheng. If he was really in a traffic jam, he would notify the traffic management department to give Zhou Zheng a green light, or even send a police car to drive the road. Although it is inappropriate to use power to do private matters, Mr. Wang doesn't care about so much at this point. Even if an ordinary person encounters an urgent matter of 100,000 yuan, a police car will lead the way if he asks for help from the police. "Sorry, the phone number you called has been turned off." The sound of the system came from the phone receiver. Mr. Wang frowned. "Why did Zhou Zheng shut down? Could it be that the phone is out of battery? It's not such a coincidence, right? Grandpa, how are you doing? Where has Zhou Zheng been?" Wang Ziming looked at Mr. Wang with a gaze and asked. "He turned off." "What?" Wang Ziming was stunned. Xiaoqing said excitedly. "Is Grandpa Zhou Zheng not here? He was not sure to cure Sivan, and he was embarrassed to tell you, so he just turned off the phone." "Won't?" Mr. Wang said firmly. "Xiao Zhou is not that kind of person. Even if he is really not sure, he will not suddenly turn off the phone and disappear. I guess it's because his phone is out of battery." Here, Dean Chen felt something was wrong. Old Wang has been nearly 40 minutes now. Even if there is a traffic jam, it should have arrived, right? Is there something really wrong if I can't contact you by phone now? President Chen's words reminded Mr. Wang. The roof was leaking and the rain was raining all night, and the weasel bit the sick chicken. Unfortunate blessings will never happen. Mr. Wang has experienced too many such things, and he suddenly has an ominous premonition. Grandpa, if not, I'll go along the road and look for Zhou Zhang. What does he look like? Are there any photos of him? Mr. Wang waved his hand. There are so many people and cars on the road, relying on people to find a needle in a haystack. He signaled Wang Ziming to be calm, lowered his head and thought for a few seconds, picked up his cell phone and called his son Wang Weiman. The phone was quickly answered, but it was still answered by Li Daji. Xiaoli, the Weiman hasn't finished the meeting yet. Not yet. Mr. Wang, I have already greeted the director of the provincial hospital. Have the doctor he sent out arrived? It's arrived early. That's good. Mr. Wang, is Sivan's childbirth smoothly? Has the child been born? Mr. Wang said in a heavy tone. The child was born. But something happened, Sivan was bleeding. Ah! Li Dami, who had always been calm, couldn't help but exclaim in a low voice. The thing that I worry most is still happening. How could this happen? Mr. Wang, how is Sivan now? Rescue is under rescue. Xiaoli, I found a miracle doctor named Zhou Zhang, but he disappeared on the way here and the phone couldn't be reached. Please help me check what happened to him? Can you find him and make Sivan's life safety? Okay, okay. Mr. Wang, I'll do it right away. Li Dami hung up the phone and wiped the sweat from his forehead. He felt unprecedented pressure. The miraculous Dr. Zhou disappeared halfway while going to the maternal and child health hospital to treat Wang Le-sun's wife. What accident or artificial happened? Could it be that someone targeted Mr. Wang and Secretary Uyghur? This is because I have eaten the courage of the bear heart and the leopard. Li Dami made up a conspiracy theory. He quickly adjusted his mood, thought for a while, and then called Gu Liangke, director of the provincial police department. Lao Gu, I am Li Feng from the provincial party committee. Gu Liangke was sitting in the office wearing a white uniform, with 3 olive branches shining brightly on his shoulders. He is the number 1 police officer in the province. Seeing Li Dami's phone call, he didn't dare to ask Did to stand up and answer it. Ha ha ha, Secretary General Li, what instructions do you have? Li Feng said directly without bending around the bush. There is a miraculous doctor named Zhou Zhang who set out from Nangguo Shopping Mathematics and Child Health Hospital 40 minutes ago, but now he can't contact him. Lao Gu, you can find a way to find this person in the shortest time. This is what the boss means. Yes, guaranteed to complete the task. Chapter 348 The Provincial Department Boss Takes Action to Find Zhou Zhang. As soon as Li Feng finished speaking, Provincial Department Director Gu Liangke responded without thinking. Although Li Dami was polite, he was definitely not discussing with him, but an order on behalf of the boss. Gu Liangke had 10 courage and dared not refuse. After hanging up the phone, he began to study Li Feng's words carefully. A miraculous doctor named Zhou Zhang disappeared, and the missing route was on the Chaoyang Road section between Nangguo Shopping Mall and the women and children. Listening to Li Dami speaking quickly on the phone, Gu Liang concluded that he was very anxious. This matter must be done urgently. But who is Zhou Zhang? I don't know who he is, nor do I know his appearance characteristics. Even if I turn the Chaoyang Road down to the sky, I can't find it. Gu Liangke patted his head. He agreed just now too fast and did not ask clearly whether Zhou Zhang's appearance characteristics, whether he was walking, driving or taking a taxi. In desperation, Gu Liangke picked up his cell phone and called back to Li Feng. Li Feng was anxiously waiting for Secretary Wang outside the conference room. Seeing that the meeting should be over, and Secretary Wang should come out. He wanted to report the matter to Wang Weiman as soon as possible. The phone suddenly rang and took it out to answer. Hey Secretary General Li, Lao Gu, I was anxious just now and forgot to ask you, the miracle doctor named Zhou Zheng is old, do you have any appearance characteristics? Is he driving or? Li Feng was also unaware of the questions. Mr. Wang did not tell him in detail, and he forgot to ask. Lao Gu, wait a moment, I'll call you back after I ask. Li Feng hung up the phone and called Mr. Wang again, but the phone prompted the other party to be on the phone. After waiting for a long time, Mr. Wang answered the phone. Hey! Xiaoli, have you found it? Li Feng smiled bitterly and said that it was not that fast. Old Wang, I have communicated with the provincial department and they will go and find it as soon as possible, but we don't know what Zhou Zheng looks like and what kind of transportation he is taking. Mr. Wang thought about his secrets, but he forgot to describe Zhou Zheng's appearance to them. Zhou Zheng is about 1.85 meters tall, he is very handsome, with wheat-colored skin. By the way, he is a policeman of the Qiubei police station in Jiangbei City. If you contact Qiubei station, they should have a photo of Zhou Zheng. As for what kind of transportation to take, I feel like driving. When he came, he didn't say that, that's it. Mr. Wang hung up the phone, and Li Feng passed the information provided by Mr. Wang to Gu Liangke. Gu Liangke suddenly shuddered. Zhou Zheng was still a policeman in Jiangbei City? And this name sounds familiar. Right. Some time ago, a policeman named Zhou Zheng in Jiangbei received first-class merit. Right. It's him. Does he have anything to do with the boss? He is still a miracle doctor? Gu Liangke was confused. He didn't understand why an excellent policeman who had obtained first-class merit was still the miracle doctor mentioned by Li Dami. He didn't think much about it, and his main task now is to find Zhou Zheng. Since Zhou Zheng is a policeman in Jiangbei City, it will be much easier to obtain his information. Gu Liangke called Ma Xiaojun from Jiangbei Municipal Bureau with the red landline on the table. Although he knew that Zhou Zheng was a policeman of Qiubei Institute, the director of Qiubei Institute was not worth his call himself. He did not have Hao Aguo's contact information. Ma Xiaojun was sitting in the office and was moved when he saw the red landline on the table ringing. Is this a call from above? Get up and answer. Hello, I'm Ma Xiaojun. Old Ma, I am Gu Liangke. Ma Xiaojun immediately stood up straight. I was wondering in my heart, why did the number 1 police officer in Baihe province call? Director Gu, do you have any instructions? Old Ma, let's talk short. You can send me the information about Comrade Zhou Zheng from Qiubei Institute immediately. There must be a photo of him recently, and the best life photos. Hurry up, do it now, that's it. Gu Liangke hung up the phone after he finished speaking. Ma Xiaojun was confused. What's wrong with Zhou Zheng? Didn't he go to the provincial capital? Why did Director Gu's attention just after he arrived at the provincial capital? Director Gu asked for his information. Do you want to focus on the investigation and then transfer him to the provincial department? This is a good thing for Zhou Zheng. This brat is lucky, it's really enviable. Ma Xiaojun made up some ideas and asked the secretary to find Zhou Zheng's information and emphasized that there must be a recent life photo, and immediately send it to the provincial department after it is sorted out. After a while, Gu Liangke received information about Zhou Zheng sent by Jiangbei Municipal Bureau. At this time, Executive Deputy Director Zhao Tianrun walked in. You have something to ask me for help in the ancient hall. Is Lao Zhao here? Gu Liangke waved. Old Zhao, I will give you a task now. Ancient hall, what task? Come here and see the person on the computer. Gu Liangke pointed to the computer screen and said. Look at it, this person is named Zhou Zheng. He is a police officer named Zhou Zheng in Jiangbei City. He suddenly lost contact on Chaoyang Road. He came out of Nangwo Mall an hour ago and ran to the maternal and child health hospital. You have to find him at all costs, the faster the better. This is the order of the boss of the provincial party committee. Do you understand? Clear. Zhao Tianrun's heart moved. The boss gave the provincial department a task to find someone. It seems that this week is very important to the boss. Zhou Zheng, a police officer from Jiangbei City. Zhao Tianrun looked at the photos on the computer screen and looked more and more familiar. Hey, isn't this Xiao Zhou from Qiubei Institute? Gu Liangke said in confusion. What? You know this officer Zhou? Oh, I know you so well in the ancient hall. Didn't Zhou Zheng get a merit a while ago? On behalf of the provincial party committee, I went to Jiangbei to award Xiao Zhou a first-class merit certificate. Is that so? I know he has obtained the first-class merit, but why don't I remember that you went to Jiangbei Audio Hall? You went to the party school to study at that time. I was responsible for most of the affairs in the hall, so I had no impression of me going to Jiangbei. Oh, that's the case. Lao Zhao, you said you knew Zhou Zheng, the boss is anxious. You see, it's been delayed for so long. Zhao Tianrun looked dark and thought to himself, Lao Gu, you just told me. Okay, go find it without further ado. You know Zhou Zheng, it is absolutely right to give this task to you. Let's set off quickly. Remember, 100,000 is urgent. Okay, Ancient Hall. Zhao Tian took 2 steps and suddenly turned around and asked. Ancient Hall, why did Zhou Zheng come to the provincial capital? And why did he suddenly lose contact? What did the boss do to him? Gu Liangke thought to himself, how could I know? This was conveyed by Li Dami, so we dare not ask in detail. Old Zhao, don't inquire first. Take the time, use all the resources in the hall at will. Call me as soon as possible if you have any difficulties. I think this matter seems not big, but it is extraordinary. If you successfully complete it, it will be a great sin if you fail to complete it. Oh, I know now. Zhao Tianrun realized the seriousness of the problem and stopped asking more questions and hurried out of the director's office. Chapter 349 How to explain the person the boss is looking for is arrested by the police? Zhao Tianrun left the director's office and thought carefully in his mind that he had to make a simple plan. Chaoyang Road is the most prosperous road in the provincial capital, with traffic and crowds of people. It is difficult to find someone here. It is a way to mobilize police forces to search inch by inch, but the efficiency is too slow, and it will inevitably disturb the people and even cause panic to the people. He first ruled out the human sea tactics. Then he considered the possible situation of Zhou Zheng missing contact. Your phone is out of battery? This is very likely. Kidnapped? This possibility is relatively small. Zhou Zheng has arrested Alavel wanted criminals and even captured vicious drug dealers. His skills are naturally great. Who can kidnap him? That would give him merits. A serious injury occurred in a traffic accident? Alas, this is more likely. Thinking of this, Zhao Tianrun's heart moved. He took out his cell phone and called Lu Hao, the captain of the provincial traffic police brigade. Hey Lao Lu, I am Zhao Tianrun. Haha, what instructions does Director Zhao have? Although Lu Hao is also a deputy department level boss, he is still a little shorter than executive deputy director Zhao Tianrun. The two had a good relationship and were classmates when they went to the police academy, and they spoke casually. Old Lu, I'll tell you a long story short. From now on, is there a car accident on Chaoyang Road during this period? Oh, Lao Lu, why are you asking about this? Stop talking nonsense, tell me if you have it. There is definitely a lot of people, there are many passers-by in Chaoyang, and there are many cars and often car accidents. You don't know. How many cases are there? Be more specific. In addition, I want to have a detailed information on both parties in the car accident. Lu Hao was a little puzzled. Why did Lao Zhao, who has always been gentle and elegant, be so impatient today? Old Zhao, did you have such a bad temper after taking the gun today? This is the big boss's task, don't ask for it first. What? Hearing Zhao Tianrun's words, Lu Hao was shocked and said quickly. You wait a moment and I'll ask the people below to check it out and you'll know it right away. Lu Hao didn't hang up the phone either, so he quickly called the inside line with the landline on his desk. After some instructions, a police officer knocked on the door and came in. Captain Lu, this is the information you want for car accidents that happened within an hour on Chaoyang Road. There are 3 cases in total, please check it out. Lu Hao waved his hand to signal that the policeman could go out. He said while flipping. Old Zhao, there were 3 accidents in total. I said listen. The first time was at 2:23 p.m., in the parking lot at the entrance of Uli Hotel in the southern section of Chaoyang Road. Due to parking problems, one of the parties involved was named Guo Zhen and the other was called. The second time was at 2:43 p.m. In front of Hongda Club on Chaoyang Road, a vehicle rear-end traffic accident occurred. Why is there only one person involved? It is called Zhou Zheng. Zhao Tianrun's heart moved when he heard this. Finished. Zhou Zheng did have a traffic accident. Lu Hao immediately interrupted. Old Lu, Zhou Zheng, is probably the person the big boss is looking for. Is the traffic accident serious? Was he injured? Lu Hao looked at the traffic accident line again. No. This person named Zhou Zheng was not injured, but his car was rear-end, and the impact was not particularly severe. That's good. Zhao Tianrun breathed a sigh of relief. Old Lu, where is Zhou? Are you in the traffic police team accident department? Hurry up and find him for me. I'll call and ask, I'll reply to you right away. Lu Hao quickly called the leader of the accident department and asked who handled Zhou Zheng's traffic accident and where Zhou Zheng was. The last news that was returned surprised him. Zhou Zheng was actually taken away by the police from Chaoyang Road police station. I heard that Zhou Zheng wanted to run away, but was caught by the patrol special police and escorted to the police station. Lu Hao fed the news back to Zhao Tianrun. Zhao Tianrun took a breath of cold air. Old Lu, so is Zhou Zheng detained by the police from Chaoyang Road police station? What did he do to be treated like this? Even the patrol special police are on board. He is also a policeman and has even obtained first-class merit. Zhao Tianrun couldn't suppress his anger. He had met Zhou Zheng once, and he had some feelings. The most important thing is that if a traffic accident occurs, Zhou Zheng will actually be arrested in the police station. The big boss is still searching hard. Good guy. What should the boss think when he knows this? Who will bear the responsibility if you blame it? I searched for Zhou Zheng for a long time, but was arrested by my own people. Playing on the horse. Zhao Tianrun suddenly swears. Lu Hao also looked innocent. I thought to myself that Zhou Zheng was arrested by the police, but I didn't know what he had done. However, the person the boss was looking for was arrested by the police and dispatched the patrol special police. This was enough for Lao Zhao to drink a lot. No wonder he was so angry that he cursed. Old Zhao, now is not the time to get angry. Since you already know Zhou Zheng's whereabouts, then report it quickly and don't let the boss wait in a hurry. Lu Hao's words made Zhao Tianrun wake up as if he was in a dream. He hung up the phone and ran away immediately. I arrived at Gu Liangke's office. He ran in without knocking on the door. In the office, a third-level police supervisor wearing a white shirt was reporting to Gu Liangke. Seeing Zhao Tianrun breaking in, he was stunned. I thought to myself, Deputy Director Zhao is so brave? Go into the director's office without knocking on the door? However, Gu Liangke did not have a trace of displeasure on his face. He waved his hand. Old Hu, go back first, let's talk later if you have time. After leaving no one in the office, Zhao Tianrun said excitedly. The ancient hall, Zhou Zheng found it. Yet, Gu Liangke was very happy to hear Zhao Tianrun's words. Lao Zhao was indeed efficient in doing things. He found it in just over 10 minutes. Where is Zhou Zheng? Is it okay? Zhou was arrested by the police station on Chaoyang Road. I heard that the patrol special police came to help. What? Gu Liangke was stunned for a moment. What the hell is going on? Isn't Zhou Zheng a policeman? Why did Chaoyang Road police station arrest him? Zhao Tianrun said. I don't know exactly. Zhou Zheng had a traffic accident on Chaoyang Road and was rear-ended. It was fine. Then the police officers from the police station suddenly intervened. Isn't this playing the piano randomly? Gu Liangke slapped the table hard. The person the boss is looking for is arrested by our grassroots police. How do you explain this? Ancient Hall, I don't think it's a question that I'm going to explain now. I should report the situation first. I'm afraid that if I don't give back the news, the boss will wait in a hurry. Gu Liangke nodded. I'll call Li Dami now. Beijing, at the entrance of the conference room of the Jingxi Hotel. Li Feng was anxiously waiting for the news. Suddenly, the door of the conference room opened and more than a dozen big shots walked out of the conference room one after another. Li Feng saw Wang Weiman from afar and quickly stepped forward to take the thermos in his hand. Wang Weiman seemed to be in a good mood and asked. It's been a long enough time today. Nothing happened at home, right? Li Feng paused and said. Everything is normal in the province, it's, your daughter-in-law gave birth. Chapter 350 The evil situation escalates. Only then did Wang Weiman remember that today was his daughter-in-law's due date. His wife died of illness when her daughter-in-law was just pregnant. Before her death, she regretted not being able to see her granddaughter, born with her own eyes. She also told Wang Weiman to care more about the family affairs. Although she is the top leader, she is also a father. Wang Weiman was too busy and went to inspect and conduct research and meetings all day long. He basically never cared about family affairs. His son Wang Ziming could not stand alone, but fortunately he had the help of his old father. Today is the due date for his daughter-in-law, but he came to the capital for a meeting. He really felt that he was a father who was a little unqualified. If the wife knows her underground, she will definitely complain. Wang Weiman felt a little guilty and shook his head with a wry smile. Old Li, arrange a car for me and I plan to go back to Jiangbei now, and I won't go to the party with my old classmates in the afternoon. By the way, how about Sivan? Is the child born? I'm born. I'm a boy, it's Sivan. Okay, our third-generation single-generation runners of our Wang family finally have a future. Wang Weiman's expression froze when he spoke. Old Li, what did you say just now? What's wrong with Sivan? Secretary Wang, I said, don't worry. Then Sivan's labor process was full of twists and turns, and the heavy bleeding was being rescued. Mr. Wang found a miracle doctor to treat it. Li Feng quickly briefly explained the situation to Wang Weiman. He looked at Wang Weiman's face nervously. Just when Wang Weiman's expression remained unchanged, he could not see his joy, anger, sorrow, and happiness. How could he do if he was not a little confusing as a leader? But only Wang Weiman himself knew that his heart was already surging. He quickly gave instructions. Old Li, notify the director of the provincial hospital and ask him to send the best doctor to rescue him. If it really doesn't work, he will be sent to the Hexi Hospital in Beijing. Secretary Wang, Mr. Wang has expected the danger and called you, but you are in a meeting. I have asked the provincial hospital to send the chief doctor to the maternal and child health hospital to escort Sivan. It's just a twist and turns, and they didn't recite it anymore, saying that only the master of the national medical doctor can save Sivan's life. What? So serious? Wang Weiman finally showed a hint of worry on his face. There is only one hand in the country for the national medical master, and it is difficult for him to meet others as a magistrate. By the way, Laoli, didn't you say that my father found a miracle doctor? Has he been in place? Not yet, this miraculous doctor lost contact on the way to the maternal and child health care hospital. I have ordered Lao Gu from the provincial department to look for it, and I believe it will be found soon. Disconnected? How could it be such a coincidence? Wang Weiman showed a look of confusion on his face. Li Feng's heart skipped a beat. Broken. Wang Weiman is going to think deeper. However, this matter is indeed full of doubts. A living person suddenly lost contact, and it was time for the daughter-in-law of the top leader to save the life of the top leader. Does anyone want to get rid of the firewood from the bottom of the pot? Wang Weiman could naturally think of this as Li Feng. The ups and downs of the past few years have caused his suspicious personality, although he is a man. But there are people who don't deal with him. In addition to worrying about his daughter-in-law, he was more suspicious, and he suspected that someone would interfere. The political enemies were filtered in his mind, and finally frozen on a familiar face, Xin Ziming, the third in charge of the province. Does Lao Xin want even the lower limit? Wang Weiman shook his head. He felt that no matter how bad Xin Ziming and him were, he would not attack his family. It's not unwise, but stupid and terrible. After all, Wang Weiman is the top leader and firmly suppresses Xin Ziming. Isn't he afraid of revenge? Wang Weiman said in a deep voice. Old Li, let's return to the provincial capital right now. Yes. He temporarily put the conspiracy theory behind his mind. I also called Gu Liangke and asked him how he was doing and whether he had found a missing miracle doctor. Clear. Here, Li Feng quickly notified the driver to pick up Secretary Wang, and then called the provincial department director Gu Liangke. Unexpectedly, Gu Liangke's phone number arrived just after he finished calling the driver. Li Feng was happy. It seemed that the miracle doctor had found it, otherwise Gu Liangke would not have called him to get scolded. After answering the phone, sure enough, Gu Liangke's slightly relaxed voice came from the receiver. Secretary General Li, Zhou Zheng has found it. That's great. Where did you find Zhou Zheng? Hurry up and send him to the maternal and child health hospital. Secretary Wang's daughter-in-law is in danger of life. If Zhou Zheng cannot save him, he may die 1 minute later. Secretary Wang has ended, and he also understands the story. But Lao Gu, you have successfully found Zhou Zheng, and Secretary Wang will know about it. Secretary General Li's words did not make Gu Liangke happy. On the contrary, his expression became solemn and he felt even more uneasy. Only now did he know why Li Feng was so anxious that he asked them to find Zhou Zheng, which turned out to be related to the life of Secretary Wang's daughter-in-law. He naturally knew what Wang Weiman's daughter-in-law was going to have. Could it be that an accident occurred when giving birth? Good guy. If Secretary Wang knew that Zhou Zheng was detained by his subordinates, wouldn't he hate him to death? If Zhou Zheng was seized by the Chaoyang Road police, he delayed the treatment of Secretary Wang's daughter-in-law, and the person would be gone. The consequences are simply unimaginable. Strolling on the horse. These grassroots police officers are becoming more and more disrespectful. Gu Liangke didn't know what happened, but he had already put the director of Chaoyang Road Police Station on the blacklist. Although the matter was very passive to him, Gu Liangke dared not hide it and said with a tough bullet. Secretary General Li, Zhou Zheng. Zhou Zheng is now detained in Chaoyang Road Police Station. What? What the hell is going on? After hearing Gu Liangke's words, Li Feng, who has always been gentle and elegant, couldn't help but feel nervous. Good guy. We searched for feelings for a long time, and Zhou Zheng was detained by people from your police system? His grandma's. A cold sweat broke out on Gu Liangke's forehead, and he could be heard from Secretary Li's tone. Secretary General Li, I think there must be a misunderstanding in this. I will notify the person there immediately and rush there in person. Li Feng calmed down and said, Lao Gu, I don't blame you for this matter. It's not too late to make up for the loss of sheep. Please keep an eye on it. I will tell Secretary Wang immediately about this matter. Here, Wang Weiman called his father, Mr. Wang, and the two had just talked. Dad, after I finished the meeting, Lao Li has already told me the matter. How is Sivan? Mr. Wang shook his head sadly on the other end of the phone. The situation is not optimistic. The hospital has issued 2 critical illness notices. Under the people, now only when Zhou Zheng is in position Sivan has hope of survival. You have to make people hurry up and find him. Dad, I understand. At this time, a messy sound suddenly came from the receiver of the phone. Where are the patients' families? Old Wang, child, a newborn child, has symptoms of respiratory failure. Chapter 351 Li Jinfeng points to the head. Zhou Zheng was taken into an explosion-proof police car by the patrol special police. He was wearing handcuffs and was tightly clamped between 2 large and round patrol special police officers. Zhou Zheng was impatient and said to a patrol special policeman next to him, Brother, I really have something urgent. Can you lend me a phone call? I will definitely let me go if I call you. The patrol special police next to him seemed to have not heard him speak, and looked at the opposite side with a serious expression. Another patrol special policeman said, I think you should save money. If you want to find someone to be able to get along with the police station, we will only be responsible for taking you to the police station. Zhou Zheng stopped talking. I think these patrol special police treated him as criminals, and they would definitely not be able to adapt without the orders above. He looked left and right, trying to escape. The handcuffs on his hands broke out as soon as they were forced to break, but several patrol special police officers with live ammunition were not vegetarians. If these people didn't carry guns, he would be sure to knock them out. It would be too difficult to carry guns. Moreover, the terrain inside the explosion-proof car was small, and at most 2 of them were knocked down by the gun, and he couldn't hide. Let's talk about it when you arrive at the police station. I hope the director of the police station is a wise person. At worst, you can show up with him. The director of the police station should not send him to the maternal and child health hospital obediently. Explosion-proof the car soon arrived at the police station and drove directly into the yard. These riot police officers also did their best to send Zhou Zheng to the detention room before leaving. Hey, I want to see your leader. Zhou Zheng said to a small policeman. You can see our leader just by wanting to see him? Think about what he has done and explain it carefully when you take a record of it. The little policeman thought that Zhou Zheng had committed a crime and was arrested and was now in. After saying a few words, he turned around and left. In the yard of the police station, Li Jinfeng brought his son Li Meng to the door. His son was beaten when he crashed into a car, and he called the deputy captain of the city traffic police team with a phone call. Vice Captain Zhu Wei was promoted from Li Jinfeng's backstage, so his own people naturally cater to Li Jinfeng in every way. He notified his good friend Lu Fei, the director of Chaoyang Road Police Station, saying that a car accident occurred on Chaoyang Road and someone was beaten, and hinted that the beaten fat man was his own person, so Zhu Wei took care of him. Lu Fei gave orders to the police patrolling near Chaoyang Road without saying a word. Li Jinfeng came and found that it was Zhou Zheng who had a conflict with his son. The enemy was narrow. After communicating with Li Meng, he learned that his son Li Meng was not beaten. However, when Zhou Zheng wanted to leave, Li Meng stopped him from leaving, and his fingers were broken and hurt. Moreover, traffic responsibility is also Li Meng's full responsibility. Li Meng was completely unreasonable. But Li Jinfeng rose again in the provincial capital. Besides, she was detained by Zhou Zheng and was forced to apologize and compensate Lu Jianjun and his family. This breath was stuck in my chest and couldn't come out. This is a good opportunity to get Zhou Zhang. She wanted to do it and teach Zhou Zhang a little lesson. Although she knew that Zhou Zhang had no mistake at all, she had to detain Zhou Zhang for 24 hours with her relationship, which was a venting vent to her. So, she took Li Meng to the Chaoyang Road police station without stopping. He directly knocked on the director's office. Director Lu Fei was leaning against the office chair and smoking a cigarette. When he saw a woman dressed in a wealthy manner coming in with a tall child, he couldn't help but ask, "Hey, what are you doing? Who are you looking for? Are you the director of Chaoyang Road police station? I am friends with Zhu Wei from the city traffic police team. I want you to help with something." Li Jinfeng showed her identity and purpose. Seeing that Lu Fei was a little hesitant and did not agree, he couldn't help feeling a little unhappy. "Do you have to let Vice-Governor Xin of the province give you an order?" Lu Fei was shocked. "What are you doing? Who should I scare the Vice-Governor? What awesome thing about this girl bragging about? Do you know the Vice-Governor?" Seeing that Lu Fei didn't believe it, Li Jinfeng called Zhu Wei, deputy captain of the traffic police team. "Old Zhu, the person you arranged is not good. I'm in Chaoyang Road police station." After chatting for a few words, Li Jinfeng handed the phone to Li Fei. Zhu Wei said indirectly on the phone, pointing out that Li Jinfeng is boss Xin's person. After hanging up the phone, Lu Fei became respectful to Li Jinfeng. "Oh, you said it earlier. Ms. Li, what you explained is easy to say. I will record the person named Zhou and leave it in the detention room for a day and night before talking about it. If there is any mistake, he wants to go." Li Jinfeng nodded, but was not very satisfied. It would be great if she could be detained for a longer period of time. She is a vengeful person, and she always thinks of paying back several times when others offend her. "Okay, then I'll bother Director Lu. If I could detain him for a few more days, who would have made him offend my son?" "Oh, look at what you said, are you troublesome? You are friends with Lao Su from the traffic police team, so don't be polite to me. Your business is mine, I will try my best to vent my anger for you." Lu Fei was still secretly happy. Even if he had a connection with boss Xin, he would have a bright future with Li Jinfeng in the future. He took out the good tea and took the initiative to make tea and pour water for Li Jinfeng. Li Jinfeng also gave face and took a few sips of tea and said, "Old Lu, hurry up and interrogate the boy named Zhou and make him admit that he had beaten my son." Lu Fei said with a slight slap in his mouth. "That's it, I think you will lead the child to be tested first. We will also interrogate him. Anyway, he will not be able to leave the Chaoyang Road police station for 24 hours. Also, your son's driving without a license must be settled quickly." Li Jinfeng waved her hand disdainfully. "I don't have to worry about Lao Zhu in the traffic police team." Lu Fei smiled and said, "Look at my brain, I forgot about this." The two chatted a few more times, and a police officer reported the situation and said that Zhou Zhang, who had just been arrested, asked him to see you. "Oh, this kid still wants to see me, so I'll go and have a look." Li Jinfeng also became interested. She also wanted to see Zhou Zhang's embarrassing appearance, so she came to the surveillance room. At this time, Zhou Zhang had been taken to the interrogation room, and he said he wanted to see the leader without saying anything. After a while, Lu Fei came in. He sat on the office chair with awesomeness. "I am Lu Fei, the director of Chaoyang Road Police Station." "Director Lu." Zhou Zhang saw the person in charge coming and said seriously, "Let me go and send a car. Send me to the maternal and child health care hospital. Also, lend me your phone to use." Ha ha ha. Lu Fei seemed to have heard a huge joke and couldn't breathe. "No, who are you? Do you think the police station was run by your house?" "I'm with me," you said, "be honest and explain what you have done." Zhou Zhang looked confused. "What did I do? I want to ask why you detain me." "You asked knowingly, you hit someone." If you don't explain your affairs clearly, you can't leave. Lu Fei left a word and turned around and was about to leave. Zhou Zhendao. Director Lu, do you know that you are playing with fire? I've been wasting my time. Secretary Wang of the Provincial Party Committee blamed you for your crime. Lu Fei turned his head and exaggeratedly. Oh, I'll scare me with Secretary Wang? Secretary Wang knows which onion you are. Chapter 352, A Big Fuss in the Police Station. Seeing that the director of the police station did not buy his own accounts, Zhou Zheng directly took out Wang Weiman and put pressure on Lu Fei. But Lu Fei did not believe that Zhou Zheng knew Wang Weiman. An ordinary person says he knows a big shot in the provincial party committee. Isn't this bragging? It feels like Zhou Zheng deliberately pretending to be a tiger and scare people. Li Fei smiled rather than angry. I tell you that I have seen many bragging people like you. There were also scammers who pretended to be the people who were wanted by the major generals in the army in the future. We are not 3-year-old children, who are we fooling? Explain your question carefully, that's it. Lu Fei turned around and said to the 2 police officers who interrogated Zhou Zheng. Then take a record for him. If he doesn't admit that he hit someone, he will lock him in the detention room and continue to reflect. Yes, Director Lu. The 2 police officers nodded respectfully. Seeing that Lu Fei was about to walk out of the interrogation room, Zhou Zheng shouted. Director Lu, you have to pay a serious price for your stupid actions. First of all, it is the other party's full responsibility to rear-end my car. Secondly, I did not hit anyone. There should be a surveillance camera on the side of the road. You can tell by retrieving the surveillance video. You will detain me without any evidence and interrogate me. Does this conform to the process? I will tell you that I am also a policeman. Lu Fei was stunned for a moment and asked. Are you a policeman too? Zhou Zheng said that he knew Lu Fei and didn't believe it at all. After all, it was too fantasy. He knew that the other party was bragging at first. But when he said it was a policeman, Lu Fei was half believing and half doubted. Where are policemen from? I am a policeman from Qiubei Station, Jiangbei City. The police officer's certificate is in my pocket. If you don't believe it, you can take it out and take a look. Zhou Zheng's hands were handcuffed and locked up on a small iron chair. He couldn't stand up even if he stood up, and said with a nude mouth. Lu Fei signaled a policeman to go through Zhou Zheng's pocket and found a police officer's certificate. Lu Suo, he is really a policeman. The policeman said and handed the police officer's certificate to Lu Fei. Lu Fei took it and opened it and took a closer look. The police officer's certificate did not seem to be fake. He sucked his teeth and kept spinning. Zhou Zheng is a policeman. If he forcibly slandered him and beat him, he would be detained. When he comes out, he will definitely report to his superiors, and his leaders will also find ways to seek punishment from him. Things are a bit troublesome. After all, Zhou Zheng is not at fault. But if he was let go, Ms. Li would definitely be unhappy, and the relationship between the third leader of the province she had just gotten into was over. It seems that it is not possible to not offend both sides. Mad. What to do? Lu Fei thought for a few seconds and made a decision quickly. That is, I would rather offend Zhou Zheng than offend Li Jinfeng. Where is Li Jinfeng important in a grassroots policeman from another city? That is the bridge to contact the provincial bigwigs. In the future, even if Zhou Zheng's leader asks him to sue him, even if he can't help but he can't help him, wouldn't he still have Li Jinfeng? Thinking of this, Lu Fei snorted and said coldly. If you are a policeman, you won't know that it's illegal. I'll say the same thing, explain your problem carefully. Director Li, I want to call our leader. No. Lu Fei denied it in one go. Zhou Zheng's face suddenly changed. He thought that Lu Fei would restrain himself by revealing his identity as a policeman. After all, they were all in the same system. But I knew that this kid still couldn't get in. I didn't even let me call. Why does a strange police station director hold himself in his mouth? There must be a reason for this. Zhou Zheng thought about it and quickly guessed it. The little fat man who clashed with him was Li Jinfeng's son. It is hard to say that Li Jinfeng was not interfering behind him. This woman just got defeated by him, and she will most likely take revenge if she has the chance. It was Li Jinfeng who asked you to do this. Zhou Zheng suddenly said something. Lu Fei paused for a moment, and the expression on his face was a little unnatural and soon returned to calm. What did you say? I don't understand. Zhou Zheng distinguished his face and colors and confirmed that Li Jinfeng was the mastermind behind the scenes. But I didn't expect that Li Jinfeng was so bold and openly commanded the state's violent machines to retaliate against him. It seems that it is difficult to get out of the police station calmly for a short period of time. I thought to myself, since you are still in a state of dissipation, you have to pay the price for what you have done. You want to mess with me but don't know that I am responsible for saving the family of the provincial party committee boss. You are in trouble. He could have sat firmly on Diao Tai. If something happened to Wang Lao's granddaughter-in-law, no one involved in this matter can escape. But life is at stake. Old Wang still doesn't know how anxious he is now, and her children, grandchildren, and daughter-in-law are also wandering in front of the gates of hell. Zhou Zheng couldn't bear it anymore. He decided to make a big fuss in the police station and ran out from here to go to the maternal and child health care center to save people as soon as possible. After thinking about it, no longer hesitate. Zhou Zheng puts force on both sides. The handcuffs were actually broken. The two police officers who interrogated naturally knew that the handcuffs were extremely strong, but Zhou Zheng easily turned the handcuffs into two pieces and was shocked. Immediately afterwards, Zhou Zheng opened the baffle in front of the interrogation chair and stood up calmly. You! What are you going to do? Director, this kid is out. The two policemen suddenly became restless. This was the first time they had seen such a cruel person in so many years. Lu Fei opened the door of the interrogation room and took one foot out. Hearing the panicked voices of two policemen, he looked back. Just saw Zhou Zheng coming to him, wearing two silver handcuffs on his wrist, but the middle was broken, as if he was wearing two silver bracelets. I'll go. He was shocked. You! Get out of the way! Before he could finish his words, Zhou Zheng bumped into his shoulder. Lu Fei suddenly felt like he flew a few meters away like a cloud flying in fog, and he vomited blood and fell to the ground. I wanted to stand up with a struggle, and felt a piercing pain, and my ribs seemed to be broken and I couldn't get up. Sir, how are you? Two police officers rushed forward to check Lu Fei's injuries. Lu Fei said intermittently. Hurry, stop him. Don't let this kid run away. The policeman in the surveillance room naturally saw this scene. He hurried out to notify his colleagues that a criminal suspect injured the director and was about to run away. Li Jinfeng was also shocked. She didn't expect that Zhou Zheng was so fierce that he actually used violence to escape in the police station and injured Lu Fei. Her surprised face was soon replaced by joy. Zhou was about to be in trouble now. He dared to hurt the director of the police station. If he pursued the matter later, he would definitely be stripped of his police uniform and kicked out of the police team. Little fat man Li Meng was frightened. Mom, this guy is so powerful. Will he hit us after he runs out? Li Jinfeng smiled and said. Where else can he go? This is the police station, and there are all policemen outside. He beat the police and is finished now. Good son, if you hadn't hit his car, you wouldn't have let my mother find such a good opportunity to deal with him. Chapter 353 Who fired the gun just now? Beijing, outside the conference room of Jingxi Hotel. Wang Weiman's hand holding the cell phone trembled inadvertently. While he was talking to his father, Mr. Wang, he heard a chaos there. It seemed that someone said that the newborn child had exhausted breathing. He also vaguely heard the cry of his son Wang Ziming, and his heart suddenly rose to his throat. "Dad, what happened? Is it a child?" He actually vaguely understood what was going on, but he couldn't believe it. Mr. Wang was not calm anymore. "Unionist," the doctor said, the child suddenly had respiratory failure, is being rescued. You must find Zhou Zheng to treat immediately, otherwise, all adults and children. Mr. Wang couldn't continue to say it. If this was the case, it would be something he would never accept. Wang Weiman frowned even deeper. Just hung up the phone, Li Fenghui reported. "Secretary of Uyghur, Zhou Zheng has found it." "Where is he?" Wang Weiman's face was moved. "Zhou Zheng is now tantamount to the savior of the Wang family. He was detained in Chaoyang Road police station." "What? He was detained in the police station?" "Ha." Wang Weiman was surprised and sneered instead of angry. "My daughter-in-law was in danger of life and needed Zhou Zheng's treatment when he was arrested in the police station? And she was arrested on the way to the hospital to save people." "Okay." Wang Weiman's words made Li Feng feel chilled. "I thought to myself that the director of Chaoyang Road police station is really brave, so I'll wait for my clothes to be stripped away and settled," he said carefully. "Secretary Weiman, there must be some misunderstandings in this. I have notified Director Gu of the provincial department to let him handle this matter personally. I believe that Gu Liang will soon take Zhou Zheng to the maternal and child health hospital. In addition, the car is here, should we go back to the provincial capital now?" Wang Weiman nodded and walked out of the Jingzi Hotel. The driver had already opened the back door. Li Feng and Wang Weiman got on the bus one after another. The car slowly drove out of the Jingzi Hotel and headed towards the provincial capital. Wang Weiman sat in the back of the carriage and suddenly said, "Old Li, call Gu Liangke to inquire about the progress. In addition, what Zhou is being arrested by the police must understand clearly what is going on." Li Feng nodded and called Gu Liangke. Gu Liangke and Zhao Tianrun were in the same car to Chaoyang police station. Zhao Tianrun called Chaoyang Road police station over and over again, but no one answered. The police officers in the entire police station were busy arresting Zhou Zheng, so naturally no one answered the phone. The two of them were anxious and kept ordering the driver to drive faster. Immediately afterwards, Li Feng called in and asked about the specific reason why Zhou Zheng was arrested. The two of them dared not hide what they knew. Wang Weiman heard the hands-free hearing from Li Feng. After hearing this, he said angrily, "Zhou Zheng was rearranged but was arrested in the police station. What is the law enforcement by the grassroots police? Who is instructing this behind the scenes?" Wang Weiman's words were so scared that Li Feng did not dare to speak. Gu Liangke and Zhao Tianrun were also silent. Secretary Wang wants to dig deeper. "Old Li, call Li Dakang from the Baihe Municipal Party Committee and ask him to thoroughly investigate the matter. I want to listen to his report in the shortest time." "Yes." Li Feng agreed and did as soon as possible. Li Dakang was having a meeting, but he was immediately uneasy after receiving Li Feng's call. "Isn't the people below doing this? Isn't this putting me on the fire?" He understood the seriousness of the matter. There must be a mastermind behind this matter. It seems that Wang Weiman must pull the mastermind out and deal with it strictly if he wants to exaggerate himself. He patted his chest and promised to investigate the matter clearly so that he could give an explanation to the old leader. Li Dakang called Zhang Donglei, director of the municipal bureau, with a deep face. "Old Zhang, do you still want to do it? If you don't want to do it, just put up a bed and lay off." Hao Donglei was confused and said, "What's wrong with Secretary Li? Your soldiers are lawless." Li Dakang said a few simple words and ordered Zhang Donglei to rush to the Chaoyang Road police station, first control the director Lu Fei, and then arrive. Besides, Zhou Zheng ran out of the interrogation room smoothly. Ding-gling! The harsh alarm bell echoed over the entire Chaoyang Road police station. When Zhou Zheng rushed to the yard of the police station, he saw more than a dozen police officers gathered in the yard. Some of them ran out to gather when they heard the alarm ring, and some heard that some suspects wanted to escape and injured Director Liu. "It's that kid, he injured the director. This kid is amazing, hurry up and search the guy. Close the door first, don't let him escape. Call the special police and call for support. Go to the equipment room to get the gun, the instructor will get the keys." The group of policemen shouted in a verbal voice. Several people closed the door of the police station. 2 other people followed the instructor to pick up guns, and several others rushed over with electric batons. Zhou Zheng wanted to take advantage of the chaos, but the door was closed tightly. He was stunned for a moment and was surrounded by several police officers. "Don't move, hold your head and squat down." Faced with these policemen, Zhou Zheng really didn't want to do anything. The reason why Li Fei was beaten was because he helped the evildoer, but the police in front of him were innocent. But he also knew that he could not have the virgin heart now. If he didn't forcefully rush out, he would not be able to leave even if he wanted to leave. No matter what. Zhou Zheng opened his posture and began to move towards the door. Several policemen stepped forward to intercept him and were knocked away by him with his shoulders. He did not take any action. Even so, these policemen were so dizzy that their chests were so uncomfortable that they temporarily lost their combat effectiveness. "Mad, this kid is so awesome. I'm not a match for holding a baton. Have the gun been taken out? Brothers can't stop him." Seeing Zhou Zheng rushing to the gate, the 2 police officers who were watching the door were easily solved and were about to open the gate. But the door was locked. Zhou Zheng grabbed the iron lock with his hand and tried hard. The iron lock broke down in response to the sound. The police present were shocked. "Good guy. How strong does this kid have? If I had done this for myself just now, I wouldn't have been beaten to death. Don't move, just shoot if you move again." 2 policemen took the gun from the equipment warehouse and pointed the gun at Zhou Zheng. Zhou Zheng slowly turned around and did not dare to move for the time being. At this time, Li Fei was supported by 2 policemen and walked out. Seeing that Zhou Zheng did not run out, he felt relieved and said angrily, "Good boy, dare you hit me? I think you are so guilty." Then he directed the police. "If this kid wants to be honest, you can shoot. Cut him up first." 2 policemen with guns pointed guns at Zhou Zheng's head in the distance and approached little by little. Several other police officers came forward with handcuffs. Zhou Zhensen said that if he didn't fight hard today, he would be unable to leave. Suddenly he pushed the door open, then rolled on the ground. Bang! Bang! 2 gunshots, and the 2 policemen indeed fired. These 2 are Li Fei's confidants. If they change their own, they really don't dare to shoot, but they dare. However, Zhou Zheng was already on guard against the other side and fired the gun. He made a tactical roll on the ground in advance. Both shots were empty, and Zhou Zhengren also left the police station. As soon as he stood up and ran forward for a short distance, a black Audi from the provincial department blocked him. The car door opened, and 2 police officers wearing white shirts quickly walked out of the car. The 2 should have heard the gunshots and said with a serious look on their faces, "Who fired the gun? Who fired the gun just now?" Chapter 354 Big Bosses Gather at the Police Station. "Xiao Zhou, I am your uncle Zhao." Zhao Tianrun knew Zhou Zheng and said kindly, "Oh my god, I finally found him." Both he and Gu Liangke breathed a sigh of relief. "Uncle Zhao." Zhou Zheng was stunned for a moment, and soon took the seat in his mind when he looked at Zhao Tianrun's face. The person in front of him is the deputy director of the provincial department. He once went to Jiangbei on behalf of the provincial department to award Zhou Zheng a medal and certificate of first-class merit. Deputy Director Zhao admired Zhou Zheng very much and felt that Zhou Zheng's background was not simple, so he even asked him to call him Uncle Zhao. Although Zhao Tianrun had few contacts with Zhou Zheng after leaving Jiangbei, he had always been impressed by Zhou Zheng. The person, the top leader of the province, is indeed Zhou Zheng. Zhao Tianrun nodded, saying that he had expected well before. Zhou Zheng had a background, and even had contact with the provincial party committee. Xiao Zhou, this is Comrade Gu Liangke, the director of the provincial department. Zhao Tianrun did not forget to introduce the provincial department director to Zhou Zheng. Hello, Director Gu. Seeing the 3 stars on Gu Liangke's shoulder, Zhou Zheng's eyes lit up, and a real man was born like this. In the police industry, it is also considered to be a first-level police supervisor. Catch him! Don't let that boy Zhou Zheng run away. Before Gu Liangke could speak, he heard a chaos in the police yard. Amid the chaotic footsteps, a group of police officers rushed out, and the 2 police officers in front were still holding guns. Director Lu Fei was slowly walking at the back by 2 policemen. Zhou Zheng beat him and vomited blood. He was in anger. A large group of police officers in front blocked his sight and could not see anything. They staggered while angrily said, "Don't let Zhou Zheng run away. Aim at him, he dares to run and shoot him on the spot." Of course, these words are obviously angering. Although the police dared to shoot, they dared not kill them. As long as Zhou Zheng did not hurt others, he would at most hit him according to his legs. "What are you going to do?" Seeing this, Gu Liangke's face suddenly turned cold as ice. He pulled Zhou Zheng behind him, pointed at the policeman holding the gun and shouted, "You two, put down your gun. The gun is used to deal with criminals, not to let you use it against your own people." Well! The police were shocked when they saw the police in white uniforms. Damn it! There is a big guy. It looks familiar. I recognized Gu Liangke and Zhao Tianrun organically. I'll go, this is the director and executive vice director of the provincial department. Oh, are these 2 really here? Stop talking, Director Gu's face turned dark. Everyone immediately became proud and did not dare to let it go. Especially the 2 policemen with guns in front were stunned for a moment, and opened their mouths wide but forgot to put the gun away. Gu Liangke protected Zhou Zheng behind him, and the other party's gun was aimed at him. "You fired those 2 shots just now? Why? You want to shoot me twice? Director, Director? Don't dare, don't dare!" The 2 of them were so scared that their faces were ashen, and they quickly put away their guns, feeling uneasy. "It's over." He pointed a gun at the 2 bosses in the provincial department, and now he has completely stopped. Li Fei was behind the crowd, and he didn't know what was happening ahead. "I only saw a group of police officers blocking the gate of the police station and not moving, all of them lowering their heads like elementary school students who made a mistake. Hey, what are you doing? Why don't you chase after me? That guy Zhou Zheng ran away and I have something good to you." He thought that this was the first time he had dealt with Li Jinfeng. After completing what she had told him, it would be equivalent to making a letter of fame. He would be Boss Xin's person in the future. He scolded the police angrily, and signaled the police who was helping him to lead him forward. A police officer reminded him to whisper, "Director Gu is here." Li Fei glared at him. "What kind of director of the valley is director of Director Me? It won't work if anyone comes today." Lu Fei has been the director of the police station for many years. The biggest official who has been to Chaoyang Road Police Station is just the deputy director of the municipal bureau. How can the leader have the skills to come to the grassroots level? So, he didn't think deeply. He even shouted wildly. The policemen's faces changed drastically, thinking that Director Lu was going to be unlucky. He was so brave to speak rudely in front of the director. Lu Fei squeezed in front and saw 2 big men wearing white shirts and carrying 3 stars on their shoulders standing in front of him. He couldn't help but be frightened. The ancient hall. "Director Zhao. Director Zhao. I am Lu Fei from Chaoyang Road Police Station. Why, how come you two, how come? It was the first time that Lu Fei had contacted the director of the provincial department, and he couldn't help but feel a little nervous. In addition, he was so arrogant just now that he must have heard of it by the two directors. Haha! Gu Liangke sneered. Are you the director of Chaoyang Road Police Station? You detained Zhou Zheng with a knife and a gun, what do you want to do? After hearing Gu Liangke's questioning, he saw that the two directors protected Zhou Zheng behind him. It was obvious that they knew each other, and even these two came for Zhou Zheng. Lu Fei's heart skipped a beat and suddenly became uneasy. How could Zhou Zheng, a grassroots policeman from another city, know the boss of the provincial department? I didn't see that this kid has a background. It's over. My good days are coming to an end. If you are hated by the provincial and department bosses, then you will be punished to death. However, his mind soon became lively again. He is helping Li Jinfeng with his work. As long as he grasps Li Jinfeng's line, he doesn't have to worry about Gu Liangke and Zhao Tianrun. After all, Li Jinfeng's backstage is Boss Xin, the third in charge of the provincial party committee, and these two people from the provincial department are not in the rank of the ranks, which is still a little different from Boss Xin. Thinking of this, Lu Fei adjusted his mentality and barely showed a smile. Two directors, the guy behind you is a criminal suspect. He just ran away from the interrogation room and injured me. We are chasing him. Two directors. Gu Liangke was surprised, but he didn't expect that the director of the police station was still speaking cleverly. He waved his hand and interrupted Lu Fei. You need to say nothing, I know the situation. Let me release everyone quickly and let all your people go back to work. Come down and deal with you. Xiaozhou, come with us. Well. Lu Fei hesitated for a moment and nodded. Yes. Turning around and saying to the police officers blocking the door. Go back, go whatever you should do. Wow, wow, wow. At this time, an alarm sounded from far to near. Everyone's eyes were attracted and they turned to look. A police car drove quickly with red and blue flashes, followed by a black Audi car with license plate number North AA0001. Zhang Donglei, director of the municipal bureau, jumped out of the police car, turned back and ran back, and the secretary first opened the back door of the Audi car. A thin figure walked out of the Audi car. It was Li Dakang, secretary of the municipal party committee. Secretary Dakang, please. Zhang Donglei said. Li Dakang nodded expressionlessly. Oh, old Li is here. Gu Liangke and Zhao Tianrun quickly stepped forward to say hello. Chapter 355, All found out and deal with it seriously. Gu Liangke, as the director of the provincial department, is only the director, and has not yet been admitted to the rank of the department. Li Dakang is the secretary of the municipal party committee and a member of the provincial standing committee. At the vice-ministerial level, he naturally has the right to speak than Gu Liang. Therefore, Gu Liangke didn't dare to be arrogant when he saw Li Dakang, and stepped forward to say hello with a smile. Li Dakang's expressionless face finally had a little color, and he smiled and said, Lao Gu and Lao Li have arrived early? Have the comrade named Zhou Zheng found it? We just came. Comrade Xiaozhou found it, it's this one. Gu Liangke pointed at Zhou Zheng and said, Comrade Xiaozhou is the secretary of the Baihe Municipal Party Committee and Comrade Li Dakang. Hello, Secretary Li. Zhou Zheng is neither arrogant nor humble. Xiaozhou, I've found you. It's good if you find it, it's good if you find it. Li Dakang breathed a sigh of relief. Then he glanced at Lu Fei with a sharp gaze. Lu Fei suddenly had a cold war. He was shocked. Two directors of the provincial department came to Zhou Zheng to rescue him. Why did Secretary Li of the municipal party committee also come to Zhou Zheng? Is this Zhou Zheng's background so awesome? I know so many big shots. In the flash of lightning, he actually remembered that Zhou Zheng once said he wanted to treat the patient. If the time wasted, the boss of the provincial party committee would blame him. Lu Fei's heart moved. Could it be that what he said was true? Is it because the boss of the provincial party committee is someone who is responsible for someone's life, and then Zhou Zheng is detained by himself? After Zhou Zheng lost contact, the boss would naturally send someone to search for him, otherwise the director and secretary would keep running into his small temple. If I ruined the good things of the provincial party committee boss, even Boss Xin would not be able to protect me, and I had not yet caught the ride-hailing car by Boss Xin. Lu Fei became more and more afraid of the pain in his ribs and began to tremble. Director Lu, right? Why is Zhou Zheng detained? Li Dakang's cold words were like a knife inserted into Lu Fei's heart. Not me, I don't know anything. Lu Fei was in a mess and began to panic and instinctively evade responsibility. Secretary Dakang, Director Lu of this police station is very awesome. He actually made someone fire a gun at Zhou Zheng. We happened to catch him and even asked someone to point the gun at me and Lao Gu. Deputy Director Zhao made another blow. Li Dakang stared at Lu Fei like a pair of dead fish eyes. Lu Fei was not confident enough, and his body kept trembling with his head down. Zhang Donglei! Li Dakang suddenly roared. Is this the soldiers you lead? You dare to point the gun at the leaders of the provincial department when shooting yourself? Is there any king's law? Is there any law? How did you, the director of the municipal bureau? Can you do it? This is the first time Zhang Donglei, as the director of the municipal bureau, was scolded by his leader in public. His face turned red, and he glanced at Lu Fei fiercely, wishing he could eat him raw. Strolling on the horse. Lu Fei is going crazy. If you don't deal with it well, my surname will not be Zheng. Secretary Li, this is my negligence and I admit my mistake. Lu Fei is not worthy of being a policeman. I will suspend Lu Fei from investigating him and have to strip his clothes. No, Director Zheng, this is a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding. I don't have the courage to point the gun at the leader. Also, Zhou detained him because he hit someone. He wanted to escape and injured me. Then I mobilized a large number of troops to pursue him. Lu Fei quickly defended himself. But his defense no one can listen at all. Li Dakang sneered. I know the whole story of the matter. There must be a mastermind behind this. Whether it is the mastermind or the accomplice, you can check it out for me now. This Lu Fei is the breakthrough. Zhang Donglei's heart moved. Judging from Li Dakang's meaning, he wanted to expand the matter. It seemed that a bunch of people were in trouble. Yes, Secretary Li, I promise to complete the task. I will notify the Municipal Bureau Inspection Team and deal with Lu Fei first. Zhang Donglei cut off the railway. No, don't. Secretary Li, Director Zheng, I was wrong, please forgive me. Lu Fei collapsed to the ground as he was mourning and approved the exam. The boss of the municipal party committee spoke, even if his career is over, he may still be sent to jail. However, no one had pity for him. Li Dakang and Zhang Donglei all had the heart to kill him. Zhou Zheng saw a good show and thought to himself that Li Jinfeng can protect you from your backstage this time. However, he still felt uncomfortable. After all, Mr. Wang's grandson's wife was still alive. Among these leaders, he was quite familiar with Zhao Tianrun and whispered, Director Zhao, should I send me to the maternal and child health care hospital first? The time has been delayed for too long. I am afraid that Wang Lisun's wife. Yes, yes. Zhao Tianrun hurriedly told Li Dakang. Old Li, then don't delay it. Hurry up and send Comrade Xiao Zhou to the maternal and child health care hospital. Li Dakang nodded and said. Come on, Comrade Xiao Zhou, take my car. Zhou Zheng was particularly anxious. Now he didn't care whether the secretary was not humble or not. Nodded. Okay, Secretary Li, then thank you. Ha ha ha. Li Dakang smiled rarely. Why are you grateful? Get in the car quickly, Mr. Wang probably has been waiting for a long time. Zhou Zheng got into Li Dakang's black Audi. Gu Liangke and Zhao Tianrun also got into the police car and turned on the alarm and opened the road in front. 2 cars rushed towards the maternal and child health hospital one by one. Maternal and child health hospital, emergency room. Mr. Wang sat on the chair as heavy as water. He was older and his energy was not as strong as a normal person. He was already exhausted but still supported him with his willpower. Wang Ziming held his head with a sad look on his face. When my wife was rescued in the emergency room, there was no news, and the newborn child was also undergoing emergency rescue. The double blow made him feel a sharp increase in pressure. In the emergency room, the electrocardiogram monitor sounded drip, and a group of doctors and nurses were busy surrounding the hospital bed. Shui Sivan was lying on the hospital bed and her face turned pale, as if life was passing by little by little. The one who was rescued next to him was the newborn child. He was already on the ventilator due to respiratory failure and suffered unprecedented pain at a young age. However, judging from the doctor's expression, neither of them were optimistic. Gradually, the busy doctor and nurse stopped. They had to face reality, and Shui Sivan was already dead in a physiological sense. This news must be told to Mr. Wang as soon as possible. But who will say it? Everyone was in trouble. After all, the deceased is more special than the daughter-in-law of the top leader of the province. In the end, this burden fell on Dean Chen. Who made this place his acre of 3-point land? Dean Chen mustered up the courage to walk out of the emergency room. Director Chen, how are Sivan and the child? Wang Ziming asked with hope on his face. Oh! Dean Chen sighed and walked to Mr. Wang and couldn't open his mouth. Mr. Wang seemed to realize something, and stood up tremblingly, but his originally straight back was slightly bent. Xiao Chen, just say whatever you have. Old Wang. Dean Chen said sadly. Miss Shui, I'm sorry, we did our best. Even though Mr. Wang was mentally prepared to hear the news, he still took a step back. Where are the children? Dean Chen helped Mr. Wang. The child is still being rescued, but, Old Wang, please be mournful and follow the changes. No. Wang Ziming rushed into the emergency room like crazy and tears came out as he watched his wife. He couldn't believe that his wife was dead, and his heartbeat was still showing on the electrocardiogram monitor. Doctor, she is not dead, you guys save her. None of the doctors and nurses spoke, and everyone knew that once the pipe was pulled out, Shui Sivan would lose her heartbeat. Mr. Wang also walked in, looking at Shui Sivan's body full of tubes, but the person was gone, and his eyes turned red. Grandpa! Why haven't the miracle doctor you are looking for yet? Wang Ziming collapsed to the ground. Just then, a shout came from outside. Old Wang, Zhou Zheng is here. Chapter 356. This is too outrageous. Mr. Wang was speechless when facing his grandson's words. Yes, why didn't Zhou Zheng come yet? If Zhou Zheng had come, things would never have caused such evil situations as they are now. Maybe, this is fate. But, what exactly is the reason why Zhou Zheng has not been delayed? This matter must be investigated clearly. A cold light flashed in old Wang's eyes, and then he returned to normal. Oh! He sighed and pulled Wang Ziming up from the ground. Come. Ziming, no one can be resurrected by death. Just as I was about to comfort me, I heard someone shouting outside. Old Wang, Zhou Zheng is here. Is Zhou Zheng here? Old Wang's eyes were wide open, and the news was no less than a bombshell, which made him feel like crying with joy. Xiao Zhou. He walked out of the emergency room while calling Zhou Zheng's name. Although Shui Sivan has no signs of life, she still has children, and the children are in danger of life. If Zhou Zheng can save his child, this is also a great comfort. Zhou Zheng was also anxious. It took too long to delay the journey, and he also had an ominous premonition. As soon as Mr. Wang took 2 steps, Zhou Zheng rushed into the emergency room. The chaotic footsteps sounded behind. Li Dakang, Gu Liangke, and Zhao Tianrun also broke in. Old Wang! Old Wang! Several people greeted Mr. Wang politely. Mr. Wang once served as the Secretary General of the Baihe Provincial Party Committee. He is an old senior to these people. Moreover, his son Wang Wei is a Democratic Party and is also the boss of these people. Naturally, he should be polite to Mr. Wang. Mr. Wang waved his hand and stopped looking at these people, but grabbed Zhou Zheng's hand and said, "Xiao Zhou, I've been looking forward to you. Old Wang is sorry, there was a little accident on the way." Zhou Zheng could have retold the story of the matter to Mr. Wang, and then emphasized that this matter was led by Li Jinfeng. I believe that Mr. Wang would never give Li Jinfeng good fruit when he was furious. However, saving people is much more important than avenging personal revenge. He just said the reason lightly, and then asked, "What about the patient, how are you now?" Mr. Wang had not answered yet, and Wang Ziming asked in a crying voice, "Are you the miracle doctor Zhou Zheng, the grandfather found? Why are you here?" "Sivan, she is already dead." Boom! Zhou Zheng was immediately struck by lightning when he heard Wang Ziming's words. The thing he was most worried about was still happening. At this time, he secretly cursed Li Jinfeng and Lu Fei, the director of the police station. If these 2 products are not interfering, how could it be delayed? If he could arrive in time, such a tragedy might not have happened. The 2 directors of the provincial department were surprised when they heard Wang Ziming's words, and they were also a little nervous. The eldest boss's daughter-in-law died, but Zhou Zheng, who was cured, was detained by the police station, which delayed his time. If Zhou Zheng arrived at the hospital as soon as possible, he would be able to save Shui Sivan, and it was his responsibility to have problems. Now, it has become the responsibility of Chaoyang Road Police Station, that is, the responsibility of the police system. As a boss of the provincial department, he can't escape the blame, and he may face the thunderous anger of the provincial party committee. In an instant, sweat broke out on both of them. He scolded Lu Fei 1,000 times in his heart. Li Dakang was still expressionless, but he was not at all calm in his heart, as if he was in a pot. As the top leader of Baihe City, he also has his responsibilities. I was thinking about how to remedy it. How can one remedy one's body if one dies and cannot be resurrected? The facts caused by this matter are irreversible. For the sake of his current plan, he could only expand this matter and find out all the people who hindered Zhou Zheng from going to the hospital to rescue people and punished them. Perhaps this would be an explanation for Secretary Wyman. After a while, the Discipline Inspection Department took action and handled Lu Fei first. He will never tolerate the sentence if he deserves it. Old Wang, Although Zhou Zheng was late was not his reason, he felt somewhat guilty when the patient who needed treatment died. Mr. Wang waved his hand. "Xiao Zhou, don't say much. Although Sivan, the child is still there, but it is not optimistic. You can take a look at the child first." "Okay, Mr. Wang." Zhou Zheng agreed to walk towards the newborn baby. When President Chen and a group of medical staff saw that the miracle Dr. Wang mentioned was actually a young man, they couldn't help but shake their heads secretly. He is very handsome, but being handsome is not the standard for judging the depth of medical skills. President Chen once met a national medical master. The other party looked like he was in his 70s, wearing a white tang suit, with a grey beard under his jaw, and he looked like a fairy-like figure. Is that a miracle doctor good? This young man looks only in his 20s. How many years can he practice medical skills from his mother's womb? Of course, he just complained in his heart but did not dare to express it in person. In fact, he hoped that Zhou Zheng could rescue the child, so that he, the dean, would be much less stressed. But he felt that he was thinking too much. Zhou Zheng came to the baby and did not communicate with the medical staff or ask about the baby's condition. Instead, he reached out and put his hand on the child's slender wrist, closed his eyes and took his pulse. When President Chen saw that Zhou Zheng was actually taking the pulse of the newborn baby, he shook his head in disappointment. I thought he was a little bit too bad, but he was not as good as a half-baked guy. Don't he know that the pulse of babies under 2 or 3 years old is weak and they can't get any information when taking the pulse? Whenever Zhou Zheng showed the baby's fingerprints, Dean Chen could still have a little confidence in him. It seems that this young man is a disciple. Having a false reputation makes you lose even the most basic common sense. This person was invited by Mr. Wang. Dean Chen was embarrassed to say anything, and sighed in his heart and watched the changes. Half a minute later, Zhou Zheng opened his eyes and knew the child's condition well. Dr. Zhou, how are the child? I wonder what you have given the pulse number to a newborn baby? Are you sure you will be cured? President Chen couldn't help asking. Zhou Zheng saw the distrust expression on Dean Chen's face flashing and immediately understood. Dean Chen is questioning his medical skills. After all, he also knows that Chinese medicine never takes pulses to babies under 3 years old, because it is impossible to get any information. Zhou Zhensin said, "How can you know that my medical skills are about to reach the level of a master? I am not bad at the ability that the saint of the national medical practitioners do not have." Of course, he would not explain anything to Dean Chen, but just nodded. It can be cured, it is easy to cure. Hold the grass. Dean Chen thought to himself that this kid was still pulled up, and his confident posture really tasted like a master of the Chinese medicine. But the question is, can you do it? Prepare medical alcohol, I want to acupuncture the child. Next to him, Wang Ziming was half believing and half doubted. He knew that his grandfather would not lie to him, but Zhou Zheng was so confident that he still couldn't believe it. Mr. Wang had an understanding of Zhou Zheng's medical skills, otherwise he would not have regarded him as the last straw. He hurriedly said to Dean Chen, "Xiao Chen, hurry up, listen to Xiao Zhou's everything." Oh. Dean Chen agreed and hurriedly went to get medical alcohol in person. Zhou Zheng took out the golden needle he carried with him, took out an 8-inch needle, and disinfected it with alcohol. Dean Chen was shocked. 8-inch golden needle. This is too outrageous, right? Chapter 357. One word, awesome. Although President Chen is not a medical student, he has been engaged in administrative work in the hospital. However, after hearing and seeing the eyes over the years, I know a lot about the treatment methods. Whether it is traditional Chinese medicine or Western medicine, I can be considered to have a lot of knowledge. In his perception, it would be good for ordinary Chinese medicine to practice 3-inch needles and 4-inch needles. Only the master of the national medical practitioner can perform 6-inch needles. The older the needle, the more skilled the medicine, the better the disease can be cured. Zhou Zheng took out the 8-inch golden needle at a young age. This contrasting scene made him a little stunned. Only the master of the national medical practitioner can practice 6-inch needles. Is it a mysterious thing to do if you, a young man, take out the 8-inch gold needle? Are you more awesome than the master of national medicine? This is simply impossible. Anyway, President Chen is skeptical. Of course, the real chapter will be seen immediately if it is a mule or a horse, and President Chen will wait and see. Zhou Zheng finished disinfecting the golden needle, found the baby's A-cup ointment, and stabbed it in without hesitation at all. Everyone felt a flash of golden light, and the golden needle entered the body halfway and burst into screams. The voice was a little loud, and Mr. Wang frowned. "It's okay to go out first if you don't care." Seeing that Mr. Wang had spoken, President Chen quickly whispered to the doctors and nurses. "You guys go out first, go out first." The doctors and nurses left reluctantly. The first time I saw someone using an 8-inch golden needle to save someone, they were surprised and curious, and wanted to know what the process of saving someone was. But he was still expelled from the ward. "Xiao Chen stays, Da Kang, you guys go out too." Mr. Wang spoke again and drove the municipal party secretary and the 2 provincial departments out. The three of them were not convenient to say anything, so they nodded and turned around to wait outside. Dean Chen felt very honored. Good guy. He felt that he was better than the bosses at the vice-ministerial level. Of course, this also affects the maternal and child health care hospital as his home court. At this time, his eyes returned to Zhou Zheng's golden needle, and he was half admired by Zhou Zheng. Why half? Zhou Zheng can actually control the 8-inch golden needle, and he is so young, he is indeed an amazing doctor. After all, the priest of the national medical practitioners cannot control the 8-inch golden needle. However, the golden needle only entered half of the body and could not be completed in one go. It seems that Zhou Zheng's medical skills are still not good, but he is already very awesome. President Chen has a new understanding of Zhou Zheng, so he naturally admires him, but not much. Zhou Zheng, please slow down. Wang Ziming said from the side with a worried look on his face. The 8-inch golden needle is about 24 centimeters, which can pierce a newborn baby. Besides, Zhou Zheng is applying an injection on the baby's chest. No matter how you look at it, it doesn't seem like saving someone, but it seems like killing someone. Ziming, don't talk. Wang Lao scolded his grandson for the first time. He knew that the more dangerous things a doctor would do, the more you should focus. He was once treated by the national medical master. He needed to be careful when applying a 6-inch needle, and it was very energy-consuming. Mr. Wang was afraid that Wang Ziming was ungrateful and interrupted Zhou Zheng at will, which may lead to the failure of Zhou Zhensing's acupuncture. In fact, Mr. Wang didn't need to worry about this at all. Zhou Zheng's body was really sucked in his body. Whenever he applied a needle, he really bleeded from Wei Kenchen's body to replenish his lost energy and physical strength. Zhou Zheng was not worried about lack of energy or lack of concentration at all, even if he was using an acupuncture and talking. You don't have to worry, I have my own sense of responsibility. Zhou Zheng said as he grabbed the needle with his fingers, twisted it little by little, and changed his wrists in various positions. The golden needle turned around in the baby's body, and the whole golden needle disappeared in a short while. This goes back and forth several times, electrocardiogram monitoring on the protective device. The sluggish values seemed to have suddenly taken stimulants, slowly rising to the normal values. Damn, miracle doctor! Dean Chen was shocked to see this situation and his chin was hung with an incredible look on his face. Mr. Wang's face also relaxed a little, not as tight as before. Wang Ziming wanted to cheer even more. Although the wife died, the child survived, which is also the continuation of life. However, when I think of my wife, I feel sad again. His face had a complicated expression, and he felt a sense of pain and happiness. Zhou Zheng also breathed a sigh of relief. The child was saved. He was about to notify Dean Chen that the ventilator could be stopped and the child could be sent to the ordinary ward. However, the numbers on the ECG monitor have not risen to a safe and normal value. Mr. Wang couldn't understand the numbers on the ECG monitor, but Dean Chen understood. He whispered in admiration. Comrade Xiaozhou, I'm convinced you. Why not continue to work hard and give it a few more injections to make the child's level in all aspects normal? Zhou Zhensin said that it would be like this if 100 injections were given, and the child was out of danger of life. But the physiological values are not ideal, what's going on? Soon he figured it out. The baby's mother should be very weak, so the baby's body is also weak, so even if it is out of danger of life, the physiological value will not reach the normal value at once. Looking at Mr. Wang's expectant eyes and Wang Ziming's worried expression, Zhou Zheng decided to send the Buddha to the west. Don't worry, the child is out of danger of life, and I will use Qigong to help him recover quickly. Zhou Zheng stretched out his hand and covered the baby's lower abdomen, which was really connected to his body. He carefully controlled the real person. After all, the baby is small in size and weak in physique and cannot withstand too much real person. More than 10 seconds later, the electrocardiogram monitor showed that the baby's physiological value reached the normal value, and Zhou Zheng took back his hand in time. Wow! The baby cried, and the sound sounded full of confidence, and it didn't seem like he had just been rescued from the brink of death. Dean Chen was shocked and didn't know what to say, so he stretched out his thumb and said, "Xiao Zhou really has you, one word, amazing." Mr. Wang finally felt relieved and breathed a sigh of relief. It is a wise choice to find Zhou Zheng to come and save the person. The only drawback is that the adults did not have time to treat him, but he was content to be able to save his great-grandson. Wang Ziming cried with joy and wanted to hug the child, but he didn't dare to do it. "Director Chen, the ventilator can be removed, and the tubes must be removed. Just enter the general ward." "Okay, okay." Dean Chen nodded and said yes. At this time, he admired Zhou Zheng and listened to whatever Zhou Zheng said. Ding-gling. At this time, Mr. Wang's cell phone rang. He quickly walked out of the emergency room and took out his cell phone. He saw that the phone was called by his son Wang Weiman. "Hey Uyghur!" At this time, Wang Weiman was still on the expressway back to the provincial capital. Li Dakang called and said that Zhou Zheng had arrived at the hospital for rescue. He was worried in the car and called his old father again. "Dad, how are you doing? How is Zhou Zheng's treatment?" "Weiman, Xiao Zhou saved the child's life, you don't have to worry." "That's good." Wang Weiman breathed a sigh of relief and asked again. "Where is Sivan?" "Si Wan." Mr. Wang couldn't continue. Chapter 358 Wang Weiman's anger. "How is Sivan?" Seeing that his father was silent on the phone, Wang Weiman suddenly had an ominous premonition. "Dad, talk quickly. Did Sivan encounter misfortune?" Wang Weiman asked repeatedly. "Although I already had a premonition, I still had a sense of luck in my heart." "Understanding. Si Wan has passed away. Xiao Zhou, I'm still a step late." Wang Weiman was silent on the phone for a few seconds, and then said a few words in a low voice. "I know, Dad." "Weiman, don't be too sad. Come back first and see Sivan for the last time. Slow down the road." Although Wang Weiman is in a high position, he is still a child in the eyes of Mr. Wang. He also knew that Wang Weiman's feelings for this daughter-in-law were different from ordinary father-in-law and daughter-in-law, and he was like a father and daughter. Shui Sivan was not rescued, and he was probably even sadder than Wang Ziming. "Therefore, I can only persuade you with kind words." Wang Weiman nodded again and hung up the phone barely. The sadness in his heart was as uncontrollable as a flood. Shui Sivan's father was a classmate with Wang Weiman decades ago, and he also supported each other through an unforgettable period of time. The two of them were admitted to the same university together, and after work, they were colleagues and superiors and subordinates, which was a great fate. The two of them are surging and becoming the county magistrate and deputy county magistrate of a certain county at an age. One year, there was a flood, and the two of them guarded the embankment for 2 days and 2 nights without closing their eyes, but the flood still washed away the embankment, and Wang Weiman was swept into the flood by the huge waves. Shui Sivan's father jumped into the flood to save Wang Weiman without saying a word. In the end, Wang Weiman was rescued and Shui Sivan's father died, while Shui Sivan's mother was also overdepressed and died within half a year. Shui Sivan was only 2 years old that year. Wang Weiman took Shui Sivan to his home and treated her like her biological daughter. Wang Ziming is not resentful of this sister. The two of them have been in love over time and become husband and wife, which is considered a more kinship. Shortly after getting married, Shui Sivan became pregnant, which made the whole family very happy. However, God joked that Shui Sivan died without even seeing the child. Wang Weiman was naturally heartbroken. He was sad and guilty, and felt sorry for Shui Sivan's parents. He did not fulfill his responsibilities as a father and father-in-law. Wang Weiman turned a flood of grief into anger. Who stopped Zhou Zheng from not treating Sivan as soon as possible? He will never let go of one if he counts one. Li Feng, sitting in the passenger seat, observed Wang Weiman from time to time through the anti-dizziness rearview mirror. But seeing his face sometimes sad and sometimes angry, he concluded that Secretary Wang must be in a state of uneasy. He naturally knew that the relationship between Wang Weiman and Shui Sivan was not as simple as it seemed. I wanted to persuade me but couldn't speak. How to persuade? It is useless to persuade anyone to encounter such a thing, so you can only persuade yourself. However, it is obvious that Wang Weiman can't do it now. Oldly. Wang Weiman suddenly looked up and said in a hoarse voice. A little faster, I will rush back to the provincial capital as soon as possible. Yes, Secretary Uyghur. The car speed is already very fast, and it is easy to cause danger no matter how fast it is, but Li Feng dare not say anything else. Also. Wang Weiman continued. Check me with Li Dakang from the Baihe Municipal Party Committee. Oh well. Li Feng took out his cell phone and called Li Dakang, thinking that Secretary Weiman was on the verge of anger, and he didn't know if Li Dakang could withstand this wave. The phone was connected soon. Secretary Li, Secretary Weiman now has something to tell you. Li Dakang on the other end of the phone was already a little nervous, and when he heard Wang Weiman talking to him, his heart suddenly rose into his throat. Well. Okay. Immediately afterwards, a low voice came from the microphone. Li Dakang, I am Wang Weiman. Have you asked you to find out what you are looking for? Who is obstructing Zhou Zheng from coming to the maternal and child health hospital to save people? What? Li Dakang, who had always been very quick-witted, was also scared by Wang Weiman's voice. He paused and said, Secretary of Uyghur, what we have at present is this. Zhou was rear-ended on the way to the maternal and child health hospital. When he got off the bus, the police from Chaoyang Road police station suddenly arrived and said that Zhou Zheng was going to take him to the police station to beat him. Zhou Zheng probably couldn't explain clearly for a while and was afraid that he would delay going to the hospital to save the person. So he wanted to run away and was arrested by the nearby patrol special police and sent to the police station. Zhou Zheng was rear-ended. Did he hit someone? Why did he hit someone? I don't know much about this. I don't know much about it. I need to retrieve the surveillance video to draw a conclusion. Who is the person who rear-ended him? I don't know much. Has the other party been taken into the police station? It seems that there isn't. Wang Weiman's voice suddenly increased and he said angrily. Li Dakang, why did the police station catch Zhou Zheng? Also, when did the police from Chaoyang Road police station arrive? Who called the police? Li Dakang suddenly broke out in a cold sweat. I thought to myself that if Wang Weiman knew that Zhou Zheng was almost shot to death in the police station, he wouldn't have been able to slap the table on the spot. Then what, Secretary Uyghur, we have controlled Lu Fei, the director of Chaoyang Road police station. Zhang Donglei is interrogating and believes that there will be a result soon. I don't know some things clearly. I'll have a detailed understanding of the process of things. I'll give you an answer at that time. Li Dakang, I have 1 more hour to go to the provincial capital. I hope you will give me a reply before I arrive at the provincial capital. Yes, Secretary Uyghur. Li Dakang held the phone that had been hung up and his heart rippled. Turning his head to Gu Liangke and Zhao Tianrun said. Lao Gu, Lao Zhao, Secretary Weiman called me just now and needed to know the whole story of Zhou Zheng being arrested by the Chaoyang Road police. Let's meet and communicate with each other the information you have. Okay. Secretary Dakang, are we going to find a cleaner place to talk slowly? It's too late for Lao Gu, let's talk here. To be honest, I'm under more pressure now than when I first started working as a secretary for the boss. Chaoyang Road Police Office Interrogation Room. Lu Fei sat on the interrogation chair with a dejected head, no longer as arrogant as before. A few minutes ago, Zhou Zheng was sitting on this iron chair and it was not warm enough, so it was his turn as the director. At the desk opposite, was the director of the municipal bureau, Zhang Donglei, and a policeman. Zhang Donglei said, "Lu Fei, the director of the municipal bureau, interrogates you personally, and you are enough. Tell me, what's going on with Zhou Zheng?" Chapter 359 Who is Li Jinfeng? Lu Fei's business ability is okay. He has registered with Zhang Donglei, the director of the municipal bureau, and has also been praised by Zhang Donglei. He thought Director Zhang had always looked at him with a high profile, so he was more casual in front of Zhang Donglei. Moreover, what he couldn't understand was Zhou Zheng, a policeman from another place, what energy does he have? As for the shocking so many big shots? Director Zhang, you know me. I have always been law-abiding, and arresting Zhou Zheng is reasonable and legal and there is no violation of the rules. Snort. Zhang Donglei snorted coldly. Lu Fei, do you know that Zhou Zheng is a policeman? I know. Then why did you shoot him? You even fired 2 shots in a row. Are you going to kill someone to silence him? Lu Fei couldn't sit still when he heard this and wanted to stand up, but there were restrictions on the interrogation chair. He had to sit down just after he raised his butt. Lu Fei, be honest. Zhang Donglei shouted loudly and his eyes were wide open. Lu Fei was shocked. It was the first time I saw the director get so angry, so what? It's not Director Zhang. Zhou Zheng wanted to escape, but he even injured me. His ribs still hurt so much now. We can't stop him. I'm afraid that he will hurt the people again when he goes out, so I'll let someone shoot. All nonsense. Zhang Donglei slapped the table and said, "Do you know why Zhou Zheng ran out of the police station? He wants to save people and save Secretary Uyghur's relatives, and he is delaying you." Ah! I won't make it. Lu Fei didn't know this information, he only knew that Li Jinfeng asked him to detain Zhou Zheng and gave him some trouble. Now I understand, no wonder so many big shots are paying attention to Zhou Zheng. They all went to Chaoyang Road police station to ask for people. It turned out that Zhou Zheng was related to the safety of the relatives of the big boss in the province. Hold the grass. I seemed to poke a hornet's nest. Lu Fei's face suddenly became ugly. He thought that he would be fine with Li Jinfeng even if he made some mistakes, but now he offended the top leader of the province. Good guy. No one can save himself. Thinking of this, Lu Fei realized that only by explaining the matter clearly could he be dealt with leniency. Zhang, Director Zhang, that's right. I received a call from Zhu Wei, deputy captain of the city's traffic police team. Later, a woman named Li Jinfeng came to the police station. Yes, his son is the one who rearrands Zhou Zheng. Soon, without Zhang Donglei asking, Lu Fei explained the whole story. In fact, if he doesn't say this, he can't hide it for too long. Sooner or later, the truth will be revealed. He said that Zhang Donglei could save a lot of trouble and save a lot of time. After listening to Lu Fei's narration, Zhang Donglei was furious. Lu Fei, you are just a bastard. Zhu Wei called you to ask you to deal with Zhou Zheng, and you can deal with him? He even detained him. Is he your father? There is also the one named Li Jinfeng. Who is he? Just listen to her so much. Will she let you die if you die? Zhang Dong said something very ugly, but Lu Fei dared not refute it and said with a sad face. Director Zhang, Zhu Wei and I agreed only by helping each other with my brothers. As for Li Jinfeng, Zhu Wei was also assigned by her. I heard that she is the boss xin of the provincial party committee. What? Boss xin? Zhang Donglei was stunned when he heard Lu Fei's words, and his heart moved. Good guy. It also involved the number 3 boss in the province, which seemed to be a fight between gods. Seeing that Zhang Donglei didn't say anything, Lu Fei thought Zhang Donglei was trying to deal with him, so he hurriedly cried. Mr. Zhang, I have my own difficulties. I have no background in grassroots. I have worked diligently for more than 10 years before I can reach the position of director. I also want to make progress. But my career can only stop here, and I know I have no room for improvement. I'm not willing to give up. I have to seize the chance after finally having it. But now I know I'm wrong. Director, can you save me? Zhang Donglei said. You know you're scared now? What have you been doing long ago? For the sake of so-called progress, do you use your power to seek personal gain? For the sake of so-called progress, do you dare to shoot at your own people? Zhang Donglei stood up. Take the wrong things you have done yourself. No, Director Zhang, please save me, save me. Lu Fei knew that if a small official like him was doing something, he would have a way to do it. Besides, he is not clean himself, and he has done a lot of things to do for personal gain in recent years. Zhang Donglei thought to ask me to save you? Dream. He himself has some clay Buddhas who cross the river and cannot protect himself. Thinking that Li Jinfeng, the mastermind behind Zhou Zheng, was related to the third leader of the provincial party committee, Zhang Donglei felt that he was not qualified to be involved, and he did not want to be involved, so he quickly called Li Dakang to report the situation. Outside the emergency room of the Maternal and Child Health Hospital, Li Dakang, Gu Liangke, and Zhao Tianrun held a short time. They communicated with each other and shared all the information points. In this way, I at least know roughly the whole thing, and of course I don't know very well about some details. Ding-gling. Li Dakang's cell phone rang. He took it out of his pocket and looked at the screen, and Zhang Donglei's phone number. He raised his cell phone and said. Old Zhang called. He was interrogating Lu Fei just now, and probably asked about something. Gu Liangke said. Secretary Dakang, then hurry up and answer. Li Dakang nodded and answered the phone. Secretary Dakang, Lao Zhang. Well, Donglei, did you find any discoveries when you interrogate Lu Fei? Yes, that's so great. Lu Fei has already told him everything and told him the whole story. Is that true? Then tell me quickly, you can't put a word. Yes, Secretary Dakang, I'll say listen. Zhang Donglei started with Zhou Zheng being rear-ended on Chaoyang Road, and told Li Dakang everything he knew. Secretary Dakang, that's how it is. I also got someone to get the surveillance of the car accident scene. The surveillance video shows that Zhou Zheng was rear-ended and the other party was fully responsible. He did not hit anyone. He wanted to settle the matter, but the fat man on the other party was Li Jinfeng's son. Not only did he drive rear-ended and Zhou Zheng also refused to give in to him. It should be the little fat man who called Li Jinfeng. Li Jinfeng found Zhu Wei, and Zhu Wei notified Lu Fei, and then the police officers from the police station arrived. Zhang Donglei's narrative combined with the information he had just communicated with Gu Liangke and Zhao Tianrun, Li Dakang first concluded that Zhou Zheng had no problem. Even Zhou Zheng made a big fuss in the police station because he was detained for no reason and was eager to save people. It is understandable. Zhu Wei and Lu Fei's actions should be punished. But who is this person named Li Jinfeng? Why did Zhu Wei from the traffic police team and Lu Fei from the police station listen to her? Li Dakang told Zhang Donglei to listen to his questions. Zhang Donglei whispered. You don't know, Secretary Dakang, right? According to Lu Fei's confession, Li Jinfeng is the third-person figure of the provincial party committee, Boss Xin. His. Li Dakang couldn't help but take a breath when he heard Zhang Donglei's words. Chapter 360 Li Jinfeng, you are arrested. Xin Ziming, the third-person figure of the provincial party committee, is the deputy secretary of the provincial party committee and secretary of the political and legal committee. He is known as the Jiangbei political and legal tsar and is also a big shot who is more expected to make progress this year. He and the top leader Wang Weiman appeared harmonious, but in fact they were not harmonious. It's a pity that Xin Ziming, as the third leader, is naturally not as powerful as the top leader and is subject to slaughter everywhere. Xin Ziming's people indirectly led to the death of Wang Weiman's daughter-in-law. Even if this is not what Xin Ziming meant, Wang Weiman must be considered by Lao Xin as instructed. Good guy. Now there is a big conflict. Li Dakang made up his mind and felt that things were a bit tricky. Naturally, he didn't want to get into this muddy water. He did his own thing well and didn't participate. Li Dakang took out his cell phone and called Wang Weiman, and told him the whole story. This is what Secretary Uministan is doing. I wonder if there is any misunderstanding in this. Misunderstanding? What do you think is there? The truth has been revealed. Wang Weiman's cold words made Li Dakang shudder. I secretly blame myself in my heart. Didn't it be agreed that we would not interfere with it? Why can't I help but talk too much? He quickly remedied. I said the wrong thing to you. I will review it to you. People cannot be resurrected by death. I understand, that's it. Wang Weiman hung up the phone and looked ahead and fell into deep thought. No matter whether there is Xin Ziming's shadow or not, he cannot escape the blame. Moreover, Xin Ziming has a bad reputation. Now the Discipline Inspection Commission still has a lot of reports about him. Should Lao Xin let him move? I just want to defeat Xin Ziming but cannot do the power alone, and I still need someone from above to help. It is not so easy to get rid of the third leader in the province, it will inevitably cause turmoil in the officialdom, so you have to slowly take it. Although Xin Ziming cannot move for the time being, those responsible for this matter should still be punished as they deserve, which is also another way for Wang Weiman to fight back. Oldly. Secretary of Uyghur, you said. Wang Weiman said a few words to Li Feng, and Li Feng nodded. Okay, I'll arrange it right away. Li Jinfeng sat on the sofa in the living room and couldn't calm down for a long time. Just now, at the Chaoyang Road police station, I witnessed the director of the provincial department and the secretary of the municipal party committee coming to the police station to pick up Zhou Zhang personally. Especially when she saw Zhou Zhang getting into Li Dakang's special car, she was shocked. How is this possible? Isn't Zhou Zhang just an ordinary policeman in Jiangbei? Why have so many big shots sent to greet him? What is his background? Did you take a look at it? By the way, is it Su Hongbing's reason? Su Hongbing's father is a boss from the capital. Did Zhou Zhang ask for help from Su Hongbing? Not right. Zhou Zhang was arrested and had no chance to call him. Besides, Su Hongbing's father may not be very familiar with these leaders in Baihe. Li Jinfeng made up for it and felt a little scared. Incredible. In the dark, she felt like she had poked the hornet's nest. She felt an inexplicable panic in her heart. Mom, is this guy named Zhou Zhang picked up? Hurry up and let the director of the police station arrest all these people. Li Meng, the little fat man, said naively next to him. Li Jinfeng smiled bitterly. Lu Fei could be said to be the same in the Chaoyang Road police station, but which of the people who came were not big bosses? Any one of them can easily control Lu Fei. He is AP in front of these big shots. Seeing Lu Fei being taken into the interrogation room by the director of the municipal bureau, Li Jinfeng felt that she could not stay here for a long time and quickly retreated. Pull it! Li Meng ran out of the police station. Everyone in the police station was in danger of chasing Zhou Zhang, so naturally no one paid attention to them. Li Jinfeng took Li Meng back home and breathed a long sigh. At this time, she regretted having sex with Zhou Zhang. Why couldn't I think it through at that time? Do you have to go against Zhou Zhang? Now things seem to be getting bigger and I feel a little uneasy. Li Jinfeng picked up his cell phone and called Zhu Wei. Zhu Wei sat in the office, crossing his legs while playing with his cell phone while smoking. I wonder where to have 2 drinks after get off work? Why not shout to Sister Feng together? It can also deepen the relationship. I just did something for her, maybe I can give myself a reward. Seeing that Li Jinfeng's phone call came in, he quickly answered. Hey Sister Feng, I was just thinking about calling you to have dinner after work, but you called me. We siblings are really in tune with each other, haha. Zhu Wei is more than teenager than Li Jinfeng, but he is shameless and calls Li Jinfeng Fengjia. Who can give people a background? At that time, Shi Jingtang recognized Yellow Guang, who was 10 years younger than him, as his father, and was called the Sun Emperor, but he was also the Emperor, right? Most people want to call Fengjia, but Li Jinfeng still doesn't agree. So Zhu Wei is proud of this. Old Zhu, something happened, Zhou Zheng. Li Jinfeng simply described the story. Zhu Wei sucked his teeth after hearing this. The director of the provincial department and the secretary of the municipal party committee went to the police station to welcome Zhou Zheng. Hold the grass. Zhou Zheng seemed to be very strong, and he felt like he was going to fall this time. Feng, Sister Feng. Zhu Wei's voice trembled. I think you might as well call Boss Xin to communicate. Your son is unreasonable. If the other party makes a spoil and pursues the matter, it will be difficult to deal with. Li Jinfeng had never thought of calling Boss Xin, she usually acted willfully under the banner of Boss Xin. Moreover, even if Zhou Zheng has a background and really wants to pursue it, he may not dare to pursue it. He will depend on the owner of the dog. She wanted to see Zhu Wei had other good suggestions, but she didn't expect that this guy would be scared when he came up. Okay, I understand. Li Jinfeng hung up the phone. At this time, there was a knock on the door outside. Who? Property. Li Jinfeng was unsuspectingly cheating, and opened the door of the house and was immediately surprised to hear him. Several fully armed policemen stood outside. Li Jinfeng, you have been arrested. Where is your son Li Meng? Take it away together. She realized that a policeman handcuffed Li Jinfeng. I was furious immediately. Why did you arrest me? Do you know who I am? Several policemen ignored her and put a black mask on her head and rudely escorted her away. On this side, Zhu Wei couldn't sit still and stood up and paced back and forth. If you really want to investigate this matter, you will be able to find yourself sooner or later. The main reason is that he has done too much favoritism and abuse of power, and he will not be clean. He picked up his cell phone and called Lu Fei, but it did not answer. An ominous premonition covers the whole body. Li Jinfeng has a big boss to protect him, but she can only count on Li Jinfeng. But if something really happened, Zhu Wei felt that Li Jinfeng would not be responsible for him, and he had to rely on himself. What should I do? Zhu Wei was extremely anxious but couldn't think of any good idea for a while. Bang! At this time, the office door was pushed open brutally. Two men in dark suits and briefcases appeared in front of Zhu Wei, with the national emblem on his chest shining brightly. Zhu Wei, we are from the Provincial Discipline Inspection Team, you are detained. Zhu Wei's legs became weak and he fell to the ground with his butt. At the same time, I was a little proud in my heart. He, a small official like Sesame and Green Bean, was taken away by the Provincial Discipline Inspection Officer himself. Most people have never enjoyed such treatment. Chapter 361 Zhou Zheng, please save her. Emergency room of Maternal and Child Health Hospital. The baby who had just been cured by Zhou Zheng was transferred to the special care unit and was taken care of by special care personnel. Mr. Wang grabbed Zhou Zheng's hand tightly, and a look of gratitude appeared on his face. Xiao Zhou, thanks to you, I successfully saved the child's life. You are the benefactor of my Wang family. After saying that, he turned to Wang Ziming and said, Ziming, come here and thank you Xiao Zhou. Wang Ziming stepped forward excitedly to thank him. Zhou Zheng kept his bloodline, and his gratitude to Zhou Zheng was beyond words. Zhou Zheng, thank you very much, After saying something, Wang Ziming couldn't continue. After all, he has experienced too many joys and sorrows today, and his mood is like a roller coaster. Ziming, don't say much. I understand your mood. This is what I should do. Besides, Mr. Wang and I are old acquaintances, so there is no need to thank you." At this time, President Chen came to Mr. Wang in embarrassment. "Old Wang, what should you do here on Ms. Shui? People are gone, and now their vital signs are all maintained by machines. Just take the machine, these vital signs are. I think it's better to let the deceased suffer so much after death, right?" Dean Chen's meaning is very obvious. When a person dies, even if he uses a machine, the utensil was hanging on her body and could only barely maintain weak vital signs and would not resurrect. Moreover, there are various tubes inserted into the deceased, which is disrespectful to the deceased. It is better to let the deceased leave with dignity. "Xiao Chen, I'll give you a reply." The muscles on old Wang's face twitched and his eyes looked at Wang Ziming. "Ziming, go and send Sivan's last journey." When Wang Ziming heard his grandfather's words, tears couldn't help but flow out. He and Shui Sivan grew up together and can be said to be childhood sweethearts. Nowadays, yin and yang are separated. Human life is sometimes tenacious, sometimes fragile. Shui Sivan left too suddenly, and Wang Ziming still couldn't accept it. He staggered to Shui Sivan's body, looked at his wife's pale, thin, and lifeless face, and immediately started crying again. "Sivan, I'm Ziming, please open your eyes and look at me. The child is born, it's a boy. He is now out of danger of life. Open your eyes. Please get better. You said that when the child is born, we will take a family photo together. Have you forgotten?" Wang Ziming's words were sobbing, and every word hurt people's hearts. Even the nurses and doctors next to him were moved and secretly wiped away their tears. Zhou Zheng couldn't bear to blame himself and said, "Old Wang, it would have been great if I could have taken one step earlier, and things would not be like this now." Mr. Wang rubbed his wet eyes and said, "Xiao Zhou, it's not your fault for this. I, the Wang family, have already learned about it." "Pooh!" Wang Ziming suddenly fainted because of excessive sadness and fell to the ground. "Ziming." Mr. Wang's voice changed color and hurried forward to check it out. The Wang family has a single birth, and it would be a miserable thing if Wang Ziming had an accident and gave him a black hair. Dean Chen was also shocked and shouted to the doctor and the nurse, "Why are you standing there? Hurry up and rescue." Several doctors and nurses woke up from their dreams and rushed forward to rescue them. Zhou Zheng stopped them. "Don't move, let me do it." Everyone had seen Zhou Zheng's medical skills and believed him, so they naturally did not rush to rescue him. "Xiao Zhou, please see if Ziming is in danger," Mr. Wang said worriedly. Zhou Zheng stepped forward and took his pulse, and said, "Old Wang, don't worry, Ziming just fainted from overly sadness, I'll wake him up immediately." As he said that, he took out the golden needle, and Wang Ziming woke up leisurely with just one needle. Mr. Wang said sadly, "Ziming, you have to cherish your body. How sad would your father be if you fall down? Grandpa is old, but he can't stand such fright." Wang Ziming looked guilty. "Grandpa, I'm sorry. But when I think of never seeing Sivan again, I can't control myself." Mr. Wang sighed. This is human nature and he can understand it. But the dead are gone, and the living have to continue living. He waved to Dean Chen and said, "Xiao Chen, get off the machine." "Yes, Mr. Wang." "Ziming, let's go outside." "No." Seeing several doctors and nurses coming forward and about to remove the tube and get off the machine, Wang Ziming ran up to stop everyone's behavior. "Stop it all, don't touch her, don't touch her." The doctor and nurse were forced to stop working and looked at Dean Chen. Dean Chen looked at Mr. Wang in embarrassment. "Old Wang, look at this." "Ziming." Mr. Wang's voice suddenly became serious. "Don't disturb other people's work, go out with me." Wang Ziming was still very afraid of Boss Wang, so he stopped and turned around and walked out in one step. After passing by Zhou Zhenji, he suddenly knelt in front of Zhou Zheng with a thump. Zhou Zheng's face suddenly changed drastically, and he reached out to help Wang Ziming up. "Ziming, what are you doing?" Wang Ziming said anxiously. "Zhou Zheng, you are a miracle doctor. If you save my son, you can also save Sivan, right? I beg you to save her." "Save her?" Mr. Wang also felt that Wang Ziming was a bit difficult. If Zhou Zheng could save him, he would never stand idly by. The problem is that when Zhou Zheng arrived, Shui Sivan had already passed away. People helped us save the child, but now they force him to save a dead person. Isn't this difficult for Zhou Zheng? "Ziming, stop talking!" Mr. Wang scolded. Zhou Zheng actually couldn't see the scene of separation from life and death. He also wanted to save her, but the acupuncture technique he masters now can only save people who still have a chance, and is not omnipotent. "Sorry. I'm sorry, my acupuncture really can't save her." Wang Ziming was already crazy and said. "Don't you miraculous doctors still have elixirs? Take one pill to bring back the dead. Do you not have it?" "No. You must have." Mr. Wang felt that Wang Ziming was making trouble. The elixir for resurrection was something in the novel. Where would it be in reality? This child is overly sad and lost his mind. However, Zhou Zheng patted his head, and he thought of the rejuvenation pill. This thing can really come back to life as long as you eat it soon after you die. But, he made a pill again. There was no pill in my hand. Moreover, it is not easy to refine, even if the success rate of refining is based on your face, and I don't know when it will be successful. Mr. Wang felt a little moved when he saw the expression on Zhou Zheng's face. Could it be that Zhou Zhengzhen has a pill to bring back the dead? I couldn't help but ask with a try. "Xiao Zhou, is there really such a pill that brings back the dead?" "Zhou Zhendao. Old Wang, I can't hide it from it, but I don't have any inventory in my hands and it's quite difficult to refine it. It may be 10 days or even longer a day. If Huishun Huizao pills cannot be taken in time, it will be useless if it is delayed for a long time." Mr. Wang sighed. God is so wool. Zhou Zheng suddenly had an idea and remembered that Chu Yunyao still had a pill in his hand, but... Chapter 362 The medicine has been received, and time is too late. Chu Yunyao also has a rejuvenation pill in her hand, which is also the only remaining pill in the world. But this pill was prepared for Chu Jianghe and had been delivered to Chu Yunyao. Although Zhou Zheng didn't like Chu Jianghe, he had no shame to ask for the things he gave. Besides, Chu Jianghe is in danger of life at any time. It can be said that this rejuvenation pill is Chu Jianghe's life. Will Yunyao give the medicine for a stranger? That's equivalent to putting his father's safety in danger. Zhou Zheng looked puzzled when he thought about it. He really didn't want to ask Chu Yunyao for this pill, but he didn't want to lie to them when facing the sad old Wang and Wang Ziming. "Tell the truth. Old Wang, Ziming, I have made 2 pills of Huishun rebuilding pills, and they are all given to people. One of the pills has been used, and the other pill has not been used yet, and I know who is in my hands." When Wang Ziming heard this, the originally dull eyes showed the light of hope. "Zhou Zheng, who can tell me the useless Huishun rebirth pill? I will ask for it even if I pay the price." But Mr. Wang pulled Wang Ziming. "Ziming, stop asking. Siwan's fate is like this, so just accept her fate." Wang Ziming was surprised and confused. Zhou Zheng gave them a glimmer of hope, but for some reason why his grandfather suddenly became discouraged. "Grandpa, there are magical pills that can bring Sivan back to life, why not fight for it? Anyway, I don't care. I must get this pill, no matter how much I pay, it's even the price of my life." Mr. Wang looked at Wang Ziming lovingly and said, "Ziming, can't you see it? If the elixir is really easy to come out, I believe Xiao Zhou would have said it a long time ago. Since he said this now, it means that the chance of finding this pill is basically 0. Think about it, owning this pill is equivalent to having a life more. If our family has such a pill, someone will ask you for it, even if it costs 1 billion or even 100 billion, would you give it?" Wang Ziming subconsciously shook his head. I definitely won't give it to. He realized something after he finished speaking. Grandpa is right. This kind of pill is too precious. The person who gets the pill will definitely not give it to others. However, Wang Ziming was still a little unwilling to give up. What if the other party is willing to make a sale? So he asked. Zhou Zheng, who is in the hands of that pill? To be honest, that rejuvenation pill is in the hands of my lover Chu Yunyao. Ah! When Wang Ziming heard this, he felt a little lucky in his heart. Zhou Zheng, I know this is a bit difficult, but I still want to ask you to let your wife give me the pills. I, Wang Ziming, will never forget my great kindness. Zai Ming. Old Wang showed anger on his face, and he was both angry and distressed at Wang Ziming. Zhou Zheng saved the child, but he was really inappropriate to Zhou Zheng's repeated efforts. Of course, this also indirectly reflects Wang Ziming's deep affection for Shui Sivan. In order to save Shui Sivan, Wang Ziming, who has always been thin-skinned, became silly and silly. Mr. Wang also wanted Zhou Zheng to ask for the pills to save his grandson's wife, but he really couldn't speak any more. Zhou Zheng waved his hand. Ziming, I understand your mood, but I can't agree to you. This rejuvenation pill is used to protect Yunyao's father's life. His father's hidden illness may break out at any time. Moreover, I gave the pill to Yunyao and asked me again. Forget it, I'll give it a try. But I won't force Yunyao to ask for it. Whether you can ask for it depends entirely on God's will. As soon as Zhou Zheng finished speaking, Mr. Wang and Wang Ziming both showed joy, and Shui Sivan had a glimmer of hope. They were very grateful to Zhou Zheng. Zhou Zheng thought that Chu Jianghe's hidden disease should not occur all of a sudden, and the current situation is still the Wang family needs this pill more. Regardless of whether Chu Yunyao agreed to give the pills or not, she would hurry up and refine the rejuvenation pills from today, and try to refine a few more for emergencies. Old Wang, lend me a cell phone. Okay. Mr. Wang quickly took out his cell phone and handed it to Zhou Zheng. Xiao Zhou, no matter whether this matter can be accomplished or not, my Wang family owe you a huge favor. From then on, we both walk around like relatives. I treat you as my grandson. Ziming treats you as his younger brother a few years older than you. Your business is my Wang family. If you encounter any difficulties in the future, you can call me to inform me. Although my old king has retired long ago, I still have some face in Baihe province. King, the old words were loud, and he was really moved by Zhou Zheng. Dean Chen next to him was so jealous of Zhou Zheng that he thought to himself that he would have been Zhou Zheng and would have been walking around in the province in the future. Who is Mr. Wang? He once served as Secretary General of the Provincial Party Committee and a boss at the vice-ministerial level. Although he has retired and has a bad influence as before, his son is now in charge of Baihe province. Good guy. Zhou Zheng became a relative of the Wang family, which has been a blessing for many years. Of course, Dean Chen did not know Zhou Zheng's true life experience. If he knew about it, he would definitely be shocked, and then he would feel that it was the Wang family who was competing with Zhou Zheng. Here, Zhou Zheng called Chu Yunyao. Hey, who are you looking for? Chu Yunyao's familiar voice came from the phone receiver. Yunyao, it's me. Ah? Husband? Where are you? Call you and you keep turning off the phone. We can't contact you, and Su Hongbing was so exaggerated that he almost called the police. Haha, Yunyao, I'm in the maternal and child health hospital now. I encountered some emergency on the way and my phone broke. What's the situation? Husband, are you okay? It's okay, what can I do? Yunyao, I have something to discuss with you. Honey, don't discuss with me, I'll listen to you. Zhou Zheng was moved when he heard Chu Yunyao's words. No, I have to discuss Yunyao with you. Didn't I come to the hospital to save people? I'm late and Mr. Wang's granddaughter-in-law just died unfortunately. Now only the rejuvenation pill can bring her back. Zhou Zheng laid the groundwork and continued. You also know that at present, you only have a pill in your hand. I wonder if you can. Husband, what did I think of it? I was shocked. No problem. Zhou Zheng didn't expect Chu Yunyao to agree so happily. Yunyao, don't you think about it? Your father's hidden disease. Husband, have you said whether my father's hidden disease will be attacked in a short time? Besides, you are still there. Mr. Wang's grandson-in-law needs this rejuvenation pill. Yunyao, I'm very pleased that you think so. I will hurry up and refine the rejuvenation pills tonight, and at least prepare 2 for your family. Chu Yunyao smiled and said. You are so nice, husband. Then she exclaimed. It's broken, my husband, I didn't carry the pills with me and I'm still at our home in Jiangbei. The smile on Zhou Zheng's face gradually disappeared. It takes 5 or 6 hours to go to Jiangbei for a trip. Even if the Huishun Aze pill is taken back, Shui Sivan will be completely cold. What should I do? Chapter 363, Hundreds of Thousands of Urgent. Zhou Zheng turned to Mr. Wang and Wang Ziming and said. Old Wang, Ziming, my lover Chu Yunyao said he could give up the pills in his hand, but... Mr. Wang and Wang Ziming were overjoyed and before Zhou Zheng finished speaking, Wang Ziming took the lead. Zhou Zheng, I know I have to pay a certain price. Tell me how much I need. Zhou Zheng shook his head. Yunyao didn't say he wanted money. What do you want? Wang Ziming guessed that Zhou Zheng's lover would definitely put forward a very excessive condition. After all, the rejuvenation pill is too precious. Chu Yunyao prepared it for her father. After the transfer, it would be equivalent to passing the danger on to her father. It is natural for others to make any requests, and they are afraid that they will not satisfy her. Zhou Zhendao. Ziming, I misunderstood you. Yunyao doesn't want anything. She didn't carry the Huishun Aze pill with her, but kept it at home. It takes 5 or 6 hours to drive from Jiangbei. The rejuvenation pills will have effect within 2 hours after a person dies, and more than 2 hours. I am afraid that even if the pills are retrieved, they will not be able to save Sivan's life. Wang Ziming scratched his head when he heard this. There are rejuvenation pills, but there are new problems, but living people can't be suffocated to death by urine, right? He looked at Mr. Wang. Grandpa, why don't you tell my father about this and let him communicate with the commander of the Baihe military subdistrict and send military helicopters to Jiangbei to get medicine? Mr. Wang thought about it but shook his head. Ziming, you took it for granted, this method won't work. Grandpa, why? Wang Ziming said how fast the military helicopter is, it takes more than an hour to get back and forth from the provincial capital in Jiangbei. The time is just enough. Why did Grandpa object? As if he saw what Wang Ziming was thinking, Mr. Wang said. Ziming, have you ever thought that even if your father is the provincial party secretary and has no right to order the army, and we are for our own private affairs, the commander of the military subdistrict may refuse? Besides, even if you can really mobilize military helicopters, Xiao Zhou has to go with you. It will take more than an hour from the military subdistrict here to waste time and you won't be able to hurry up. Grandpa, what should I do? Think of a solution. Wang Ziming was about to cry in a hurry. Could it be that God would not let Sivan resurrect? Mr. Wang shook his head helplessly, and he couldn't think of any good idea for the time being. Zhou Zheng's phone has not been hung up, and Chu Yunyao also heard their conversation. She was kind and had always actively used her brains to think of ways, and suddenly she had an idea. Husband! Zhou Zheng put his phone next to his ear again. Yunyao, I'm here. Husband, I suddenly came up with a solution, I don't know feasible or not. Zhou Zheng's heart moved. Yunyao, tell me. Then, he adjusted his phone hands-free. Honey, we don't have to go back to Jiangbei to get the pills. I can ask Yang Tingting to help her and ask her to go to our house to get the pills and then help deliver them to the provincial capital. Zhou Zheng thought about it and said regretfully. Yunyao, Yang Tingting can save some time by giving medicine, but she can't arrive in the provincial capital within 2 hours. Chu Yunyao said confidently. Honey, I have also considered the issue. However, you don't have to drive when you come to the provincial capital, you can also take the high-speed rail. The high-speed rail speed is so fast that you can reach the provincial capital in 40 minutes. And I just looked at the train schedule online. A train passing Jiangbei to the provincial capital arrived at Jiangbei station in half an hour and stayed for 3 minutes. As long as Yang Tingting arrives at the high-speed rail station within half an hour, take the train through the Green Channel, and then ask someone to go to the high-speed rail station to pick up Yang Tingting. I think if it goes well, it should be possible to go to the maternal and child health care hospital within 2 hours. What do you think? Before Zhou Zheng could speak, Mr. Wang took the lead. Xiaozhou, I think this method is feasible. I can ask the Uigurian to notify the Railway Bureau to cooperate and open the Green Channel in advance to get on the train directly. Old Wang, since you think it's feasible, then let's do it like that. Zhou Zheng said to his cell phone. Yunyao, Mr. Wang agrees without delay, please inform Yang Tingting immediately. If she doesn't have time, then change another person. Chu Yunyao said. Honey, I was chatting with Yang Tingting just now. She came to Hanlin Yuan community to find me shopping together. Now I guess I haven't walked far. Zhou Zheng was delighted when he heard this. It seemed that things were beginning to develop in a smooth direction. Miss Yunyao, I am Lao Wang. We met at Grandpa Tingting's birthday party. I'll ask you and Tingting this time. Mr. Wang shouted to Zhou Zheng's cell phone. Zhou Zheng then remembered that Yang Tingting's grandfather and Mr. Wang have been old friends for many years. I believe that Yang Tingting will do her best. Old Wang, you are polite. I'll contact Tingting first, I'll have a dead end. Chu Yunyao hung up the phone and immediately called Yang Tingting. Fortunately, Yang Tingting was getting off the bus stop sign at the entrance of the community before she walked away. Her car went to maintain it, and today she was passing green. After receiving a call from Chu Yunyao, she learned that Mr. Wang's granddaughter-in-law needed pills to treat him. Yang Tingting was the key figure in whether Shui Sivan could be resurrected. She felt that this was a matter of great merit, and Mr. Wang was not an outsider, so she agreed immediately. He hurriedly returned to the Hanlin Yuan community, came to the door of Zhou Zheng and Chu Yunyao's house, and opened the security door according to the password Chu Yunyao told her. I found a box in Chu Yunyao's room again, and there was a brocade box the size of a palm in it. After opening it, a refreshing smell of medicine came to my nose. I think this is the rejuvenation pill to save Wang Le-sun's wife. Yang Tingting quickly put the box and the pills into the bag on her shoulder. He quickly went downstairs and waved to the roadside to take a taxi and headed straight to the high-speed rail station. At the same time, Mr. Wang spoke with his son Wang Weiman and said that Sivan had hope of survival again and hoped that the Railway Bureau could cooperate. Wang Weiman was naturally extremely happy and quickly said to Li Feng, Old Li, contact the station master of Jiangbei Station of the Railway Bureau to open a green channel for Yang Tingting. Let them wait for Yang Tingting to arrive at the high-speed rail station and guide her onto the high-speed rail to the provincial capital. Yes, Secretary Uyghur. Li Feng was relieved to see Wang Weiman's frown stretching a little, and quickly called Jiangbei Station of the Railway Bureau. The station master of Jiangbei Station of the Railway Bureau received a call from the Secretary General of the Provincial Party Committee and became nervous. When he heard Li Feng's request, he patted his chest and said that Secretary Li was relieved and promised to complete the task. The webmaster did not dare to neglect, so he came out of the office and came to Jiangbei Station in person, waiting for Yang Tingting's arrival. Here, Yang Tingting sat in a taxi and looked at the time. It took only 10 minutes to do everything well. The taxi drove for about 2 kilometers, but suddenly encountered a traffic jam. Master, Can you hurry up? I'm in a hurry. Yang Tingting said anxiously. The taxi driver left the steering wheel with both hands and said helplessly, "Beauty, I can't do anything. Didn't I listen to the prompt from the station just now? A traffic accident happened before and blocked the road. It was impossible to be fast, except to fly from the sky." Chapter 364 The Relay of Life, Part 1. What should I do? Driver, I'm really in a hurry. Yang Tingting frowned and said anxiously. Beauty, what can I do if a driver is a traffic jam in a car accident before? I am not a traffic policeman. Wait, I believe the traffic police will come out to deal with the scene soon, so it shouldn't be too long. Master driver, how long do you think the traffic will be evacuated? Oh, you really told me that I didn't know? Based on my experience, it would take 20 or 30 minutes if it was fast. If it's fast, 20 or 30 minutes. Yang Tingting became anxious as soon as she heard this. No 2 or 3 minutes can be wasted, 20 or 30 minutes if she can't afford to delay. This is a matter of life. Can the driver turn around and take another route? The driver waved his hand. Beauty, I don't dare to turn around here, I will be deducted points and fined. How much is the penalty? I'll make a huge supply to you. I'm not a beauty, but it's easy to say that the fine is mainly due to the driver's license being deducted. You also know that what we are most afraid of as drivers is deducting points. How could Yang Tingting not hear the taxi driver's intention? She took out 2,000 yuan from her bag. Master, can I give you 2,000 yuan? Please hurry up and take me to the high-speed rail station. The taxi driver immediately smiled happily when he saw a pile of soft sister coins. Beauty, you said it long ago. I've been sitting firmly, I promise to take you to the high-speed rail station within a quarter of an hour. As he said that, the taxi driver pulled the handbrake and stepped on the accelerator and turned around. Squeak! The tires rubbed against the road and made a harsh sound. Master, be careful! Yang Tingting felt dizzy and felt so uncomfortable that she wanted to vomit. I mean, I tell you that I am an old driver with decades of driving experience, thinking about that time. Bang! Before the driver could finish his words, Yang Tingting felt a strong shock and secretly screamed in her heart that it was hard to look out. Sure enough, a black private car hit the taxi. His grandma. Will this sand coin drive? The taxi driver hit the car in half a second after bragging, and couldn't get up and down. He opened the door and got out of the car and went to argue with his private car. Baba baba! He slapped the body of the private car a few times. The driver of a private car is not a vegetarian, but also gets out of the car with anger on his face. Mad! Are you going to turn around here? Cao, you're blind. Can't you see me turning around? Just fighting like that? I'm going to fight you, ah! You dare to spit on my face, and I will spit you even if I step on the horse. Bah! Seeing that the two of them started to quarrel and spitting at each other, Yang Tingting felt a big headache. It seems that the taxi has no time to take him to the high-speed rail station, so he has to get off the bus and make other plans. Through the middle of the road, the vehicle walked to the curb. Yang Tingting looked around and was confused. A traffic accident came out of the front, blocked the road. The taxi driver and private car driver spitted at each other because of a collision, causing traffic congestion. Well, the traffic is almost paralyzed for a few kilometers nearby. Even if you take another taxi, you can't move forward or backward. When the traffic resumes, it is estimated that you will walk to the high-speed rail station. When Yang Tingting was anxious, she raised her eyes and saw the subway station entrance not far ahead. She felt a little moved. Since the ground traffic was blocked, she would go to the high-speed rail station through the underground subway. The subway will not be traffic jams, but like a bus, it stops at the station, which really takes time. In order to race against time, Yang Tingting ran towards the subway station entrance while dialing the phone number of her mother Wang Lijing. Hoo. Wang, dispatcher, is in a hurry, please help me, my daughter. Wang Lijing is the dispatcher of Jiangbei Metro Station and is working in the dispatch room at this time. When I heard my daughter's words, I was shocked and asked with concern. What's wrong with Tingting? What's wrong? Mom, that's the case. Yang Tingting briefly described the story of a few sentences. Mom, I have a life in my hand now. I have to arrive at the high-speed rail station as soon as possible. I can only take the subway when the traffic is blocked on the ground, but it cannot be delayed too long. I must arrive at the high-speed rail station within 20 minutes. Tingting, where are you now? I'm near the subway entrance of Qingnian Road. I plan to take the subway here and enter the subway station within 2 minutes. I understand, I'll arrange it, wait for my phone number. Wang Lijing also attached great importance to Yang Tingting's words. She did some calculations and found that Qingnian Road Metro Station is 8 stops away from the high-speed rail station. Each station is 40 seconds. In addition, the running time takes about 21 minutes in total, which is obviously too late. Unless you stop and arrive directly at the high-speed rail station, you can reach it in up to 16 minutes. As the dispatcher, Wang Lijing can control the subway, and this is another matter of life. She watched the subway surveillance video and quickly made plans and issued orders. As soon as Yang Tingting ran into the subway station, Wang Lijing's phone number came in. Mom, I've entered the Qingnian Road subway station, Tingting, my mother has arranged everything. You don't have to buy a ticket and go directly to the green channel. There is someone there to pick you up. Mom sees you, go forward. Yang Tingting ran a few steps. Sure enough, a subway staff member in uniform received an instruction from the walkie-talkie and waved to Yang Tingting. Hurry up, come with me here. Yang Tingting followed the subway staff and ran wildly, unable to hear anything in her ears, only hearing the hoo-hoo gasps and violent heartbeats. When we arrived at the site, Yang Tingting saw a subway parked at the site. The door of the car was opened and many people were walking down. In an instant, most of the car was emptied. Get in the car, I can only send it to you. Subway staff said to Yang Tingting. Thanks. Yang Tingting said thank you and hurriedly got into the car. The speaker on the car is still broadcasting. Travelers, I'm sorry, because of an emergency, I didn't stop at the subway station. Please transfer to other places. Shipping, please apologize for the inconvenience caused to you. Yang Tingting thought to herself that no wonder there were many people getting off the bus all at once. It turned out that my mother arranged the subway as a special train to the high-speed rail station. After Yang Tingting got on the bus, Wang Lijing immediately gave instructions, and the subway ran a loud highway and rushed towards the high-speed railway station. After more than 10 minutes, we finally arrived at the subway station. Yang Tingting walked out of the car and Wang Lijing called again. Tingting, my mother can only help here. I just contacted the leader of the high-speed rail station and hoped to open a green channel for you, but the other party responded that he had received an order from the provincial party committee long ago and had already arranged it. Be careful on the way. Okay mom, let's have a hang-up first. Yang Tingting ran to the high-speed rail station again without stopping. The station master of the high-speed rail station held the horn and looked around. The trumpet shouted Yang Tingting's name. Hello, I'm Yang Tingting. Yang Tingting immediately ran forward when she heard the sound of the speaker. The webmaster didn't have time to say anything else to Yang Tingting, and shouted. Come with me. Turn around and run towards the platform. Next to the platform, a high-speed train happened to enter Jiangbei Station. Chapter 365 The Relay of Life, Part 2. On the platform, several crowds of people about to get on the train were making noises because the train door was not open. Hey, why don't you open the door? We want to get in the car, get in the car. Several staff members were doing work for everyone with electric speakers. Dear passengers, I'm really embarrassed. Due to special reasons, this high-speed rail express will no longer accept new passengers. Please apologize for the inconvenience caused to you. You said you won't be able to get there if you don't want us to get there. Why don't you let us get in the car? What does it mean? I want to get in the car, get in the car. Dear passengers, we will arrange for you to board an next train in a while. If you are in a hurry, you can take other means of transportation and the expenses can be reimbursed. We can also help you get a full refund. With these preferential measures, passengers who wanted to get on the bus gradually calmed down their anger. The webmaster took the initiative. In order to complete the task perfectly, he had to make this decision, but fortunately it did not cause large-scale dissatisfaction. Complaints will definitely be indispensable, but they don't matter anymore. The restaurant car of the high-speed train suddenly opened. A middle-aged man got off the train and he was the commander of this train. Webmaster, is this beauty the one we need to pick up? He pointed at Yang Tingting and asked. Yes. Hoo. The webmaster wiped the sweat beads on his forehead, and it was hard for him. He dragged his 200-kilogram body and ran for hundreds of meters, so tired that he could only breathe. Beauty, get in the car quickly, this car will start right away. Oh, thank you. Thank you, webmaster. Yang Tingting quickly got into the car and did not forget to thank both of them. The webmaster was so tired that he couldn't speak. However, I felt relieved. The task assigned by the Provincial Party Committee was successfully completed, and I was fortunate to be fulfilled. Some people on the train were complaining that some of them got off at Jiangbei Station and some wanted to go to the platform to have some breathing and smoke. What does not open the door mean? Especially the passenger who wanted to get off the bus started arguing with the flight attendant. The flight attendant patiently explained that because the train was going to deliver medicine to save lives, even if it was delayed for a minute, the mother who had just given birth might never be able to open her eyes, so she would not stop at Jiangbei Station. Passengers who want to get off at Jiangbei Station can get off at Baihe Station, and corresponding compensation can be made here. Most people are still very kind, and everyone expressed their understanding, and there is compensation to get, so passengers who want to get off at Jiangbei Station will not say anything. Yang Tingting was so tired that she was gasping for breath when she sat in the train restaurant. She felt that she had never been so tired when she participated in cross-country running at school. Before he could breathe well, he took out his cell phone and called Chu Yunyao. Hey Yao. Tingting, how is it? Where are you now? Have you taken the pill? Yunyao, I'm already on the high-speed rail, I'm holding the pill. Chu Yunyao looked at the time and it had already passed. Tingting, how long does it take to arrive at Baihe high-speed railway station? I don't know, wait a moment and I'll ask the train conductor. At this time, the train conductor had not left yet and had been by Yang Tingting's side. Just now, not only was the station master of Jiangbei Station calling him, but even the chairman of the State Railway Group Corporation personally reminded him that he must send Yang Tingting to Baihe Station as soon as possible, and that all the high-speed trains on this route have been arranged to give way. This train will not stop along the way, and will go directly to Baihe high-speed railway station. The train conductor was shocked. He didn't know who Yang Tingting was, but he could actually help the leader of the railway group company to ask about the matter personally. Of course, behind this is Wang Weiman, who greeted him. In order to save my daughter-in-law's life, he did not hesitate to use the privileges through the back door. The train commander has never dared to leave since he got on the train, because he is afraid that Yang Tingting will have something to do with him. Train commander, when will we arrive at Baihe high-speed railway station? Yang Tingting asked. It originally took 1 hour and 20 minutes to reach the Baihe high-speed railway station, but for special reasons, this train was changed to a direct private train, which could save about 12 minutes. That's just 1 hour and 8 minutes to arrive. Beautiful math is great, I said you're right. In order to ease the tense atmosphere, the train conductor deliberately joked. Yang Tingting smiled and said to the phone microphone. Yao Yao, did you hear it just now? Arrive at Baihe station in an hour and 8 minutes. You guys should be ready quickly. Chu Yunyao nodded. Okay. I'll tell Zhou Zheng immediately. Tingting is exhausted, have a good rest in the high-speed train. Chu Yunyao cared about her and hung up the phone and immediately called Zhou Zheng. Zhou Zheng was also anxious, afraid that Yang Tingting would make any mistakes. He always felt that this girl was a little bit like she was not enough to make trouble. Chu Yunyao said on the phone that Yang Tingting had successfully boarded the emu that went directly to Baihe station and arrived at Baihe high-speed railway station in about 68 minutes. Zhou Zheng's heart was only half lowered. Okay Yunyao, I'll go to Baihe station to pick up Yang Tingting. Honey, let's go to Jiangbei station too. Su Hongbing kept shouting that he wanted to join in the fun, and said he could help you. Zhou Zheng looked dark. Lao Su was very worried about the matter of life and still wanted to join in the fun. Yunyao doesn't need it. Why don't you come to the maternal and child health care center to see if Mr. Wang needs any help? Okay, let's go to the maternal and child health care center now. After hanging up the phone, Zhou Zheng simply described the situation to Mr. Wang and Wang Ziming. Old Wang is not going to go to Baihe high-speed railway station to pick up Yang Tingting. I have to find a way to cooperate with Baihe station. It is best if the car can drive directly onto the platform. No problem. Mr. Wang felt that he saw hope and nodded quickly to agree. Zhou Zheng, I'll go with you too. Wang Ziming volunteered on the side, and he didn't want to do anything about his wife and just watched from the side. Ziming, don't go. I'm alone. You can take good care of Mr. Wang and Sivan here. By the way, I still need a car. I drove here, use my car. Wang Ziming quickly took out the car keys. At this time, Li Dakang, Gu Liangke from the provincial department and Zhao Tianrun tiptoed in. Xiaozhou, what are you going to do? Li Dakang asked. Secretary Li, I'm going to pick up someone at Baihe High Station. She helped get the pills that could bring Ziming's lover back to life. I can't waste time and leave first. Li Dakang and his friends were moved. Is Shui Sivan saved? That's really great. Gu Liangke said. Xiaozhou might as well let the police car help you drive the road, which will save time. Zhou Zheng felt a little moved. This was a good idea. He mastered super driving skills and was very confident in his driving skills and speed. But if there is a traffic jam in the middle, no matter how good the driving skills are, it will be useless. Zhao Tianrun was even more straightforward. Why should I let the police car lead the way? Why not drive the police car directly? Lao Gu will take Zhou Zheng to the car from our provincial department. Chapter 366 Zhou Zheng becomes leader Zhou. After hearing Zhao Tianrun's words, Zhou Zheng was a little at a loss. Uncle Zhao, why does this make it? How dare I drive out Director Gu's car? Gu Liangke waved his hand. Xiaozhou, don't hesitate. Isn't this a special matter to be handled against time? It's not that I'm asking you to drive, but that my driver will drive you there. Zhou Zhensin said that drivers are not as good as mine in driving skills? Good ancient Hall Zhao Hall, then I'd rather be respectful than obey. He still nodded subconsciously. After all, if you really encounter any situation on the road, police cars are better than civilian cars. Xiaozhou, you should go quickly, no matter what. Lao Zhao and I will give you a message, and I will give you a few words to the driver. After saying that, the two surrounded Zhou Zheng and went downstairs. Zhou Zheng originally wanted to walk behind them, after all, these two were much higher than him. But he was anxious and didn't tell the difference between the position. Zhao Tianrun asked while walking. Xiaozhou, when did you come to Baihe? Ten Zhao, I arrived today. What's your name? Your name is Uncle Zhao. Zhao Tianrun pretended to be angry and said. What? Are you embarrassed to be in front of Lao Gu? Nowadays, only Zhou Zheng can save Shui Sivan's life. Moreover, Zhou Zheng has rescued the child, which is equivalent to the great kindness that the Wang family owe him. Mr. Wang has already treated him as his benefactor. The two families will walk around like relatives in the future. Good guy. Zhou Zheng has such a large amount of political resources, and he is already very outstanding, so he will be very successful in his career in the future. Zhao Tianrun had known Zhou Zheng for a long time, and he was very optimistic about him at that time, and he was even more compatible with his uncle and nephew. He was very satisfied with his vision. Deliberately showing off to Gu Liangke. Lao Gu, how do you think of my eldest nephew? Gu Liangke said in surprise. When did Xiao Zhou become your eldest nephew? Zhao Tianrun said proudly. Isn't this what I met when I went to Jiangbei to award Xiao Zhou a first-class merit last time? At that time, I felt that Xiao Zhou had strong business skills and was able to deal with people properly, and was definitely not something in the pool. I didn't expect that he could still know medical skills. What's commendable is that medical skills are this exquisiteness is really admirable. Zhou Zheng waved his hand quickly. Uncle Zhao, you have won the award, you have won the award. Gu Liangke nodded and said. Although I have never had a close relationship with Comrade Xiao Zhou, I have also heard of your deeds. Lao Zhao is right, you are an excellent talent. I also like you in this matter. Zhou Zheng waved his hands again. I thought to myself, why do these two first-level police officers always hold him, the second-level police officer, and speak? He didn't know that he was now a hot commodity in the eyes of both of them, and he had much deeper political resources than these two. There were only benefits and no harm in bringing into some relationships. Gu Liangke suddenly said. Xiao Zhou, did you come to the provincial capital this time to participate in the provincial selection competition? I remember that in addition to you, there is Su Hongbing in Jiangbei. Yes, Director Gu. Zhou Zheng nodded. Hey Xiao Zhou, since you are not good at Lao Zhao, don't treat me, call me Uncle Gu. Gu Liang can only follow the example. This. The director of the provincial department insisted on recognizing him as his eldest nephew. Gu Liangke couldn't mess with Zhou Zheng at once. Xiao Qing said. Okay, Uncle Gu. Gu Liangke smiled on his face, patted his shoulder kindly and said. That's right. Zhao Tianrun despised Gu Liangke in his heart. This old man has a thicker face than me. While speaking, the three of them came to the yard of the maternal and child health hospital. Next to a police car with a provincial department license plate, driver Lu Wentao was looking around and smoking while bored. At first glance, he saw Gu Liangke and Zhao Tianrun walking towards him and quickly threw away the cigarette butt. Then his eyes widened. Damn it! Who is the handsome guy walking in front of the two directors? Is he even more awesome than the director? Lu Wentao was stunned for a moment and forgot to open the car door to welcome the two big men from the provincial department to get on the car. Xiao Lu, Xiao Lu. Gu Liangke waved to him and then he realized it and trotted forward. Ancient Hall, Zhao Hall. Xiao Lu, I will give you a task and send Comrade Xiao Zhou to the high-speed rail station. Zhao Tianrun said. Gu Liangke nodded and added. I have to listen to Xiao Zhou along the way. You can do whatever he asks you to do. Even if you ask you to drive the car into the ditch, don't ask too much. Do you understand? Lu Wentao was stunned for a moment and nodded quickly. Yes. Ensure the task is completed. Gu Liangke waved his hand and said. Okay, hurry up and set off. There is no need to pull the alarm when you go. Just turn on the flashlight. Then what, Uncle Gu, Uncle Zhao, I'll leave first. Yet. Xiao Zhou has a good journey. The two watched Zhou Zheng get in the car, and the car left the maternal and child health hospital before going back. In the police car, Lu Wentao was driving skillfully, but he was not calm. He didn't know who Sacred Zhou Zheng was. The two bigwigs from the provincial department were so caring for him that they even met his uncle and nephew. Lu Wentao did not think that Zhou Zheng was Gu Liangke's nephew, but it can be seen from Zhou Zheng's conversation with the two directors that he had a very close relationship with them. "Zhou, leader, do you want to turn on the air conditioner if the weather is a little hot?" he asked carefully. Zhou Zheng sat in the passenger seat and said, "Brother, I'm not a leader. Just concentrate on driving and don't worry about me. You can speed up a little, I'm in a hurry." "Okay." The police car flashed red and blue, and everything went smoothly on the way. After more than 20 minutes, we arrived at the Baihe High-Speed Railway Station. Station Master Huang of Baihe High-Speed Railway Station had been on high alert after receiving the notice and ordered people to greet Zhou Zheng at the entrance of the high-speed railway station and bring him to the platform with people and cars. Soon, the police car was guided by the staff to the platform. Stopped the car, and the driver Lu Wentao quickly got out of the car and walked around the co-pilot to help Zhou Zheng open the door, but unexpectedly, Zhou Zheng got off the car first. Webmaster Huang can still distinguish the leader and the driver. He walked a few steps quickly and held Zhou Zheng's hand with both hands, with a smile on his face. "Is it Leader Zhou? Thank you for your hard work. I am Huang Jun, the station master of Baihe High-Speed Railway Station. Just call me Xiao Huang." Station Master Huang recognized that the car Zhou Zheng was riding was the car of the provincial department boss, and he received a notice from the provincial party committee asking him to cooperate with a comrade named Zhou Zheng. Webmaster Huang knew that this matter was very important, and this comrade named Zhou Zheng was definitely not simple. The clues can be seen from the fact that he can take the car of the provincial department boss, so he naturally dare not be negligent with Zhou Zheng, and he is even a little polite. Facing the smiling face of Webmaster Huang, Zhou Zheng also smiled slightly. "Website Manager Huang, please call me Zhou Zheng." Webmaster Huang was overjoyed when he heard Zhou Zheng's words. It seemed that this leader Zhou was still very approachable. "Okay. Work Manager Huang, when will the high-speed train we are waiting for arrive at the station?" "If everything goes well, there are still 8 minutes left to arrive." Zhou Zheng nodded and said no longer, looking in the direction the bus was about to come. 8 minutes later, the high-speed train arrived on time. Shaoqing's door opened, and Yang Tingting was the first to get out of the bus. Chapter 367 Life-saving medicine is delivered to the provincial capital. "Yang Tingting, here." Zhou Zheng quickly waved to him. Yang Tingting looked in the direction of the sound and saw Zhou Zheng at a glance. A smile appeared on her anxious face, and she breathed a sigh of relief. "My task was successfully completed. Why did it also arrive in the provincial capital? Yun Yao is here, just in time to go with him. Let's play together for a few days." "Zhou Zheng, long time no see, I can see you." Yang Tingting rushed towards this side. Her words were filled with private goods. It was indeed a long time since Zhou Zheng, and her heart seemed to have moved. Zhou Zheng also took 2 quick steps towards Yang Tingting, with an anxious expression on his face. The Huishun reincarnation pill is on Yang Tingting, which is a life-saving pill. Their actions attracted the attention of passengers who got on and off the bus. I thought it was a couple who had been together for a long time, but they finally met many years later. There were also several gossipers looking at them with curiosity on their faces, wondering what would happen next. Will the two hug each other tightly or even kiss? Wow! Very looking forward to it. Who knew that Zhou Zheng asked the first sentence? "Have you brought something? Bring it." Yang Tingting whispered to the shoulder bag she carried with her. "Do you want to inspect the goods? You shouldn't be wrong." The conversation between the two confused the people around them. "Good guy. Is this meeting between lovers or trading drugs? Give it to me quickly and let me see." Zhou Zheng was also afraid that Yang Tingting would take the wrong action again, and in the end he would be useless. Yang Tingting took out the brocade box from her bag and handed it to Zhou Zheng. Zhou Zheng quickly opened it, and a fresh fragrance of medicine was refreshing. He only took a look and concluded that there was nothing wrong with this. This is Huishun Huazai pill. That's right. Thank you for your hard work, Yang Tingting. After saying that, he turned around and left. Hey! Zhou Zheng, wait for me. Yang Tingting was depressed and the words of tigers and wolf blurted out. Oh, Zhou Zheng, I dumped me after I used it. You unscrupulous guy. People around him whispered when they heard Yang Tingting's words. However, Webmaster Huang and Lu Wentao were a little embarrassed. This beauty seems to have something in her words. She shouldn't have heard this, but she heard it again. What should I do? Then pretend that you didn't hear anything. The two of them didn't say anything and looked up at the ceiling on the platform. Zhou Zheng looked so silly, thinking that Yang Tingting was always so rude. There is no need to pay attention to the influence in public. Stop talking, get in the car and go to the maternal and child health care center with us. Yun Yao should be here soon. Zhou Zheng pointed to a police car next to him and said. After saying that, he said to the driver Lu Wentao. Master Lu, you take the co-pilot, I'll drive. He calculated the time, and it took more than 2 hours and more than 20 minutes. If the driving from Jiangbei Station to the maternal and child health hospital is smooth, it will take about 20 minutes. If it doesn't work out, it will take longer, which will delay the problem. Using super driving skills can achieve twice the result with half the effort. No, Xiao Zhou. Lu Wentao did not expect Zhou Zheng to make such a request and was about to stop him, but when he remembered Gu Liangkei's words, Zhou Zheng would do whatever he wanted, and he could only cooperate. Lu Wentao immediately kept silent and sat in the passenger seat. Yang Tingting was surprised when she saw the police car driving to the platform, and then she became even more uneasy when she saw the license plate number. 0001 police car license plate, this is the car of the director of the provincial department. Zhou Zheng is so awesome. But thinking about it, now he is the only one who can save the daughter-in-law of the top leader of the provincial party committee, and it should be normal even if he comes in a plane. Yang Tingting, can you leave? Zhou Zheng sat in the cab and fastened his seat belt. Seeing that Yang Tingting was still stunned, he couldn't help but remind him. Let's take a walk. Yang Tingting quickly pulled the car door and sat in the back row. Sit down. Goodbye, Webmaster Huang. After Zhou Zheng finished speaking, he turned on the super driving mode. Squeak. The police car turned around in place. Yang Tingting suddenly felt disgusted and covered her chest and said. Zhou Zheng, you're slower, you're so slow that I'm so angry that I want to vomit, suck. Zhou Zheng ignored her, time is life. Besides, I will get used to it after vomiting for a while. The police car did not slow down and rushed outside the high-speed rail station like crazy. Outdoor emergency room of maternal and child health hospital. Chu Yunyao and Su Hongbing arrived in a hurry. Because Chen Xintheng had just experienced life and death, her body energy had not recovered yet, she was forcibly sent home to rest by Su Hongbing. Gu Liangkei and Zhao Tianrun whispered beside each other, while Li Dakang looked gloomy and lowered his head. He didn't know what he was thinking. Hearing the sound of footsteps, the three of them raised their heads at the same time. Hey Xiao Su, why are you here? Gu Liangkei said when he saw Su Hongbing. Zhao Tianrun is more easygoing, and he is also familiar with Su Hongbing. He glanced at the beautiful Chu Yunyao next to Su Hongbing. Hongbing, have you changed your girlfriend just after you returned to the provincial capital? Su Hongbing was startled by Zhao Tianrun's words. Old Zhao, you are not as cliched as you. He quickly explained. Don't talk nonsense, Zhao Tian, this beauty's name is Chu Yunyao and Lao Zhou's wife. Who is Lao Zhou? Who else can you do? Zhou Zheng. Ah! Zhao Tianrun felt embarrassed when he heard this. I just wanted to make a joke to relieve the tense atmosphere, but unexpectedly there was an error. He told Zhou Zheng's wife to Su Hongbing's girlfriend, maid, why didn't I keep the door open? Then. What, Miss Chu is sorry, I'm a little unrestrained today, please don't be surprised. Chu Yunyao was surprised when she saw a first-level police officer apologizing to her. She didn't know why the boss looked at Zhou Zheng politely to her. He quickly waved his hand and said, Director Zhao, you are polite. I won't take the joke to my heart. Yet, it's still Xiao Zhou's wife who is so generous. Zhao Tianrun kept holding Chu Yunyao and said that this made her a little uncomfortable. She thought to herself that all high-ranking officials were so approachable. The red soldier is here. Li Dakang said silently. Hello, Uncle Li. Su Hongbing put away his cynical smile and said to Li Dakang. The two families were once neighbors, and Li Dakang has always been known for his sternness, and even the cynical Su Hongbing was afraid of him. Li Dakang nodded. Hello, your father. It's great. But I haven't seen him during this period. I was staying well in the provincial department and could go to Beijing to see my father and grandfather on weekends. I don't know who arranged for me to go to Jiangbei Municipal Bureau and also participated in training to prepare for the provincial selection competition. How could I have time to go home? Su Hongbing said as he glanced at Gu Liangke and Zhao Tianrun from time to time. He felt that it was the credit of these two people who were transferred to the Jiangbei Municipal Bureau. Sure enough, Gu Liangke and Zhao Tianrun had a little unnatural expression when facing Su Hongbing. Li Dakang said, Red Soldier, this is also for your own good. You must be grateful and not be kind enough to not know the donkey's liver and lungs. Uncle Li, I understand. Actually, I have to thank that person, otherwise I would not have met my good friend Lao Zhou, who will be my lifelong. After Su Hongbing said, By the way, Uncle Li, the two directors, let me give you a grand introduction. This is Zhou Zheng's wife, Ms. Chu Yunyao. Ms. Chu, hello. Several big shots actually greeted Chu Yunyao first, which made her even more flattered. At this time, a figure came over. Li Dakang suddenly stepped forward and said respectfully, Secretary of Uyghur, are you here? Chapter 368 Strict and Severe Handling. Wang Weiman ran all the way and finally rushed back to the provincial capital to the maternal and child health care hospital. Before Li Feng could open the car door, he was the first to open the door and got out of the car, and was the first to run into the building of the maternal and child health hospital. Li Feng was chasing him tightly with his briefcase behind him. When he arrived outside the emergency room, Wang Weiman's pace slowed down. I will be able to see Shui Sivan's last side soon. He was always unchanged from his face, and he was hesitant and showed a sad expression on his face. Secretary of Uyghur, are you here? Li Dakang stepped forward and greeted him carefully. He naturally knew that the boss was in a bad mood and was very bad. He, the top leader of the municipal party committee, was somewhat responsible for the death of the boss's daughter-in-law. Gu Liangke and Zhao Tianrun were even more nervous. Who made the people who blocked Zhou Zheng from saving people? What an unlucky Secretary of Uyghur! The two of them knew they could not escape the blame, so they lowered their heads and looked like a primary school student who had made a mistake. I don't know if Wang Weiman would take his anger on him when he was angry. Well, Lao Gu Lao Zhao, thank you for your hard work. To the surprise of the two, Wang Weiman did not blame Gu Liangke and Zhao Tianrun, and even had a very friendly attitude and voice. This moved the two of them and was also a little bit self-blame. The people below were messing around and ruining the lives of Secretary Uyghurian's daughter-in-law. Really erect. After returning to the provincial department, the police stations ordered the police stations of each police station to conduct self-inspection and conduct training and education. Secretary of Uyghur, sorry. As a master of the provincial department, Gu Liangke has an unshirkable responsibility, and he feels so guilty that he doesn't know what to say. Lao Gu. Wang Weiman patted Gu Liangke on the shoulder. You are not blamed for this matter, but the people below are really lawless. Gu Liangke said. Secretary of Uyghur, we are also responsible. Lao Zhao and I discussed it. After returning to the provincial department, I immediately issued a red-headed document, and ordered the municipal bureaus and police stations to conduct self-correction and self-inspection. If a black sheep is found, I will punish the other one and will not tolerate it to prevent similar things from happening again. Wang Weiman nodded. It's not too late to make up for the dead, Lao Gu, you did the right thing. Secretary of Uyghur. Li Dakang said. The truth is now revealed. Comrade Xiaozhou did not arrive at the hospital in time. It was all because of Lu Fei, the director of Chaoyang Road Police Station, Zhu Wei, deputy captain of the city traffic police team, and Li Jinfeng and his son. Li Jinfeng's son rearranged Zhou Zhang unreasonable, and Li Jinfeng instructed Zhu Wei and Lu Fei to illegally detain Zhou Zhang. Zhou Zhang was eager to save people, so he forced himself to break out of the police station. The police instructed by Lu Fei fired twice at him. Fortunately, I and Lao Gu Lao Zhao arrived in time, so it did not lead to a bigger tragedy. Now all four of them are controlled, so please make a decision by Secretary Uyghur. Li Dakang had actually reported the incident briefly to Wang Weiman via phone. I mentioned it again in person, just to seek Wang Weiman's opinion. After all, Li Jinfeng is Boss Xian's person, and Li Dakang dared not do anything directly. King the angry eyes flashed in Uyghur's eyes, and he slowly said 8 words. Be strict and serious, take it as a typical example. Li Dakang's heart moved. Although Secretary Weiman seemed calm, he should have been extremely angry. These 8 words can be regarded as the life of these people. It is definitely not possible to be shot, but the prison meal is certain. When Li Dakang captured Li Jinfeng and others, he had already taken the team. He knew that he could not stand on the wall when he was in a high position, and he could not stand on 2 boats, so it would be better to take a team in advance. He is not Boss Xian's iron kick, so he must stand on Wang Weiman's team. Li Dakang said firmly with his chest. Secretary of Uyghur, as far as I know, Zhu Wei and Li Fei are using their power to seek personal gain during their work. I plan to let the Discipline Inspection Commission directly intervene. As for Li Jinfeng, he has colluded with bad people in society to do a lot of unreasonable things. His son is not a good-for-nothing person and often bullies other students at school. Next, I will ask someone to continue searching for evidence. If you should file a case, you should be severely punished. Good. Wang Weiman nodded with satisfaction and encouraged. Dakang, if you are determined, then implement your determination and complete things well. Don't worry, Secretary Weiman, please ensure that the task is completed, and I will continue to report to you. After the two finished chatting, Wang Weiman was about to enter the emergency room when he turned around and saw Su Hongbing and Chu Yunyao. Is Xiao Su here? He was puzzled. The Wang family and the Su family did not have a deep relationship, so the Su Hongbing was very well informed. Uncle Wang, I'll come for a while. I feel uncomfortable when I know that such a sad thing happened to your family. However, with Lao Zhou here, there shouldn't be any major problems. Old Zhou. Wang Weiman looked puzzled. Oh. Su Hongbing quickly explained. It's Zhou Zhang. Uncle Wang's grandson was saved by Lao Zhou. He is now going to retrieve the rejuvenation pill. The pill can bring about a life of life. When Lao Zhou comes back, your daughter-in-law will definitely bring about a life of life. Su Hongbing explained that Wang Weiman was a little informed and asked Li Feng to notify the high-speed rail station to cooperate. But, can the rejuvenation maple really bring you back to life? Wang Weiman felt that it was still unknown. It is undeniable that Zhou Zhang saved the child's life. But it is too fantastic to make Shui Sivan come back to life. Wang Weiman is a firm atheist and does not fully believe it. But if there is a glimmer of hope, you cannot give up. He barely smiled, nodded, and said no more. Su Hongbing seemed to see that Wang Weiman didn't believe it very much. If you don't believe it, you can't believe Zhou Zheng. Uncle Wang, believe it. If you don't believe others, you have to believe Lao Zhou. That kind of pill is quite precious. Originally, this pill that brought back the dead was given to Zhou Zheng's father-in-law. Zhou Zheng's wife gave it out with great integrity. This is something that saves life. By the way, Zhou Zheng's wife Chu Yunyao is here. Su Hongbing waved to Chu Yunyao. Sister-in-law, come here. Chu Yunyao walked forward and was still a little nervous when facing Wang Weiman. The chief official of the border, the highest leader of a province, is also the largest official Chu Yunyao has ever met. Hello, Secretary Wang. Wang Weiman heard that the beauty in front of him was Zhou Zheng's wife, so he did not neglect her. Regardless of whether the pills can bring about a resurrection, Zhou Zheng's efforts were seen by Wang Weiman, and he saved Wang Weiman's grandson. Smiling and stretching out his hand. Hello, Xiao Chu. The provincial party secretary took the initiative to shake hands with her. Chu Yunyao was flattered. Xiao Chu, our family is grateful for your husband saving my grandson's life. Also, I heard from Xiao Su that you gave up a pill that can bring about a life-threatening life. I know whether it works or not. Secretary Wang, you are polite. Chu Yunyao also heard that Wang Weiman seemed to be unbelievable in the effect of Huishun remade pill. I thought that when Zhou Zheng retrieved the pill, you will be surprised. Chapter 369. The top leader of the provincial party committee breaks the defense. Wang Weiman said a few words and stopped talking and walked into the emergency room. Everyone was not inconvenient to go in, so they waited outside. Only Li Feng was following closely behind. As soon as Wang Weiman entered the emergency room, he happened to meet Mr. Wang. Dad, I'm late. Mr. Wang saw his son coming back and his lips trembled and waved his hand. Under the people, don't blame yourself, go and see Sivan. Yes. Wang Weiman nodded. Dean Chen and several doctors and nurses were still surrounding Shui Sivan's bedside. When they heard the noise, everyone looked up and saw the figure that often appeared on TV and newspapers, and was shocked. Good guy, the provincial party committee is here. Everyone was both excited and nervous, and they didn't dare to let out for a moment. Secretary Wang, I am Chen Dao, the director of the Maternal and Child Health Hospital. What? Dean Chen's mouth was a little bad. The biggest official he had ever met was Li Dakang, whom he had just met. The provincial party committee had a strong aura for him, and their maternal and child health care center basically did nothing, and Zhou Zheng saved the child, and Shui Sivan and the others were helpless. President Chen was a little ashamed and scared, just afraid of Wang Weiman unable to control his emotions and furious at them. Wang Weiman waved his hand, at least he had to have a demeanor. Director Chen, and all the doctors and nurses, thank you for your hard work. Go out first. Yes. Dean Chen was relieved to see that Wang Weiman had no intention of blaming him and quickly called everyone out of the emergency room. Dad. When Wang Ziming saw his old father, he shouted and tears came out again. Wang Weiman nodded and sighed again. Ziming, let's mourn. He sat in front of the hospital bed, held Shui Sivan's hand, and looked at his haggard and pale face. Tears also rolled in his eyes. In front of outsiders, he is the noble secretary of the provincial party committee and a chief official in the border area. At this time, he was just an ordinary person, both a father and a son. He treated Shui Sivan like his own child, and now he was separated by yin and yang, so he was really sad. In the palm of his hand, Shui Sivan's hand gradually became cold. Wang Weiman's heart was as uncomfortable as a knife. Sivan, you are leaving so fast and like this. How can you explain to your parents after I die? What else do I have to face your parents? I have not fulfilled my father-in-law and father's responsibilities. The more Wang Weiman thought about it, the more guilty he felt. Finally, he couldn't help but tears rolled in his eyes and flowed down. Wang Ziming never saw his father crying since he was a child. In his impression, his father was a strong man, and he was the chief of a province. It seems that he never shows joy, anger, sorrow, and happiness when facing anything. But today, my father broke the defense. Dad, don't be sad. Sivan still has some help. Zhou Zheng went to get Huishun Huizu pills. As long as Sivan took Huishun Huizu pills within 2 hours, she would be able to recover from the dead. Wang Ziming talked erotically, and the originally empty eyes flashed with the light of hope. He felt that Zhou Zheng was omnipotent. Since Zhou Zheng said that the rejuvenation pill can bring about rebirth, it can bring about rebirth. It can be said that the pill was Wang Ziming's hope. If it was ineffective, the blow to him in his heart would double, and he would not even be able to get out of the shadow for half his life. Wang Weiman was half-doubted about the rejuvenation pill, and even doubted that he was more trustworthy than trust. It was inconvenient to hit the son's inner hope, so he nodded. He now hopes from the bottom of his heart that the rejuvenation pill will be effective, even if he is shaken in his belief in atheism. Ziming, when will Zhou Zheng return to the maternal and child health hospital? Dad, if it goes well, he should be here soon. Wang Ziming looked at the time, and there were still 5 minutes left after 2 hours. At this time, he became anxious. If 2 hours pass, I don't know if the Huishun reincarnation pills cannot have the effect. Li Feng suddenly said. Old man, Secretary Uyghur, the leader of the railway group, sent me a message saying that Zhou Zheng had successfully obtained the medicine and left Jiangbei station. Wang Weiman hurriedly asked. When? Just when we first arrived at the maternal and child health hospital, you were busy talking with Li Dakang and others, so I didn't bother you. Wang Ziming was even more impatient when he heard that. He showed a look of relief on his face. Grandpa, do you want to call Zhou Zheng? No need. Mr. Wang waved his hand. Zhou Zheng should have been running wildly on the road, so it was inconvenient to disturb him. Oh! Wang Ziming had no choice but to give up. His eyes glanced out of the emergency room, hoping that Zhou Zheng would suddenly appear. At this time, Zhou Zheng drove the police car and roared all the way. After turning on the super driving skills, the car was extremely thrilling, and even the driver of Gu Liangke couldn't help but feel sick. Yang Tingting was even more miserable. She was so disgusting that she almost vomited out several times and then held it back. But, sooner or later, I will vomit. Zhou Zheng, I can't do it anymore, I really want to vomit. Yang Tingting shouted. Have it over. Zhou Zheng didn't care about mercy on the beauty, and the maternal and child health care hospital was right in front of him. Those who travel 100 miles are half a dozen. Although they see victory in sight, they cannot be taken lightly. He was still driving the police car frantically, striking and striking the Z-shape, surpassing one police car after another. Oh! Yang Tingting couldn't help it anymore, so she picked up a hat and started to look inside the hat. It feels more comfortable after vomiting a few times. The driver Li Wentao tilted his head and saw that he was not angry. The hat Yang Tingting held was from Gu Liangke. Gu Liangke has a bald head and a Mediterranean hairstyle. Wearing a police uniform is covered with a police hat. If you wear casual clothes, you have to wear this hat. Gu Liangke likes this hat very much. The driver looked dark and said, "It's over." He dirty the director's hat. It's so amazing. How do you explain it when you ask? Squeak. Finally arrived at the maternal and child health hospital, Zhou Zheng took the brake and parked the police car in the yard. Li Wentao said with a bitter face. Beauty, you can use our director's hat as a phlegm bucket. You are so brave. When you meet Director Gu, you tell him, otherwise I can't explain it. Ah! Yang Tingting was shocked. Is it in the hat of director? Zhou Zheng waved his hand. It's okay, I'll tell your director. Yang Tingting gets out of the car quickly. Zhou Zheng got out of the car and ran forward first, and Yang Tingting followed closely behind. As soon as she entered the hall, Yang Tingting accidentally bumped into a tattooed social elder brother. Sorry. Yang Tingting apologized immediately. However, the eldest brother of society refused to give in and said with a mouthful of wine, "Grass, I'm sorry, how much is it worth?" Then my eyes lit up. Hey, this girl is pretty. Let's go and play with her buddies for a while, ha 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 ha. Yang Tingting was furious and immediately shook her hand and slapped her. "Ba." The big brother in society was furious. "Grass, you are trampling on the horse, how dare you hit me?" Yang Tingting screamed when she reached out to fight back. "Zhou Zheng, come and save me. It's useless to shout anyone, I have to." Bang! Before the big brother of society could finish his words, he was knocked away by Zhou Zheng and his iron mountain back several meters away. Of course, he did not kill him. Ph. Yang Tingting spat at the fallen social elder brother. The big brother of society stared at Zhou Zheng and Yang Tingting with a resentful light. "Cao, I don't have a local accent, but I dare to act wildly in the provincial capital? Are you tired of living?" He took out his cell phone and started shaking people. Chapter 370, Feeding Medicine. "Yang Tingting, are you okay?" Zhou Zheng asked with concern. "Fine." Yang Tingting recovered from the shock. Seeing that the eldest brother of society was knocked away by Zhou Zheng's shoulder, little stars appeared in Yang Tingting's eyes. "Wow, Zhou Zheng, you are so awesome. Does this move have to be practiced for 2.5 years before it can be so powerful? Can you teach Zhou Zheng? It's really good to use it to defend yourself." Zhou Zheng looked dark and thought to himself that when was it time for Yang Tingting to still have the heart to joke. After looking at the time, there are still 2 minutes left. Zhou Zheng didn't have time to chat with Yang Tingting. "There's not much time left, let's go." He ran to the emergency room with great strides. The emergency room for treating Shui Sivan was temporarily opened on the 2nd floor. Zhou Zheng didn't take the elevator, so he climbed up the stairs. "Zhou Zheng, wait for me." Seeing that Zhou Zheng was gone, Yang Tingting pouted her mouth. "There is no good thing for men. It's easy to say when they use it. If you use it, throw the person aside." Zhou Zheng ran outside the emergency room in one breath, with Li Dakang, Gu Liangke, Zhao Tianrun, Su Hongbing, and Chu Yunyao all present. "Xiao Zhou is back." Zhao Tianrun inadvertently saw Zhou Zheng from afar and couldn't help but exclaim. Everyone's eyes suddenly focused on Zhou Zheng. Zhou Zheng instantly ran to everyone. Su Hongbing smiled and said, "Holding the grass, Lao Zhou, why are you running like a mad dog? You're so fucking fast. Xiao Zhou, have you taken the medicine? Honey, where is Ting Ting? You are the only one who comes back." Everyone was talking and asking their own questions, and for a moment it seemed like they had started to make a fuss. There is not much time left, and Zhou Zheng has no time to answer everyone one by one. Just said to Chu Yunyao. "Yang Tingting is behind. The medicine has been taken, let me in." "Is that so good?" "That's great." Everyone's brows stretched out and all breathed a sigh of relief. Especially Li Dakang and others. If Zhou Zheng used medicine in time to save Shui Sivan, everyone would be happy. "Everyone, please give way to Xiao Zhou, Lao Gu, don't block the way." Li Dakang, who was 1.7 meters tall and weighed 120 kilograms, pulled Gu Liangke, who was 1.85 meters tall and weighed 180 kilograms aside. Gu Liangke hurriedly said, "Oh sorry, Xiao Zhou, hurry up and go in." Then he said to Li Dakang, "Secretary Dakang, where did you get such great strength?" Li Dakang said, "I'm in a hurry." Wang Ziming heard the movement outside and showed joy on his face. "Grandpa, Dad, is Zhou Zhang back?" He stood up and was about to go out to check. As soon as he took a step, a figure rushed in quickly. Mr. Wang stood up excitedly and asked, "Xiao Zhou, are you back?" "I'm back, Mr. Wang." After Zhou Zhang finished speaking, he saw a familiar figure at first glance. He is Wang Weiman, the top leader of the provincial party committee. I have seen Wang Weiman many times on newspapers and TV, but this is the first time I have met in reality. "Comrade Xiao Zhou, thank you for your hard work. Have the medicine been retrieved?" Wang Weiman stepped forward and shook hands with Zhou Zhang intimately. Zhou Zhang shook his hand and immediately shrank back. "Secretary Wang, there is still 1 minute left. I won't be polite to you if the situation is urgent." "Then what? Please go a little bit and don't block me. I want to feed Sivan the medicine." "Okay, okay." Zhou Zhang's words were very rude, but Wang Weiman didn't take it to heart at all. Instead, I immediately stood aside, just like a primary school student meeting a teacher. This situation surprised Dean Chen, who was standing beside him. "Good guy." Zhou Zhang was domineering to the top leader of the provincial party committee. How dare he? What is even more surprising is that the top leader of the provincial party committee not only listened to him, but also greeted him with a smile. Thinking about it, Zhou Zhang was holding Shui Sivan's life in his hand. Wang Weiman, not to mention being the top leader of the provincial party committee, even the greatest official must cooperate with Zhou Zhang now. Dean Chen thought to himself that he could not be idle, and he had to find something to do. "Xiao Zhou, do you need help? Just open your mouth if you need me to do anything." Zhou Zhang said without looking back. "Director Chen, help me prepare a cup of warm water, and the pills must be delivered with water." "Okay, okay." President Chen walked out of the emergency room to fetch water, and as soon as he went out, crash! He was immediately surrounded by Li Dakang and others. "Dean Chen, how is it inside? Have Xiao Zhou saved Secretary Weiman's daughter-in-law? When will we get in?" Everyone was talking, and Dean Chen was in a hurry. "I'm in a hurry to get warm water. Who is responsible for the time being delayed?" But the few people in front of him were older than the other, and he didn't dare to express his dissatisfaction. "Dear leaders, Zhou Zhenggang went in for treatment, so don't be impatient." "Then what? Let me go out first, I still have something to do." "Get out of the way, let Dean Chen leave, don't delay the matter." Li Dakang waved his hand quickly. Everyone made a way out again. These high-ranking officials gave way to him. President Chen felt quite happy. Immediately afterwards, Yang Tingting limped over. "Yunyao, come and help me, I can't do it." "Ting Ting, what's wrong with you?" Chu Yunyao hurriedly stepped forward to support Yang Tingting. "I saw a piece of blood stasis on her ankle, which was swollen and high." Yang Tingting grinned. "Don't mention it, your Zhou Zhang took the medicine from me and ignored him. He ran too fast when he went upstairs and twisted my foot." "Ting Ting, it hurts very much, right? When Zhou Zhang finishes his work, he will give you 2 injections. You can sit on the chair first." There were only 4 porch chairs outside the emergency room. Li Dakang and Gu Liangke and Zhao Tianrun sat 3 times, and one was empty. Su Hongbing and Chu Yunyao didn't want to join in the fun with their leaders and kept standing. Yang Tingting saw that one of the 3 old men opposite looked familiar, and the other 2 were wearing white uniforms, with a low rank on her shoulders, and she was a first-level police supervisor. Good guy. At least the level of the deputy department or even the main department is only higher than that of her father. She immediately didn't want to sit next to the boss. Forget it, Yao Yao, I'll better stand. Li Dakang and others learned that Yang Tingting had sent her life-saving medicines from Jiangbei and were extremely enthusiastic about her. Xiao Yang, if you sprain your ankle, just sit here. Li Dakang took the initiative to stand up and said to Gu Liangke and Zhao Tianrun. Old Gu Lao Lao Zhao, give up your seat and give the little girl some rest. Okay, Secretary Dakang. Li Dakang spoke, and Lao Gu and Lao Zhao quickly stood up. Little girl, come and sit here. Secretary. Yang Tingting asked Chu Yunyao in a low voice. Yao Yao, what secretary is that thin uncle? The top leader of the Baihe Municipal Party Committee, Secretary Li Dakang. Those two are the directors of the provincial department. Ah! Yang Tingting was shocked. He quickly waved his hands to Li Dakang and others. I'll stop sitting, right? Haha, little girl, you don't have to be polite. You have traveled thousands of miles to deliver life-saving medicine to the provincial capital. We all want to thank you. Li Dakang personally helped Yang Tingting sit on the chair, which made Yang Tingting feel flattered. At this time, President Chen pushed a medical cart and walked over with a cup and a kettle on it. I don't know how much warm water Zhou Zheng needs, so I simply built a kettle and saved enough that I had to get it. In the emergency room, Zhou Zheng had divided Huishun Huizao pills into 6, rolled them into small pills the size of rice grains, and waited for Shui to come and take the medicine for Shui Sivan himself. Chapter 371 Changes. The water is coming. President Chen pushed the cart into the emergency room and said softly. He smelled the fragrance of medicinal herbs and immediately realized that this was the fragrance emitted by Huishun Huizu. The fragrance of medicine is so clear that it seems that it will definitely bring Shui Sivan back to life. Okay, you can feed the medicine. After Zhou Zheng finished speaking, he directed Dean Chen. Director Chen, please pour a glass of warm water and keep it at my hand. Okay. It is his blessing to be able to serve Zhou Zheng and serve the top leader of the provincial party committee. I didn't see several cadres at the vice-ministerial level and department level outside, and I couldn't even get in. Old Wang, Sivan wants to sit up and take medicine. I need someone to support her from behind. Shui Sivan has lost her breath, so she naturally can't sit up and can't sit still. She needs someone to help. Wang Ziming said. Grandpa, I'll do it. After walking 2 steps, he almost fell down with a staggering stagnation. A series of blows made him exhausted both physically and mentally, and he was all supported in one breath. Knowing that Shui Sivan was likely to be rescued, she let out her breath and felt weak and had no energy at all, and she was walking lightly. Ziming, sit down and rest, I'll do it. Older Wang is old, and Wang Ziming is ready to go, so Wang Weiman stands up unwillingly. Li Feng said aside. Secretary of Uyghur, I'll help you. Wang Weiman shook his head. Old Li, go outside and wait. I will call you again if you have something to do. Dean Chen originally wanted to come forward to help, but it felt that it was not very convenient. Besides, there was no one left, so he couldn't give up. Wang Weiman didn't want outsiders to witness Shui Sivan's treatment process, so he sent Dean Chen out. Director Chen go out too. Yes. Secretary of Uyghur, I'm just out there. If you have any questions, you can call me at any time. Li Feng and Dean Chen walked out of the emergency room one after another. Seeing that Wang Weiman was already in place, Zhou Zheng stretched out his hands to grab Shui Sivan's shoulders, lifted them up slightly, and Shui Sivan's upper body sat up. However, her body was lost, her head drooped weakly, and her hair drooped weakly like a willow that had just died. Wang Weiman sat at the head of the bed, protecting Shui Sivan's back with his hands to fix her upper body. Wang Weiman couldn't help feeling the heat of Shui Sivan in his hand, and he couldn't help but feel sad. He shouted silently in his heart. Sivan, hold on, we're here to save you, you must wake up. Secretary Weiman, fix her head and I'll feed the medicine now. Zhou Zheng said as he threw a pill the size of a rice grain into a water cup. Oh okay. Wang Weiman now follows Zhou Zheng's command and does whatever he wants. Zhou Zheng saw the pills melted in water and mixed with water. He originally wanted to put the pills into Shui Sivan's mouth and then rush into her throat with water. But Shui Sivan is already dead and I don't think she will swallow her, so I'd better feed her liquid food. Zhou Zheng said to Shui Sivan. Occurred. Pinched Shui Sivan's pale cheeks with one hand. Shui Sivan's mouth opened. Wang Ziming couldn't bear to look at him, and even felt a little angry. This was no different from insulting a corpse. But he knew that Zhou Zheng was saving people, but he felt uncomfortable, so he simply turned his head and stopped looking. Zhou Zheng carefully poured the potion into Shui Sivan's mouth. Secretary Uyghur slid her head back a little. Oh! Wang Weiman had long since known such a noble aura as a chief official. He was like an ordinary father, and he was concerned about Shui Sivan and did whatever he asked him to do. Zhou Zheng took out his cell phone and turned on the flashlight to shine it in Shui Sivan's mouth, just wanting to know if the potion was swallowed. However, he still thought too much. The potion is still in Shui Sivan's mouth. It's bad. Sivan has no ability to swallow, and she can't even swallow the potion. Zhou Zheng said anxiously. What should I do? Xiao Zhou, you have to think of a way. Wang Weiman said. After another kick, Wang Ziming stood up and felt a dizzy turn, and sat down again depressed. Zhou Zheng, please. Mr. Wang also looked at Zhou Zheng with an anxious look on his face. Otherwise, use intravenous injection to inject the potion into the blood vessels. Zhou Zhensen said that the pills are eaten and are also absorbed by the body and transported to various organs through blood. Since Shui Sivan can't swallow, just skip this step. Mr. Wang, Wang Weiman, and Wang Ziming stopped talking. After hearing Zhou Zheng's words, he immediately urged him to have an intravenous injection immediately. Zhou Zheng had never received an injection, and there was no syringe in his hand, so he called out Director Chen. Hey, I'm here, I'm here. Dean Chen ran into the emergency room from outside. Then what, is there anything you need help? Director Chen, Sivan can't swallow. I want to use intravenous injection to input the potion into her blood vessels. No problem, no problem. Dean Chen quickly agreed. I'm calling the best nurse in our hospital to help Sivan perform an intravenous injection. After saying that, Dean Chen turned his head and walked out. When he turned his head, he saw that all the numbers on the ECG monitor had turned into 0, and his pupils could not help but dilate. Bad. This, when did these numbers become 0? Mr. Wang. I don't know, we didn't pay attention. Xiao Chen, you didn't say that Sivan is dead. Even if the ECG monitor still shows the numbers, it is just maintained by the machine, and it is no different from death. That's right, Mr. Wang, the numbers displayed on the ECG monitor indicate that Sivan's body is not dead but brain death. She still has a slight heartbeat, and her blood is still flowing, but now Sivan's body is dead, and her heart has completely stopped working. Even if the medicine is injected into the blood vessels by intravenous injection, the blood will not be sent to the whole body without flowing. In other words, it will not work. Ah! Why is this happening? Mr. Wang took 2 steps back when he heard Dean Chen's words. Wang Weiman's face was also a little ugly. He knew that Dean Chen would not talk nonsense, but he still looked at Zhou Zheng with luck. Xiao Zhou, what do you think? Zhou Zheng's acupuncture technique is given by the system, and the secret recipe for refining Huishun recycling pills are given by the system. He is not a professional doctor and ignores these things, but he knows what President Chen said is right. The medicinal effect of Huishun Huize pills can no longer be absorbed by Shui Sivan's body. It seems that 2 hours have passed, and it is too late to go through time. However, you have to face it bravely even if you have any problems. He nodded and said to Wang Weiman. Secretary Weiman, President Chen is right. Oh! Wang Weiman sighed in a forced sigh. He rarely sighs. What should he do when he is in a high position? Can't he do it? Now we have to lament that no one can keep the heavens dead. Zhou Zheng felt even more mixed emotions, and he was not feeling better than Wang Weiman and the others. It's like participating in a marathon. After going through thousands of hardships, I immediately reached the finish line, but was disqualified by the referee. Zhou Zheng was angry. He whispered. With me here, even the king of hell can't take anyone away. He suddenly made a bold move and placed his hand on Shui Sivan's lower abdomen. Chapter 372 It should be resurrected. Shui Sivan was wearing a thin hospital gown and didn't even wear underwear because of giving birth. Zhou Zheng suddenly put his hand on her lower abdomen, less than a few centimeters from the sensitive area. Wang Weiman's pupils narrowed. He didn't know why Zhou Zheng did this. When was it that he actually blatantly took advantage of the situation? Wang Ziming kept his body behind his back and did not dare to look at it, and did not notice Zhou Zheng's bad behavior. Dean Chen was even more surprised. Good guy. Is Xiao Zhou crazy? Openly eating the tofu of someone else's daughter-in-law in front of the top leader of the provincial party committee? Is this impatient to live? However, he felt that Zhou Zheng was not a man from Menglang, and he was stunned for a moment when he was confused. Zhou Zheng was not in the mood to do vulgar things. Even if Wang Weiman and others were not there, he would not have any thoughts about Shui Sivan. Since receiving the call from Mr. Wang, Zhou Zheng has made a series of efforts, just trying to pull Shui Sivan back from the brink of death. The road was bumpy. First he was rear-ended, then he was taken to the police station and was retaliated. He came out of the police station to the maternal and child health hospital for treatment, but he was gone. He changed his fate against the will of heaven and wanted to use the rejuvenation pill to bring Shui Sivan back to life. Yang Tingting went to Jiangbei to get medicine all the way. All the staff at the high-speed rail station and subway station cooperated unconditionally and finally got the life-saving medicine back in a limited time. She thought she could save Shui Sivan, but she never thought that she would have a problem again after a kick. After spending so much manpower, material resources, and energy, Zhou Zheng was unwilling to give up. He put his palm on Shui Sivan's lower abdomen, and his danshan turned wildly, and the true hidden palm was transmitted to Shui Sivan's body. He suddenly thought that even if the dead got real sacred material, he would be more prosperous. Xiao Zhou, what do you mean? Seeing that Zhou Zheng had been putting his hand on Shui Sivan's lower abdomen, Wang Weiman finally showed an unhappy look on his face and couldn't help but speak. The voice was cold and the pressure of the superiors, and Dean Chen was scared and sweated in a cold sweat. I thought to myself, Zhou Zheng, you are really going crazy, why don't you retract your hands? Zhou Zheng's hand was always pressed against Shui Sivan's lower abdomen, and he activated the real ping in his body and was able to input into Shui Sivan's body. Because Shui Sivan had lost her life, most of the real wilderness and dreams were lost, and all of them flowed out from the 7 orifices. Zhou Zheng was doing his best and did not dare to explain to Wang Weiman. As long as he opened his mouth, he would really spend his money on the real thing. Xiao Zhou, you're too much. Seeing that Zhou Zheng was unmoved, Wang Weiman became angry and reached out and wanted to pull Zhou Zheng's hand. Weiman, stop! Mr. Wang shouted at him. Wang Weiman looked at his father in confusion, thinking to himself, what kind of decent thing is Zhou Zheng touching Sivan? Why did my father stop him? Is Zhou Zheng also saving Sivan? Wang Weiman is confused by the authorities. If it is someone else's business, he can immediately see the clues based on his thinking. He was worried that Shui Sivan would not be saved and his heart was in chaos, so he misunderstood Zhou Zheng. Zhang is still so spicy. Although Mr. Wang has experienced great sorrow and joy, his mind is rarely clear. Of course, this is also related to his better understanding of Zhou Zheng. He knew that Zhou Zheng was definitely not a man from Menglang, and doing so would definitely have a deep meaning. Father, Zhou Zheng. At this time, Wang Weiman had not turned around and pointed at Zhou Zheng and showed a puzzled look at Mr. Wang. Mr. Wang also nodded to Zhou Zheng. I understand what you mean, Weiman, you should have blamed Xiao Zhou wrongly. Take a closer look at him. Wang Weimin heard that his eyes were carefully observed Zhou Zheng, and he saw his body trembling slightly, as if he was shaking. The hand that pressed against Shui Sivan's abdomen seemed to have faintly raised white smoke. The other hand and fingers present a strange posture, like the magic tricks of Taoist priests in the movie. Zhou Zheng's forehead was covered with sweat, which could be described as sweating profusely. No matter how you look at it, it doesn't seem like you are taking advantage, but it seems like you are burning your own small universe to save Shui Sivan. Wang Weimin finally turned around. He nodded and knew that he had misunderstood Zhou Zheng, so he stopped talking, staring at him tightly and watching. At this time, the true side in Zhou Zheng's body was exhausted, and he could only pinch his fingers and absorb the air between heaven and earth and refine it into the real cow and then input it into Shui Sivan's body. Ding ding ding. Suddenly, the electrocardiogram monitor made a sound. Shui Sivan's heartbeat, blood pressure, and other things started to move again. Hold the grass. This is simply a miracle. Dean Chen was also depressed at this time. Zhou Zheng did not make any mistakes, but was actively treating Shui Sivan. A dead person restored her physiological characteristics. Good guy. Is Zhou Zheng a god? The numbers on the ECG monitor jumped for a while and stopped jumping. Zhou Zheng absorbed and refined the real ones that were not available for Shui Sivan's body. However, with the physiological characteristics of Shui Sivan, the medicine can be absorbed by the body. Zhou Zheng said in a tired voice. Director Chen, hurry up, let the nurse inject the potion of Huishun recycling pills into Sivan's vein. Hey, good, good. Nurse. Come on a nurse. Dean Chen ran out of the emergency room to call the nurse, and soon a nurse ran over when she heard the director's call. Dean, what's the matter? Get the injection, go in. Li Dakang and others watched the nurse being pulled into the emergency room by Dean Chen. They were also anxious to find out what they wanted but did not dare to go in rashly. As soon as the nurse entered the house, she felt that the inside was different from the outside. The special warmth made her feel very comfortable. Where did she know that this is Zhou Zheng's real slut, which makes the air in the house contain a lot of real tweaks? After sucking, he was not only comfortable but also energetic. Even the listless Wang Ziming felt a little more energetic. Mr. Wang was even more red and full of energy. Of course, everyone was nervously paying attention to Zhou Zheng, and they didn't care about the changes in their bodies. The nurse helped inject water containing Huishun rezoning pills into Shui Sivan's vein. Dean Chen waved his hand and sent her away. Zhou Zheng supported him for a few minutes and felt that Huishun Huize pills had been transported to Shui Sivan's whole body by blood, so he retracted his hand and sat dejectedly on the ground. Xiao Zhou, Sivan. Wang Weimin wanted to ask Shui Sivan's situation, if she could recover her life immediately, but was interrupted by Mr. Wang. Xiao Zhou. How are you? Mr. Wang hurried forward and wanted to squat down and help Zhou Zheng up. Wang Weimin was a little ashamed. He only paid attention to Sivan, but never cared about Zhou Zheng. He sat on the ground so tired that he didn't care at all. Alas! Sure enough, the old father is more generous than himself. Zhou Zheng waved his hand. Old Wang, don't help me, I'll take a break. Sivan should be able to be resurrected. Chapter 373, Watch the Changes. Xiao Zhou, thank you. I almost blamed you just now, I apologize to you. Wang Weimin said sincerely. A dignified official from the border can be considered as good as being able to say such words to Zhou Zheng. Come on, Xiao Zhou, I'll help you up. Mr. Wang insisted on helping Zhou Zheng get up. He grabbed Zhou Zheng's arm with one hand and pulled it hard, but how could he pull it up? Dad, I'll do it. Wang Weimin squatted down himself and put his arms around Zhou Zheng's armpits. Dean Chen was so surprised that he couldn't even close his mouth. He quickly stepped forward to hold Zhou Zheng's other armpit. The two of them tried hard to get Zhou Zheng up from the ground. Wang Ziming brought a chair over and placed it behind Zhou Zheng's butt. No matter whether he can save Shui Sivan or not, the Wang family must recognize this favor. Zhou Zheng, sit down and rest. Thanks. Zhou Zheng no longer refused and sat on the chair. Just now, I tried my best to inject the real magnificent into Shui Sivan's body. I just didn't want to fail, and I didn't want everyone to work hard for a long time and face the worst situation. Fortunately, the physiological characteristics of Zhenpa Chuan Sivan have recovered again, and Huishun Huanzwen has also been used. If Zhou Zheng cannot be saved, there is no way. Although he was so tired that he was sweating and panting, he did not dare to distract himself. His eyes were staring at the screen on the ECG monitor. He knew that Huang Qi was so fat that he kept Shui Sivan's vitality for a while. If her heartbeat and blood pressure slowly dropped until it disappeared, he would be powerless to turn things around. On the contrary, if the heartbeat blood pressure gradually rises to normal levels, it means that Shui Sivan's life has been saved. Grandpa, Dad, look at it, Sivan's physiological characteristics are gradually increasing. Wang Ziming looked at the numbers on the ECG monitor and said in surprise. Zhou Zheng, has Sivan come back to life? Why didn't she move? Zhou Zheng conservatively said. Zai Ming, it's hard to say now. Sivan has just returned to her physiological state, which means she is still in a brain-dead state. As for whether she can save her, she can only wait and see if she can change. Wait and see. Oh. Wang Ziming nodded repeatedly. Although Zhou Zheng's words did not reach his satisfaction, things were developing in a positive direction. There is hope. Everyone stared at Shui Sivan without blinking, hoping that the miracle would happen. For a moment, the atmosphere in the ward became inexplicably nervous. After all, the next period of time is the key to whether Shui Sivan can wake up. Dean Chen had a bad heart and couldn't stand it. His mood was up and down like a roller coaster. He simply walked out of the emergency room softly. After coming out, he let out a long sigh. Li Dakang, Gu Liangke and Zhao Tianrun were swallowing the clouds and fog. The three of them gave up their seats to Yang Tingting. The three of them were impatient. Regardless of the signs of smoking in the corridor, Li Dakang took out the cigarette and dispersed it, and began to suck the clouds and spit them. Dean Chen came out and took a look. 3 young men and women were sitting, and 3 big men were standing. Good guy. Are you going to rebel against Tian Gang? Do you really want to be a ministerial level and department level codders? When the 3 big bosses saw that Dean Chen had come out, they hurriedly came over again. Li Dakang took out a cigarette and handed it to Dean Chen. Old Chen, smoke a cigarette. I'll talk to us, what's going on inside? Dean Chen subconsciously wanted to refuse and wanted to add, you can't smoke here. But I kept it back to my words. The municipal party secretary personally handed the cigarettes to give face, and he had to be polite. He quickly took it, looking flattered. Thank you, Secretary Dakang. Gu Liangke used a lighter to light him. Dean Chen felt that this was his highlight moment, and it might also be his highlight moment in his life. The deputy ministerial level boss handed over cigarettes, and the department level boss helped him light them. Who believes it if you say it? He didn't dare to be arrogant either. After thanking him, he quickly told the 3 big bosses about the situation inside. Li Dakang sucked his teeth and said. The situation is not optimistic now, right? President Chen said. This is the situation. As for whether I am optimistic or not, I dare not draw conclusions, at least the patient has physical characteristics again. Dean Chen was not very confident, mainly because he did not dare to speak nonsense. Oh! Li Dakang sighed and his face became gloomy again. Gu Liangke and Zhao Tianrun looked at each other and said. Secretary Dakang, it seems that I can only wait now. The truth has not been revealed yet, and there is still hope. Li Dakang nodded. Old Gu Lao Lao Zhao will lend you auspicious words. At this time, a loud footsteps came from the corridor. Li Dakang frowned. Director Chen, Sivan is not out of danger yet, why is someone coming to the emergency room for medical treatment again? Dean Chen was also confused. He had long ordered the departments of the hospital to no longer accept patients on the emergency room on the second floor, and doctors and nurses also rarely come to the second floor. There are still many people listening to the footsteps, just like a group of doctors and nurses gathering a patient to come to the emergency room for medical treatment. I won't make it. Secretary Dakang, I'll go and have a look. He wiped his forehead and thought to himself that Turtle Guy was asking for trouble for me. Just after taking 2 steps, I saw a group of fat and strong social people coming to the opposite side. Suddenly, a smell of alcohol rushed into the nostrils, and these people seemed to be drinking. President Chen shouted in surprise. Stop, who are you? You're going to care about who we are, get out of here. The guy in the lead had a tattoo on his arm, and he was the big brother of society who was knocked away by Zhou Zhang. He pushed Dean Chen away and shouted to the people behind him. We all looked around. The guy who beat me was a tall boy, who was very handsome, and there was a girl with a coach bag next to him. Hold the grass, you can't go over, you can't go over. Seeing these people walking towards the emergency room, Director Chen became anxious. However, he was pushed and shoved by this group of social people at all. When Li Dakang saw this group of social people coming, he frowned. Who? Get out of here. The big brother of society pointed at Li Dakang and said. My grass, you are such a slut, so arrogant. Believe it or not, I will beat you up. Gu Liangke and Zhao Tianrun hurriedly stepped forward to protect Li Dakang and glared at the big brother in society. Disappear within 1 second, otherwise you won't think of leaving. People in society were also puzzled when they saw 2 policemen wearing white uniforms. Brother, these 2 seem to be high-ranking officials, we can't afford to offend them. The big brother in society burped. Are you fake? The high-ranking officials are all in the ward of the senior officials, and there are no ones who come to the hospital in uniform. Do you think they look like security guards? Everyone drank wine, and they were so dizzy that they couldn't see it clearly. It makes sense. This security uniform is quite handsome. When you look at it, you really look like a big shot in the police industry on TV. Where did you buy it? Our brothers and I will make a set of it each. At this time, the big brother of society discovered Yang Tingting. Brothers, that girl. While speaking, he walked towards Yang Tingting. Xiao Niu, where did the boy who hit me just now go? I must kill him. Chapter 374. The big brother in society is trying to death. Yang Tingting saw the big brother in society walking towards her, and her face showed an unconcealed panic. The weather is still cool, and others are wearing coats, but this guy is wearing a hurdle vest, revealing the flowery arms on his arms. No matter how he looks, he doesn't look like a good person. Oh, there is another girl here? This girl looks better. The eldest brother of society discovered Chu Yunyao and showed a lustful look on his face. Brother, these 2 girls are pretty good. You 2 girls, let's have fun with our brothers. Can you go and drink together? Ha ha ha. The next few of the society's younger brothers were talking vulgar words aside. These guys were drunk too much, and they were called out from the table by the big brother of society to find Zhou Zheng and Yang Tingting. Everyone was squirting alcohol, and there was a stinking smell in the air, and Yang Tingting wanted to vomit when she heard it. Get out of here, you hooligans! Ha ha ha! The girl is quite tough and strong. She just slapped me with a big mouth, but the more fierce you are, the more I like you. The big brother of society looked at Chu Yunyao again, and then said to Yang Tingting. Who is this girl? Are you your best friend? The boy who hit me just now is your boyfriend, right? If you 2 accompany us brothers to drink and play, I will leave it alone, otherwise I will beat him to death. As he said that, he reached out and wanted to pull Chu Yunyao. Su Hongbing went to the toilet, but Zhou Zheng had not come out of the emergency room yet. Although Chu Yunyao was a little surprised when facing this group of social people, she was not panicked. She is also considered to have seen strong winds and waves. Some time ago, I was in the walls in Jiangbei, and I had to fight hundreds of people in society. She stood up and dodged away from the clutches of the big brother in society and said angrily, "What do you want to do? Are you not afraid of the police arresting you?" Ha ha ha. The big brother in society laughed wildly again. "I'm just a mess. I'm the same brother as Director Liu of Chaoyang Road Police Station. I have to ask if my brother agrees with the police. I'll tell you, girl, follow us obediently, otherwise I won't be so polite to you if I'm anxious." Li Dakang listened clearly on the side. Today was annoying enough. This group of bad species appeared again, which made him feel upset and angry. As the director of the police station, Lu Fei was called brothers with such a person, and it was not unfair to arrest him and deal with him. Also, is the public security in the provincial capital so bad? This group of goods forced others to accompany them in broad daylight, but the other party threatened them if they refused. The key is that they messed with Zhou Zheng's wife. Moreover, Secretary Wyman is in the emergency room. If he disturbs him, he will not be able to afford to be guilty. Lao Gu, Lao Zhao, is this the public security in the provincial capital? What does your provincial department do for food? Seeing that the big brother in society pressed against Chu Yunyao and Yang Tingting step by step, Li Dakang angrily left a sentence and stepped forward to block them a few steps. Do you society's scumbags still have the king's laws? Is there any law? Call Zhang Donglei and ask the patrol special police to come to the maternal and child health hospital to arrest all the scum. Oh, yes. The two of them responded quickly, and Gu Liangke took out his cell phone and called Zhang Donglei in person. Hold the grass, who is Zhang Dong coming? Try me with him. The big brother in society seemed to be squirting alcohol and didn't care about Li Dakang. I tell you, I will take both black and white, and it will be hard to use no matter who comes. A younger brother told him that Zhang Donglei seemed to be the director of our Baihe City Police Department. Ha ha ha. The big brother in society laughed. You guys are wearing security uniforms and want to order the director of the police station. The act is really like that. Who can I scare you? You can fool me if you really do it. Hey, you can dodge me, a short man, otherwise you will be beaten. Li Dakang is short, but he is a senior official at the deputy ministerial level of the municipal party committee secretary. When he was in school, someone joked about his height, but no one dared it now. Hearing the words of the big brother in society, Li Dakang laughed instead of angry. Yes, arrogant enough. What? Do you still want to hit someone? What's wrong with me hitting you? The eldest brother of society stretched out his arm high and asked Li Dakang to slap his hand. Secretary Dakang. Seeing that the situation was not good, Zhao Tianrun thought that these bastards were really lawless if they drank too much. Even the secretary of the municipal party committee dared to beat them? Crazy, right? He shouted to go forward to stop the elder brother of society, but was pushed and shoved by the younger brother next to him and couldn't squeeze him over. Li Dakang didn't expect that the other party would do it when he said he would do it. He felt the sound of the wind coming and subconsciously wanted to dodge it, but he felt that he could not dodge it. I was extremely angry. If this slap is taken, he will lose all his face. Suddenly, someone in the crowd grabbed the big brother of society in a flash. The eldest brother of society turned around angrily and saw a cynical face, which was Su Hongbing. Su Hongbing came back from going to the toilet and saw a group of people surrounding Chu Yunyao and Yang Tingting. Li Dakang is confronting this group of people in society. Gu Liangke and Zhao Tianrun squeezed into the outside to reinforce Li Dakang, but were pushed and shoved by several younger brothers to see him tightly. Su Hongbing thought of something bad. At first glance, these idiots were gangsters in society. After drinking, they really fought and refused to recognize their relatives and dared to kill them. He was tall and strong and squeezed into the crowd. Unexpectedly, the eldest brother of society raised his hand to hit Li Dakang, and Su Hongbing quickly reached out and grabbed his arm. The big brother in society was furious. "What's your thing about fucking you? Brothers beat him up." Su Hongbing cursed. "Grandson, I am your uncle." Immediately afterwards, Li Dakang was protected behind him. "Secretary Dakang, you guys retreat and I'll deal with these people." "Xiao Su, be careful, don't show off, the patrol special police will arrive soon." Li Dakang protected Chu Yunyao and Yang Tingting and moved to the side, and did not forget to instruct Su Hongbing. He was extremely angry now, afraid that Su Hongbing would be injured and afraid that Wang Weiman in the emergency room would be frightened. Su Hongbing struggled to deal with this group of people, but he never thought of retreating. Zhou is in the emergency room. If he is dealing with these guys is like cutting melons and looking at vegetables. Should you call him out? Su Hongbing shook his head, not knowing where Zhou Zheng had taken the step to treat Wang Weiman's daughter-in-law, so he could not disturb him casually. He decided to fight these social people alone. To capture the thief, first capture the king. Su Hongbing kicked the eldest brother in society under the crotch. "Ah!" The eldest brother in society was blown up and fell to the ground in pain. He roared in pain. "Mad, kill him!" The younger brothers are ready to besiege Su Hongbing. "Stop!" A low voice seemed to be filled with pressure. The little brothers stopped and looked at the source of the sound. I saw Wang Weiman leaving the emergency room for some reason, followed by Li Feng. Wang Weiman's face was as gloomy as water. "Who are you stepping on the horse? Let's stop. Get out." Li Feng was so angry that he was trembling. As a secretary of the provincial party committee, when did he be pointed at and scolded? He gritted his teeth and said, "This is the provincial party committee secretary of the civil servants, and you are blinding your eyes." Chapter 375 Provincial Armed Police Corps Rescue. Li Feng's words caused these people to mock him again. "Panian Party Secretary? Ha ha ha! Maid, I've never seen Dalian County Magistrate. Do you tell us that he is the secretary of the Provincial Party Committee? If he is the Provincial Party Secretary, I will be the Provincial Party Secretary's biological father." Everyone heard a chaotic situation outside in the emergency room. Zhou Zheng wanted to go out for a look, but was stopped by Wang Weiman. He asked Zhou Zheng to stay in the emergency room to take care of Shui Sivan and come out to check the situation by himself. "As soon as I came out, I saw a group of people in society wanting to beat Su Hongbing up and then I said I could stop him. Unexpectedly, I was scolded by these social people and was so bloody." His face turned pale and he couldn't get off the table for a while. Everyone felt Wang Weiman's rage and did not dare to show off. Only these people in society have no scruples. As the saying goes, ignorant people are fearless, but they don't know that they will be over in this life. "You guys come on me, beat this kid half to death first." The eldest brother in society was helped up by a younger brother and shouted with his thighs. Su Hongbing's kick was too fierce, and the eldest brother of society wanted to kill him. "Go on." Many people in society began to besiege Su Hongbing. Su Hongbing leaned against the corner of the wall, not afraid of being attacked from both sides, and could handle it for the time being. Bang 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 bang. For a moment, I had a lot of fun fighting with my fists and feet. Wang Weiman's mouth twitched, and 4 words popped up in his heart. "Lawless," he said to Li Feng in a deep voice. "Old Li, notify Zhang Donglei of the Municipal Bureau and order the patrol special police to provide support quickly." "Yes, Secretary Uyghur." Li Feng picked up his cell phone and wanted to make a call. Li Dakang said, "Secretary of Uyghur, I have asked Lao Gu to inform Zhang Dong that he has come, but the distance cannot quench his near thirst. It will take a certain amount of time for the patrol special police to be in place. The situation was urgent, and Su Hongbing could not defeat four hands with both fists. Wang Weiman had an idea. Over the Maternal and Child Health Hospital is the headquarters of the Provincial Armed Police Corps. Oldly, when contacting Captain Zhu of the Provincial Armed Police Corps, he said that a group of terrorists rushed into the Maternal and Child Health Care Center, posing a threat to the lives of the people. Please send someone quickly. Yes. Everyone was moved when they heard this. Good guy. Secretary Wyman was really angry. This is to treat these people as terrorists. These goods will be shot dead on the spot at the worst, and at the lowest point, they will go to the prison in the northwest to squat in a bitter kill. Li Feng quickly called Zhu Kai, the captain of the Provincial Armed Police Corps, and said a few words in a vehement way. It is said that some terrorists entered the women and children to engage in sabotage, and they also intend to threaten Secretary Wang of the Provincial Party Committee. Zhu Kaiwen was shocked when he heard this. Good guy. Opposite to the Armed Police Corps is the Maternal and Child Health Hospital. A group of terrorists have joined in, and they are targeting the Secretary of the Uyghur civilians? Is it true that my Armed Police Corps is a vegetarian? Immediately responded on the phone. Secretary General Li, please hold on for 2 minutes, and I will lead the team to arrive immediately. After hanging up the phone, Zhu Kaixin was so anxious that he made people sound the alarm. The alarm sounded through the sky, and even the people in the Maternal and Child Health Care Hospital could hear it. I haven't heard the alarm for a long time, and the people nearby didn't know what had happened, so they stopped. In the courtyard of the Armed Police Corps, soldiers from a special operations team were ready to set off for training in the wild. Zhu Kai waved his hand and directly ordered them to enter the Maternal and Child Health Care Hospital. A wonder appeared on Chaoyang Road Street. 2 lieutenant colonel officers commanded several explosion-proof infantry vehicles to block the intersections on the east and west sides of the Provincial Armed Police Corps, controlling traffic. Immediately afterwards, a team of armed police officers and soldiers wearing bulletproof vests, carrying Type 95 automatic rifles and smearing oil on their faces ran through the road. Immediately afterwards, the traffic control was lifted, and the riot-proof infantry vehicle drove into the Maternal and Child Health Care Hospital. The people and cars who came to maternal and child medical treatment were quickly avoided. The armed police officers and soldiers rushed straight into the emergency building. The person who led the charge was Zhu Kai, the captain of the Provincial Armed Police Corps wearing the rank of Major General. Zhu Kai was puzzled and angry. These terrorists were actually sabotaging under the noses of the Armed Police Corps, and even threatened the lives and safety of the top leader of the Provincial Party Committee. I won't do it today. They will clean up all of them and will never stop the team. I hope Secretary Wyman is safe and sound. Hurry quickly. Everyone cheer me up and run faster, don't take the elevator, climb the stairs to the second floor. Everyone should pay attention to safety. The other party will not listen to advice and shoot him dead on the spot. The officers and soldiers soon arrived at the second floor, and Li Feng was looking forward to it on the second floor. Captain Zhu, you are here. Where is Secretary Uyghur? Is he okay? It's okay for the time being. Come with me. Zhu Kai breathed a sigh of relief when he heard Li Feng's words. Secretary General Li, how are the casualties of the masses? What kind of firepower are terrorists equipped with? Captain Zhu, don't ask, we all started fighting with these people. Li Feng led the way in front and soon came to the emergency room. At this time, Su Hongbing was gradually unable to support it. I was fisted countless times, my clothes were torn, and my mouth was bleeding, and I leaned against the wall to fight against these people. Of course, this group of people in society was not feeling well, and several of them were knocked to the ground by Su Hongbing. Su Hongbing made a ruthless move, using all his fatal tricks. He thoroughly practiced the 18 Black Dragon styles. People in society suffered a loss and took out the machete they carried with them. Mad! Kill this kid! Someone shouted loudly. Zhu Kai was stunned for a moment. The guys in front of me didn't look like terrorists, but like the black club in society. Almost all of the soldiers I brought had performed special tasks. It seems that this time I used a slaughter to kill the chicken. How are you, Secretary Woman? Zhu Kai saluted Wang Weiman. I'm fine. Wang Weiman waved his hand and said anxiously. Captain Zhu, when will these thugs be lawless and still shoot? Are you watching our people be beaten to death? Oh. Zhu Kaixin said that there was no one who shot when he came up, and there was no need to shoot at all when dealing with these people. But Wang Weiman gave the order, and the group of people were about to chop people with knives, so it seemed that they had to knock down several demonstrations. Captain 1, the guys who targeted the target with a knife to cut people, shoot. Be careful not to hurt your own people. Clear. Captain 1 was a sharpshooter. He picked up a 95 automatic rifle and named 2 social people who were about to kill Su Hongbing one by one. Da-da-da-da. Da-da-da-da. Bullet holes appeared on the 2 of them instantly. Pooh! The corpse fell to the ground, and blood gushes out of the bullet hole. Boom! The remaining social people suddenly became furious, and a cold air spread throughout their bodies along the tailbone. When I turned around, I saw a group of fully armed police surrounding them with automatic rifles. Holding grass. Isn't it just a fight? As for letting the fully armed police deal with us? 2 more were shot dead on the spot. Clang! Someone was scared and threw his knife and knelt on the ground. Zhu Kai waved his hand, and the armed police soldiers quickly stepped forward, and the 2 of them served one. No matter whether they were honest or not, they would smash the stocks first. For a time, people in society were beaten and wailed. Su Hongbing sat on the ground and gasped. It's so dangerous. If the armed police come later, he will probably be stabbed twice. Secretary of Uyghur, everything has been resolved, please give me instructions. Zhu Kai said to Wang Weiman. Wang Weiman was about to speak when Wang Ziming's heart-wrenching cry came from the emergency room. He said intimately that he didn't have time to talk to Zhu Kai, so he quickly ran back to the emergency room.